Climate Change 719. Out of Kyoto in 2001 and Paris in 2017. Political and social movements emanating from the Global South argue that the industrialist countries owe poor countries a climate debt for their 2 centuries of rampant fossil fuel burning. It is a terrible irony that the countries least responsible for causing climate change are currently bearing the worst of its consequences, from the flooding islands in the South Pacific to a rapid drought and desertification throughout Africa. As Feli cogently argues, any Marxist analysis of international climate negotiations must be rooted in Marxist theories of the state and imperialism. As Christian Parenti puts it, the relative autonomy of the state makes it perhaps the only institution with the coercive power to euthanize fossil capital. On the other hand, both the state's capture by fossil capital and its main concern with maintaining the conditions for accumulation make it especially ill-suited to solve the crisis. International negotiations, however, basically rely on state policies to rein in emissions and the power of fossil capital. While imperialism in the era of Lenin and Luxembourg was shaped by a struggle over territory and resources, climate imperialism is a struggle over an atmospheric space that imperialist countries have virtually colonized in its entirety. One particularly neglected approach to the climate crisis that aligns strongly with Marxist politics is a focus on the need for international solidarity. Likewise, global climate change creates a need for a kind of global solidarity. Indeed, such a coalitional politics is already present, including 2 in Global South governments like those in Bolivia and the Maldives. Apart from states, a vast network of indigenous peoples, peasant organizations, and mainstream environmental groups have organized to demand action on climate change. The role of what we might still call the working class in this global struggle is unclear at best, and counterproductive at worst. Clearly, in contexts like the USA, trade unions have actively organized against action on climate that might lead to fewer jobs in coal mines or constructing pipelines. However, Hampton shows trade unions in the wind sector can combine working class concerns for security with a green energy transition. Whether or not a global solution on climate change is possible without the organized power of the working class behind it is an open question, but Marxists should be skeptical. A more important question might be, what would a class analysis of climate change look like? Class and the climate. When explaining the causes of climate change, radical approaches tend to focus on the system of capitalism. The critique largely focuses on capitalism as a system of accumulation or a system based on a constant drive for endless economic growth. More also situates capitalism as a way of organizing nature. The political critique is 720. Always focused on the system of capitalism and its inherent drive for environmental destruction. Yet in much of this radical literature the language slips into a fetishism of capitalism as a thing with its own agency. To be clear, a systemic critique of capitalism is necessary to avoid individual moralistic or voluntarist understandings of politics. However, the relentless focus in radical climate politics on a thing as system called capitalism, its most iconic slogan is "System change, not climate change," presents some political difficulties. It is not entirely clear who the struggle is against. A Marxist framework of radical climate politics must not only be against capitalism, it must be based in an antagonistic conception of struggle between classes. As Foster et al. Point out, but scarcely examine in detail, the incessant drive for growth under capitalism is not general or abstract, it is not growth for society as a whole, it is growth based on class-based profits and accumulation. Accumulation is the private appropriation of wealth and profits for the capitalist class. Thus, we must not only focus our critiques on capitalism but also on the capitalist class. What would an antagonistic climate politics focused on class struggle look like? In Capital Volume I, Marx faces the problem of explaining where the extra value comes from in the formula for capital, MCM. After exploring a variety of possibilities in the realm of market exchange, Marx concludes that the equivalence assumed by exchange bars an adequate explanation of surplus value. For the secret to where this extra value comes from, Marx instructs, let us leave this noisy sphere, where everything takes place on the surface and in full view of everyone, and follow them into the hidden abode of production. From this point forward, Marx analyzes the mechanisms of surplus value extraction in production. The exploitation of labor becomes the key to Marx's theory of capital as self-expanding value. In the 21st century, various kinds of hydrocarbons are exposed to oxygen and heat to create carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emissions. Similar to the classical political economists of Marx's day, most political attention to the problem of climate change focuses on the noisy sphere of market exchange. If we are emitting too much carbon, it is because there is no price for it. To lower emissions, we must focus on individual consumer choices. Yet, in order to understand the material basis of our carbon-based society, it is necessary to leave this noisy sphere of exchange and venture into the hidden abodes of production. It is not only that industrial production, from fossil fuel extraction to steel, chemicals, and cement, has the largest carbon footprint, it is also that we need a politics of climate change that focuses its struggles on who controls and profits from material production. Those concerned with climate change are rightly focused on those capitalists in control of energy extraction and profits, but it is necessary to extend our class critique to all those capitalists who control and profit from the means of production and their associated emissions. Climate Change 721. Of course, many consumers control their carbon footprints at the point of emissions, driving cars, heating homes. However, there is a critical class-based distinction between emissions for social reproduction and emissions linked to accumulation. From this perspective, the class politics are clear for even the wealthy SUV driver. They only consume gasoline for their own reproduction. Yet, it is capital that owns and controls the means of oil extraction, refining, pipelines, and distribution that enter the consumer's tank. Politically, we need to link emissions back to the guiding logics of capital, profit and accumulation. Rather than obsessing over consumption habits, it would be preferable to question what this wealthy consumer did in their workplace to become so wealthy. Climate politics could use a return to a somewhat orthodox Marxist conception of class to understand both the causes of and solutions to climate change. This approach would concentrate on who owns and controls the means of production, and would aim to reignite debates over class structure that were perhaps more prominent in the 1970s and 1980s. The core focus is capital, labor relations in the realm of production, but a full class perspective must also take into account other key classes. For example, Marx's theories of the landlord class are highly relevant to understanding property relations in the extractive sector, and in the case of fossil fuel reserves these are often landlord states. In another vein, the class at the ideological center of the climate movement is the professional, managerial class. 3. This class includes the scientists, academics, journalists, public sector, and other knowledge workers. This class lacks a materialist politics and mainly focuses on individual beliefs and actions concerning the scientific knowledge of climate change, market-based solutions, and a psychology of carbon guilt. Thus far, the professional class has rightly sought coalitions with those class formations seen as most marginalist from the global capitalist economy, and thus most likely to bear the brunt of the worst of climate change. This focus on marginalist populations includes what Ariel Sala calls the meta-industrial class, such as women, domestic workers, subsistence farmers, and indigenous peoples, are both inside and outside of the dominant hegemony. Yet, the problem with the professional class and these marginalist social formations is that they represent small proportions of the population in the most heavily industrialist emitting zones of the global capitalist economy. In a neoliberal era in which an estimated 2 billion people have been added to the global proletariat, how can climate politics reach the working class? Of course, the key questions are, who is the working class today? Can the working class still be seen as an agent or historical subject of revolution? Broadly, the working class could include everyone who relies on wages for survival. A more orthodox perspective might focus on only those 722 productive laborers, not in the normative sense, but in terms of the workers who directly produce surplus value for capital. Regardless, it is clear the vast majority of society lacks control over the means of production. In particular, the working class lacks basic control over the energy systems causing climate change. Even if we take the classes reviewed above, professionals or those in the informal economy, they share one basic objective requirement: they must work to survive. Many political projects today talk about energy democracy or community control over energy, but it is unclear what role workers themselves should have in shaping a green energy transition. It is clear that any attempt to forge a true energy democracy would have to take into account the needs of the vast majority of the population, the working class. Entrenched systems of power only bend under tremendous political pressure from below. One need not be teleological to assert that if there is going to be a democratic solution to climate change, it will need to incorporate vast swathes of the working class to succeed. To understand the working class role in climate politics, we should also revisit the maligned question of workers' objective interests. As Chibber and others argue, a return to class analysis will involve wrestling with this issue. Ironically, as mentioned earlier, it is the right that argues climate policies will go against the interests of poor and low-income people by raising energy costs and costing jobs. How can a working-class politics counter these narratives? Obviously, workers and all of humanity have an interest in a livable planet. Yet, understanding this interest is abstract and requires a working knowledge of complex biogeochemical cycles. There are of course many on the front lines of climate changes: indigenous peoples, peasants, and coastal communities, whose own direct material interests in survival are at stake. Yet, while the climate justice movement has consistently pointed this out, it's not clear these marginalist frontline communities form the kind of political base necessary to confront the fossil fuel industry. What about a broader working class interest in climate? I think workers' interests are more directly tied to the material capacities of renewable energy to provide free and inexhaustible energy. While most left thinking on climate change suggests a politics of less and degrowth, a working class interest in climate politics must emphasize the abundance and emancipatory potential of this energy transition. From a reformist perspective, left climate politics should fight for public ownership and investment in renewable energy systems to provide cheap or free energy to the masses. From a revolutionary perspective, renewable energy can provide the material basis for what Marx called the realm of freedom. Marx's vision was always based on workers seizing the means of automated production to allow society the time and energy for free creative and humanistic development. The 21st century reveals this vision is not compatible with fossil fuel-based machinery and abundance. Renewable energy is a more ecological form of automation. It not only requires climate change 723 very little labor, but also, as a flow resource, it provides energy without combustion, emissions, and the depletion of a stock. After all, it was Lenin who famously said, "Communism is Soviet power plus the electrification of the whole country." It is true that the revolution will be electrified, but unlike the Soviet Union, it must be electrified with renewables. This working class interest in energy and freedom can shape the struggle against those private forms of capital seeking to privatize and profit from renewable energy abundance. Almost all viable pathways to decarbonization involve an approach described by many as electrify everything: transport, industry, and residential/commercial heating. It is unfathomable that the scale of a transformation could happen without a mass movement against the private interests currently in control of the fossil fuel extraction industries as well as private for-profit electric utility industry. These private interests would need to be taken over by more socially oriented institutions. Some Marxists would hope the working class itself might expropriate private fossil capital themselves. Others might see a more viable path via a social democratic transfer of energy to the public sector, what Pollan, in a formula that has recently gained traction in the U.S. political mainstream, calls a Green New Deal. Neither scenario is conceivable without a well-organized majoritarian movement from below, that is a movement which at its core includes vast swathes of the working class. Conclusion: from capitalism to class. In this chapter, I've outlined a Marxist approach to climate change in 4 steps. First, we need a historical, materialist understanding of the development of relations between fossil fuels and capitalist social relations. Second, I argued for an approach that understands the historical specificity of neoliberal hegemony to understand climate policies like carbon taxes and cap and trade. Third, Marxists also require a global approach to state power and imperialism to understand the nature of international climate negotiations. Finally, and most importantly from a political perspective, a class approach to climate politics would lay out more clearly who is responsible for climate change, and the working class interests in a green energy transition. The climate movement is frankly stuck in a mire of ineffectiveness. It is wedded to an ideologically powerful, but small in number, and petty bourgeois professional class fixated on a politics of less consumption and growth. While radical climate activists are clear the problem is a system called capitalism, they are less clear on the class struggle required to create such a system change. A class struggle against the entrenched power of fossil and industrial capital can only succeed with the organized power and masses of the working class behind it. If climate politics is going to energize the masses, it must shift to a politics they can get 724 behind, a politics that promises direct material betterment through the solutions to climate change. A materialist view can see the seeds of that betterment directly in the very technologies of renewable energy itself. Private green or clean tech capital will not relinquish their control over these technologies without a fight. Part 6. Domains. 40. Anthropology. Erica Legalese. Marx relied on anthropology in his logical and historical exposition, and anthropology has long existed in dialectic with Marxism. To study anthropology with Marxist categories or subject Marxism to ethnographic scrutiny, it makes sense to proceed chronologically. The importance of history is something anthropologists and Marxists now often agree on. In the process, we consider how philosophical idealism continues to interfere in efforts to build grounded ethnographic theory, yet how ethnography remains a uniquely useful tool to unsettle idealist abstractions that limit Marxist debate itself. With attention to how ideas about ideology themselves exist in relation to particular material and historical circumstances, I begin by discussing Marx's treatment of anthropology in his project to historicize capitalism, then how Marxist theory influenced anthropology. By the middle of the 20th century, the anthropological notion of society was no longer the integrated whole imagined within functionalism, but rather a field characterized by conflict and struggle. Following experiments in material and ecological determinisms, it was feminist and post-colonial revisionings of the class consciousness concept that sparked an epistemological debate that informs the politics of ethnography to the present day. Insights of the post-structuralist turn may transcend those of Marx, but they also contain them. The same feminist and post-colonial interventions also influenced broader social science debates around intersectionality, and ultimately the everyday attributions of good politics among the anarchist activists who were the focus of 730. My own ethnographic research. I present this research to suggest the utility of anthropology to resolve certain impasses in Marxist theory and practice. In my study of the ethnographic category good politics, it becomes clear that people concerned about oppressed identities are not necessarily looking for recognition as some have claimed, yet insofar as identities are mobilized as property, no amount of intersectionality talk makes things better for the working class. The same research also exemplifies how cross-cultural analysis may continue to be useful to historicize and denaturalize the logic of capitalism. My ethnographic inspiration to explore the semiotic and legal senses of property across culture helped elucidate how identity functions as property in the activities of anarchist activists, and among contemporary scholars. Transcendence is valued over immanence within the game of good politics, because successful identity appropriation follows from successful self-appropriation. The late 20th century deconstruction of truth, totality, and structuralism within the discipline of anthropology was partly in response to feminist and post-colonial critiques, Yet this very deconstruction has often been recuperated to interfere in feminist and post-colonial projects. My exposition may help us understand why. Beyond questions of history or justice, ones of property and propriety also lead anthropologists to ignore class in preference for race. Now, insofar as disciplinary priorities involve putting aside discourse to consider ontology once more, the intellectual tools of Marxism may help explain why anthropologists tend to avoid citing the material at the same time. Insofar as this chapter is staged as an intervention, it is to remind 21st-century anthropologists of the material importance of knowing their history, and to challenge the Marxist who still considers identity politics a conundrum to consider applying the materialist method of ethnography. Sciences of Social Change. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels sought to historicize the logic of private property. If capitalism is the product of particular historical circumstances, then it can be overturned. The study of pre-capitalist societies was therefore important. In the German Ideology and the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels' historical interest concerned feudalism, the period in European history immediately before capitalism. By 1858, however, they had begun discussing tribal society. In Marx's early drafts of Capital, material later published as the Grundrisse or in pre-capitalist economic formations, we see his first elaborations on tribal, classical, and Oriental societies, a discussion further developed after 1880 when Marx and Engels discovered the work of anthropologist Louis Henry Morgan. Anthropology 731. Anthropology developed largely as an evolutionary science of human society, directly inspired by Darwin's work on biological evolution. Henry Morgan's work Ancient Society also proposed an evolutionary scheme, yet Morgan's work differed from that of his contemporaries in that he demonstrated more sympathy for primitives than his peers, and beyond defining stages of social evolution, he concerned himself with why one stage should change to another. He proposed that a society passes from one stage to another when various subsystems stop working in complement and therefore come into conflict. Morgan's model of history, wherein evolution leads to the destruction of its own stages, resonates with the Hegelian one that Marx inherited and was working to reinvent. The Hegelian dialectic is characterized by theses and antitheses that invite syntheses. While figures such as Herbert Spencer presumed the same laws apply to biological evolution and human societies, Marx and Morgan did not consider human historical processes the same as those of natural selection, and worked to figure them out. Morgan's work informs Engels' approach in The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, which proposes that matrilineality is overthrown because a developing system of animal domestication becomes incompatible with the existing system of inheritance. It was no coincidence that Marx and Engels followed Morgan here and generally concentrated their attentions on the family. Following Hegel, however willingly or unwittingly, the society without private property was to be antithetical to their own and therefore without exploitation. Marx arranged kinship relations and relations in the labor market as semantic opposites. Kinship relations are egalitarian and do not involve one group living off the other. For Marx, the gender division of labor is based on a purely physiological foundation and or capitalism levels the difference. Marx and Engels therefore reproduce categories of bourgeois ideology as well as Hegelian ones. The concept of a political public sphere, characterized by conflict and unnatural power, versus a domestic private sphere, characterized by non-exploitative and natural cooperation, is enshrined in The Origin, the first Marxist book written with significant anthropological ambition, to then be carried forward in Marxist debate. 1. A matter of perspective. By positing primitive societies as classless, Engels denied subsequent Marxists the use of certain sociological tools developed within Marx's work. Debates that disputed the revolutionary role of peasants vis-a-vis the proletariat during the Russian Revolution, for example, did not accord with the nuances of Marx's theory of ideology, wherein it is understood that either class consciousness or false consciousness will prevail among a subjugated group. 732. Contingent on diverse questions of history, the ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas, Yet also the bourgeoisie produces its own gravediggers. In a society characterized by power, one's own ideas are influenced by the interests of dominant groups, yet insofar as primitives were idealized as classless, their ideas could be held to reflect reality. Figures such as Paul Lafargue, Karl Koski and Georgy Plekhanov thus proceeded to treat pre-capitalist human history as an extension of biology, wherein society is a function of technological adaptation, even though Marx had rejected utilitarian explanations that directly adapted Darwin. During this same period, Marx's notion of the material and the ideal being indissoluble also becomes simplified into a two-stage model in which there is first material social life and then consciousness and its products, a mechanical materialist reversal of idealist dualism. It is in this context that Gramsci's later qualification that cultural elements that have no necessary class belonging, necessitating a war of position, becomes relevant. Yet other problems followed. The fact that class consciousness erupts unevenly was addressed by the French structural school, following Althusser, by debating the relative autonomy of superstructures, whereas the British historical school, following Thompson, resolved the problem of determinism with the mitigating category of experience. These mid-century debates about conflict and perspective did not occur within the field of anthropology at the time. Georgy Plekhanov and Franz Boas, widely referred to as the father of American anthropology, had shared mentors, and Boas' own rejection of culture as adaptation was key within the development of anthropological cultural relativism. Yet during this period there remained strong parallels between the romanticized primitives of early 20th century anthropology and contemporary Marxism. Whether we speak of Boas students in the USA, such as Ruth Benedict or Margaret Mead who developed the Culture and Personality School, or Alfred Kroeber who is now associated with symbolic anthropology, or the functionalist or structural functionalist approaches in British anthropology that followed A.R. Radcliffe Brown and Bronislaw Malinowski, anthropologists tended to view society as a cohesive system in equilibrium. Cultural institutions exist because they meet the physical and psychological needs of a given people. The Manchester School integrated a Marxist lens for conflict, yet much mid-century anthropology also carried forward the fancies of culture's adaptation. In the work of Leslie White and Julian Stewart, structural Marxism constitutes a form of ecological determinism. The genealogy of anthropology and Marxism in French literature is largely bracketed. Anthropology 733. Here, yet we may note that the structuralism of Claude Lévi-Strauss, for example, is also in dialogue with Marx. Outside the academy, meanwhile, debates within Marxism and social movements continued and began to affect the discipline of anthropology in a new way. Controversy about the imputed revolutionary consciousness of the peasantry gave way to feminist and post-colonial theorists' own interventions with respect to the categories of class struggle and class consciousness. Marxist theorists produce their own gravediggers as well. Feminist movements of the 1960s in Europe and North America likewise worked to challenge male domination by debating its historicity. Just as private property needs not be an eternal truth, neither does the patriarchy. The feminist concern with historicity was partly in parallel with the Marxist method, and partly a result of adopting a then established Marxist analytical framework, albeit applied to a different sort of class. Feminist debates also entered and changed anthropology, given their interest in the diversity of human societies across time and space. In some feminist anthropology, patriarchy emerges with agriculture, or with Western colonization. For others, domestic vs. public spheres are posited as universal across cultures, yet patriarchy is nonetheless due for an overthrow. Either way, the social difference between men and women is not natural and is characterized by complex forms of ideology. As feminist anthropology circulated within social movements and other academic disciplines, renovated Marxist concepts such as social production and emotional labor provided new vocabularies to articulate gendered power. The implications of Marxist class consciousness pertaining to women as a category also facilitated the development of feminist standpoint theory, which adapts Marx's notion of partial perspective, specifically class consciousness as elaborated by Lukács, in relation to gender. The experiences arising from the activities assigned to women provide less distorted knowledge claims than do men's experiences. This notion is later mobilized and qualified in feminist theorizations of intersectionality, which highlight difference among women. Notably, in standpoint theory, the analytical emphasis is on the privileged perspective of the subjugated class. This is also the case in post-colonial theory developed during the same period, wherein contemporary anti-colonial and nationalist resistance movements inspired arguments about the revolutionary role of the peasantry once more. The subaltern studies school that focused on South Asian resistance, the literature on new social movements and decoloniality from Latin 734. America, and all those concerned with Orientalism suggested that racialized colonial subjects be granted specific epistemic privilege. Capitalism has regularly found its sternest negation from peoples organized according to a number of principles at once, including anti-racism. The game of good politics. Many celebrated the feminist and anti-colonial interventions in their regard to multiple forms of difference. Their moves worked to proliferate histories, cultures, and identities arrested by previous essentializations. In Chandra Mohanty's words, the particular standpoint of poor and indigenous third world/South women provides the most inclusive viewing of systemic power. If revolutionary class consciousness has not yet enthusiastically erupted on a global scale, it is partially because Marxist theories of class do not comprehend the multiplicity of structures of oppression that capitalism relies on and exacerbates, such as those of gender or race. These are now familiar critiques. Others have voiced concern that capitalism can easily manage multiple and competing claimants on the social surplus that it governs instead of equality in the dimension of economic goods. There is a danger in accepting all the fetishisms of locality, place, or social grouping while denying theory that can grasp the political economic processes that are becoming ever more universalizing in their depth, intensity, reach and power over daily life. These are now familiar responses. Trying my own hand in this long-standing controversy, I suggest the conceptual impasse is partially related to a tendency to begin with abstract categories instead of material social relations, a disciplinary mistake for Marxists and anthropologists both. While anti-racist and anti-sexist struggle are guided by the striving for the full recognition of the other, the class struggle aims at overcoming and subduing, annihilating even, the other. Even if not a direct physical annihilation, it aims at wiping out the other's socio-political role and function. In other words, while it is logical to say that anti-racism wants all races to be allowed to freely assert and deploy their cultural, political, and economic strivings, it is obviously meaningless to say that the aim of the proletarian class struggle is to allow the bourgeoisie to fully assert its identity and goals. In Zizek's formulation, for example, the subject of action is anti-racism. Anti-racism wants. Yet words are not subjects of action. Anti-racism does not want anything. Sometimes the person who talks about anti-racism is seeking more evenly distributed recognition within the system, but sometimes they are organized in combative autonomous Zapatista or Black Power movements that are not about rights or recognition at all. This being said, Anthropology 735. Zizek's confusion is perhaps understandable, as the word identity is currently used to connote tacit affinities, explicit affiliations, processes of differentiation, self-identification, and identification by others. The Marxist distinction between class in itself and class for itself is neglected. By starting with ethnographic research as opposed to the abstracted category, however, we may avoid this confusion by apprehending how it happens. My own research of collaborating anarchist activists throughout Mexico, the USA, and Canada, which attended to the friction of their encounter, highlighted both a transnational anarchist culture and the place-based cultures that also inevitably inform local anarchist praxis. In the process, the particular idiosyncrasies of the English-speaking North American left are thrown into relief, including their specific maneuvers of self. These plays of self became clear as I studied intersecting structures of power inflecting anarchist movements, such as those of race, class, gender, before studying North American English-speaking anarchists' own particular operationalizations of intersectionality, a concept they themselves mobilize to address marginalization in social movement spaces and the broader society. The ways in which activists cite intersectionality in meeting protocols, everyday life, and formal trainings such as anti-oppression workshops, all invite certain relationships to, and representations of, oneself and those of others. Part of the reason the ethnographic method is productive to parse the class vs. identity debate is precisely because it requires approaching class and identity as emic categories. How are class and identity cited in everyday life by activists themselves? Further research questions are then to follow from answers to the first: why are persons understood as working class cited as oppressive more often than others? Why are the activists who are university students the ones talking about their identities? Activists want to learn about classism so they can respect working class identity but cannot find working class facilitators to teach them the etiquette they desire. What is going on? I studied the body language in activist organizing meetings, analyzed the games that quantify participants' pain in anti-oppression workshops, took note of which self-identities were successfully cited to silence others, counted how many people left the assembly, wrote down who felt unsafe, and wondered how they felt safe enough to say so. I explore the story of Damien, for example, an activist from Mexico living in Montreal who is a person of color as well as a refugee, yet was not, as a consequence, able to valorize himself as epistemologically privileged within his collective. Carlo, on the other hand, another Mexican refugee more acculturated within the Montreal anarchist scene, was able to mobilize both identity and the value of self-containment against Damien in one and the same gesture. That's why I was so mad about Carlo complaining about me yelling in that meeting. When you know the game and have the tools, you can work it as a way to get power. I likewise present the experience of some Balkan anarchists in Toronto who attended 736, a dance party fundraiser organized by no one is illegal activists. When the DJ played Balkan music they started bouncing around, at which point they were interrupted by some women who asked if they were cops. They weren't dancing the way everyone else was. The men explained that this is how Balkan people dance to Balkan music, but the activists were not impressed. The men's dancing was aggressive and making queer women at the party feel unsafe in the space. They had to leave. I also invite readers to consider scenarios such as the following: an Egyptian refugee, 2 Canadian anarchists of color and 1 queer white Canadian anarchist are chatting in the hallway of a community organization. The Egyptian says that Native Americans were primitives when they were colonized, whereas Egypt was a highly advanced civilization. The Canadian people of color laugh, exchange glances. The queer white person maintains a neutral expression until the 2 people of color smile at her as well, then smiles back. The game of good politics gradually begins to develop contours. We realize that the person with good politics embodies restraint and deliberation, suppressing emotional and physical display, thus performing an overt display of objectivity and reflexivity. The person with good politics sees the self as something to be constructed, stylized, and performed, and is a serious, self-contained, self-conscious person, one who represents the self in a choiceful manner. Successful seekers of good politics cannot allow conditions for someone to call them oppressive, which means keeping in mind who might draw on an oppressed identity to authorize themselves or others, and maintaining a careful, tentative stance, phrasing one's speech in such a way as to be able to reverse course if necessary depending on subtle cues. All of the bourgeois cultural traits of careful self-presentation and effective restraint characterize and are further encouraged by those seeking good politics. Meanwhile, it also becomes ethnographically evident that identity as working class cannot be mobilized to valorize the self of good politics the way other politicized identities can. Why should all of this be? Analytical attention to activists' good manners and their logic of self-identity suggested their connection via the logic of property. The proximity of the words propriety and property was also a clue, yet it was attention to activists' everyday practice and to the body, as well as their self-reported abstract categories, that invited perception of a common morphology among activists' tendency to privilege words over action, their subcultural sanction against emotional expression and their abstraction of experience into fixed and bounded identity categories, the form of one's utterance being valued over its. Anthropology 737. Content, and the abstraction of material oppression itself to neatly visible signifiers of the same, is homologous. In each instance, performance of transcendence is valued over a necessarily imperfect dialogic orientation, as is the abstract self over the relational body, which itself must be bounded and self-contained as much as possible. The reasons why Damien did not have the self-orientation to propertize himself with pain whereas Carlo did, the reasons why the violence suffered by the white Balkan refugees could not be registered, and the reasons why middle-class women were able to successfully mobilize both legible identity and the virtues of bodily containment to forbid their exuberance, are one and the same. As my attention was gradually brought to consider the relevance of property in activist dynamics around identity, I proceeded to explore the cross-cultural relation between semiotic and legal property. I reproduce this discussion in part as well, as the material may suggest how cross-cultural analysis, however fraught, remains relevant to Marxist thought. Property in perspective. Across diverse cultures, words referencing property often bundle three meanings. Property can mean something that one controls and/or legally represents, but not necessarily exclusively, such as slaves or women whose activity may fall under the power of one or more people. Property can also connote exclusion, i.e. the exclusion of others from the property or the exclusion of oneself from it. Excluding others from one's property is familiar, intrinsic to Western private property rights where something is held against all the world. Excluding oneself may not be as intuitive for us but is clarified by considering property in the semiotic mode, which makes something what it is, i.e. heat is the property of fire. It is an extension of this usage when we refer to my boss who I do not own in the way I do my car. This third meaning is likewise in operation when aristocratic clans on the Lau Islands of Fiji are said to own the species of animals, fish, and trees that are associated with them, and which they do not control. Exclusion of oneself here interplays with property in the semiotic mode insofar as these species are taboo, the clan is forbidden to touch the things they are said to own. Here I follow Greber, who suggests these logics of property inhere within all social hierarchy insofar as the greater the purview of representatives, the more they themselves are set apart, considered a more exclusive sort of person, and are spoken of in a way that makes them more abstract. They are not called by their individual name but rather by a kin term or title of the group they are seen to represent. This is true in Fiji as well as regarding the transcendental property of being the Queen of England. The lack of respect involved by calling the Queen by her first name, touching her, or making reference to bodily functions in her presence are all connected insofar as a relation 738. Of avoidance and her constitution as property, in the dual sense of abstract and enclosed, are one and the same. Whether we speak of lineages, clans, and tribes, or mayors, governors and presidents, in each case representatives are seen fit to engage in dialogue with others who share the same property as them, whereas those who they represent or include, those who constitute their property, must stand in a relation of avoidance. Greber highlights how the sanction against initiating physical contact with my boss lines up with the logic of avoidance as found in the anthropological literature on joking vs. avoidance relations, as well as Bakhtin's discussion of the carnivalesque. Bakhtin's classical body suggests hierarchy and avoidance insofar as the superior party is constructed as self-contained, discrete, and shut off rather than continuous with the material world around them. Greber emphasizes these connections to suggest that social hierarchy necessarily involves constructing superiors as abstract properties versus the relative materiality of others. Whether or not this phenomenon is entirely universal, Greber's classical comparative method suggests that social hierarchy generally involves a combination of linear and taxonomic hierarchy, which is what Levi-Strauss referred to as universalization and particularization, and what Dumont elaborated as higher categorical ranks encompassing those beneath 3. Graeber's qualification is that hierarchies always involve exclusion as well as inclusion, wherein the higher rank is set apart from a residual category composed of all the others at the same time as it includes them. If the modern West is not to be positioned outside of human history, contra Dumont, then is it possible, I wondered, that Macpherson's possessive individualism references the dynamic of exclusion and encompassment within liberal democracy? After all, modern subjective rights are modeled on property rights. Whereas rights had been reciprocal, with the rise of modern liberalism rights were reconceived as something identified with, and owned by, the person, a property of the person in both the semiotic and legal sense. Macpherson traces this possessive individual of modern rights to the capitalist reorganization of social life in 17th-century Britain. The relation of ownership, having increasingly become the critically important relation determining one's freedom of activity, was read back onto the individual, who was considered to be free insofar as they were proprietor of their own person and capacities. Women, slaves, servants, and workers were thus denied legal personhood on the conceptual basis of being dependent on the wills of others, that is, unable to transcend their material entanglements to make rational decisions. Stolley-Brass and White study the same time period that concerns Macpherson to find that the bourgeois subject defines itself through the Anthropology 739. Exclusion of the low, wherein the low is the racialized other, the female, and the dirty masses all at once. These are constructed as polluted by mutual association and by the metonymic association of each with filth, the lower stratum of the body and materialities. Simply put, the bourgeois deny their carnality by projecting their immanence onto the hedonistic masses. Stolley-Brass and White's historical particularist and psychoanalytical method is in certain tension with Graeber's comparative one, yet their studies dovetail insofar as a logic of encompassment/exclusion may be observed at work in the attribution of immanence to the women, slaves, servants, and workers who cannot be property holders on account of their materially entangled nature. That the patriarchs of the proletariat managed to distinguish themselves as individuals first is no coincidence. Their elevation was one and the same with owning and representing their women and servants or slaves if they had any. And, to the extent that women did propertize themselves, it was at the expense of servant, slave, and proletariat women who were made to do the dirtiest work. When the white underclass propertized itself in turn, it was in contradistinction to racialized others, hence whiteness as property. This material is now fairly familiar, yet what has not been sufficiently contemplated is how identity-based rights involve the same combination of encompassment and exclusion as the original franchise. Property, identity, class. Beverly Skeggs also asks, how does propriety become property? And discovers by another method, a study of contemporary class in Britain, that claiming selfhood not only brings into effect entitlements denied to others, it is reliant on others being made available both as a resource and constitutive limit. In so doing, she intervenes in Bourdieu's theorization of class distinction, attending to the co-constitution of race, class, and gender throughout her work. She points to the advent of liberal multiculturalism as a particular historical moment when new forms of property were created, yet only for those with prior forms of entitlement who could mobilize the culture as a resource in self-formation. At this moment, historical exclusion from property becomes rights-bearing property in itself, yet a residual underclass is nonetheless created, a constitutive limit being nonetheless required. The anarchists in my own research are against the state and its politics of representation, yet the logic and subjectivity of legal rights have become culturally mobile in activists' concern about diverse persons being excluded versus represented in social movement spaces. Skeggs' insights are also relevant in this milieu. The degree to which a person enjoys material wealth and power, is master of their own 740 activities, and may relate to the self as does the possessive individual, determines the extent to which a person may access forums to speak their pain in search of compensation, be recognized as worthy of having that pain, or be willing and able to identify with pain in the first place. Beyond the question of material resources necessary to mobilize identity in one's favor, people who do not experience suffering as exceptional do not have the subjectivity necessary to propertize themselves via experience of pain. As a consequence, identity claimants who enjoy substantial material resources, and thus successfully activate identity-related rights, effectively encompass and exclude materially disadvantaged would-be claimants from identity-related rights in the process. Here, the double movement of exclusion and encompassment is generally obfuscated by a slip of statistics and reality invited by state governance, compounded by the presumption that one's subjective identification as oppressed will correspond in a linear fashion with one's objective circumstances. For example, both the fact that women experience psychological and physical violence that is specific to women and also on average earn less money than men are mobilized to claim specific rights for women. Since wealthy women who experience relatively less material violence inevitably benefit more from these rights than less well-off ones, because they enjoy the institutional resources and subjectivity required to activate such rights, they thus appropriate the suffering, pain, and exclusion of women on average when garnering compensation for it, at the expense of working-class women. The same thing happens when racism comes to stand in not only for violence that is ontologically racial, like being murdered by police on the specific basis of being black, but also for the experience of poverty that is experienced by people of color on average. Thinkers such as Wendy Brown and Lauren Leave have already explored how the mutual constitution of identities is often imagined away as a relationship between an individual and their history and pain, just as material property is a social relation confused with the relationship between an owner and an object. My qualification is that not only is identity as property a social relationship vis-a-vis all the world excluded from that identity yet confused with a relationship to one's individual history, it is also a social relationship with all those encompassed by the identity, which is confused with a relationship to a collective history that is constructed as shared via compounded confusions of reality and statistics for in the process, materially impoverished subjects who do not identify with pain themselves, yet who arguably experience relatively greater quantities of pain and material suffering, are effectively encompassed to constitute the semiotic and legal property of identity claimants. It is here we come to the long controversial proposition of the particularity of class. Leveling race, class, and gender as of the same order is not a problem because class struggle is objective, whereas Anthropology 741. Identity formation is subjective, but rather because most other politicized oppression categories besides class are semantically organized around a body feature or practice that is not inherently painful, yet which translates into painful experience and treatment by others in the current social order. Class oppression, on the other hand, does not refer to an immutable property, but simply refers to material exploitation, lack, and pain. Races will not actually survive the demise of racism, yet people's bodies will still include different color skin and diverse genitals, facial hair, and other previously charged markers after the fall of white supremacy and patriarchy. Feminists and anti-racists do not want these attributes to cease to exist, but simply for them to stop organizing the way others treat them, i.e., they want them to be meaningless, or to take on new positive meanings. The question may be of marked practices instead of marked body parts, yet the logic still holds: queer and trans people do not want their marked practices to stop happening either. When it comes to class, the equivalent is not true. People do not want to continue working long hours for low pay yet have this take on a positive or neutral connotation. The notion of classism, an imagined equivalent to racism or sexism, involves the notion that the working class should be able to fully assert its identity and goals in a way parallel to how women or people of color can or should, even though if they did, they wouldn't be working class anymore. If class is particular, it is not because the working class uniquely seeks to annihilate its other, but rather that it alone seeks to annihilate itself, and this, we might note, is not particularly conducive to the performances of self-valorization and containment that good politics requires. There do remain features, marked practices, of working classness that working class people value, and imagine taking with them when building a post-capitalist society, such as sincerity, solidarity, and sharing. Crucially, these are collective value practices rather than values that can be imagined as embodied by one individual. Also crucially, these use values, which have no exchange value in the bourgeois arena, may also be found within indigenous, black, or other racialized groups, or within networks of reciprocity among neighborhood women. As collective value practices within these groups, they cannot cross the threshold into exchange value in the bourgeois sphere either. The fact that the immutable properties that come to stand in for woman or person of color can, however, mean that within relevant fields of exchange, these properties can be recuperated to stand in for the practices themselves in order to valorize the self. The practice of sincerity cannot have exchange value, but a symbol for it can, which is what we see happening in the game of good politics, wherein woman comes to stand in for superior communication style, or indigenous comes to stand in for superior relationship to the land. To use the activist lingo, oppressed groups may indeed be characterized by cultures of resistance, yet the potentially subversive content 742 of these cultures is necessarily liquidated at one and the same time as group members adopt sharing or sincerity as a property of their individual persons. This is especially true if they then proceed to valorize themselves vis-a-vis one another by similarly refeeing as many other use values as possible, which is what the epistemological regime cum logic of exchange in their anti-oppression workshops encourages them to do. Anthropology and property. By now, valuable aspects of historical materialist analysis have been integrated within the discipline of anthropology to the extent that these are taken for granted. Anthropologists refer only to trimmings of the beard if identifying as post-Marxist, as many do. It is therefore important to understand slips of semiotic and legal property for more reasons than one. Beyond ordering the activities of anarchist militants, the dynamics of identity as property arguably influence the activities of anthropologists. This will be my final provocation. As feminist and post-colonial revisionings of class consciousness politicized the positionality of the ethnographer, those engaged in the debate around writing culture suggested we now learn by shifting back and forth between different lenses provided by differently positioned researchers and theoretical analyses, in lieu of seeking a singular method for uncovering a static and accessible objective truth. My own method in this piece is partially inspired by this directive. Grappling with this new epistemology, new challenges presented themselves. Both anthropologists and the indigenous activists they sought to support cited identity as both end and means, wherein other anthropologists such as Lieb began calling on disciplinary peers to question their involvement in a neoliberal identity machine. Many anthropologists continue to feel a strong responsibility to respect the self-identity of research participants and researchers both, however. Others construct an epistemological space where plural ontologies serve to resolve the problem of truth and perspective. Still others mobilize affect as a category to reintroduce the material, yet the new materialism struggles to avoid the word. In other words, most anthropologists now rightly reject deterministic forms of Marxism, yet at the same time may entertain some of Marxism's most vulgar formulations insofar as they advance the notion that the only valid representation is the self-representation of insiders, an especially pernicious notion in an economy where possessive individual selves have privileged access to identity as property. Marx's strong theory of ideology, wherein ideas exist in complex relation to the competing interests of power blocks, is thus foregone for the simplicity of utilitarian explanations previously reserved for primitives, wherein one's Anthropology 743. Ideas are imagined to directly reflect reality. Indeed, the very fact that Marx's concept of revolutionary class consciousness versus false consciousness is carried forward to pertain to oppressed identities should be the subject of further study, and I suggest this study be ethnographic. Ethnography was my process, but it is not the only road to Rome. Jackie Alexander's argument that the will to divide and separate resides in the archaeologiosis of dominance resonates with my own, as does Holloway in his critique of Marx's own fetish. We overflow the bounds of any concept. Even Foucault, known for a different sensibility, suggests that the challenge today is not to discover what we are, but to refuse what we are. Much of what I point to is not new, yet broad interdisciplinary oversight with respect to the important role of property in the interdisciplinary class vs. identity debate is arguably due to the failure of diverse theoreticians to enter into conversation with one another and recognize where they connect, another threatening dialogical engagement. Perhaps it is only by sacrificing the property that is mobilized by each theorist to speak for and above the others according to the logic of academic knowledge production that may we hope to move through the class versus identity impasse. Whether or not anthropologists participate in the identity machine, valorizing themselves and others with identity as property much like the activists involved in my study, they are nonetheless caught up with their own exclusive disciplinary property. The holistic and dynamic rendering of class within anthropology continues to function as an important corrective to other, more reductive approaches, yet it is possible that anthropologists also have other, less noble reasons to deprioritize class as an analytical category. After all, anthropology's own double movement of exclusion and encompassment, its pretensions to transcend all other disciplines and subsume them as lesser beings at once, encourages us to look down on class. Culture is higher up the taxonomic hierarchy than class. We anthropologists have a more transcendent view and are interested in more overarching questions. Culture, now often euphemized as subjectivity, is our property, in all three senses of the word. Culture is what makes us what we are, what authorizes us to speak and represent truth just as it subsumes other categories, and our trading in these representations is what makes us a living. Culture is also arguably a thinly veiled reiteration of race, which became ethnicity, which became identity, a performance of class all the way down. Touching this is, of course, taboo. Dedication. In memory of David Graeber. This one is for you, David, may we argue for years to come. 744. There has recently been a noticeable revival of interest in the field of art for left-wing politics and expanded versions of Marxism. This is in stark contrast to the anti-Marxist wilderness that characterized the decades at the end of the 20th century, which accompanied the collapse of the Spirit of '68, the repression of emancipatory and labor movements, the end of the cycle of anti-colonial struggles, and the rapid consolidation of the neoliberal project following the 1973 oil crisis. With the new millennium, exhibitions have included artworks offering illustrations for capital, reinscribing Marx's words, or involving capital reading groups. The centerpiece of the Venice Biennale in 2015 was a program of public readings by actors, alternating English and Italian, working word by word through all three volumes of Marx's major opus. This new structure of feeling, to use Raymond Williams' term, became increasingly evident from the mid-1990s. The shift indexes the rise of anti-capitalist and anti-neoliberal sentiments, as well as the return of a broadly materialist and system-critical approach to issues of equity in race, gender, sexuality, or coloniality that were formerly couched in terms of discursive identity. Similar concerns have erupted in art writing. The changes have been summarized by Angela Dimitrikaki and Kirsten Lloyd as a prioritization of materiality over textuality, action over discourse, relationships over fragmentation, observed reality over appropriation, biopolitics over micropolitics. These same developments in art have also been widely criticized from broadly left and liberal perspectives. They have been seen as shallow gestures, as 41. Art. Gail Day, Steve Edwards and Marina Vishmit 748. Decorative art washing of corporate sponsorship by oil, arms, and finance, or as neoliberal soft power. Critical gestures in art have been viewed as instrumentally feeding governmental agendas for increasing public participation in art, for proving art's social impacts, or, as was the case with the Istanbul Biennial before the crisis, for securing access to international trade blocs by presenting the prevailing order with a more liberal face. These criticisms point forcefully to the complexity and ambiguity of art's various institutional lives. However, politico-philosophical assessments of the art itself can be harder to call. Paradoxically, art's leftward drift could be understood, as some have argued, as indicative not of the left's revival, but of its very opposite, its marginalization from social and political influence. Alternatively, and following observations made both by Williams and Lucien Goldman on the interrelation of artistic and social transformations, the mood in art might be a barometer of as yet to fully emerge social currents. Art has itself undergone fundamental transformations in practice and theory in the period since the 1950s. As Theodor Adorno said in opening his aesthetic theory, it is self-evident that nothing concerning art is self-evident anymore. In the West and beyond, art practice was fundamentally transformed, no longer limited to the craft traditions of painting and sculpture, while the optical bias of visual experience was qualified. More recently, there has been growing interest in the archive and documentary, in lens and time-based art, in performative, participatory, and relational practices, in collectivist and activist approaches. Art can now be post-object, post-medium, post-studio, post-digital, post-conceptual, post-human and post-relational. Today, the high modernist formalism of the 1960s appears very much of the past, and the questions posed by aesthetic theory require answers rooted in quite altered terms of the relation between autonomy and heteronomy for art. Overlooked radical practices have also been recovered. Some current approaches seek to reinvent earlier moments of revolutionary or proto-revolutionary art, such as those which sought to question the separation of art from life or to pursue the Brechtian or Boolean impetus to overcome the distance between performer and audience. The increased presence of photographic practices in the field of art has fortified the re-emergence of forms of realism. While some thinkers still closely identify realism with naturalism, others understand it as a critical, relational or epistemological project, and refuse to see it in terms of a standoff with modernist techniques. Nevertheless, despite all this, art and art writing have generally remained somewhat aslant from, or in parallax with, Marxism per se. There remains Art 749. Something of an absent object for Marxism and art, or, if not exactly absent, then certainly elusive and contested. This is because we are confronted with problems that are political and methodological at once. To what extent is an entry on art to be a discussion of art as a practice, art history, art theory, or aesthetics? While they overlap, each field pulls in different directions, and each constitutes its objects and concerns distinctly one. It used to be said that the problem of the conjunctions art and society or art and history was in the end. The problem Marxism and art not only embraces these conjunctions, but the heuristic focus also becomes entwined with charged historical judgments and with practical political problems. The waters are further muddied because communist and socialist activists have sometimes treated art as irrelevant to the cause of social transformation, and the pursuit of aesthetic questions by Marxist intellectuals has been diagnosed as compensatory activity for political disillusionment. Does a Marxist approach mean identifying Marxist artists? And, how far can Marxism be stretched before it ceases to be Marxist? Do artists who are Marxists make Marxist art? Clearly, things can't be reduced to such crass identifications. Indeed, Marx and Engels suggested that there could be a disjunction between an artist's ostensible politics and that artist's ability to generate important insights into the social relations of capital. But, equally, it would be absurd to treat their observation as itself an unchangeable recipe, thereby dismissing the insightful work of politically thoughtful artists simply because they are committed to social transformation. The collapse of rigid orthodoxies and productivist male-centric perspectives, which took root during the Second and Third Internationals, has brought many advantages, but it has always been difficult to determine where the lines are marked between fossilizing, losing, continuing, and reviving Marxist thought. Fragments of a history. Writing an entry on art is an impossible task, because as we have indicated it is difficult to know where to draw the boundaries. From William Morris through the historic avant-garde, minimalists, conceptual artists, and many contemporary artists, the ideas of Marx and Marxism have played a crucial role in modern art practice. As Perry Anderson argued, the tradition of Western Marxism has been partly shaped by an engagement with art and aesthetics with philosophers such as Lukács and the Frankfurt School thinkers, Della Volpe, Sartre, and Althusser, all making important contributions. In this entry we focus on art theory, rather than art practice, which would require its own review. We survey a broad field, before focusing on just three issues prominent in current debate: economic subjects and labor, commodity and value, and social reproduction. 750. Artists and writers on art, from historians and critics to publicists and propagandists, can be found participating in almost every organizational form and internal split of the international workers' movements. Famously, Marx himself wrote little on art, although he intended to do so, and the Grundrisse contains his famous comments on ancient Greek art. More generally, his work is replete with artistic allusions and plays with aesthetic modes, evident in Margaret A. Rose's attempt to reconstruct Marx's approach to art in her famous study. Pierre Macquarrie noted that Marx and Engels showed a constant interest in the subject, without ever dealing with it in its own terms, by which he meant that they did not deal with art systematically and methodologically. In contrast, O.K. Werkmeister argued for a consistent account of the relation between art and ideology in the work of Marx. In the period of the Second International, Georgy Plekhanov and William Morris wrote on art, also shaped debates, and painters and sculptors across Europe responded to the condition of labor. Art was significant for this generation of revolutionaries, exemplified by Rosa Luxemburg's polymathic interests, while Trotsky made time, during war communism and the new economic plan, to intervene in art debates, and Gramsci attended to futurism. Lenin himself reputedly remarked what a fascinating subject art history is and how much there is in it for a Marxist, while for George Lukács, the art historians Alois Riegel and Max Dvorak counted as the greatest historians of the 19th century. Dadaists, constructivists, surrealists, Mexican mural painters and assorted members of the neo-avant-garde all proclaimed allegiance to Marxism. But little of this alters Macquarie's central observation. Dedicated Marxist studies of art took off in the 1930s, an inauspicious moment given the formalization of the doctrine of socialist realism at the Soviet Writers' Congress in 1934. Figures such as Max Raphael, Friedrich Antal, Arnold Hauser, Francis Klingender, and Millicent Rose wrote detailed studies on the relation of art to society, employing a base superstructure model. Some communist historians reconstructed a history of art based on the National Popular, focusing on what they saw as proto-realist artists, such as popular printmakers, Goya, Hogarth, and Courbet. Hauser's The Social History of Art countered the formalist presumptions of the discipline, pointing to an opposing realist dynamic running through art's history. From the late 1930s and 1940s, Trotskyist-influenced writing by critics and historians also emerged. These writers, including Clement Greenberg, Meyer Shapiro, and Harold Rosenberg in the USA, and Mario Pedrosa in Brazil, became among the very first Marxists seriously to address modern art and the art of their own time. The Manifesto, Towards a Free Revolutionary Art that Trotsky authored with Art 751. André Breton and Diego Rivera, and a letter he published in Partisan Review the same year, were key, but it was Trotsky's sustained internationalism that particularly attracted these thinkers. Too released from the constraints of socialist realism, for them modern art was valued as internationalist, and for its non-instrumentality, its freedom from both propagandistic and market-driven ends. The approach that had emerged within the official communist parties might roughly be characterized as a humanism committed to recovering the progressive aspects of bourgeois art. The horizon of socialism, it was believed, would overcome alienation and liberate human creativity. In the post-war period, many core assumptions of communist humanism were challenged. Critiques focused immediately on the then prominent existential variants, and were often conducted alongside challenges to the liberal humanist values championed by the USA during the Cold War. John Berger might be seen as something of a transitional figure, between the earlier humanist approach and the reanimation of Marxist art theory during the 1970s. In 1973, Nikos Hadjinikolaou remarked, "Today art history is one of the last outposts of reactionary thought," pointing to the connoisseurial antiquarianism and formalism that still dominated the discipline. Its founding concepts, history of style, artistic biography, and the tradition of imagery, typically treated art as independent from society and history as mere garnish. Marxism turned out to be centrally important in reshaping the situation, particularly in Germany, France, and the Anglophone world. It intersected with the resurgence of liberation politics, decolonization and anti-war movements, reverberated with debates in literature and film, with post-structuralism and psychoanalysis, and with history from below, and was fueled by the waves of cross-national translations and retranslations. A new social history of art recovered, reconstructed, and extended earlier Marxist studies. 3 Gramsci, the Frankfurt School, Benjamin, Volozhinov, as well as Althusser and other contemporary Marxist thinkers were important for this project. Feminist scholars made major interventions into these debates. Scholars rediscovered critical and revolutionary moments in art, but also considered the theoretical relation of art to history, ideology, and representation. As with all serious intellectual formations, there was a great deal of variation in approach. Some tended to practice a type of ideology critique that treated art as a specious variant of bourgeois beliefs or interests. Others tried to understand artworks as social condensers, which could provide access to historical values and which could cut against predominant ideologies. In this regard, T.J. Clark noted, in debate with O.K. Werkmeister, that works of art weren't just bearers of pre-existing ideologies, they could also work actively with, on, or through existing values. During the 1980s and early 1990s, Marxists wrote major historical studies on art and the French revolutions of 1789, 1830 and 1848-752. There were extensive debates on British landscape painting and agrarian capitalism, and the question of French urban modernity was addressed, wherein Baudelaire's The Painter of Modern Life was spliced with Shapiro on Impressionism and Benjamin's account of bourgeois consumption, for while Molly Nesbitt's It Gets 7 albums shifted the focus from the grand boulevards to the workers' city. While individuals continue to produce such studies, in recent times there have been no sustained debates of this earlier type. Work influenced by the Frankfurt School criticized the commodity status of art, while simultaneously insisting that autonomous art might serve as a placeholder for critical value. More prominent in the German Academy, in the Anglophone context, work in this vein came increasingly to the fore in the 1990s. Theoretically focused, it was especially associated with critical writing on current art. Meanwhile, Pierre Bourdieu's writings, his considerations of art's role as a marker of social distinction and his notion of symbolic capital, became important for those engaged in studies of art's institution. In the early 21st century, as we will see later, writers from the Italian workerist and autonomist lines of thought have become influential. There are some notable features to the current conjuncture. To refer to the economy was once to invite the charge of being a vulgarian. Now, few seem afraid of saying, it's the political economy. Stupid 5. The acknowledgement of the 2008 crisis only confirmed some longer-running developments, from the impact of the new economic criticism's return to the classic texts of economic thought, through to Alan Sekula's artistic attention to the dismal science. The form-content dyad that underpinned the realism versus formalism debates of the early to mid-20th century has been supplanted by Adorno's conception of form as sediment content. Where earlier efforts to broach the relation of Marxism and art typically focused on struggle or oppression, emphasis turned to examining art's commodity status, and has paralleled a reorientation away from a focus on social agents and actors towards capital's more abstract, structural, and systemic aspects. Many pressing questions associated with the new left generation have also been displaced. For example, discussions of the interpretive problem of mediation have ceded to the principle of immanence. Meanwhile, closely related debates over the base superstructure relation have given way to the detecting of cultural homologies with capital's value form. 6. Likewise, commodity form, social reproduction, primitive accumulation, or real and formal subsumption have again become live issues in discussions of contemporary art. It should however be noted that a number of the debates that have repoliticized the art field have been introduced via post-Marxist writers, such as Chantal Mouffe or Jacques Rancière. Art 753. Arguably, the differences of opinion involved often rest on the wider displacement of historical research by theoretical concerns. The questions asked by a social history of art differ from those posed by a social theory of art, even where they are, respectively, theoretically and historically informed. The relative decline in Marxist historical studies of art contrasts with the rising importance of historical subjects for artists. In certain ways, we can observe how, for the past several decades, Marxist art history performed the role of vanishing mediator for a loose Foucauldian historicism. 7. In the following, we will highlight some key debates/themes in the field charted so far: commodity/value, economic subjects/labor and social reproduction. Commodity/value. Drawing on Adorno's social ontology, Peter Berger's theory of the avant-garde and the writings of Guy Debord, a broad critical consensus developed that saw art as incorporated into the entertainment industry of spectacular late capitalism. The post-war neo-avant-gardes were seen as depoliticized echoes of the earlier historical avant-gardes. Others have modified this outlook by identifying emancipatory strands in post-war art, seeing how critically acute practices reflexively internalize and thematize their commodified status or context. It has then been argued that critical practice was in turn fatally compromised by the institutionalization of institutional critique. The suspicion of recent critical art sui generis pervades much writing. Certainly, there are important developments to be accounted for, such as art's roles in investment, urban gentrification, and the siphoning of public resources into private hands. However, taken in isolation, such accounts can paint a dystopian picture in ways that ignore the unpredictable and active pressures involved in social processes. This interplay between emphasizing the commodity and pointing to resistive exceptions continues. An approach influenced by value form and communication theories has also emerged, drawing on Isaac Ilyich Rubin, Alfred Sohn-Rethel, and Moishe Postone. Perhaps the strongest has been offered by Daniel Spalding, who employs a capital-centric lexicon to retell the history of the avant-garde from the mid-19th century to the 1970s as an activity continually defying its relapse into identity with the value form. However, because the cycle of class struggle that had shaped art's negations ended in the 1970s, art once again risks becoming fully subsumed under capital. Yet, as a dialectical thinker, Spalding sees the shadow of the radical avant-garde persisting impossibly in the present as an ever-recurring image of hope. 8. Marina Vishmit looks at the form of value as a production of subjectivity which culminates with the 754. Normalization of the speculative subject of art and of finance as the precarious subject negotiating capitalist extraction. The imbrication of autonomy and heteronomy signaled by Adorno shifts to a new stage. Vishmit's approach, following Marx, emphasizes the form of value as a social relation, or as a heuristic of social relation. For some readers of Marx, there are problems in the accounts inspired by the Frankfurt School and the Situationist International. The argument of art's commodification widely deploys the concept of use value as a historically receding entity, overtaken by exchange value. Gale argues that Marx's account of the commodity's dual nature is considerably more nuanced, and that the theory of the commodity itself falls apart without the understanding of the interplay of use and exchange value. Indeed, in certain critically important instances, use value retains heightened importance. There is no commodity form without the use value of labor power. Additionally, political struggles against capital's frontiers are fought in defense of the use against its reduction to value. To decommodify is to challenge the rule of value over social life. Debates around these questions turn on the dialectical weighting given to the commodity's two aspects, or on whether to emphasize capital intensification or to focus on its limits. Dave Beach likewise asks probing questions about the commodification thesis and gives a rigorous technical account of what kind of economic phenomenon art might actually be. Reading Marx and mainstream economics, Beach demonstrates that throughout economic literature art appears as an exceptional case. In strictly Marxist terms, he argues, it makes little sense to describe art as commodified. For Beach, effective analysis of an artwork's economic status would have to proceed on a case-by-case basis. As Neisenschake notes, Beach addresses the double ontological condition of art as both an object of collective symbolic value and a hoard of monetary value, since the two operate in mutually exclusive spheres, yet function to constitute one another. Even in those instances where art is produced directly for the market, it fails to conform to the laws of value. Burns and Spalding, in a largely appreciative review, argue that Beach mistakenly treats all commodities as capitalist in form and that he confuses commodification and subsumption. Meanwhile, Vishmet proposes that while art may fall outside the laws of value at the level of production, and may not always be produced as a commodity, it becomes one in the market, and that the question of exceptionality can be read symptomatically in order to connect art to other, economically anomalous social forms. As these discussions have developed in more Marxist terms, they have largely focused on how to employ Marx's categories. Comprehensive historical studies of art under capitalism, which could inform and complement these debates, remain largely absent. Many compelling critiques, for example those of art as Art 755, Immaterial Labor, remain at a level of abstraction that disputes technical categories but has less to say about the actual character of contemporary work. Economic subjects/labor. Although the retreat from class that characterized the late 20th century is still in evidence, the question of labor has nonetheless returned to the fore. Artists, critics, and curators have attended to migrant labor, to gendered and unpaid reproductive labor, and to superexploited and racialized labor. Large exhibitions have often attended to capitalist globalization, achieving their effects through juxtaposition and assemblage of multiple specific locales, with the work of curators such as Ho Hanru or the late Okyue Inwazor typifying this approach. The standard criticisms of biennials notwithstanding, these occasions summon new subjects, dramatize the violence that runs through the system, and at times point to other possible forms of life. At its best, the montage mode helps emphasize conjunctures and tensions, or provokes viewers to intuit interconnections. Still, while social and geopolitical unevenness is often well highlighted, articulations of capitalism's systemic combined character has proved much more elusive. A focus on artistic labor as such has also been prominent. This is, in certain ways, a reiteration of Walter Benjamin's argument in The Author as Producer. The difference is a move away from the productive, proletarian subject to economic subjects who are not reducible to the capital-wage-labor nexus. Centrally, the approach has focused on post-Fordist subjectivity, characterized as effective or immaterial labor, drawing on Maurizio Lazzarato, who suggested from the 1970s modern economies shifted from material and productive factory work to immaterial, intellectual, or aesthetic activity. The central claim is that late capitalist artworks model new forms of subjectivity for these new labor regimes. Process-oriented relational practices are seen to parallel the move from production of commodities to services, requiring a flexible personality whose initiative and subjective engagement is valued. While Lazzarato later qualified this perspective, alert to its potential for simplification, artists and art theorists have been drawn to this account of their experience. It has been argued that cultural workers are at the cutting edge of work casualization and precarity, making cultural work a privileged zone for resistance. Subjectivity is said to be its key resource as affect is mobilized in the knowledge economy. Influential here has been the post-workerist ontology of Michael Hart and Antonio Negri, with its emphasis on the creative cooperation of the multitude as already prefiguring communism, while subject to the depredations of a purely parasitic force of capital. 756. The category of immaterial labor used to connect artistic work, intellectual work, and caring labor alike, became particularly ubiquitous in these debates in the first decade of the 21st century, adopted as a ready-made if superficial means of politicization for artistic activity. 9. Some writers emphasized the creativity, flexibility, and problem-solving abilities of the cognitariat or the virtual class. 10. Important here was also the work of Paulo Verno among the post-operist current, for his neo-Arendtian intervention in the discourse of multitude around virtuosity and the politics of production in public, without an object, that linked the political dimension of all symbolic labor and the space of contemporary post-object art. 11. However, Hito styled dramatists this situation less affirmatively as the nouveau pour, trying their luck as JPEG virtuosos and conceptual imposters, as gallerists and overdrive content providers as the shock workers of the new economy. 12. It is a major contribution of the new forms of political thought that they counter the limited productivist focus of older orthodox Marxisms, whose emphasis sometimes ran close to an industrial sublime and heroicist male worker. Yet while the considerations of new forms of labor around the globe are important, accounts can also be one-sided, ignoring large sections of the contemporary workforce, whether in more traditional forms of waged work or the newer, but tedious, labor of data entry. 13. New technologies are refashioning work, speeding up flows, lengthening the working day and intensifying exploitation, but these dimensions are less frequently addressed in art. Perhaps this is because artists are universalizing from their own largely precarious positions. In any case, changes to the makeup of work in the global north are not independent from the production forms employed in the majority world. The discussions in art have tended to evade the international division of labor, subtracting contemporary immaterial labor from the web of social relations in which they exist both in national economies and on a world scale. For these reasons, as well as a shift to more identity and ecology-focused approaches to labor and subjectivity in contemporary art and its discourses, the category of immaterial labor as a watchword for the politics of cultural work has to some degree been eclipsed in recent years. Despite this new concern with work, attention to the artistic labor process has been less prominent. William Morris, Boris Arvitov, Walter Benjamin, Lou Martin, and Giulio Carlo Argan pioneered research into art and technique. For example, Argan addressed the division between mental and manual labor in the Renaissance and Baroque. In 1983, Alan Sekula's major study of the emergent picture language of industrial capitalism took on the subject. Since then, in The Intangibilities of Form, John Roberts has argued that the dialectic of skill and deskyling has been central to the practice of the avant-garde. Roberts elaborates a labor theory of culture with Marcel Duchamp at its core. Luis Renato Martins draws on Argan to explore how the artist's perceptual sensations and working method translate capitalist violence into surface matter. 14. Nevertheless, labor has been more often represented in art than art has been understood as a labor process. Social reproduction. Another related dimension of the return to Marx and Marxian categories is the reference to social reproduction, which has become the main way that Marxist feminist themes have been taken up in contemporary art. In many instances, this has provided a new lexicon for the rereading of histories of feminist art and of practice, such as the works of Mary Kelly, Martha Rosilver, or Jo Spence, to name just a few well-known Anglo-American figures. This shift in focus was likewise involved in the renewed attention to the economic subject cited earlier, a subject that is preeminently feminized. This has prompted a revaluation of practices that feminist theoretical trends since the 1990s had positioned largely as discursive or ideological interventions in the normatively male institution of art as material instead. 15. Hence, the social reproduction perspective was also generative for new feminist analyses that shifted the lens from a symbolic and discursive reading of gender to a systemic one where it appeared as a form of labor essential for the reproduction of capitalism. Picking up from the orientation to the categories of immaterial and effective labor which have been circulating in politicist art circles since the turn of the century in the appropriation of post-workerist discourses, social reproduction has become an emblem of intersectional feminism as it crosses over with the field's recent attention to and identification with both the theories and politics of labor. Often invoked is Silvia Federici, and her decades of work as activist and theorist of the politics of reproduction, starting from the 1970s emergence of the international wages for housework movement, which held that unwaged domestic labor is productive labor inasmuch as it reproduces the commodity of labor power, and should be waged accordingly. More recently, the highly systematic and Althusser-influenced approach to social reproduction developed by, among others, Lisa Vogel and Martha Gimenez, has regained visibility, with the reissue of their classic analyses by the Historical Materialism book series. 16. The art field's interest in these histories seemed to lie chiefly in their capacity to open up the category of labor to invisible, unmeasured, and effective activities and states, as we saw with the notion of immaterial labor. Of course, art likes nothing more than to open things up and imagine some vague proximity to the political, which often operates through developing another perspective on the status quo rather than doing anything to 758. Change it? Since the activity of art is socially distinct from the activity of labor, many in that field have come to understand that the easiest way to achieve this alignment with expanded ideas of labor is to reassess the field's conditions. Given the relative exhaustion of the institutional critique paradigm, and the fondness for the Bourdieuian closures displayed by its more rigorous adherents, the ostensibly more utopian Marxist or quasi-Marxist categories such as social reproduction have been enthusiastically embraced. 17. As with cognitive, immaterial, and effective labor, there has been a tendency to see this as the fast way to politicizing a field that regards its conditions of labor as privileged even though precarious. Likewise, competitive individualism generates structural conservatism, even when the rhetoric of the field often tends to left radicalism. Here, the basis of social reproduction of and within the field of art can be identified as global wealth inequality, as a number of artists and critics have been affirming since the financial crisis. The relationship between production and reproduction has been a core issue for feminist art practices, though one not consistently attended to by feminist art history. 18. The 1970s saw a number of feminist art strategies which operated to denaturalize both art and work from the standpoint of gender politics, emptying femini's domestic tasks of natural content to fill them with social content in a way that also interrogated the normative aesthetic and institutional claims of art. The depiction of working women or women's work, in and out of the market, constitutes a strong strand in the image politics of feminist art and film. A consistent strand is the serious comedy of domestic labor. During the 1970s and 1980s, artists such as Merle Latterman-Yoekels, Margaret Rasp, or Letitia Parente have allegorized the anthropic qualities of reproductive labor. More recently, we can see practices that take the more Althusserian stance of using the field of art to stake out embodied, effective and formal critiques of reproductive institutions, such as the carceral complex, racialized urban decline and the infrastructural violence of physical and mental normativity. Here it is the absence of any working-class identified subject that indirectly reveals both its marginality or the surplus population of de-industrialist and stigmatiste locales. 19. Social reproduction as a politics of marginalist labor and social reproduction as the production of subjects and structures that reproduce the relations of production can both be discerned at work here. A reproductive focus implicates the art institution as a paradoxical state apparatus which both normalizes and defunctionalizes, in Clairefontaine's terms, allowing other potentials to emerge as material hypothesis. However, like all institutions whose economic significance is displaced or relatively indirect, art can also act to legitimize existing social arrangements by providing a space of indeterminacy and experimentation. The question of what traction the defunctionalization of subjectivities and objectivities can have, just like who does the work, cannot be deflected for long. Art 759. Ultimately, the critical force of ideas around social reproduction in contemporary art lies in their capacity to displace categories of value, to question the commodity as rule and violence/appropriation as the exception. Its weakness, on the other hand, is the uncritical embrace of labor as the ontological and political vector that has autonomous value, that can ameliorate the exclusions of capital, rather than being its internal negativity. In this sense, it runs the risk of repeating earlier pitfalls of productivism or work/er fetishism, this time through a feminist lens. It also risks renaturalizing the association of gendered, queer and racialized subjectivities with forms of reproductive work. Curiously, a focus on social reproduction can also be seen as transitional to certain forms of backlash against Marxism in art. This can happen when the Marxist feminism-inspired category of social reproduction is flipped over into the more individualistic and effect-based categories of representation, and these traditionally tend to do better across the discursive and commercial wings of contemporary art. The phenomenon can be observed in the way the recent preoccupation with labor, reproductive and otherwise, among politicist artists and art professionals has ebbed in favor of an engagement with vulnerability. The shift to a politics of vulnerability as the most adequate idiom of collectivity and resistance in a precarious world risks repeating the ontologization of social relations that the focus on class as a category of struggle in Marxist art and aesthetics was meant to displace. Conclusion: materiality/abstraction/concreteness. For this chapter on art we have surveyed some of the historical developments in Marxist thinking and focused on 3 recent debates. This is far from an exhaustive discussion, and we could easily have also considered current thinking on abstraction and materialism, which have also been receiving attention. For instance, discussions of the new materialism, which have a significant presence in discussions of art and design, have underpinned a reassertion of materials, objects, and things, typically signaling turns away from critical theory and post-structuralist thought. Marxist debates allow for a more nuanced perspective, in short, one that is neither narrowly textual nor narrowly material. Marx's thinking developed in critical dialogue with both idealism and existing materialisms. The result was not just a blunt assertion of materiality taken in its everyday sense. Social materiality, non-empirically detectable, is crucial for understanding Marx's account of value in capital. The abstract category can be closer to actuality, and an apparently concrete one can remain abstract. Marxists, then, need to step carefully through these recent developments in art and distinguish their accounts from these rather different claims on materiality. While some Marxists might welcome the move away 760 from the textual, others see traps in the privileging of things/bodies/nature, etc. There is an important politics to making visible, but simply showing, say, working conditions or social reproduction will not guarantee a Marxian materialist approach, for that we need a serious labor of theory and history. General remarks. Marx wrote very little on art and literature, and almost nothing on architecture. While he never addressed the field as a discrete object of inquiry, in Capital Volume I he briefly invoked the figure of the architect as a means through which to explain the peculiar nature of human labor. Here, the planned, aesthetically driven labor of the architect is distinguished from the instinctual action of bees, as an activity merging beauty and functionality. Consequently, the labor of the architect served to define one of the key categories of the Marxian project by appearing as a metaphor for human labor par excellence. If we expand the scope of our analysis to include the work of Engels, we find multiple references to housing in the condition of the working class in England. 2 written by Engels in 1845, during his stay in Manchester and Salford, the book offers a unique insight into the changes brought about by capitalist development on housing conditions and the configuration of cities. Engels is a meticulous observer, capturing the disarray of the emerging industrial towns in several evocative passages. Manchester is described alternately as an outgrowth of accident, an irregular cramming together of dwellings, and a planless, knotted chaos of houses. The text also considers the newly built quarters for workers, denouncing their cheap construction and poor maintenance. In a few places, Engels ventures into a more formal analysis. 42. Architecture. Luisa Lorenza Corna. Architecture 767. Of particular structures, and with the help of diagrammatic drawings reveals the economic drive underpinning certain construction methods. The condition of the working class is important in explaining the connections between the material structure of cities and capitalism's planned obsolescence. Yet the part of the book dedicated to these themes remains a cursory analysis within a broader research project whose main focus is the emergence of the industrial proletariat. 30 years later, in the essays that made up the housing question, Engels would return to the same topics in light of the critique of political economy developed by Karl Marx. Engels' interventions are part of a broader debate that unfolded in Germany during the 1870s, which saw him engaging in fierce polemics against the bourgeoisie's responses to the shortage of dwellings for workers, and Proudhon's tendency to conceive the housing problem as subordinate to a broader social question. The condition of the working class already alluded to lower class districts being removed from the side of the bourgeoisie, but in the 1872 debate the same phenomenon is inspected more directly and linked to land speculation. The pamphlet provides a succinct examination of capitalism's tendency to shift without ever solving the problem of housing scarcity, through continuous cycles of destruction and dislocation. It is a work of crucial importance for 20th-century Marxist geography, less so for the development of a Marxist history of architecture. We have to look beyond the Marxian opus and venture into the writings of socialist and Marxist thinkers like William Morris, Walter Benjamin, and Siegfried Kracauer to find the first attempts at applying a historical materialist framework to the reading of the built world. William Morris' commitment to architecture is known. 3. He worked in an architectural office for a few years, made trips to Italy and France to study Continental Gothic, and was the founder of the Society for the Protection of Ancient Buildings. The insights gained through his surveys and professional practice materialized in a few scattered texts and interventions, which confirm his well-known penchant for craft. The real target of Morris' criticism, however, was not technology per se, but its fragmentation of the labor process, a development that impoverished the workers' performance and ultimately the aesthetics of buildings. Unexpectedly, in response to the division of labor of the upcoming architectural industry, Morris doesn't propose a return to the figure of the genius architect, but the acknowledgement of the cooperative nature of design. The term cooperation is intended both synchronically and diachronically, as a collaborative practice amongst the actors involved in the design and fabrication of a building in the present, as well as a dialogue between contemporary and past generations of makers. In several places Morris goes as far as to praise the beauty of architecture without architects, implicitly suggesting that the latter are just another redundant professional group resulting from the division of labor. In the writings of Siegfried Kracauer and Walter Benjamin, the built environment is a privileged ambit in which to observe the changes brought by modernity. 768. In exploring the crisis of experience, for example, Benjamin praises the distracted and collective perception of buildings, and sets it against the contemplative reception of other forms of art. In the material later gathered in the Arcades project, architectural artifacts figure as markers of a new capitalist physiognomy. The specific structure of Parisian arcades, for example, allows for the emerging of a new display culture that will pave the way for the commodification of urban experience as a whole. Benjamin pays particular attention to the style and materials of 19th-century architecture, interpreting their mismatching, the use of a contemporary material like iron to cast older forms, as an embodiment of the specific dialectic at the core of modernity. The fetish of newness proper to the modern commodity exists alongside the tropes of the past. New technologies initially assume the form of the ones they are destined to replace. Neither the mere outcome of a designer's choices, nor the plain reflection of a new economic order, the aesthetics of architecture are for Benjamin both the cause and the effect of a commodified metropolitan life. Kracauer trained as an architect before turning to journalism, and through the 1920s and early 1930s wrote reviews of architecture and urbanism for the Frankfurter Zeitung. For in his critical analysis of the work of Ernst May and Mies van der Rohe, he calls into question the presumed radicalism of modernism, asking whether its purest forms would not come too close to the abstract logic of emerging capitalism. Against the emphasis on function and structure prevailing amongst his contemporaries, Kracauer reaffirms the importance of ornament. His proposal is more forward-looking than nostalgic, and introduces a methodological shift predating postmodern theory by almost 50 years. Krakauer was one of the first Marxists to offer a comprehensive materialistic reading of human artifacts, which recognized the importance of skin. His texts give equal attention to applied ornaments and structure, ephemeral objects, and high culture, without the former ever replacing the latter. The acknowledgement of surface called for by Krakauer is a preliminary stage to its negation, a necessary step in the journey towards a form of true reason, as opposed to capitalist ratio. Krakauer's Marxist lesson for architects consists in a broadened understanding of form that derives from the involvement with its most alienated and apparently trivial aspects, while retaining a transformative ambition. Morris, Benjamin's, and Krakauer's works certainly lay the ground for a reconceptualization of architecture in materialist terms, but they remain episodic and fragmentary contributions. We will have to wait until the second half of the 20th century to witness the birth of systematic Marxist theories and histories of architecture. Around that time, concomitant to workers' and students' protests, politically engaged architects, philosophers, and sociologists coalesced around magazine projects that acted as springboards for the development of Marxist debates on architecture and urban planning. In France in 1968, a group, Architecture 769, of students and academics gravitating around the École Nationale Supérieure des Beaux-Arts, including Jean Baudrillard and Henri Lefebvre, founded Utopie. 2 years later, Lefebvre and the architect Anatole Kopp started e-spaces et sociétés. At the same time in Italy, former militants of the workerist movement founded the Marxist journal Contropiano, which would subsequently host contributions by architects Manfredo Tafuri and Francesco Dalco. The appearance of Utopie and e-spaces et sociétés intersected with the explosion of the student protests, the reform of architectural education, and de Gaulle's expansion of Paris. These events significantly contributed to center the magazine's editorial line around the critique of the technological optimism of urban planners and public administrators. The ostensible rationality of the French government's urban plans was recast as scientific destruction of the concreteness of territory, which served to cover up the social contradictions exploded under post-war neo-capitalism. In response to the government's sanitizing approach, both Utopie and e-spaces et sociétés drew attention to the radical potential of spontaneous modes of inhabiting the new urban condition. Central to both magazines was the concept of the everyday, alongside an idea of the city as the unpredictable outcome of urban practices. No longer a demiurge, the architect was recast as a mediatory figure that operated in the near order of things, and contributed to the arising of utopias in the present. In the same years, in Italy, another journal project contributed to the emerging of a Marxist architectural debate. In 1968, militants associated with Operaismo, a heterodox Marxist strand emerging in response to workers' struggle in the mid-1950s, gathered around Contropiano. 5 student unrest exploded in the very same year, but the magazine decided to focus on workers' struggles, exploring the complicated relationship between unions and the party. While Utopie and e-spaces et sociétés turned to the space of the city and consumption, Contropiano held on to factory and production. It is important to stress that the launch of the magazine coincided with a declining phase of workers' unrest, and served more as platform for theoretical analysis than as a militant tool to inform contemporary struggles. This specific political position can also be observed in the architectural articles penned by Tafuri and Dalco. Their long, theoretically loaded contributions epitomize a type of ideology critique of architecture that would come to define the Istituto di Storia dell'Architettura, a research group directed by Tafuri at the University of Venice, from the late 1960s until his death in 1994. The rise of a self-conscious Marxist current within architectural discipline owes as much to the political events of the 1960s and 1970s as it does to avant-gardist experiments that emerged in the aftermath of the Russian Revolution. Soviet architecture was a popular subject amongst Marxist historians in the post-war period, but it was also and above all an event that prompted a comprehensive rethinking of the discipline. 6. The projects and the writings of exponents of the Russian avant-garde allowed Western practitioners and theoreticians to think 770 beyond the historically established boundaries of architecture, and to call into question the politico-economic framework on which it rested. Political knowledge began to be brought to bear upon disciplinary knowledge, and the historical analysis of architecture and cities became an opportunity to interrogate broader thought systems. The case of Soviet architecture also shed a new light on Western modernism, recasting its ambitious transformative mission as an amelioration of the capitalist way of life. In a 1930 letter to Le Corbusier, Moise Ginsburg defined the father figure of architectural modernism as the best surgeon of the contemporary city, suggesting that his incredible talent could only be deployed within the limits imposed by his therapeutic role. 7. Curing the metropolitan malaise, even with the best surgical methods available, meant restoring the full capacity of the city's capitalist body. Pilotes made this approach apparent, for they lifted the buildings above the surface of the city, allowing cars to circulate more freely without reducing the intensity of traffic. In the same year, Bauhaus director Hans Meyer was expelled by the school for his ill-concealed leftist sympathies, and traveled to Moscow at the invitation of the Soviet government. In a short text announcing his decision, he defined the experience of working under a capitalist economy as meaningless, marking a distance between the projects completed in the West, and the ones he hoped to realize in the Soviet Union. It was in the Soviet context that the link between Marxism and architecture materialized, for this latter became, as Anatole Kopp succinctly puts it, both a reflection and a matrix of a new society. Physical, discrete spaces were turned into laboratories for experimenting with new forms of living that could subsequently propagate in the surrounding urban fabric. Buildings were renamed social condensers. Despite being mainly associated with architectural artifacts, the Soviet avant-garde comprises a large body of written works which reflect on contemporary architectural achievements and set forward proposals for a socialist society to come. 8. In the context of this chapter, however, we will not pursue this path, but focus instead on the establishment of Marxist architectural theories and historiographies in the second half of the 20th century, when the immediate horizon of socialist construction had largely disappeared from sight. My aim is to chart the development of Marxist research that remained independent of design practice and sought to establish a critical discourse on architectural forms and theories. Even when analyzing contemporaneous architectural forms, the relevant authors refrained from adopting a programmatic approach, remaining implicitly loyal to the Tafurian credo according to which under capitalism only a Marxist ideological critique of architecture is possible. A further aspect shared by the authors and schools under consideration is a conceptual focus on the Marxist categories of ideology and labor. The first episode of the intellectual itinerary I am going to retrace will be the research into the mechanisms of ideological formation in architectural culture conducted by the Associates of Architecture 771. The Istituto Universitario of Venice, under the guidance of Tafuri in the 1960s and 1970s. I am aware that the theme of ideology also informs the writings of the French intellectuals gathered around Utopie, but their critique predominantly targets urbanism, and unlike the Venice school, didn't extend into a consideration of how ideology seeped into all aspects of the architectural discipline. Additionally, their seminal interventions were never expanded into a more systematic analysis in the following years. After probing into the Venice school, I will look at Tafuri's reception in the USA in the 1980s, and I will show how his research stirred a critical debate on postmodern architecture in the American academic context. I will then expand on Frederick Jameson's use of architecture in the frame of his analysis of postmodernity, and on his rethinking of the concept of ideology vis-a-vis Tafuri. In the fourth part of the chapter, I will explore a wave of Marxist historical research that emerged in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, in the context of the PhD program The City as Project at the Berliage Institute and TU Delft in the Netherlands. Drawing on Marxist theory, the researchers affiliated to the City as Project sought to write and rewrite episodes in the history of architecture with a focus on the categories of labor and production. In the fifth and final part, I will consider certain debates on the contemporary architecture industry in light of the changes brought about by technological development and automation in the UK, USA, and Italy. The chapter focuses on North American and European examples. Far from being a statement regarding the absence of Marxist architectural research in other parts of the world, the limited scope of the survey is the outcome of expertise gained within European and British institutions, whose curriculum remains predominantly centered on Western literature. It is my hope that a new wave of research and translations, for instance on Brazilian architect Sergio Ferro, will open up new lines of inquiry on the relationship between architecture and Marxism in the following years. 9. Manfredo Tafuri and the Venice School. In the late 1960s, a group of intellectuals involved in the political struggles of the preceding years gathered around the Istituto di Storia dell'Architettura at the University of Venice. The Istituto was not a conventional architectural department, but a place where researchers coming from other fields were regularly invited to contribute to conferences and seminars, and eventually became members of staff. 10. The meaning accorded to interdisciplinarity in this context had little to do with the one it has acquired in more recent decades within contemporary neoliberal education. Disciplines like philosophy, sociology, or political science were not instrumentalized to justify architectural projects or theories, but to call into question their own ideological implications. Between the late 1960s and 1772, the mid-1970s, the Istituto initiated three main research projects addressing art and architecture in the USSR from 1917 to 1937, the emergence of the American city after the Civil War, and architecture in Weimar Germany. The first two resulted in collective publications, and were introduced by a prefatory text which explicitly stated the political objectives underpinning the project. 11. In the frame of this essay we will not focus on the content of the books, but treat them as exemplary case studies of how Marxist analysis was employed to study the history and the present of architecture by the members of the Istituto and by Tafuri in particular. It should be made clear from the outset that the group's turn to history was not conceived as withdrawal from contemporary affairs, but as a specific way of engaging in the present. Asked to recall the early years in Venice during an interview with historian Luisa Passerini, Tafuri highlights the paradox which will come to define the group's methodology. We started to mount projects based on historical problems that were heavily involved with the present, we were doing real history, and the present was our task. The choice to study the history of Soviet communism, for example, served to cast doubt over a series of misbeliefs inherited by the ranks of the Italian Communist Party, and that conditioned their political plans for the present. Tafuri and his colleagues' first research project pivots on the period of the new economic policy and its ideological entanglements. In Tafuri's reading, the NEP coincides with the exaltation of the plan as the socialist form of organization par excellence, and the replacement of the concreteness of the category of class with the mythical notion of proletariat. Tafuri does not oppose Lenin's partial reintroduction of the free market but calls into question the Bolsheviks' misunderstanding of the dialectic inherent to the NEP, an expression that designates the working class paradoxical status as simultaneously constitutive and inimical to capital. Whether embracing this dialectic would have given rise to an affirmation of the working class as an independent class for itself or not, the Bolshevik decision to dismiss it had no other outcome than the passive integration of the class into the NEP. Tafuri and his colleagues' argument is largely indebted to workerist militants Mario Tronti and Rita Di Leo, but their originality lay in the attempt to transpose their diagnoses onto the artistic and architectural realms. Workerist analysis served as a corrective to the thesis that associated the demise of the avant-garde's initial goals with the curtailment of freedom under Stalin's regime, a line of argument pursued by the majority of historical accounts. The reading advanced by Tafuri and his colleagues eschews a view of cultural phenomena as reflections of politico-economical shifts, and at the same time casts doubt upon the divide between an experimental and a degenerated artistic phase. Setting out from this premise, their research sought to expose how ideology had been materialized in specific architectural and artistic forms long before Stalin came to power. Tafuri's contribution to the volume attends to the elusive figure of the plan and dwells on the ambivalent meaning of the term, as both a drawing. Architecture 773. Of the division of space within a building and a proposal for organized action. Stepping away from orthodox Marxism's idea of the plan as the accomplishment of socialist organization, Tafuri recasts it as a dispositif to appease workers and capital. In his reading, the feeling of cohesion and rationality evoked by the figure of the plan served to conceal the exploitative mechanism still at work in a phase of economic transition. 12. Finally, echoing Boris Kushner, Tafuri shows how the emphasis on planning arose with the NEP as the marker of a shift between a phase of technological fetishization to a new one characterized by the myth of organization. Sustaining the multidisciplinary approach that distinguished the Istituto, some of the contributors to the volume extended their analysis to the artistic avant-garde. Tafuri, in particular, attended to the shift from formalism to productivism and interpreted it as further evidence of the predominance of Stakhanovist ethics. His analysis started out from the implicit premise that every artistic or architectural movement originating in a context where capitalist elements are still present already contains within it the possibility of its future collapse. In the face of this reality, the historian needs to understand how this ideological complicity, tacitly present at the level of both content and form, develops over time, and in what relationship it stands with contemporaneous historical and political shifts. In the case of the early Russian avant-garde, for example, Tafuri discerns a latent desire to recuperate the lost meaning of the sign within these very same currents that had declared its annihilation. Such a move is explained, implicitly, in psychoanalytical terms through a process akin to Freudian negation. In a word, formalist artists' decision to sever themselves from the real world would have stirred a sense of guilt which ultimately prompted a return to production. Along the lines of architects and urban planners, artists failed to acknowledge what Tafuri called the dialectics of the NEP and adhered to the ideology of work. The book Socialismo, Città, Architettura, and Tafuri's contribution in particular, represents a paradigmatic case study of how the members of the Istituto deployed Marxist conceptual tools to rethink crucial moments in the history of architecture. Marx's The German Ideology, alongside the texts of the Italian workerists Mario Tronti, Massimo Cacciari, and Antonio Negri, acted as a key reference. This explains the priority Tafuri and his colleagues assigned to the category of work over capital, and the attention they devoted to examining the position of artists and architects within the capitalist division of labor. The genealogy of this approach can be traced back to the articles for Contropiano later gathered in the famous book Architecture and Utopia. Architecture and Utopia offers an unusual reading of the developments of art and architecture in the 20th century, with a focus on the mechanisms that caused their gradual subsumption into the capitalist logic. Tafuri's analysis relies on a contribution by Negri to Contropiano which re-examines John Maynard Keynes' economic theory from the standpoint of politics. For Negri, Keynesianism coincided with the acknowledgement of the working class as an autonomous instance within 774 capital and with the elaboration of integration strategies for containing its threat. Taking its lead from this thesis, Tafuri observes a similar dynamic playing out in the cultural realm. With regards to architecture, he illustrates how the visionary, ideological drive of the avant-garde was gradually replaced by a pragmatic approach, which he names the reality of the plan. In order to lend concreteness to this definition, Tafuri examines Ludwig Hilberseimer's design, stressing the interplay between the elementary units of housing and the planimetric structure of the city. Hilberseimer's design would reveal the disappearance of the single dwelling space as an identifiable, discrete object, and its conversion into an anonymous unit of a production line coinciding with the totality of the metropolitan space. In a 1970 text never translated into English, which further explores the transformations undergone by architectural practice, Tafuri would go on to depict a dystopian scenario in which the plan has become an autonomous force, to the point of dominating the labor of designers. Implicitly drawing on Karl Marx's fragment on machines, a text of pivotal importance to workerist thought, Tafuri posits a parallel between architects and factory workers after the massive introduction of machinery. 13 Just as workers' labor in the factory was for Marx determined and regulated on all sides by the movement of the machinery and reduced to a mere abstraction of activity, the labor of architects in the emerging neo-capitalist, technocratic epoch is destined to fall under the remit of the plan. Echoing Cacciari's Heideggerian-inflected research on negative thought, Tafuri envisions a scenario where designers' human agency will dissolve into the subject of development. Beside contributing to the study of ideology, Tafuri deserves credit for inquiring into the position of architecture within the capitalist division of labor. Architecture, he writes in 1975, is a peculiar form of intellectual labor that places particular emphasis on a range of directly productive activities. Building upon this assumption, Tafuri recasts the history of the discipline as a dialectical relation between abstract and concrete labor, and grasps in the linguistic turn of the 1970s the seeds of the process of real subsumption which will transform architectural labor in the years to come. The critique of ideology and postmodernism. In the 1980s USA. In the mid-1970s Tafuri's work appeared in Oppositions, a prestigious architectural magazine directed by Peter Eisenman, Kenneth Frampton, and Mario Gandolsonas. The publication of Tafuri's writings stirred a debate about the relationship between architecture and politics, a topic that had previously received very little attention in American architectural discourse. In 1982, a group of established architects, Architecture 775, including Joe Nickman, Alan Calhoun, and Bernard Tschumi, organized the symposium Architecture and Ideology, later developed into a publication. The aim of the initiative, we read in the introduction, was to examine approaches in criticism and practice that consider architecture as a system of beliefs and values and that explore the relationship between architecture and the existing material processes of society. All the interventions by the keynote speakers, Tomasz Lorenz, Frederick Jameson, and Dmitry Porphyrius, directly responded or referred to Tafuri's position. It may be worth recalling the political and cultural moment out of which this debate emerged. In the early 1980s, postmodernist discourse had reached its peak, and the architects attending the aforementioned conference were looking for references that could inspire a critical response. The research carried out by Tafuri and his colleagues at the Istituto served this purpose, even though the theories of architectural ideology elaborated in that context differed significantly from the sources. Frederick Jameson's text best epitomizes this difference. Jameson's contribution for architecture, criticism, ideology engages in a debate with Tafuri's historiographical method. This latter is recast as a type of content, in the wake of Althusser's notion of the task of the historian as that of producing the concept of history. In Jameson's view, like Theodor Adorno and Roland Barthes, Tafuri performs a type of dialectical history, a term that designates an approach aimed at undermining the constitutive presuppositions of the specialized disciplines, by means of discursive operations that unexpectedly reveal the existence of an other of the discipline. Jameson accords to dialectical history the ability to expose the intricacies of ideological thinking, but he simultaneously steps aside from the sense of necessary failure it may engender. Tafuri's writings best embody this prospect, for the efforts of architects are always situated within a wider capitalist frame that lays bare their futility. Jameson isn't indulgent towards Tafuri's position, and accuses him of holding to a classical notion of Marx, according to which a socialist society will be achieved only after capitalism has become a worldwide and global fact. 14 In response, he rehabilitates the concept of ideology, bending it towards radical ends. If on the one hand Jameson distances himself from Tafuri's pessimism, on the other he uses it to throw doubt on the cynicism of postmodern discourse. After establishing a proximity between the latter and Tafuri's distrust towards a transformation of the present, he stresses their different political responses. Whereas Tafuri opts for a self-conscious stoicism, says Jameson, the practitioners and ideologues of postmodernism enjoy the post-critical present and relax within it. It is in the realm of architecture that such relaxed, self-indulgent attitudes are most apparent. Architecture represents a privileged point of observation in Jameson's study of postmodern aesthetics. It is both the art that condenses the key formal features associated with this historical moment, and the context in which human beings 776 can most vividly experience the confusion induced by the cultural logic of late capitalism. Architecture's ability to reveal the present depends on the specific position it occupies with respect to economics, for, as Jameson contends, all the arts, the closest constitutively to the economic, and the extraordinary flowering of the new postmodern architecture grounded in the patronage of multinational business is just the logical consequence of this proximity. Yet, in spite of the emphasis he places on architecture's complicity with economics, Jameson never establishes a direct relation between these two ambits, holding on to a theory of mediation, and to an idea of the aesthetic realm as semi-autonomous. 15. In addition to offering a vantage point from which to observe the postmodern phase, architecture inspires the American critic to devise a political response. To this end, Jameson draws from Kevin Lynch's study of the use of mental maps to navigate urban landscape. Extending Lynch's discourse to larger national and global spaces, Jameson advocates for the need to create maps which could help us organize immediate surroundings perceptually, and identify our position within them. It is in this framework that Jameson rehabilitates ideology, irremediably distancing himself from Tafuri. Building on the assumption that the totality of capitalism remains unknowable to human beings, and simultaneously drawing on Althusser's understanding of ideology, Jameson recasts the latter as a necessary mediation between a narrow individual experience and an unattainable scientific knowledge. Finally, he assigns cognitive mapping a similar function, 16, showing how this latter enables a situational representation of the unrepresentable totality of social space. Jameson must be praised for dislodging architecture from its disciplinary isolation and relating the built form to a new sensorial and cognitive condition induced by late capitalism. This aspect shows a clear departure from the Venice school, which had little interest in exploring how the ideological relationships between human beings and the built environment could be altered by the lived experience of space. Unlike Tafuri and his collaborators, however, Jameson largely overlooks the material conditions of the production of architecture. Aspects such as changes in the organization of architectural labor, the increasingly global dimension of studios, and the introduction of new technologies in the 1980s are not accounted for as determining factors in the aesthetic shift associated with postmodern design. New Marxist architectural history and theory. Following the 2008 financial crisis and the introduction of economic austerity in Europe, there has been a noticeable revival of interest in Marxian and Marxist theory across the arts. In the architectural realm, academics have also returned to look at the history of the discipline through Marxian lenses, following a Architecture 777 long-standing infatuation with the philosophies of Deleuze, Guattari, and Derrida. 17. In this turn to historical materialism, the PhD research group City as a project played a decisive role. Founded by Pier Vittorio Orelli at the Berliage Institute and TU Delft in 2010, the center gathered a group of young researchers who shared an interest in the relationship between architecture and politics. 18. In the period from 2010 to 2014, the affiliates regularly posted a vast array of materials online, ranging from excerpts of unfinished PhD theses to reports on seminars and book presentations. This specific mode of dissemination denoted a desire to create a collaborative forum for discussion which would eschew the constraints of traditional academic projects. 19. Another distinguishing feature of the group is the application of workerist theories to architectural analysis. Orelli's and Francesco Marollo's research, for example, takes its lead from Mario Tronti's thesis of the priority of class struggle in the transformations of capitalism, to show that the rise of new techniques and architectural forms often meet the need to mitigate conflicts over labor conditions. Orelli elucidates this point with regard to Le Corbusier's Maison d'Homme, arguing that the form of the building responded to economic political necessities as much as it did to the imperatives of modernist aesthetics. He does so by revealing how the architect's decision to leave the finishing up of the building to future inhabitants was meant to stir a desire for ownership across the working class. What may have appeared as an attempt to include and empower the unprivileged is thus recast as a strategy to keep class conflict at bay. Francesco Marullo adopts a similar approach to examining industrial architecture in the early 20th century USA. His research seeks to establish a correlation between the introduction of new production methods and the changes in the spatial configuration of factories, such as they appear in plans. The plan is considered, at one and the same time, as a representation of the division of the factory's internal space, and as an indicator of the type of labor performed. Seen from this double optic, therefore, the generic and simplified forms of some of the drawings would allude to the indistinct mass of workers acting simultaneously inside the factory, and, at a deeper level, to the appropriation of concerted labor by capital. More recently, in conjunction with the growing interest in the question of social reproduction within contemporary Marxist debates, Maria Scheherazade Giudici and Orelli have turned their attention to the relation between the development of house interiors and the changes in society and family structure. By adopting a longue durée approach, their research reveals that the concealment of reproduction and the maintenance of biological life from public visibility long predated the rise of capitalism. This thesis is made apparent in their analysis of houses built in the 9th millennium BCE, where areas for rituals and hospitality appear already more capacious and central than those devoted to cooking and nurturing. From there, Giudici and Orelli's account proceeds chronologically, 778. Always relating the form of the domestic to broader societal changes. For example, the presence of small vestibules, cubicula, and triclina in Roman houses is read as an indicator of a loosening of gendered spatial divisions, and connected to the emergence of a new type of family based on law and property rather than on habits, which paradoxically granted a relative freedom of movement within the house to all the members belonging to it by law, including the slaves. The survey terminates with a comparison between domestic and working spaces in contemporary architecture. Expanding on the thesis about the invisibility of reproductive labor advocated by Marxist feminism, Orelli and Giudici note how the blending of domestic and working aesthetics concurs to dissolve the border between life and labor, ultimately serving the goal to conceal everyone's labor. In addition to advancing historical analyses, the researchers affiliated with the City as a Project put forward propositions for the present. Orelli, in particular, seeks to reaffirm architecture's political potential by mobilizing the categories of autonomy and absolute. His line of argument starts out from a severe critique of the dominance of urbanization over the city, which he recasts in terms of a triumph of the economic logic of social management over a political dimension of coexistence. Urbanization is deemed to have destroyed the limit of individual buildings, together with the possibility of conflict between the city's constituent parts. For this latter are replaced by an infinite expanse of built space, where differences are absorbed within a process of growth that is no longer dialectical but incremental. Faced with this scenario, Orelli tries to restore architecture's autonomy, turning, once again, to Tronti's thought. Similar to the ways in which Tronti recognized the priority of workers' struggles over capital, Orelli ascribes autonomy to the single architectural work with regard to urban planning. In this frame, the term autonomy is severed from agency, and lodged in the very form of buildings, such as Mies van der Rohe's plinths, or the austere, mute structures of Aldo Rossi. Industries of architecture today. In the last decade, a new strand of research has started to explore the reorganization of labor within the architectural and building professions in the wake of the spread of new technologies and financialization processes. As concerns new technologies, one of the first comprehensive works to respond to this trend in architectural discussion is Peggy Deemer and Philip G. Bernstein's Building the Future. The contributions offer different viewpoints on the introduction of parametric design and digital fabrication, but they share a focus on their impact on the labor of architects and on the organization of the building industry. As we will see in a moment, a group of British academics have recently addressed these same topics from a more openly materialist. Architecture 779. perspective, calling into question some of the assumptions of Diemer and Bernstein's pioneering book. Less focused on technology, but more broadly on the changes brought about by neoliberalism on architectural education and labor, is the 2016 book Backstage by the Milan-based Gizmo Collective. The texts gathered in the publication are for the most part short reports, but taken together they offer a comprehensive portrayal of the contemporary professional landscape, with a focus on Italy. Of particular interest is the text by Riccardo M. Villa, the only one that takes a longue durée historical approach. Recalling Orelli's work, Villa recounts the history of architectural labor from the emergence of capitalism to today, but methodologically he proceeds in the opposite direction, from the analysis of labor to the built form. He looks, for example, at the way international studios are run, and he underlines how the continuous replacement of the labor force, alongside increasing automation, contributes to homogenizing design processes and forms. While Gizmo's publication remains confined to an analysis of the designer's work, the research of Katie Lloyd-Thomas, Thilo Emhoff, and Nick Beach has addressed the architectural industry in its entirety, paying attention to its multiple sites of production and their interrelations. In the preface to the publication released after the Industries of Architecture conference they organized in 2014, they describe the initiative as an attempt to contribute to the definition of the position and relation of the profession of the architect to other elements in the division of labor. Their work seeks to integrate what Howard Davis calls building culture into the field of architecture, by acknowledging physical traces and documents, like drawings, sketches, or building specifications, which are produced by all the figures partaking in the realization of architectural projects. Their approach combines a Marxist focus on labor with an interest in subjects and materials left out by architectural history, which resonates with the tradition of history from below. The 2014 conference was an important forum for discussing pressing aspects of the industry of architecture, ranging from the production of materials and the relation between building regulations and the economy to the division of labor within the construction site and more immaterial issues such as the use of film to represent the hidden labor that goes into the production of an edifice. The conference also included a visit to a building site near the venue, a report upon which was lately included in the publication. 21 In the frame of this section, it is important to expand on the findings of the building site visit, since they offer a counterpoint to Peggy Diemer and Howard W. Ashcraft's claims regarding the impact of building information modeling on the architect's labor. Now standard in the architectural industry, BIM is software for drawing, scheduling and logistical analysis which can be used simultaneously by each of the parties involved in a project. In its defense, Howard Ashcraft argues that the direct interaction 780 between professions through the BIM has prompted a shift focus from individual processes to project workflows and seamless interactions, which in turn has reduced costs, increase quality, and, in some instances, achieve designs that would be impossible otherwise. Drawing from a body of evidence gathered during the building visit, the report included in the Industries of Architecture publication seems to come to a slightly different conclusion regarding the efficacy of this technology. The presence of multilingual handwriting across walls, floors, and formwork of buildings prompts them to propose that contemporary advances in information technology and the new structures of prefabrication and site contracting rely, and in crisis situations depend, upon the traditional skills and communication of the building operatives. All this casts doubt on the possibility of a direct relationship between digital design and building activity in the immediate future and suggests a more cautious and empirical approach to the analysis of the technology. The image of a large team of discrete professionals, wearing Google glasses and working, on the virtual model, warns the report, must be altered to reflect what BIMing actually allows the designer to do, know, or even perceive. Diemer is aligned with Ashcraft, but her argumentation in defense of BIM hinges on its impact upon the architect's labor. The BIM has placed architects at the center of the building industry, she claims, granting them a decisive function in the management of the architectural project. From this optic, the designer's adoption of managerial roles represents a challenge to a traditional idea of the profession and the notion of authorship. At first sight, her words seem to reprise Tafuri's call to give up the idea of the architect as the lone artist author of buildings, but a closer analysis reveals a significant difference. While for Tafuri the refusal of an idealistic image of the architect came along with the acceptance of their proletarization, and could open up political alliances with other workers involved in the construction of buildings, for Diemer the dematerialization of designers' work is an opportunity for the upgrading of their profession, which could be considered in the same way as that of dot-commers, scientists, gamers, or the experts of creative finance. Diemer's argument unintentionally reaffirms a hierarchy between intellectual and manual labor, revealing an excessively optimistic reading of processes of dematerialization, confusing them with forms of liberation. Alongside speculative research attending to the industry of architecture, we should mention the work done by Architectural Lobby to organize designers politically. Architectural Lobby is an American nonprofit organization which has tried to encourage architects to get rid of the golden patina attached to their professional figure and to consider themselves as mere workers. Architectural employers and employees alike, they state in an interview, have bought into the myth of the artiste working outside of the labor discourse. You almost never hear the terms labor and architecture together. 22 on the homepage of their Architecture 781 website, we find a list of guidelines that should regulate the architect's profession, ranging from the enforcement of laws for prohibiting unpaid internships, to the replacement of fees based on percentage of construction or hourly fees with ones calculated based on the money saved or gained from clients. In one of their seminal events, a conference entitled Who Builds Your Architecture, they extended their analysis to the construction industry more broadly, shedding light on architects' lack of power over drawing up labor contracts. In 2016, the group launched a survey to chart the labor of architectural historians and theorists and its relationship with other dimensions of architectural practice. The answers to the survey, collected in a publication downloadable from their website, constitute a key source for understanding the precarization of various forms of intellectual labor related to architecture, including teaching, curating, and writing. This chapter will consider the history of Marxian thought on culture, but with specific reference to those developments that have most directly influenced recent research and current debates in the Anglophone world. The word culture does not appear frequently, if at all, in Marx's major works. As Raymond Williams wrote in 1958, Marx himself outlined, but never fully developed a cultural theory. Nonetheless, keeping in mind the always fuzzy nature of the concept, we can identify some key themes that bear upon the conceptualization of culture from very early on in his writings. The entire philosophy of historical materialism proceeds from the understanding that human beings cannot survive without forms of organized cooperation and the explicit transmission of information between individuals and across generations. In this sense, culture as such is necessary for basic bodily survival. In fact, we could go so far as to say that this is the founding observation of historical materialism as such. Materialism in this sense simply implies the rejection of any supernatural explanation for human existence, human consciousness, natural phenomena, or cultural and social change, as well as the assumption that there is no non-material component of the human being upon which organic life or consciousness depend. Historical simply implies that the forms of social relations that emerge to fulfill the needs of biological survival change over time, and that these changes will have significant implications for the way of life, the culture, including politics, science, the arts, etc. Of the 43. Culture. Jeremy Gilbert 786. Humans engaged in them. To the extent that power relations are at work in any set of social relationships, it can be assumed that the relationships involved in the production and reproduction of the necessities for corporeal life will be characterized by significant imbalances of power, at least some of the time. Where they are, these imbalances will have implications for power relations in multiple domains of social activity, including those which pertain to the field of culture. Base and superstructure. In theoretical discussion of the status of culture in Marxist thought, Special precedence has often been given to the correct understanding of the relationship between base and superstructure. This terminology is deployed occasionally by Marx and Engels when trying to explain their materialist understanding of history. According to the implied architectural metaphor, an overall social formation can be visualized as a building, the foundations of which are made up of material relations, while domains such as formal politics, the media, religion, the arts, etc. all belong to the superstructure that is built on that foundation. For example, the medieval chivalric romances do not merely evolve organically out of the heroic epics and sagas of previous ages. They express and celebrate a worldview and a set of values that are specifically those of the feudal warrior aristocracy that had recently come to dominate the societies of early medieval Western Europe, as do the political and legal institutions that also emerged in those places at that time. The base/superstructure metaphor has occasionally been interpreted, by both advocates and opponents of Marxism, as implying that nothing taking place in the superstructure is of historical importance, being only a reflection or expression of changes occurring in the base. However, the base/superstructure metaphor was never intended to be taken so literally. In particular, it was never supposed to imply that activity in the fields of politics and culture could not itself have direct or indirect repercussions on the domain of economic relations. Engels made this point explicitly in a famous letter to Joseph Bloch, pointing out that the base/superstructure metaphor was only ever intended as a rhetorical and polemical trope with which to refute the romantic assumptions of early 19th century idealists. Despite this, a great deal of time and energy was taken up in the 1960s and 1970s by theorists such as Louis Althusser and Raymond Williams attempting to determine precisely how much autonomy from the base various aspects of the superstructure can be assumed to have from a properly Marxist perspective. Williams eventually concluded that base/superstructure had simply never been a useful metaphor, implying as it does a level of determinism that Marx and Engels had never intended. He was right, and we will not dwell further on this topic. Culture 787. Culture and the crisis of Marxism. The development of Marxist cultural theory is inseparable from the development of Marxist political theory. Both respond to more or less the same set of problems and conditions, and the same set of issues arising from the thought of Marx and Engels, who had predicted a particular set of outcomes from the development of industrial capitalism, based on their understanding of the processes that had given rise to it and to the global dominance of the European bourgeoisie. It is always salutary to recall that when Marx and Engels began their collaboration in the 1840s, many of these predictions would have seemed outlandish and improbable to many readers. The expectation that the industrial working class would organize itself politically and successfully, to the point of forming its own parties and being able to demand historically unprecedented social reforms, full-scale political representation and the full legalization of trade unions, was hardly universally shared. Over the course of his life, Marx was disappointed by, for example, the cultural conservatism and xenophobia of English workers. Nonetheless, his general prescription for the development of a politically self-conscious working class had largely been fulfilled by the 1910s, by which time mass trade union movements allied to mass socialist parties could be found to be active and militant from Ireland to Australia, posing a clear challenge to the authority and power of the bourgeoisie in all of those places. Up to a point. However, by that time, the limitations of that process of politicization were also becoming widely evident. The first 2 decades of the 20th century offered few examples of a significant level of revolutionary consciousness being widely achieved. There were 2 main reasons for this. On the one hand, since the late 19th century, large numbers of workers had enjoyed modest but significant improvements in pay, political representation, and standards of living. Pressure from radical movements, the growing weight and success of reformist strands of socialism and the growing commitment to modest social reform within even the liberal and conservative traditions all contributed to these outcomes, as did the enormous profits being generated by capital during the era of industrial monopoly and fully mature imperialism. The gradual advent of mass suffrage reduced the appeal and the apparent necessity of violent revolution, outside of autocracies such as Tsarist Russia. Under these circumstances, many workers seemed content to accept gradual and piecemeal reform, rather than pursuing the full abolition of capitalism. On the other hand, the popularity and effectiveness of various types of nationalist and imperialist ideology, their ability to secure the loyalty of workers to their national ruling classes, was proving far more enduring than Marxist theory had generally presumed that they would. The outbreak of World War I dealt a body blow to the socialist ideal of a united, international, class-conscious proletariat taking power through mass action and largely democratic means. The willingness of the European proletariats to follow their respective officer classes into the trenches 788 came as a shock to many, who had assumed that the threat of conscription into a bloody war would instead give them the final necessary push into revolutionary consciousness. And if the war marked the final crisis of European imperialism, what came in its wake in many places was not a rejection of nationalism and concomitant upsurge of class consciousness, but a morbid intensification of the former in the unexpectedly awful form of modern fascism. In those zones of the capitalist world where fascism remained weak, from the 1920s onwards a rich and seductive commercial culture began to emerge that could offer many working-class people a level of comfort and personal amusement that it had been assumed only socialism could deliver, further eroding the assumed basis upon which class solidarity could be built and socialism finally achieved. It is in the context of this political crisis that the major developments in Marxist political and cultural theory of the early to mid-20th century must be understood. Marxists had largely assumed that the steady growth of the labor movement would result directly and relatively unproblematically in ever higher levels of class consciousness, as a shared proletarian culture of scientific socialism continued to grow in scope, inclusivity, and influence. The failure of this process to manifest itself uniformly, or, arguably, anywhere, after 1910 constituted a crisis for Marxist theory to which most subsequent developments in Marxism and post-Marxism must be understood as a complex ongoing response. The Soviet theorists, Lukács, Voloshinov, Bakhtin. The exceptions to this characterization are those great Marxist cultural theorists who actually lived and worked in the Soviet bloc, Lukács, Bakhtin, and Voloshinov. They did not find themselves in a cultural universe dominated by nationalism or liberal capitalism, and were to some extent free to explore more widely the implications of a Marxist theory of culture. Today these thinkers tend to be read for quite different reasons. Voloshinov, author of Marxism and the Philosophy of Language, is largely remembered as a predecessor to later, post-structuralist theorists of meaning, and the way that the semantic implications of texts, utterances, and statements are forever shifting as context and social relations change. For Voloshinov, language itself is a site of class struggle, where the socially accepted meanings of statements are a product of social relations and power imbalances. Lukács, whose most famous book is History and Class Consciousness, remains a key point of reference for cultural analysts like Frederick Jameson and Perry Anderson, who aspire to understand the totality of contemporary social relations and the place of culture within it, understanding modern capitalist societies not as a collection of experiential fragments, but as informed by an underlying social logic. At the same time, Lukács is a key point of reference for theorists and critics hoping to see through the mystificatory reification of social culture. 789. Relations, the tendency to misperceive institutions, commodities, and other social phenomena as autonomous objects, independent of social relations, rather than as complex and related processes. Reification is a key feature of the false consciousness that bourgeois ideology promotes. Like Lukács, Mikhail Bakhtin's most obvious contribution to critical and historical thought is a distinctive theory of the novel. Both theorists emphasize the importance of the novel's capacity to offer a complex and holistic representation of an entire social formation, and the significance of the novelist's ability to speak in a multiplicity of voices. But where Lukács tends to emphasize the importance of the totality as the object of knowledge and representation, and realism as the desirable artistic objective, Bakhtin stresses the plurality, complexity, and indeterminacy of the social relations being depicted as the quality that sets apart the greatest examples of prose fiction. Bakhtin is at pains to emphasize the dialogic, co-constructed and pluralistic nature of human culture, and to valorize forms of aesthetic and representational practice that can express that quality. His most often cited idea celebrates the carnivalesque quality of cultural forms that disrupt social hierarchies while celebrating the corporeal, sensual, and irreducibly material character of existence. He is therefore a common point of reference for writers who want to celebrate the possibility of cultural forms, from the music festival to the TV comedy, that seem to embody the possibility of a visceral, radically democratic culture. Antonio Gramsci. Voloshinov's emphasis on discourse as a site of struggle is echoed in the work of the great Italian Marxist thinker Antonio Gramsci. The most prominent leader of the Italian Communist Party, most of Gramsci's writings were written during his 11-year imprisonment at the hands of Mussolini's regime. While they cover a vast range of topics, from Italian history to phenomenology, all of Gramsci's thought is animated by the need to understand the conditions necessary for successful revolutionary struggle in a society very different from those described by Lenin and Marx. For Gramsci, class struggle in a modern, complex society is characterized as a war of position, a kind of metaphorical trench warfare, wherein all of the components of civil society, the mass media, educational and religious institutions, the institutions of government and political parties, etc., are sites of contestation, to be won and occupied by progressive forces wherever possible. One of the key aims of the war of position is to affect the content of widely held common sense. Common sense in this usage is a term designating something like conventional wisdom, the general set of shared assumptions about the nature of the social world that members of a social group hold in common. 790. Common sense is not assumed to amount to a coherent and clearly defined worldview, but is always a complex patchwork of traditional knowledges, contemporary propaganda, outright superstition, and accurate social insight. Most common sense is not to be registered in the form of explicitly held and expressed opinions, but in the form of those tacit assumptions that inform everyday interactions, political discourse, religious and ethical ideas, popular culture, assumptions about history and economics, etc. Ruling elites use their power to influence the content of popular journalism, of educational syllabi, even of religious training. A contemporary example would be the tendency of popular media to blame immigrants rather than bankers for the effects of the 2008 financial crisis, encouraging this assumption as part of the common sense of contemporary culture. This idea still remains central to Marxist cultural criticism. Perhaps the most celebrated work of that genre of the early 21st century, Mark Fisher's Capitalist Realism, is to all intents and purposes an investigation of the institutional and mediated propagation of capitalist common sense in the epoch of advanced neoliberalism. Gramsci was not a direct source for Fisher, who was more directly influenced by figures such as Jameson and Zizek. But both of them stand in a tradition of Western Marxist ideology critique that begins with Gramsci. Gramsci produced insightful analysis of emergent social forms that would come to be influential decades after his death. In his classic notes on Americanism and Fordism, he argued that what Henry Ford had been pioneering in his Detroit factory since the 1910s was not just a new system of assembly line manufacturing, but a new type of capitalist society, and a new type of man. Gramsci's analysis of the effects on the worker of highly routinist assembly line labor anticipated Michel Foucault's studies of disciplinary society by several decades, and foresaw the culture of the post-war capitalist liberal democracies with uncanny prescience. The monumental importance of this analysis would only become fully apparent at the end of the 1970s, when it became obvious to many observers that the Fordist social settlement was crumbling. In the 1980s, commentators such as Robin Murray and David Harvey would make direct reference to Gramsci in their analyses of the emerging postmodern world. For theorists like Jean Baudrillard, the new, fragmented and fast-moving culture produced by advanced electronic capitalist culture could only be described in apocalyptic terms, as marking some kind of terminal implosion of Western civilization. Those who had understood Gramsci were able to make a more sober analysis, understanding that the Fordist regime of accumulation was giving way to the enforced pluralism and accelerated diversity of post-Fordism, with its new world of niche markets, subcultures and micropolitical conflicts. Having provided an explanatory framework that remains so robust for so long, it is little wonder that today Gramsci still remains the paradigmatic starting culture. 791. Point for any Marxian consideration of the politics of culture, or the culture of politics. In recent years, analysts seeking to make sense of the emergence of a new cycle of capital accumulation, the impact of new technologies on broader social power relations, or the emergence of new coalitions of resistance have made continuous reference to Gramsci and his central ideas. They look likely to continue doing so for some time to come. Mid-century pessimism. The middle decades of the 20th century saw a number of Marxist critics respond with understandable dismay to the victory first of fascism, and then of American consumerism. In the 1930s and 1940s, the key figures of the Frankfurt School, located at the Institute for Social Research at Frankfurt University, were Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer. The founders of critical theory, Adorno and Horkheimer, developed an account of modern capitalist societies that was deeply marked by their unique experience of Nazism, and exile in the capitalist dream world of Southern California, especially in their 1947 classic, The Dialectic of Enlightenment. Theirs was an account that would share many features with that of Guy Debord, whose 1967 book, The Society of the Spectacle, offers a near-apocalyptic diagnosis of a society in which everyday life has been totally subsumed and reified by capitalist social relations. Since the 1980s, in an era that has seen American capitalism reach new heights of global power and ubiquity, many writers and analysts have looked to these critics and theorists for diagnoses of our present cultural conditions. Adorno has been widely criticized for his pessimism, and for some appallingly parochial critical judgments. But his diagnosis of the culture industry, as a capitalist project to instrumentalize and commodify all forms of culture, could not have been more prescient. Since the end of the 1980s, we have entered an era in which public arts policy and political decision-making over the funding of the humanities has been entirely subsumed by the idea of the creative industries and the need to serve them. Marxist students of culture and media since the 1950s have been looking for more nuanced, less fatalistic perspectives to enable them to engage with a world in which the vast majority of the culture consumed, produced, and experienced by ordinary people is the direct product of capitalist endeavors. But Adorno remains a crucial point of reference for critical media studies scholars, as for critics and aesthetics seeking to defend an avant-garde ideal of radical art as a mode of critique. This is because, despite the limitations of their analysis, his and Horkheimer's general descriptions of a culture almost totally subsumed by processes of capital accumulation remain accurate. Their harsh judgments on 792. Modern vernacular culture may seem crass and elitist when applied to the innovative sonic experiments emerging from the small record labels of the mid-century jazz world, or their contemporary equivalents. But when applied to the output of those record labels, movie studios and publishers actually committed to full-scale capital accumulation, their description of capitalist culture as almost uniformly soulless, conservative, affectless, and alienating in 1947, remains startlingly accurate today. Utopian alternatives. An associate member of the Frankfurt School, Walter Benjamin wrote across a huge range of historical, literary, and philosophical topics, during a career that was tragically cut short by the rise of fascism. A critic, historian, and speculative theorist rather than a political organizer and strategist, he shared Gramsci's fascination with 19th century and early modern cultural history, understanding that the first object of historical materialist analysis must always be to understand the genealogy of the present. His unfinished study of Parisian culture during the Industrial Revolution, the Arcades Project, remains a monument to this view, and has fascinated students of urban history, consumer culture, and modern aesthetics since finally being published at the turn of the 21st century. Benjamin's best-known work to Anglophone students of culture and media is the essay The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction. The questions he raised in it have only become more relevant in the age of TV and digital reproducibility, as many contemporary scholars have noted. Influenced by Kabbalist mysticism, Bohemian modernism, and the legacy of German Romanticism, Benjamin's outlook on contemporary culture was never simply pessimistic, and his influence has only increased every year since his writing began to be available in English in the 1970s. From the aesthetics of animation, to the experience of the modern city, to the history of intoxication, to nonlinear theories of temporality, Benjamin seemingly has something for everybody. Adorno and Horkheimer worried that he wasn't a committed Marxist, but in many ways his restless intellectual promiscuity, and his love of a modern world whose limitations he always hoped to transcend, expressed the very best spirit of historical materialism. And with perhaps his most famous remark, "There is no document of civilization which is not at the same time a document of barbarism," he anticipated the major concerns of late 20th century feminist, anti-colonial and Marxist cultural criticism and historiography in a single pithy sentence. Other German thinkers of the period shared Benjamin's utopian imagination. In the 1950s, Ernst Bloch made a unique contribution with his three-volume Culture 793. Study the Principle of Hope, investigating the history and nature of utopianism in a vast range of domains, from literature to architecture to religion to politics, always seeing a certain revolutionary potential in the attempt to imagine a world better than the present one. Like Bloch, former Frankfurt School member Herbert Marcuse would become a hero to the American New Left after settling in the USA after the war. His complex synthesis of Marxism and psychoanalysis in Eros and Civilization, and his critique of the limited forms of freedom offered by advanced consumer societies in one-dimensional man, made him a popular figure with bohemians and cultural revolutionaries. But unlike the pre-war surrealists, Marcuse did not simply preach the liberation of the unconscious, he argued that the specific forms of personal liberation offered by modern consumer culture actually had a repressive and oppressive function. His complex articulation of Freud and Marx remains a powerful critical resource. More directly influenced by the Surrealists was the main French contemporary of the Frankfurt School, Henri Lefebvre. A champion of anti-Stalinist, heterodox Marxism from the 1930s onwards, Lefebvre's extraordinary oeuvre anticipated many of the interdisciplinary concerns of cultural studies, social anthropology, cultural geography and urban studies in the late 20th century. His three-volume critique of everyday life opened up ordinary social existence as an object of critical inquiry and potential political intervention, directly inspiring the utopian avant-gardism of the Situationists and others. Lefebvre's 1968 argument that the right to the city should be a key radical political demand anticipated the concerns of several generations of activists, artists, and cultural innovators. It is an idea that is as relevant as ever in an era when sky-high rents and rampant gentrification afflict urban populations across the globe. Lefebvre is another example of a thinker whose influence on English-language radical scholarship has grown in recent decades. He has been a key inspiration for David Harvey, the radical geographer and one of the most influential expositors of Marxism in our time, while everyday life studies has become almost an entire subdiscipline of contemporary sociology and cultural studies. The structuralist moment. The 1960s saw the emergence of structuralism as a distinct French intellectual tendency, in anthropology, psychology, literary studies, and social science, that both drew on elements of Marxism and influenced the way that certain Marxist thinkers sought to codify their positions. The experimental psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan proposed that the linguistic theories of Ferdinand de Saussure had supplied the general theory of signification that Freudian psychology needed, famously declaring that the unconscious is structured like a language. 794. More consistently Marxian in his approach was the semiologist Roland Barthes, who pioneered the extension of Saussure's structuralist method into the analysis of various communicative practices, from fashion to advertising, and the role that they play in normalizing bourgeois ideology. More directly inspired by Lacan, the Marxist philosopher Louis Althusser sought a systematic reformulation of Marxist theory, understanding class relations and the capitalist mode of production in terms of a complex set of nested social structures, within which the institutions responsible for the propagation and reproduction of culture play a central role. Were this a straightforward narrative about the key figures in the history of Marxist cultural theory, we would spend much more time elaborating the ideas of Barthes and Althusser. Both were crucial to the evolution of left thought into the late 20th century and the development of Marxist cultural studies. But while Althusserian Marxism remains a powerful intellectual current in its own right, in recent times it has tended to be more preoccupied with philosophical matters than with cultural analysis or commentary, while Barthes is now often relegated to historical accounts of the rise and fall of structuralism. Both deserve to be read far more widely than they are currently, but neither plays a very significant role in recent debates in the field. The same, incidentally, might be said of various non-structuralist thinkers of the mid-20th century. Jean-Paul Sartre, the surrealist leader André Breton, the humanist Marxist Lucien Goldman, all deserve historical attention, but they are only occasional reference points within contemporary Marxist cultural theory. After structuralism, beyond Freudo-Marxism. The political and cultural upheavals of the late 1960s were a turning point for Marxian thinking about culture, as for so much else. The failure of the student revolt of May 1968 to mature into a full-blown revolution divided the French left and its intellectual allies. The Parti communiste français had extended only limited support to the students, judging that the time was not right for revolution in France, while making excuses for the Soviet military suppression of the Prague Spring. The response of some thinkers was to reject Marxism altogether, or to move away from its traditional concerns to engage with the more existential and phenomenological questions typical of post-structuralism. The key theorists to emerge from this moment while retaining a clearly Marxist frame of reference were the unlikely philosophical duo of Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari. Deleuze was an academic philosopher who had been developing an idiosyncratic materialist and libertarian position based on readings of a distinctive canon of minor philosophers, Spinoza, Leibniz, Hume, Nietzsche, Bergson, etc. Guattari was a political activist, instrumental in the events leading up to May 1968, and a psychoanalyst who had studied with Lacan. Culture 795. What they attempted together in their two-volume work Capitalism and Schizophrenia, written over the decade following 1968, was something extraordinary. This was to be the most ambitious synthesis of Marxism and psychoanalysis to date, and one that would seek to radicalize both bodies of thought in the process. What emerged was a complex body of work that offered a unique set of intellectual tools for the analysis of power relationships at every conceivable scale. Musical forms, literary movements, political institutions, scientific innovations, all could be understood as complex mechanisms with variable potentials to restrict or enhance the creative capacities of those groups that revolutionary politics sought to emancipate. 50 years on from the publication of their first book, the influence of Deleuze and Guattari continues to grow, because, like Gramsci, they set out a theoretical framework that still seems able to accommodate the complex dynamics of contemporary capitalism and various forms of opposition to it. Its difficulty certainly presents an obstacle to their ideas ever achieving widespread dissemination. But this is understandable, and forgivable, in a body of work that amounts to the most ambitious attempt to date to furnish historical materialism with a fully developed theory of the psychosocial. Today, Deleuze and Guattari are a key point of reference for critics and analysts trying to get to grips with the complex ways in which capitalist culture both liberates and oppresses at the same time. They have been a central influence on the work of Maurizio Lazzarato, Michael Hart, and Antonio Negri, arguably the most significant innovators in Marxist theory of the past 2 decades. They have been taken up as key sources by cultural analysts studying music culture, literature, digital technologies, cinema, and a vast range of other contemporary topics. Although they were very far from being orthodox Marxists, their work arguably represents one of the most important contributions to historical materialism of the 20th century. The reversal of perspective. Just as in France, Italian activists and theorists of the same period broke with the perceived theoretical and political conservatism of the Communist Party. In the 1960s and 70s, the operaista and autonomist movements stressed the importance of understanding the agency of workers in the historical dynamics of capitalist development. The reversal of perspective proposed by Mario Tronti and other workerist thinkers argued that workers were not simply reactive and defensive in the face of capitalist exploitation, but that in fact many of the changes to production and organizational methods introduced by capitalists since the Industrial Revolution had been themselves defensive reactions. 796. To the innovative resistance of workers. This conceptual stress on the agency of workers was allied with a political orientation towards shop floor resistance and grassroots activism. Over the course of the 1970s, activists and thinkers inspired by such ideas allied themselves with tendencies such as the movement to build social centers, autonomous community spaces for cultural production, performance, education, and cohabitation, and with radical experiments in politicist community radio and publishing. This experience would inform the thinking of figures like Maurizio Lazzarato and Antonio Negri, a body of work that would remain relatively obscure in the English-speaking world until the 2000s, when Negri's collaboration with the American philosopher Michael Hart brought it to an international audience. Since that time, this tendency has probably been one of the influential forces shaping new ways of thinking about culture in the historical materialist tradition. In all of this work, a stress on the creative, collective agency of workers, and an understanding of capital as largely uncreative, reactive, and parasitic upon their ingenuity, has proved a consistent theme, running through Hart and Negri's series of collaborative works, in particular their most celebrated, Empire. Their thought, and that of Lazzarato, has been widely influential on attempts to understand the changing status of creative labor in the post-Fordist economies, even where Anglophone theorists have not always agreed with their assumptions. Cultural studies. Tronti's reversal of perspective had analogies in the English-speaking world. In the UK, the Marxist historian E. P. Thompson published his classic The Making of the English Working Class in 1963. The book made a powerful case for understanding the emergence of the industrial proletariat as a political agent in the 19th century as the outcome of bottom-up working-class struggle, and not merely as an inevitable reaction to the development of capitalism's productive forces. Thompson's approach would prove to be a significant influence on the emergence of the field that would define Anglophone radical thought for the next two generations, cultural studies. The tradition of cultural studies that began in the UK in the early 1960s has both transformed the Anglophone humanities and social sciences, and, in the UK at least, been arguably the single most important conduit for Marxist ideas into public life and political discourse over that period. Its key founding figure, the Welsh critic, theorist, and historian of ideas Raymond Williams, crowned his career by developing a coherent and explicitly Marxist theory of culture in his landmark work Marxism and Literature. The terminology that Williams refined for cultural analysis is still indispensable today, and is to be found liberally deployed across the humanities and social sciences. Culture 797. For Williams, the key task when considering any particular cultural context is to differentiate between the dominant forces and those that are either residual or emergent. For example, in the UK of the 1970s, the culture of the bourgeois elite was clearly dominant, and institutions such as the Church of England could be considered residual, while punk culture could be considered emergent, an early manifestation of the new wave of independent production that would define the landscapes of music culture as well as film and TV production in the 1980s. Perhaps Williams' most original and perennial concept was structure of feeling, a way of trying to name those clusters of ideas, assumptions, ideologies, and effects that constitute recognizable cultural formations. Williams' work and his philosophy of cultural materialism remain key reference points for scholars of cultural studies, media studies, and literature. In the 1970s, Birmingham University's Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies, under the leadership of Stuart Hall, developed a distinctive theoretical toolkit derived from Althusser, Gramsci, and Barthes, as well as Williams and other sources in the social sciences and humanities. CCS members used this approach to undertake ambitious and wide-ranging analyses of the politics of cultural change in modern Britain, as well as historical researches. Their ideas and interdisciplinary methods would be carried into the U.S. Academy by a cohort of American scholars such as former CCCS student Lawrence Grossberg, whose synthesis of Gramscian conjunctural analysis with Deleuze and Guattari's schizoanalysis would inform an ongoing project to map the contours of neoliberal American culture, new forms of conservative reaction and new sites of potential emancipation, as the USA passed through the various phases of Reaganism, Clintonism, and beyond. All of this work, in the UK and the USA, was motivated by the desire to understand ideology, how it was that the political right and pro-capitalist forces had seized, and maintained, the political initiative after the social progress of the post-war years, and the democratic upsurge of the 1960s and 70s. In the 1980s and 90s, the influence of post-structuralism, post-Marxism, and various strands of liberal identity politics weakened the influence of classical Marxism within cultural studies. For many scholars and students, the emerging discipline became the intellectual space wherein a kind of post-Marxist historical materialism was worked out. Under the influence of Michel Foucault and of feminist and anti-racist ideas, Marxism came to be associated with economic determinism, or with an exclusive focus on class relations as the only significant power relationships, while self-identified Marxists sneered at the conceptual promiscuity and suspect political commitment of cult studs. The attempts by some cultural studies scholars to investigate the ways in which consumers could become agents of cultural change in an advanced capitalist economy led to understandable, if arguably unfair, charges of complicity with emergent neoliberal capitalism. In media studies, Marxist scholars doing important work on the political economy of media institutions resented the attention that Cultural 798 studies received for addressing potentially superficial issues, such as the ways in which particular social groups were represented on TV. In response, cultural studies scholars accused political economists of a naive economic determinism, oblivious to the war of position going on in contemporary culture. These debates were often arguments over caricatures. Few cultural studies researchers or teachers ever actually rejected the basic Marxian analysis of class, capital, and commodification. Those who distanced themselves from the apparent determinism or fatalism of a Lukács, Adorno, or Debord often did so in terms no different from a Benjamin, Bakhtin or Negri. By the same token, the cliched image of the austere scientific Marxist, claiming epistemological access to the totality of social relations, bore little resemblance to the way that Althusser or Lukács, never mind Marx, actually thought about the world. Few researchers ever actually thought that it didn't matter who owned media institutions, or that the content of media output was a matter of political indifference. The real challenge of cultural studies has always been to integrate such concerns fully, in the search for a comprehensive materialist analysis of cultural and political conjunctures. Class, race, and gender. Perhaps the most crucial contribution to emerge from the CCCS was its determination to conceptualize class, race, and gender not as entirely distinct and separate types of power relationship, but as always imbricated in complex and unpredictable ways. Of course, CCCS was not the only place where these issues were under consideration. The historical experience of civil rights, black power, and anti-colonial struggles, and the writings of anti-colonial thinkers such as Frantz Fanon, C.L.R. James and Angela Davies had persuaded thinkers and activists in many fields of the need to understand racial oppression as having specific characteristics that could not be reduced to class relations. This anti-imperialist tradition has powerful echoes in contemporary Marxist cultural criticism. In literary studies, for example, scholars such as Benita Perry have argued forcefully that post-colonial culture cannot be understood without reference to the material history of imperialism and the racism that it produced. Perhaps most importantly, the work of figures such as Cedric J. Robinson in the USA demonstrated the ongoing importance of a specific tradition of Black Marxism, allied to a wider history of anti-racist and anti-colonial struggle, which continues to be written and to shape how we understand the constitutive role of Black radicalism in contemporary culture. Always in dialogue with such work, the CCCS approach was particularly notable for its integrative and open-ended approach to the relationships between race and class. In the USA, the Black Studies movement, although never politically or culture 799 theoretically homogeneous, always risks separating off questions of race from issues of class, gender, and sexuality. By contrast, the distinctive approach of CCCS was to refuse both class reductionism and the politics of Black nationalism. Long before the term intersectionality was coined, writers like Gilroy, among many other Black scholars and particularly feminist scholars, developed an approach that insisted on understanding class relations and experiences of ethnicity as always mutually constitutive, and always interacting with experiences of gender and the power relations that constituted them. At the same time, key CCCS members such as Angela McRobbie began to focus more explicitly on questions of gender, and how, for example, the culture and experience of working-class girls might differ from those of the boys who had been the subject of a number of CCCS ethnographies. The conceptual problems posed by the attempt to think through the nature of gender, without collapsing into either essentialism or idealism, are considerable. Attempts to synthesis Marxism with feminism have taken many forms since the end of the 1960s. The women's liberation movement that emerged at that time as well as the gay liberation movements inspired by it have inspired a wave of ongoing efforts to conceptualize gender as a product of historical and cultural forces, and have shaped a great deal of contemporary thought and culture. Marxist feminism has been a key tendency in cultural criticism and cultural history throughout this period. Writers such as Sheila Robotham, Selma James, Cora Kaplan, and many others have challenged readers to consider the history and present state of global culture through the lens of a close attention to both class and gendered social relations, often making creative use of psychoanalytic concepts to explore the subjective and unconscious dimensions of social experience. Within the Marxist tradition, but outside the domain of cultural criticism, writers such as Silvia Federici and Maria Rosa Dalla Costa, associates of the autonomist movement, would take a more strictly Marxist approach to questions of gender, examining the ways in which contemporary gender relations remain imbricated with processes of domestic labor and social reproduction, inspired by their involvement with the wages for housework movement. Their ideas about the importance of social reproduction have been hugely influential on recent developments in feminist cultural and political theory. More than any others, it was those theorists who focused on the nature of gender as such who would challenge historical materialism to expand and revise the way it thought about culture. The most revolutionary feature of the women's liberation movement was its demand for the transformation of social relations far older and apparently fixed than those that define capitalism. This produced a strand of radical feminist 800 theory that challenged received ideas about culture in the most fundamental way imaginable. How much of this work can be considered Marxist is an open question. For example, the French radical feminist Monique Wittig was highly critical of many aspects of Marxism as she understood it, its inability to theorize subjectivity, its tendency to think in terms of binary logics, etc. But she did not dispute the Marxist critique of capitalism, and regarded her own theory of gender and sexuality as resolutely materialist. She also drew, as did many others, on Engels the origins of the family, private property, and the state, which posited a narrative of the prehistory of human culture according to which a communistic and partially matriarchal hunter-gatherer society was replaced by a patriarchal, agricultural state founded on private property and the division of labor. Wittig's ideas would prove highly influential on theorists such as Judith Butler, arguably the key figure of feminist cultural theory in the early 21st century, who would explore still further the question of how far even the apparent materiality of sexed and gendered bodies can be considered a historically contingent effect of culture. Butler is normally regarded as a post-Marxist thinker, but, again, it would be hard to find any claim she has ever made that Marx and Engels would definitely have disagreed with. In fact, the same could be said of the founding text of modern feminist theory, Simone de Beauvoir's The Second Sex. It treats historical materialism, like psychoanalysis and phenomenology, as an important set of intellectual resources on which to draw in its overall project of understanding the condition of women in patriarchal societies and contributing to the goal of their emancipation. None of its arguments are incompatible with the basic presuppositions of historical materialism, even while they pertain to an arguably more fundamental set of issues, the nature of sexual difference and its social and cultural implications. As such, there is not only a good case for including the second sex in any account of the history of Marxist thought on culture, we could reasonably claim that the book constitutes the greatest contribution to that tradition, and the one that still most clearly anticipates contemporary concerns. The work of contemporary giants like Judith Butler clearly follows on from that of de Beauvoir almost directly. Nonetheless, debates between Marxists and their critics, similar to the arguments of the late 1980s and early 90s, have re-emerged in recent years, partly inspired by the interest in political notions of identity that Butler and other feminist theorists have inspired. Old caricatures have also re-emerged in this new moment, especially in the para-academic world of blogs, social media, and polemical conference papers. These disagreements are often framed in terms of a conflict between Marxists, who believe in pursing class politics, and those who believe in identity politics or intersectionality, the latter terms more or less designating an emphasis on issues specifically affecting non-white, female, queer, or trans people. In fact, it would be difficult to find a contemporary Marxist theorist who would deny the specific salience of anti-racism and feminism to understanding. Culture 801. Contemporary power relations, or try to argue that racism and patriarchy can be explained exclusively as effects of the capitalist mode of production. Recently, the most compelling commentary on these issues has come from writers drawing directly on the Black revolutionary tradition to argue against any dichotomy being drawn between anti-racism and class struggle. At the same time, increasing theoretical and historical attention is being given to the constitutive role of colonialism in the formation of capitalism itself. None of this work accepts classical Marxism uncritically, but none of it seeks to repudiate any of its essential features. Classical Marxism in the 21st century. Along with Judith Butler, the most famous cultural theorist of modern times is undoubtedly the Slovenian philosopher and critic Slavoj Žižek. Like Butler, his work has often been in a dialogue with the post-Marxism of Ekobedo Laka and Chantal Mouffe. But unlike them, he has declared his commitment to Marxism and the communist tradition, even provocatively adopting the Stalinist label of dialectical materialism. Despite these rhetorical claims, Žižek's maître à penser is not Marx, but Lacan. His mature philosophy is a synthesis of Lacanian psychoanalysis with Leninist political theory and the thought of the French Maoist philosopher Alain Badiou. At times, Žižek has undertaken a genuine synthesis of such sources with a recognizably historical materialist approach. But Žižek's pronouncements on contemporary culture often amount to a scattergun set of loosely connected observations. One moment he is showing how mainstream liberal multiculturalism expresses the ideological viewpoint of a global capitalist elite, a perfectly valid example of contemporary Marxist ideology critique. The next minute he is arguing that a scene from a popular film illustrates a Lacanian truth about the permanently unsatisfiable nature of desire, an ahistorical claim that many of the thinkers discussed in this chapter would regard as incompatible with historical materialism. The appeal of Žižek's analyses is precisely that of all earlier forms of Freudo-Marxism. They seem to offer plausible psychological explanations for the persistence of both authoritarian conservatism and the ubiquitous narcissism of capitalist consumer culture. The problem with those analyses is the same as with those of their predecessors: they rarely seem to generate plausible strategies with which to challenge bourgeois hegemony. Žižek's enormously popular books and media appearances have probably introduced more people to the idea of a Marxian cultural criticism than the work of any other single figure in history, apart from Marx himself. They have also proven inspirational to some of the most important Marxist cultural critics of recent time, most notably, the American political theorist Jody Dean, whose 802 analyses of the emergent culture of digital capitalism have shed considerable light on the persistence of capitalist norms and patterns of experience in an age of apparently free information. Zizek's tendency to make a historical philosophical claim stands in marked contrast to the final figure we will name in this roll call of Marxist cultural theorists. The U.S. literary scholar Frederick Jameson has done as much as any living figure to preserve the classical tradition of historical materialism. Famous for his great analytical injunction, always historicize, Jameson has made analyses of historical literary form, of the totality of contemporary culture and of numerous individual topics, always deploying a method that is consistent with all of the classical assumptions of historical materialism. Jameson's work is probably more fully engaged with the entire tradition described in this chapter than that of any other scholar of the late 20th or early 21st centuries, writing in any language. Jameson is probably best known for his writing on postmodernism in the 1980s. Although less influenced by Gramsci, his analysis essentially paralleled that of figures like David Harvey, Stuart Hall, and Robin Murray, emphasizing the ways in which the shift to a culture of apparently extreme relativism and pluralism was being driven by advances in capitalism and an intensification of the general logic of commodification. Jameson's analysis of postmodernism as the cultural logic of late capitalism was enormously influential, directly impacting on the research of figures like Perry Anderson and Zygmunt Bauman, defining a general field of research that has never been effectively superseded. But this is only one strand of an enormous body of work that has sought to develop and extend the historical materialist analysis of culture in many different ways since the 1960s. His most recent work has sought to develop both a general theory and history of the relationship between aesthetic and social forms, and a fully developed account of the role of dialectics in Marxist critical thought. Jameson's career has spanned more than half a century, during which innumerable intellectual fads and philosophical movements have come and gone. At the beginning of that period, Marxism was still a thoroughly marginal force in the academic humanities and social sciences, outside of the communist countries. Its influence within the university has been stronger at times than it is now. In the Anglophone countries, its golden age was probably the early 1980s, at the moment when the student radicals of 1968 were beginning to take over academic departments, while the neoliberal assault on the universities had not yet made its effects felt. And yet, despite countless obituary notices being written for it, Marxist cultural theory and cultural criticism has survived and persisted, and today can confidently be said to be in certain ways stronger and more widely influential than ever before. Marxist critics from Adorno to Zizek remain a key resource for those seeking to diagnose the ills of contemporary culture. Thinkers such as Bakhtin, Bloch, de Beauvoir, and Deleuze and Guattari who use Marxism remain. Culture 803. Indispensable for trying to think about what kind of lives we need. Lazaretto's work, most of it only recently available in English, is fast emerging as a key reference point for radical critiques of contemporary media and culture. In the early 21st century, blog culture, podcasting, and a new wave of radical publishing has expanded the market for radical cultural criticism beyond the old audience for erudite print media criticism or purely academic literature. In all of these domains, it is a form of Marxist critique informed by the tradition described here that supplies the critical lingua franca for a new generation of popular intellectual production, such as Fisher's capitalist realism. At the same time, scholarly projects such as the journal Historical Materialism have given new life to Marxism as a potent, global intellectual force. The end of capitalism may still be very far away. But Marxism's contribution to world culture, and to that culture's understanding of itself, remains undeniable. At the turn of the 21st century, the magnetic pole of literary criticism reversed, inverting the importance of historical context and aesthetic features in textual analysis. A newly ascendant new formalism claims that such analysis ought to describe the forms and surfaces of literary texts rather than interpreting such texts' historical embeddedness, ideological freightage, and political implications. This development aims at overturning literary criticism associated with the Marxist and the Foucauldian-inspired new historicism of the 1980s and 1990s, which sought to identify literary texts' political complicity with the hegemonic structures under which they were produced. Unlike the new historicism, the argument made in the 2000s for the primacy of surface over depth denied the critical act of interpretation could mediate the conjunctures of power and capital. 2. In some quarters, objects gained currency as their historical embeddedness faded from importance. There has never been a single object for Marxist literary criticism. If one could claim that there has been one way to approach literature for Marxists, it would be to follow Marx's example in Capital, to understand how disciplines, fields, practitioners or schools understand literary objects, to identify the contradictions among those methods, and posit an interpretation that supersedes the others by relying on their observations. Literary critic Carolyn Lyschik's reading dialectically argues that the post-critical position misinterprets precisely what was unique about Marxist literary criticism. Lyschik provides a strong example of such a mode of 44. Literary Criticism 1. Brent Ryan Bellamy 808. Reading. For Lyschik, the value of Marxist interpretation lies in its dual focus on history and form as existing in a complex dialectical relationship that avoids mutual reduction. Focusing on the new formalism, Lyschik describes such formations as decidedly anti-political, and, in her words, one might imagine their rallying cry to be, "Give us back our literature and our socially unencumbered aesthetic." In a time of sharpened political stakes, new fascisms, the rolling back of women's rights, the rise of populism, state-funded police brutality that disproportionately targets black and indigenous people, mass evictions, and the loss of tenants' rights, and the intensifying of immiseration, some, it seems, would prefer not to consider the emancipatory and egalitarian way out of such binds. The connections among immiseration, authoritarian politics, and literary formalism go deeper, too. Anti-political approaches thrive in cash-strapped departments that cannot afford the luxury of critique. They also valorize the literary as a destabilized object, which some academics understand as a bulwark to resist further threats against their autonomy and livelihoods. 3. Lyschik compares the formalist avoidance of critique to the new historicism's abstinence from the political. Rather than advocating a return to previous methods of Marxist analysis, she argues that reading ought to be conducted dialectically. She posits that the critic might read by moving from the literary object to history and back. The critic, for Lyschik, ought to strive to connect the text to the hegemonic structures under which it was produced, and which shape its production and capacity for representation. At the same time, the dialectical reader would seek to locate the text's utopian horizon, asking how the text reaches beyond its historical moment and why it calls out for critical re-examination now. Thus, dialectical reading stands apart from both the new historicism and new formalism, while drawing on the literary basis of both approaches. Rather than prohibiting the mediations of history, dialectical reading seeks their evidence in the text, asking how the text's meaning intercedes between the moment of its creation and the present tense of its interpreter. For Marxism's engagement with literature must maintain a fidelity to dialectical reading over other axioms of analysis, such as aesthetics or historical context above all else, because it puts the critic in a position of radical curiosity, especially about the critic's own position and assumptions. Dialectical reading allows critics to apprehend capitalist social relations. The following section aims to situate late 20th century developments in literary analysis. Following the discussion below, I have selected 3 distinct areas of 21st century development in Anglophone Marxist literary criticism that could also be described as vectors of interest for drawing thinkers towards a Marxist position: financialization, the subject of capital, and world literature and ecology. Finally, I return to the scene of such work in university departments to bring the chapter to a close. Literary Criticism 809. Some Foundations of Contemporary Marxist Approaches to Literature. By the late 1970s, intellectual engagement with both Marxism and literature had completed a cycle of germination begun in the 1960s. Pierre Macquarrie, literary philosopher and student collaborator of Louis Althusser, published a theory of literary production, which attends to the problematic of the not said and to absence within a given literary work as central to detecting the workings of ideology and of capital. 6 critics might discover such conceptual knots within a particular field of knowledge as it produces the defined excluded, which Althusser glosses as excluded from the field of visibility and defined as excluded by the peculiar structure of the field of the problematic. In detecting that unnamed problematic, a critic could identify the work achieved by the text. This detection involved a doubled procedure. In evaluating how a text formed around a problematic, the critic could assess the conceptual procedure that made the problematic retrospectively legible. Such problematics were never accessible directly, but only through the effects they had produced in writing. Their critical reconstruction was thus conceptual. As Althusser put it, problematics were the unstable index of the possible production of a new, critical character. Although Althusser explicitly identified this project as a break with dialectics, the Marxist critic Frederick Jameson sought to reconnect the Althusserian emphasis on the unsaid, which explicitly related to the Freudian unconscious as reconceived by psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan, with the dialectical criticism of philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre and the Frankfurt School. Jameson published an early work of critical synthesis in a 1971 PMLA article titled Medicamentory. Among the audience for this intervention were literary critics emerging from the new criticism of the post-World War II period who valued the text itself above all else. Jameson defines the work of Medicamentory as tracing the logic of the censorship itself and of the situation from which it springs, a language that hides what it displays beneath its own reality as language, a glance that designates, through the very process of avoiding, the object forbidden. In Jameson's case, the work of mediation involved a consideration of how the past shapes the literary work as well as a strong sense of how the present conjuncture shapes the critic's interpretive procedures. This intervention can also be traced to Sartre's insistence that philosophy and literature, indeed cultural production tout court, on the one hand, and capitalism, on the other, are densely interconnected and do not unfold in isolation. 7. Jameson emphasized criticism's own ideological commitments to ideology, the state, and capital. The claim in short was that there is no outside to capitalism, that in order to locate oneself within the shifting totality of capitalist production one must begin to trace the mediations of capital's workings. Jameson would 810. Later describe such work as transcoding, as the invention of a set of terms, the strategic choice of a particular code or language, such that the same terminology can be used to analyze and articulate two quite distinct types of objects or texts or two very different structural levels of reality. Producing Medicamentory, then, would involve mediation and transcoding, indeed would require dialectical reading in order to proceed. Within the 1970s, 1977 marked a moment when many other critics reckoned with the outcomes and legacies of early 20th century Western Marxism. This is the year when a set of critical and polemical essays by Theodore W. Adorno, Walter Benjamin, Ernst Bloch, Bertolt Brecht, and George Lukács were collected and released by New Left Books as Aesthetics and Politics, with an afterword from Jameson. In the same year, intellectual historian Susan Buck-Morses's book The Origin of Negative Dialectics would intervene in the Frankfurt School debates, provocatively arguing that Benjamin's thought profoundly influenced and directed the development of Adorno's negative dialectics. A forerunner, intellectual historian Martin Jay's account of the Frankfurt School, The Dialectical Imagination, had been published in 1973. As with literature, literary criticism as a domain has an unstable yet persistent connection to the capitalist mode of production. From the 1970s moment of reckoning with French and German schools of Marxist thought, other affine studies followed, Michael Lowy's George Lukács, Kristen Ross's The Emergence of Social Space on the poet Rimbaud and the Paris Commune, and Roberto Schwartz's A Master on the Periphery of Capitalism, on the simultaneous advanced and retrograde character of Brazil in the world system through an engaged reading of Machado de Assis's The Posthumous Memoirs of Brás Cubas. 8. Following these examples, dialectical reading might be said to constitute an attempt to locate an effective imprint of history within the study of a text. The concept of objective form is central to discussions of the literary from Adorno to Schwartz, and it names such an impression. Dialectical thinker Maria Elisa Sevesco identifies objective form as a uniquely aesthetic historical element and traces it from fellow literary critic Antonio Candido to Schwartz. Sevesco elaborates Schwartz's treatment of objective form as the aesthetic formalization of social conditions in the literary that reveals the structural role played by historical reality in such a text's production. 9. This, then, is the cognitive power of literary work. The argument, rehearsed and repeated by many Marxist literary critics, is this: literary texts provide imaginary resolutions to real contradictions, whether as wish fulfillment or radical program. 10. The observation of objective form or a text's socially symbolic act does not mean that such texts cut of their own accord to the heart of capital's unevenness, but rather that it is the work of the critic to elaborate the mediations of literature in order to understand and oppose the workings of capital. Literary Criticism 811. Pathways in Marxist Literary Criticism. The Anglophone Marxist literary criticism of the first 2 decades of the 21st century was shaped as much by events that transformed the life worlds of young researchers as it was by the historicity of its objects of analysis. Supreme among these events was perhaps the 2007-8 financial crisis and the unevenness of how its effects were felt. The crisis brought critical attention to how the circulation of financial capital reverberates through cultural imaginaries and material reality. Though Marxism has often been mischaracterized as solely focusing on the exploitation of the working class at the site of production, Marxist literary criticism today shows that this assessment is by no means a limit to what Marxist theory and criticism can address. The legibility of the crisis's unevenness sparked renewed interest in the place of the unwaged within the economic totality. The loci of this discussion are gender and race. Critics interpret the mediatory objects of literary and cultural analysis to show how capital genders and racializes subjects by excluding them from the wage economy and reshaping itself in the image of such dependencies, an issue especially pressing in periods of economic crisis, downturn, and growing unemployment. Alongside this renewed focus on gender and race in Marxist literary criticism, comes a renewed focus on the global character of capitalism. Critics address uneven global structures through world literatures as theoretical discourse and literary criticism manifest an increasing engagement with looming ecological crises and climate change. Each of these problematics has provided an entry point to Marxist criticism for those seeking answers to the issues of capital in the 21st century. Financialization. The widespread economic freefall of the financial system raised questions that liberal economics could not answer. The 2007-8 global financial crisis presented a signal moment for the resurgence of engagement with Marx's writing and Marxism writ large. Literary critics approach financialization and literature from at least 2 critical directions. Poet and critic Joshua Clover, for instance, treats literary works as making apprehensible political paths, on the one hand, and uses literature heuristically to process complex problems, on the other. First, in Autumn of the System, Clover reads Thomas Pynchon's Against the Day and Kevin Davies' The Golden Age of Paraphernalia to illustrate the tension between spatial and temporal accounts of capital's development. On Clover's account, Davies' poetics, and poetry qua form, are better suited to understanding the financial machinations of capital than narrative. Here, Clover extends the spirit of the arguments between 20th-century critics about the most suitable form for assessing and opposing capitalism. The debate is not about whether cultural forms can do this sort of work, but about which do it best. 812. Second, in Rietken, Clover triangulates financial instruments, literary theory, and the poetry of Clark Coolidge's Flag Flutter and U.S. Electric. He turns specially to 1973 and the introduction of the Black-Scholes equation, which allowed for simultaneous trading across different markets and forms, namely derivatives. On Clover's account, this move from trying to make a profit from a security's price change to buying and selling simultaneously across markets aligns all too closely with the emergence of postmodern architecture, aesthetics, and economics. The apparent free play of finance, seemingly uprooted from the necessities of production, becomes an epistemological seduction for literary studies, which are compelled by the separation between an object and its concept. Here, a narrative term, retroactive continuity, gainfully describes a change in backstory to rescue the coherence of the present. The possibility of crisis arises when Rietken's capacity slips, when the relations of value and price reaches its limit, at which point the line is broken, and the sentence, "Things can no longer be smoothed." In this case, the objective form of poetry mediates capital's capacity to make sense of the present through financial instruments. The shock waves of the 2007-08 financial crisis prompted critics to investigate the relation of literary production to moments of economic turbulence. Leclerc-Laberge's Scandals and Abstractions turns to the financial crisis of the 1980s, examining it through the literary production of the same moment. Laberge argues that finance is intensely representational. Literary form offers a vital entry into the labyrinth of terminology, logic, and data that make up financial operations. Alison Chinquiler's The Financial Imaginary tracks the way literary writers of the 1990s transcode the challenging problematic associated with the financialization of the economy into fictional narrative terms. 11. Abstraction is the mediating term here, as it is able to conceal both the social origins of wealth and the constructedness of narrative in novel form. Annie McClanahan's Dead Pledges argues that the best way to come to understand the economy is through its representation. Tracking consumer debt, McClanahan traces the indebtedness of everyday life to the systemic totality of the credit economy. Dead Pledges works through the relationship of the subject to processes such as credit scoring and the dynamics of finance, while exploring how a representation gets bound up in property itself. 12. The subject of capital. Recent criticism that emphasizes circulation, reproduction, and the world economy produces new standpoints from which to understand history and totality. Alden Sager-Martwood provides a clarifying account of Philippine reproductive fiction, arguing that an absence of positive agency does not signal a lack in the literary imagination. He concludes that Literary Criticism 813. Instead, Philippine reproductive fictions figure this agential absence as a critique leveled at the failure of the political imagination in the era of global capital's flexible accumulation and its dependence on overseas reproductive labor. The temporariness of autonomy in Philippine reproductive fiction reaffirms imaginary refusals precisely as imaginary, suggesting that permanent autonomy for Philippine reproductive workers can only become possible through the real refusal of capitalist social relations and nationalist mythos. Marxism and literature are both explanatory frames that counterbalance one another. Dialectical reading insists that one's standpoint be inflected by one's encounter with the real, and, as Martwood reminds us, such revelations in the imaginary realm are only the start, and need to be met with decisive action in the real world. 13. Running in tandem with such critique, Marxist thinker Kevin Floyd's The Reification of Desire and Performance Studies scholar José Esteban Muñoz's Cruising Utopia nurture a queer Marxism invested in a critique of political economy and of normative genders and sexualities through their respective engagements with literary objects of analysis. 14. For example, Floyd reads Hemingway's The Sun Also Rises to argue that masculinity is a form of reification by looking at the strikingly unnatural way the character Jake Barnes arranges fish with the meticulous attention of a retailer taking inventory, with a fetishistic attention to their surface and sensation. Floyd weaves Judith Butler's arguments about gender performativity with Lukács' critique of second nature as a historical category that is presumed natural. Meanwhile, Muñoz reads poet and playwright Amory Baraka's play The Toilet against political queer theorist Lee Edelman's No Future. He unpacks the complex interlacing of childhood, queerness, black nationalism, and the desire for better future, concluding, the here and now is simply not enough. 15 Floyd's work spurs Marxists to engage with queer theory, and Munoz encourages queer theorists to take on Marxism. While gender and sexuality form two vectors of analysis, writing about relations of race and capital have been central to some of the most important literary production and criticism in the Anglosphere. 16 Some approaches draw on the critical legacy of C.L.R. James. 17 Critical of Marxism, Sylvia Wynter provides a concise claim for the importance of black representation as class struggle when she writes in Black Metamorphosis that the task of black scholarship for the 80s will be to continue the theoretical delegitimation of the cultural universe of the bourgeoisie, of its representation of reality, of its control of the way we view reality. Demetrius L. Udell, a scholar of the history and culture of slavery, abolition, and emancipation in the Americas, situates and explains the impact of Wynter's intervention here. Wynter proposes a theory that reinterprets the history and contemporary social reality of the Americas and, by extension, the Western epistemological locus, adding she does so not only by incorporating and synthesizing the insights of 814, the then competing liberal, Marxist, and black cultural nationalist paradigms, but also by attempting to move beyond what these modes of analysis remained unable to elucidate. 18 These reconsiderations of the subject of history reorient critical assumptions about canons and formations. 19 What Marxist criticism might offer is a way to connect insurrection to representation through theorizations of racialization. Take, for instance, Sean O'Brien's recent conclusions in a reading of Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man. Ellison anticipates the exhaustion of industrial expansion in the post-war period, which registers in the novel as a crisis both of narrative form and of an affirmative anti-racist politics. The novel thus suggests that the history of literary forms and political possibilities are similarly tied to cycles of profitability, and that in the long American century some forms of invisibility are as socially necessary to capital as labor time. Marxist literary criticism's capacity to mediate complex relations from multiple standpoints offers such opportunities to transcode the problematics of capitalism alongside anti-blackness, financialization, and white supremacy. 20 In such astute moments, Marxist criticism offers a chance to focus on elaborating the particular and the historical as a mode of recognizing the deep inequalities of the present and refuse to look away from such injustices. World literature and ecology. A third way into the realm of Marxist thought for so many of late has been the scientific naming of the latest geological epoch as the Anthropocene. In seeking to parse such a generalizing and universalizing concept for critical thinking, many have argued that thinking on such a scale limits political capacity as much as it dulls our collective sense of the climate crisis. Marxism's forays into energy humanities and environmental humanities provide an entry point for theorizing a Marxist literary criticism that thinks ecologically, yet post-colonial critique has made these moves already and offers its own entry point for Marxist criticism. 21 The legacy of post-colonial critiques such as Edward Said's and Gayatri Spivak's have been formalized in emergent 21st-century Marxist scholarship. 22 In many ways the stresses generated by Marxist criticism's coming to terms with the vantage offered by the critique of imperialism in post-colonial writing and criticism have deepened the possibility for the convergence of these assessments of global immiseration and struggle. The work of groups such as the Warwick Research Collective brings together Marxist criticism, post-colonial theory, and world systems analysis. 23 In 2015, WREC produced Combined and Uneven Development, Towards a New Theory of World Literature. 24 They draw a helpful distinction between world and global literatures in terms of disciplinary reorientation, both rely on the thought figure of globalization as fundamental, yet. Literary criticism 815. Where global literature might be understood as in the first instance an extension of post-colonial studies, as post-colonial studies under the sign of globalization theory, in fact, world literature is in the first instance an extension of comparative literature, and might be understood as the remaking of comparative literature after the multicultural debates and the disciplinary critique of Eurocentrism. 25. WRC moved past the debate surrounding the publication of Jameson's Third World literature in the era of multinational capitalism to advance claims about how newly liberated post-colonies generate generic discontinuities as part of their enfolding into capitalism. 26 As such, WRC present a theory of world systems analysis and world literature grounded in readings of literature. The ecological has also emerged as a vector for world systems analysis. World systems analysis overcomes some of the issues arising out of regionalism and a focus on the local, without compromising attention to the unique forms of expression capital takes in different geographies. For instance, Teresa de Luffrey interprets Karen T. Yamashita's Through the Arc of the Rainforest through the search for new energy frontiers that structured the socio-economic and ecological reorganizations of mid and late 20th century Brazil in order to argue that the novel represents compound ecological crises, at a moment of peak financial overheating and ecological extraction as nature bites back in waves of epidemics that not only invade the sterile Matakeo theme park, but ruin the socio-ecological bases upon which the novel's export capital is premised. Through the Arc concludes by imagining the exhaustion of the text's magical account of commodity booms due to ecological violence and the corresponding collapse of capital accumulation. Such ecologically inflected literary scholarship layers considerations about the extraction, refinement, and transportation of resources and the cultures surrounding them, laminating work on the world system with the commodity chains, class standpoint, and environmental impacts of resource development. 27 From this vantage, the literary is marked not only by class relations but also by environmental relations and ecological tipping points. Coda, the location of Anglophone Marxist literary criticism. Compiling the references for this chapter has led me to recognize the astounding output of emerging thinkers. In Marxist parlance, the production of scholarship has accelerated relatively and absolutely. Today, there are more scholars publishing more work more of the time. Despite the packed schedules and lack of remuneration, part-time, casual, adjunct, and sessional instructors are publishing steadily. In the current context, full-time and tenure-track jobs cannot exist for each of them. The housing of Marxist scholarship in the institution of higher education allows for 816. The consistent if contradictory development of knowledge, while tying the fate of emerging critics to the limited possibilities of contemporary academia. This impasse of knowledge production and lack of secure employment characterizes the bind of institutionally conditioned Marxist literary criticisms today. Such a situation is made all the more painful for PhD candidates and early career researchers with the training to know precisely the capital-driven competition that overshadows their future chances of employment. For Marxist literary critics and those otherwise entrenched in the university system, this means knowing full well that this year's batch of job applicants will be forced to look elsewhere for subsistence, not to mention the labor of those who write for a living or teach to write. 28 The reserve army of intellectual labor is enormously capable of producing an immense collection of critical and theoretical work, yet in the manner in which it is shared and distributed it lacks the very cohesion and coherence of individual and collective purpose experienced by those atomized by the labor market. In an interview with the U.S. poet Amy King, poet and Boyer argues that literature is against us, following that provocatively clear statement with further explanation, and when I say literature, I mean something with historical specificity, seen with all of its brutality intact, with our own intact too, not as we might define it from its exceptions, despite how these exceptions are honorable and instructive and how much we might ground our work in them. Literary criticism may be against us as well, but dialectical reading remains crucial in coming to know the conditions of the present such that the critic might be able to interpret their standpoint and articulate the conditions for their emancipation. Poetics comes from the Greek word poiesis, meaning making or producing, itself derived from the infinitive verb poiein, to make one. In classical Greek thought poiesis was distinguished from praxis and theoria, which, together, formed the three structuring categories of Aristotelian philosophy. Theoria was perceived as the most noble of human activities, involving contemplation of that which is eternal and unchanging. Praxis was free activity in the realm of the contingent, in which man realizes and transforms only himself, seeking to attain his own perfection. This activity was autotelic, its end was immanent to the action itself. Poiesis, by contrast, was necessary action or production that has an end other than itself, and which the Greeks considered fundamentally servile. It was associated with the constraints of nature, mechanical rationality, and material conditions. The valence of the distinction between praxis and poiesis was thus overdetermined by the class composition of the Greek polis. Historically, the Marxist tradition has tended to focus on the relation between the first two terms, theory and practice. This has given rise to a rich history of debates on the actualization of philosophy through political praxis, the relation of intellectuals and workers, and the theory of ideology. More recent work on Marxist thought, however, has made newly visible, and extended, a subterranean current within the Marxist tradition that is premised upon the relation between praxis and poiesis. Etienne Balibar formulated the guiding insight of this current when he explained that Marx removed one of philosophy's most 45. Poetics. Daniel Hartley 824. Ancient Taboos, the radical distinction between praxis and poiesis. Where classical philosophy had maintained a strict separation of noble practice from ignoble production, Marx upheld the revolutionary thesis that praxis constantly passes over into poiesis and vice versa. There is never any effective freedom which is not also a material transformation, which is not registered historically in exteriority. But nor is there any work which is not a transformation of self, as though human beings could change their conditions of existence while maintaining an invariant essence. For this line of thought, praxis and poiesis are a mutually mediating unity. The present article aims to develop Balibar's claim in order to delineate three interrelated strands of Marxist poetics. First, Marxist poetics concerns the practice and theory of poetry, with an emphasis on communist poetry. Second, Marxist poetics names the project of Marxist literary theory. This is a theoretical discourse which, broadly speaking, understands literature, as Aristotle understood tragedy, as an imitation of action. It consciously extends the domain of poetics to embrace narrative as such too. Finally, at the broadest level, the term denotes a modality of political organization. For example, there is a clear analogy between plot as what Aristotle called the organization of the events, and the form and strategic rationality of the political party, whose goal is to condense the sheer empiricism of sociological givens into an organized, effective totality. Poetics as poetry. For centuries poetry has harbored prefigurations of communism in the form of popular ballads, broadsides, and drinking songs that denounce the nascent privatization of the commons. In modernity, the poetry of Romanticism combined residual pre-modern ideals with emergent communist impulses to pose an early challenge to the incipient violence of industrial capitalism. In his youth Marx himself was an active poet and direct inheritor of these traditions. He drew extensively on German Romanticism, but gradually came to sense its literary and historical inadequacy as a mode of writing and thinking. Like Heinrich Heine, his poetic output became characterized by an ironic parody of romantic sentiment and a lively anti-bourgeois, anti-Philistine satire that would remain characteristic of his writing throughout his life. In a remarkable letter to his father in 1837, Marx explains his conversion from poetry to Hegelian philosophy. He notes that the first 3 volumes of his poetic output had been characterized by idealism, diffuse and inchoate expressions of feeling, an art based in a world beyond in which everything real became hazy and rhetorical reflections replaced poetic thoughts. Implicit in Marx's letter is a literary Poetics 825. Ideal, good writing adheres closely to the real and actual, is concentrated and compressed, and is enlivened by objectivity. The letter stages a Hegelian logic of sublation that hints at the role this now abandoned poetry will play in Marx's later work, summarized here by Keston Sutherland. The poetry that is actually abandoned in this progress survives in negated form as the power of expression that, contrary to its concept, cannot by itself make abstract relations vivid, or bring what is dead back to life. Poetry is intensification pressed to the point of absolute impotence against the real limit of capitalist social reality, where abstract relations reveal their abhorrent imperviousness to poetry in brutal detail. This is a revolutionary account of the power of poetry. The concept of poetry involves the intensification of objects by an act of will. It persisted in non-poetic form in Hegel's intensification of abstract thought. If the early Marx lived out the sublation of poetry in Hegelian philosophy, Sutherland locates the subsequent break with Hegel in the recognition of the impotence of poetic intensification in the face of systemic, capitalist abstraction. The density, compression, and vivacity of Marx's early poetic ideal remain, but now inform a polemical mode of writing that dramatizes precisely the brutality of capitalist abstraction and its imperviousness to poetic intensification. This process reaches its apogee in Capital, where the violent urgency of Marx's poetics, its exhausting catalogue of human suffering combined with its acute sensitivity to emergent revolutionary horizons, is fundamental to its project of critique. For it is a poetics that draws majestically upon the entire Western literary tradition yet stages the ultimate impotence of poetry in the face of capital. It is a call for its own sublation in revolutionary praxis. The precise nature of this sublation remains a vexed question, not least since poetry lived on within the revolutionary praxis of the Paris Commune and Russian Revolution. 5. Indeed, the 20th century witnessed a profound symbiosis of poetry and communism. From Bertolt Brecht to Pablo Neruda, Cesar Vallejo to Laureen Need-Ecker, Langston Hughes to Nazim Hikmet, Yanis Ritsos to Mahmoud Darwish, many of the century's great poets were communist, and even those who were not drew directly from the explosive fusion of revolution and poetry in their own work. 6. Alain Badiou has argued that the great poets of the 20th century recognized in the grandiose revolutionary project of communism something that was familiar to them, namely that, as the poem gives its inventions to language and as language is given to all, the material world and the world of thought must be given integrally to all, becoming no longer the property of a few but the common good of humanity as a whole. He identifies certain recurrent tropes in the work of Vallejo, Neruda, Elyard and Brecht, visions of a world that has returned to what it truly is, new modes of fraternity that revive trust in one's fellows but also in the earth itself, a treasuring of humble, ordinary life that 826 deserves to be celebrated and defended, and, most powerfully, a nostalgia for the future, a kind of poetic regret for what we imagine the world will have been when communism has come. Yet there also existed a more direct, and deeply fraught, relationship between communist poetry and the construction of the Soviet state. The various contradictions and permutations of this relationship were embodied most dramatically in Mayakovsky, whom Alberto Toscano has pithily described as a futurist enfant terrible posthumously anointed by Stalin, exploding utilitarian language only to put it at the service of socialist construction. 7. Mayakovsky names the moment in the history of Marxist poetics at which the overdetermined relationship between poiesis and praxis reached a point of critical intensity. On behalf of the communist future he was trying to summon into existence, Mayakovsky railed against byt, a Russian word defined by Roman Jakobson as the stabilizing force of an immutable present, overlaid by a stagnating slime, which stifles life in its tight, hard mold. It was this force of inertia that Mayakovsky sought to bulldoze, determined to repurpose poetry into an intrinsic means of reconstructing everyday life. His project entailed an extremely delicate, perhaps ultimately impossible, balance between an expansion of the very meaning of poetry to embrace meetings, speeches, front-line limericks, one-day agitprop playlets, the living radio voice and the slogan flashing by on the trams, and a continued emphasis upon judgments of poetic form. Poetry for Mayakovsky was thus a type of work, which he readily compared to a manic Stakhanovite production, but it was also an individual craft and modality of collective agitation. In other words, the very conception of poetry was internally fractured by the overdetermined temporality of revolution, bridging the old world and the new. 8. Poetry was thus a highly volatile and multifarious practice, embedded in an often chaotic revolutionary context, whose ultimate aim was to break with BYT and construct a fundamentally new, communist everyday life. The relationship between poetry and revolution remains fraught today, but for very different reasons. To grasp it entails periodization. Indeed, one of the overwhelming tendencies of contemporary Marxist poetics is a nigh-on neurotic obsession with periodization, as if the only way to navigate the doldrums of historical defeat for world revolution is to construct so many conceptual calipers and compasses that will map our precise historical coordinates and set us back on course for utopia. Thus, the burning issues of Marxist poetics in the early 20th century are said to have arisen in a historical period triangulated by three coordinates: an economy and society still only semi-industrial, in which the ruling order still remained to a significant extent agrarian or aristocratic, a technology of dramatic inventions whose impact was still fresh or incipient, and an open political horizon, in which revolutionary upheavals of one kind or another against the prevailing order were widely expected or feared. Poetics 827. This was the force field of modernism. Postmodernism, meanwhile, is said to have emerged from the disappearance of these historical preconditions, a déclassé ruling order, a mediatized technology and a monochrome politics. Adapting Anderson's tripartite schema, Ruth Jennison and Julian Murfett have recently suggested we have since entered a further new period characterized by the disjunctive proximity of either revolution or the complete capitalist destruction of the entire planetary life world, the phenomenological disappearance of the global working class from the capitalist core combined with a global consolidation of the working class beyond the core, contoured by death, precarity, and surplus populations, and the relative predominance of the struggle to transform or hive out absolute space into differential space over traditional struggles against absolute and relative surplus extraction. They make the compelling case that such conditions explain the signature strategy of contemporary communist poetry, parataxis. Where Mayakovsky and the Futurists were part of a complex but total social process of revolutionary transformation, contemporary communist poets of the capitalist core channel and bear witness to the spirit of exceptional insurrections, attempt to map the disjunctive axes of the contemporary world system and metabolize the time, space of anti-capitalist occupations. In line with these developments, one of the notable shifts in Marxist poetics in recent years has been away from a post-Lukácsian, Jamesonian emphasis on the unique relationship between narrative and revolutionary praxis towards a sense that poetry is the more appropriate mode of representation for the current historical conjuncture. Joshua Clover's poetic and theoretical work embodies many of these concerns. Drawing on Fernand Braudel's claim that the reign of finance in the cycle of capital accumulation is always a sign of autumn, Clover has argued that the period from the 1970s to the economic crisis of 2007-08 should be understood as the autumn of the system. During periods characterized by Marx's general formula of capital, MCM, one sees narrative's most primitive relation on the logic of capitalism. Narrative requires motion and change, not simple replenishment. Motion and change are exactly what constitutes the general formula. The mystery, then, is why one of the distinguishing features of literary production from the 1970s to 2008 was the relative effacement of narrative temporality. Clover's explanation turns upon the shift from MCM to MM during autumnal, end-of-cycle periods of financialization, the apparent situation of financialization and rise in organic composition of capital, wherein the massified labor of industrial capital seems to have waned like Jameson's effect, is thus characterized by the subtraction of time. In other words, where C, the commodity, disappears, so do the workers who produce them and the fundamentally temporal processes of production. Hence Clover's fundamental thesis, that an organizing 828 trope of autumnal literature is the conversion of the temporal to the spatial. It is this conversion that non-narrative forms such as poetry are better able to grasp and figure forth. Yet, this is not to suggest that narrative simply disappears. On the contrary, just as credit presupposes the making present of future labor, so narrative is always preserved as an absence, haunting the very poetry that prevents it. In the matter of capital, Christopher Nealon emphasizes the ubiquity and variety of thematic, formal, and intertextual poetic reflections upon capitalism across poetry of the American century. He shows that poets as diverse as Ezra Pound, W. H. Auden, John Ashbery, Jack Spicer, the language poets, Claudia Rankine and Kevin Davies have at the center of their literary projects an attempt to understand the relationship between poetry and capitalism, most often worked out as an attempt to understand the relationship of texts to historical crisis. Ruth Jennison, meanwhile, has produced a devastating attack on the lamenting liberalism whose essentially conservative ontology reads the formal fragmentation of modernist texts as indicative of the regrettable disintegration of the Western subject. The book's very title, The Zhukovsky Era, a clear riposte to Hugh Kenner's The Pound Era, signals one of its key claims. The objectivists of the Zhukovsky era inherit the first generation's experimentalist break with prior systems of representation, and strive to adequate this break to a futurally pointed content of revolutionary politics. Jennison argues that the uneven geographies and radical ambience of Depression-era America were congenial to an extraordinary imbrication of Marxism and avant-garde poetry in the work of Louis Zhukovsky, George Oppen and Laureen Need Ecker. Meanwhile, Amy Didh has warned against any too simplistic inheritance of the objectivist problematic in the present. Noting the continued presence of Oppen's methodology and formal concerns in the poetry of Jeff Dirksen, Rob Halpern, and Rachel Blau du Plessis, she detects in Oppen's ruminations on subject-object relations a residual Enlightenment ideology whose racist exclusions are incapable of negotiating the ontological preclusion of subjecthood within a global history of anti-black structural violence. She turns to Claudia Rankine's Citizen as an example of a Fanonian poetics better able to formalize the socio-historical reduction of blackness to objecthood in capitalist modernity. In doing so, she stresses the importance for Marxist poetics of a far broader and richer poetic terrain, including such contemporary poets as Don Lundy Martin, Fred Moten and M. Nurbi S.C. Philip. Among many possible examples of contemporary communist poetry, one of the standout formations has been Commune Editions, publishing such works as Juliana Spar's That Winter the Wolf Came, Jasper Burns' We Are Nothing and So Can You, and Wendy Trevino's Cruel Fiction. It originated in the coincidence of three popular uprisings, the occupations in resistance to university. Poetics 829. Of California tuition hikes in 2009-11, the anti-police uprisings after the shooting of Oscar Grant that continued with the deaths of Mike Brown and Eric Garner, and the local Californian version of Occupy, referred to as the Oakland Commune. In dialogue with a range of communist ideas, from communization theory, Marxist feminism, anarchism, and abolitionism, the collective aims to publish poetry that is both anti-state and anti-capitalist. They have also proposed a novel conception of the relationship between poetry and political struggle. Poems are no replacement for concrete forms of political action. But poetry can be a companion to these activities, as the riot dog of Athens was a companion in streets. A dog, too, might start barking when the cops are about to kick down your door. Perhaps that's it, for now, what we're doing, what is to be done, with poetry. In the UK, meanwhile, the highly variable work of J. H. Prynne, Denise Riley, Wendy Mulford, Keston Sutherland, Andrea Brady, the late Sean Bonney, Drew Milne, and John Wilkinson, as well as younger poets including Caitlin Doherty, Joe Luna, Amy Didh, and Danny Hayward, continues to forge new directions for poetic anti-capitalist critique. Poetics as literary theory. The second, broader meaning of Marxist poetics pertains to Marxist literary theory. In the classical Greek technical handbooks, the task of poetics was to describe or delineate that which was rational within the process and product of poiesis. Poetics in contemporary literary criticism, meanwhile, is usually understood in the limited sense of the implicit principles informing a text or oeuvre, or as a theory of literary discourse. The methods and modes of exposition of a Marxist poetics, by contrast, have much in common with the operations of mimesis, praxeos and mythos which Aristotle makes central to tragedy. They can be analytically divided into two interrelated moments, a theory of literary production and a theory of cognitive mapping. Broadly speaking, Marxist poetics in the first sense can be said to translate literary practices and their products into, or reconstruct them as, imitations of praxis. Mimesis, which has a very complex history, is understood here as the operation of imitation and conversion of the raw material of social experience, itself informed by human activity and social relations, into literary works, even where those works themselves deny all mimetic relation to social reality or are non-narrative in form. Marxist critics attempt to retrace the logic of this imitation and conversion via a method that employs what Aristotle calls mythos, the operation of organizing events into an 830 system or synthesis, i.e., implotment. This is the process whereby the critic reconstructs the precise coordinates of the historical situation in which the work arose and to which it was a response, seeking that elusive point at which the inner necessity of the work coincides with the external necessity of the historical situation. Marxist literary theory thus aims to implot the relations between literary and social processes. These relations are not, however, limited to a reductive logic of reflection but may assume the modality of negation, denial, mediation, symbolic resolution, or utopian supersession. 9. Such a theory of literary production is often accompanied in practice by a theory of cognitive mapping, a term made famous in the 1980s by Frederick Jameson, who fused Kevin Lynch's study of urban alienation with Louis Althusser's theory of ideology to articulate the process by which individuals mentally map their place within the totality of class relations on a global scale. For Jameson, under the extraordinarily complex spatial conditions of postmodernity, an aesthetic project of cognitive mapping has now become a necessary part of any socialist political project. The precise relation of praxis and poiesis here is double. Literary and cultural works produce cognitive maps of the capitalist world system, which then become potential pedagogical components of practical political projects. Inversely, an achieved cognitive mapping may have as one of its preconditions some prior political opening, which its task would then be to enlarge culturally. In other words, a fully developed cognitive mapping of the world system may require an initial practical revolutionary intervention. The point here is not only that cognitive mapping provides a further variation on Marx's initial dialecticization of the relation of praxis and poiesis, but that Marxist poetics harnesses the productivity and pedagogical potential of poetic production. Jameson has recently expanded his understanding of cognitive mapping by deepening its rapport with Aristotle's poetics. Arguing that history shares a narrative structure with fiction, he transcodes the Aristotelian narrative categories of peripeteia, anagnorisis, and pathos into concepts within an expanded dialectical poetics whose aim is to make history appear. Peripeteia, a reversal, or turning point, is now aligned with the dialectic of success and failure, the unity of opposites in which historical winners through time become losers and vice versa. The point of view must be an elevated and a distant, even a glacial one, in order for these all too human categories of success and failure to become indifferent in their own opposition. Anagnorisis, meaning recognition, now becomes a specific operation of discovery of collective political subjects who have previously been overlooked as such, the coming into view of those multitudinous others suppressed from the official story and field of vision. Just as subaltern studies made newly visible the Indian peasantry as a political force in its own right, so anagnorisis is an act of theoretical production, in which new characters are produced for our collective end. Poetics 831. Political discovery and recognition. Finally, pathos, usually understood as suffering, now becomes the absolute, the momentary eruption of the real during an event-like occurrence which makes visible and experiential the total unification of the social system. Together, these are the narrative categories Jameson takes to be necessary to make history appear. Franco Moretti is also concerned with the practico-poetic categories of modernity. His work on the Bildungsroman foregrounded the way in which the symbolic form of youth mediated the contradictions of modernity and effected the transition from the heroic subjectivities of the age of revolution to the mundane and unheroic normality of everyday bourgeois life. His study of the modern epoch, meanwhile, focused on such texts as Goethe's Faust, Melville's Moby Dick and Gabriel Garcia Marquez's 100 Years of Solitude, arguing that they are world texts, whose geographical frame of reference is no longer the nation-state, but a broader entity, a continent, or the world system as a whole. In a move that has proved influential for materialist theories of world literature, Moretti employs the categories of Immanuel Wallerstein's world systems analysis to suggest that such world texts or modern epics, while unknown to the relatively homogeneous states of the core, are typical of the semi-periphery where, by contrast, combined development prevails. 10 World texts poetically mediate and imitate the practical situation of combined and uneven social and cultural forms. That is prevalent at the world systemic semi-periphery. Moretti further developed this geography of literary forms in the now canonical essay Conjectures on World Literature. Inspired by Goethe and Marx's remarks on Weltliteratur, Conjectures holds that world literature is one, and unequal, one literature, or perhaps, better, one world literary system, but a system which is different from what Goethe and Marx had hoped for, because it's profoundly unequal. Drawing on Roberto Swartz's work on stylistic discontinuity in the history of the Brazilian novel, Moretti explains that in cultures that belong to the periphery of the literary system, the modern novel first arises not as an autonomous development but as a compromise between a Western formal influence and local materials. This produces a compromise between foreign plot, local characters, and then, local narrative voice, and it's precisely in this third dimension that these novels seem to be most unstable. Moretti's theory of world literature is thus nothing less than a poetics of the modern world system, a study of the struggle for symbolic hegemony across the world. More controversially, Moretti couples this poetics with a new mode of reading, distant reading. Since world literature is not an object, it's a problem. It is not a question of simply reading more texts from across the world. Rather, world literature requires a method of distant reading, whereby the critic effectively becomes a metacritic, condensing and correlating 832. The findings of first-order critics from across the world system without a single direct textual reading 11 at the same time, Moretti has paradoxically continued the tradition of close reading in perhaps his most important work of recent times, The Bourgeois, Between History and Literature, a socio-literary study of the figure of the bourgeois, and an ingenious account of the rise of modern prose. One of Moretti's most significant inheritors is the Warwick Research Collective, whose book Combined and Uneven Development, Towards a New Theory of World Literature aims to resituate the problem of world literature, considered as a revived category of theoretical inquiry, by pursuing the literary cultural implications of the theory of combined and uneven development. Fusing Frederick Jameson's singular modernity thesis with a Moretti-inflected world systems analysis and Trotsky's theory of combined and uneven development, WREC defines world literature as the literature of the world system. World literature is that literature which registers in form and content the modern capitalist world system. Just as capitalism does not develop in a homogeneous unilinear manner, but, rather, actively produces underdevelopment and development side by side, so world literature is also combined and uneven, yoking together, by force of circumstance or self-conscious project, residual, dominant and emergent forms and styles so as to represent the simultaneous non-simultaneity of the world system itself. The book is also an intervention into debates on the definition of modernism. WREC proposes a tripartite model. If modernization is understood as the imposition of capitalist social relations on cultures and societies hitherto or only sectorally capitalized, and modernity names the way in which capitalist social relations are lived, then modernism is that literature which encodes the lived experience of the capitalization of the world produced by modernization. This has temporal and geographical repercussions. Temporally, modernism can no longer be situated in the early 20th century but must be pushed back to incorporate the great wave of writing from the mid-19th century onwards and forwards to incorporate such writers as Laureen Needecker and Roberto Bolano. Geographically, modernism must be extended beyond Western Europe to any location in the world system undergoing the shock and violence of capitalist modernization processes. As a consequence, the great realism, modernism debate is essentially obviated, since realism is shown to be equally as modern as modernism, in that it too responds to capitalization processes, and modernism is just as realistic as realism, since irreality is a realistic response to situations of combined and uneven development. The Warwick Research Collective is not the only proponent of a critical approach that takes as its operative scale the modern world system. Nicholas. Poetics 833. Brown's Utopian Generations argues for establishing the interpretive horizon of 20th-century literature at capitalism's internal limit. Brown reconstellates modernism and African literature of the decolonization era in such a way as to make them both comprehensible within a single framework of global capitalism within which neither now looks the same. Likewise, Carolyn Lisczyk has defended what she calls dialectical reading against the current vogue of surface reading and the new formalism. She draws explicitly on Jameson's valences of the dialectic to uphold the contemporary urgency of a spatial dialectic which attempts to unify the violently intersecting scales of lived experience and the systemic drives of the capitalist world system. Finally, here Vojtěch has suggested that one of the challenges of the contemporary novel of resistance, which he calls anti-bourgeois realism, or the realism of anti-capitalism, has been to try and find a principle of formal unification for the sporadic anti-systemic dissent that characterizes movements such as Occupy. In order to overcome the logic of fragmentation that obscures the systemic dynamics of the world system, Vojtěch argues that these works try, but necessarily and productively fail, to create a way of perceiving a historically consequential whole, an operative totality, as historically consequential as the nation used to be, at a global level. He ends by suggesting that the poetic shortcomings of the novels could only be overcome in political practice, thus continuing Jameson's line of reasoning that an achieved cognitive mapping requires an initial revolutionary impetus. Poetics as a modality of political organization. Finally, in its broadest, and perhaps most unorthodox, sense, Marxist poetics names a modality of political organization. It is a dynamic, formative process that has a privileged relation to narrative. Aristotle, in the Poetics, defines tragedy as an imitation of action whose soul is plot. Plot is itself defined as the organization of the events, or what Paul Ricoeur has called the synthesis of the heterogeneous. Plot is thus a dynamic, shaping force and principle of organization. It unifies and unites multiple events or actions into a single overarching narrative. It is this dynamic principle of organization that connects praxis and poiesis, the strategic rationality of the political party and the art of narrative composition. It is also this principle that makes poetry for Aristotle more philosophical than history. History is the pure empirical fact of what has happened, with no internal organization, whereas poetry speaks of what might happen, and orders events according to strict causal chains of necessity, dealing in universals rather than particulars. 834. Yet plot as a principle of organization has undergone several historical and literary crises. Jacques Rancière has identified the paradox whereby with the emergence of the modern revolutionary tradition the principles of organization inherent to the Aristotelian ideal entered into crisis. This is because the classical ideal presupposed the unequal class relations of the Greek polis. When Aristotle defines tragedy as an imitation of action that is serious, the adjective serious, or spoudeus, clearly refers to a member of the nobility who pursues virtue through the free activity of praxis. It is impossible for an ordinary member of the demos to be represented seriously within the genre of tragedy. Likewise, as Rancière states, the superiority of the poem which links actions together over history which merely recounts the succession of facts was homologous to the superiority of men who participate in the world of action over those confined to the world of life, that is to the pure reproduction of existence. It was precisely this socially regulated distribution of artistic genres, or what philologists such as Erich Auerbach have called the Stilltrennung, that the revolutions of modernity gradually broke down. The paradox is thus that with the emergence of the revolutionary tradition, which has given rise to fierce debates over appropriate forms of political organization, the artistic regime on which these debates implicitly draw, i.e., poetics, underwent the erosion of its social preconditions. At the level of form, modernity might be seen as a constant toing and froing between what Rancière calls the poetic or representational regime of art and the aesthetic regime of art. What Rancière calls the aesthetic regime of art spells the end of the hierarchy of high and low subjects and genres, of the Aristotelian superiority of action over life, and of the traditional schema of rationality in terms of ends and means, causes and effects. It instigates, in other words, equality in the realm of the sensible. This equality assumes the form of indifference, of subject, style and addressee. Literally anything or anyone can now be the subject of art or literature, the intricate patterns made by dust motes thrown up by passing wagons, the minuscule play of light and shade as rays of sunlight shimmer over a landscape, the feeling of warmth on a summer afternoon. The organized hierarchy of plot gives way to the sheer sequentiality of micro-events of the senses. 12. The aesthetic regime also produces the indifference of differences, activity collapses into passivity, movement into stillness, sound into silence. Thus, the aesthetic regime historically instigates the anarchic distribution of the sensible which embodies an emergent democracy. The larger question is what this apparently literary debate means for political organization. Of what use is the equality of disorganized atoms in bringing about actual social equality? This is a question that has returned with a vengeance in the context of the Occupy movement and its emphasis on a type of horizontal organization that refuses, on principle, the hierarchizing and centralising. Poetics 835. Principles of emplotment inherent to the political party. Critics such as Jody Dean have observed that the price paid for the organizational equivalent of the equality of the sensible is a loss of political strategy. Rancière, for his part, has observed that, far from being able to oppose Marxism to the anarchic, atomic equality of the aesthetic, we must understand that Marxism itself has, from the beginning, been riven by the contradiction between the representative regime and the aesthetic regime. 2 examples will suffice. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels famously wrote that communism is the real movement which abolishes the present state of things, but this invites the question, if communism is the real movement, then is there, strictly speaking, a need for a communist party or other political organization to guide or accelerate this movement? Second, whereas a common-sense understanding of the general strike would perceive it as an example of practical, centralising political organization, Rancière describes it as an exemplary equivalence of strategic action and inaction. Like modernity itself, then, the Marxist tradition is riven by 2 tendencies, the centralising, organizational principle of the party form and the aesthetic equality of democracy. Conclusion. All 3 permutations of Marxist poetics are interconnected and directly concerned with the relationship between poiesis and praxis. For contemporary communist poets, the central problem is the extent to which, and the ways in which, poetry can accompany the political struggles of the present, give form to the multiple modalities of exploitation and oppression suffered by the global proletariat and bear witness to the current sequence of global uprisings, from Occupy and the Arab Spring to Black Lives Matter. For Marxist literary theory more broadly, the emphasis is firmly upon reconstructing the operative social totalities that assume narrative form in a range of modern and contemporary literature. Its implicit premise is that cognitive mapping is a pedagogical precondition for contemporary class consciousness and, by extension, social revolution. Poetic maps plot the uneven terrain of possible praxis. Marxist poetics at the broadest level, then, raises questions about the optimal organizational form of such practical interventions, from the centralist party to a more dispersed, horizontal collective. Ultimately, though, the internal tensions of Mayakovsky's project might alert us to a more variegated way of conceiving the relationship between poetics and revolution. It has been observed that Mayakovsky was caught in the competing temporalities that characterize all revolutionary transitions. The battle with BYT divided every level, From the clash of residual and emergent social relations embodied in specific verse and word forms to the fraught attempt to maintain yet reinvent standards of poetic judgment, from the competing 836 materialities of the poetic to the ambiguous role of the poet within the nascent communist state. The overdetermined nature of Mayakovsky's work arises precisely from the fact that these competing temporalities of socio-poetic transformation can never be fully synchronized. Marxist poetics hovers ever on the border of sublation and non-sublation. The precise relation between poiesis and praxis is internally discontinuous and, ultimately, can perhaps only be grasped conjuncturally. Periodization and cognitive mapping offer clues as to the optimal, or minimally viable, symbioses for a given situation, but truly to inherit the violent urgency of Marx's own poetics they must remain rooted, like capital, in the deathly disjunctions of capitalism, mutilated bodies and minds, earthly destruction, and the uneven horizon of revolution. Not only does communication have an integral place in the conduct of subjectivity and social life, it is incited and enshrined by a plethora of normative values, like free speech, transparency, and communicability. Adorno's exhortation against communication hence comes as quite a jolt to our sensitivities. Communication, he argues, has been thoroughly shaped by the needs and norms of capitalist accumulation, as seen in managed public opinion, direct command, cliched patterns of meaning, and the identity-confirming flow of familiar speech, the word coined by commerce. In response, Adorno proposes a suitably enigmatic formulation, that critical writing should create a vacuum in communication. In part, this is a defense of rigor and style, clearly a necessity for Marxism in grasping objective realities against the readily consumable mystifications of capitalist common sense. But Adorno's concomitant refusal of communicability is not the strongest ground for a Marxist politics of communication. Those who would escape, he concludes, must recognize the advocates of communicability as traitors to what they communicate. Adorno's vacuum in communication also takes shape, however, as a reflexive politics of communicative form, an approach with more promise, and that opens to the theme of this chapter. It is apparent in the form of the book where these observations are made. Minima. 46. Communication. Nicholas Thoburn 840. Moralia. The title a playful inversion of Aristotle's Magna Moralia, or Great Ethics. Adorno's book adopts the bourgeois form of advice literature, then a booming market in post-war Germany, but with a confounding twist. While his book does indeed communicate much advice, it works within formal conventions in order to undo this form's liberal ground of the self-determining subject. Adorno packs a social theoretical diagnosis into a generic form that is undermined by this very diagnosis. From these observations on Adorno I take a broad lesson. As much as Marxist writers seek to formulate and communicate critical ideas, we should at the same time be critical of communication itself, critical of its place and nature in capitalist society, its subject-fashioning modalities, and its media forms, in their variety and material complexity. Adorno serves here also to indicate that this reflexive critique can sometimes address Marxism's own communicative forms. Therein is the problem space of this chapter. I will start with the communicative form of social media, the corporate infrastructure of compulsive communication, where it is apparent that the capitalist dimensions of communication have developed considerably since Adorno's time, and which is so era-defining that Jody Dean identifies our contemporary as one of communicative capitalism. Social media is not, for all this, the only form of communication, so I aim here to consider Marxist criticism of a broader range of mediums, as well as place emphasis on how this develops also as critical attention to Marxism's own particular communicative forms, a neglected aspect of Marxist approaches to communication that I have explored in Anti-Book and elsewhere. That said, the term communication encompasses a wealth of expressive forms, oral, visual, textual, olfactory, kinesthetic, tactile, that far exceed the reach of one chapter. I focus here on textual communication, and then on only a limited number of textual forms and mediums, social media, the book, the manifesto, and the journal. Discussion of the latter two is developed in relation to the crisis of the Marxist subject of labor and the problem of fashioning communicative forms that are adequate to the non-identity of communism. Through an appraisal of the communist journals' Commite and Endnotes, here I touch on themes of fragmentary text, anonymous authorship, and anti-dogmatic writing at the limits of struggles. In the late 20th century, when the ascendance of visual communication drew the lion's share of critical attention, my focus here on textual media might have looked outmoded. But today's digital and networked media is infused with written language, from the alphanumeric code orchestrating digital interfaces to the colossal volume of user-generated writing upon which social media platforms depend. We can hence speculate, with Nick Thurston, that rather than being overwritten by the visual, the contemporary world has become more fundamentally textualized than any period before it. This is not to say that text is in any fundamental sense separate from visual communication, or from our sensory. Communication 841. Capacities in the round, a point I register by including in the discussion of journal publishing some attention to physical and visual design. It is evident already that I take a different approach to the question of communication than might be expected, given established perspectives in Marxist cultural and media studies initiated by writers like Roland Barthes and Stuart Hall and centered on issues of ideology critique and the encoding and decoding of media messages. My focus on media form is closer in orientation to Raymond Williams and the Communication and Class Struggle project of Armand Matlart and Seth Siegelaub, though, now that their horizon of the workers' movement has passed, this chapter develops through quite different problems. As for the geosocial scope of the chapter, it is largely limited to the global north. How the combined and uneven development of global capitalism is manifest and challenged within communicative forms in the south, in their situated variety, intermixture, and disjunction, is an important question that I here leave hanging. Compulsive communication of social media. The multi-form variety of digital tools, networked platforms, and communicative protocols impress upon users a simple but often neglected fact: there is no medium-neutral communication, no communication in and of itself. With the media forms of email, blogs, Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, and so forth, made continuous and fully mobile by the smartphone, textual communication has not only become interlaced with social practice in myriad and mutable ways, but features of mediality persistently push into the frame of communicative content. We are not writing, so much as tweeting, messaging, commenting. This makes a felt appreciation of the qualities and capacities of any medium a necessary feature of its competent handling, unsettling the distinction between textual content and media form. Think, for example, of how the structural function of the Twitter hashtag, inline metadata that aggregates and organizes the multiplicity of tweets in the expression of trend patterns and ambient affiliations, is an immanent feature of the text that participants construct and consume, and is consciously manipulated as such. Such attention to the media forms of digital communication compels simultaneous inquiry into the social and subjective relations that they carry. To focus on social media, in blog theory and elsewhere, Dean diagnoses a preconscious compulsion encoded in its socio-technical infrastructures. A real-time immediacy of attention, connection, and user production is inscribed in each platform's mundane operation, front-loaded as they are with status and timeline functions that incite users' interaction to the same degree that they impede enduring critical deliberation and contemplative absorption. In the ever-additive 842. Pursuit of links, likes, comments, followers, friends, shares, page views, and so on, the act and quantitative volume of communication come to displace what is communicated, a kind of general equivalence of indiscriminate communication. Unlike a message, which needs to be understood, a contribution is just an addition, a fundamental communicative equivalence where each message is communicatively equal to any other. And this comes with its own neurochemical and affective binds, as users are captured in compulsive repetition, fueled by tiny affective nuggets, a smidgen of attention from each communicative act, momentarily relieving the ambient anxiety that is part and parcel of curating a successful personal profile, in a field of mimetic replication characterized by copying, comparison, envy, and rivalry. Meaning doesn't entirely vanish, of course. It tends to be capricious and ephemeral. But meaning can also take an intense and declarative form, characterized by effective dispositions that are stimulated and molded by the algorithmic processing of our online preferences, where a relationship to verifiable reality cedes to groupthink and identity replication, post-truth, as it is known. Biographical narrative also remains, is even intensified, key to the self-disclosure intrinsic to Facebook, for example, but it is incited and thoroughly shaped by social media's infrastructural imperative of quantitative expansion, the demand for marketable data. These subjective forms are reciprocally constituted with a particular business model, one integral to social media's technical infrastructure. As Robert Gell and others have shown, users produce, supply, and rank online media content for free, generating at once the content that attracts user attention and granular marketing data about the tastes, preferences, desires, values, anxieties, and hostilities associated with that attention, to be mined and sold as differentiated audience to advertisers for near any conceivable product, service, or organization, in real time. Hence, on one side of the interface, social media compels compulsive individuation and self-disclosure, while on the other, it generates revenue by simultaneously dividuating that data into multiple aggregate representations to be monetized as targeted ad space, as Bev Skiggs and Simon Ewell put it. And, to take the case of Facebook, this economic model is integrated with financialization through stock trading based on intellectual property control of its data, tax avoidance, and diversification and expansion well beyond the firm's original structure, including into mobile communications infrastructure, financial services, and drone technology. Social media, then, is class media, as Dean stymies the cozy associations of this collective noun. Granted, one might respond with good reason that social media nonetheless offers ample possibility for political use by those with emancipatory values, namely, that it enables greater and broader access to the production, dissemination, and consumption of critical news and ideas, speedy and networked modes of organization at local and transnational scales, rerouting around corporate news agendas, and rapid circulation and intensification of political passions. These Communication 843 points are illustrated by recent examples of Black Lives Matter, the so-called Arab Spring, the French Yellow Vests movement, and by the use of social media in reporting the Israeli state's maiming and murder of Palestinians in bombing assaults on Gaza, a partial outmaneuvering of the formidable Israeli propaganda machine. Such capacities will clearly be fundamental to the future of effective political communication. Yet too often in celebrating activist and political use of social media, analysis fails to attend to the way that it can leave untroubled, or indeed extend, social media's incapacitating subjective and economic forms, and the broader corporate dominance and inequalities of wealth and access that social media bears. Social media can also prove disquieting in the new kinds of political media practice it fashions. Due to its often capricious and ephemeral relation to meaning and conscious critical activity, the archetypical expressions of online political commitment become petition signing and the easy and gullible solidarity of the type #JeSweCharlie, where, following the Islamist murders at the French satirical and racist weekly, Charlie Hebdo, an online effective swell played neatly into the nationalism and racialized emergency measures of the state's response. We might view this as a careless encouragement of right-wing effects, but among those decided in this direction, the communicative forms of social media are integral to the self-construction of the alt-right. Ethno-nationalist fantasies of racial purity and rebirth, racism, misogyny, and homophobia are born of social and psychic relations in the round, but the specific forms they have taken online make one tempted to see the alt-right as social media's authentic political product. The scapegoating and rejection of complexity that are structural to the far right's foreshortened critique of capitalism here take shape in the swell effects of social media to unleash streams of performative words and memes that belittle, bully, and humiliate, to the same degree that they consolidate and amplify the identities and practices of those whose sentiments and values accord with the invective. At the same time, the alt-right leverages social media's capricious cognitive and affective structure to hedge its deadly serious commitments behind the claim that it's all for jokes. A more traditional structure of communication is also used for the same consequence, as the alt-right too often succeed in denying and camouflaging the material impact of racist discourse with the liberal trope of free speech, where communication is abstracted from its power relations and performative effects and fetishized as a realm of free and equal debate, a putative value in and of itself. The ensuing question, can the left meme, feels understandably urgent. The answer in part is, yes, of course it can. Witness the proliferation of memes in support of the recent US and UK electoral campaigns of Bernie Sanders and Jeremy Corbyn, the best of which were fashioned outside of party political channels. And shifting from social democracy to Marxism, there is no inherent reason that the concentrated meaning and affect of a mimetic GIF, for example, can't 844 work in concert with Marxism's more complex architectures of social critique. But in this, the identity-replicating tendencies of memes must also be critically handled, if they are not to construct left versions of the foreshortened critique of capital or rely for their effects on the identity forms of localism or nationalism. Book commodity. While critical reflexivity is hence necessary in the use of social media, it might also be achieved in the choice of different communicative mediums. For Dean, the media form of the book offers one such possibility, which she comes to while marking the apparent perversity of using a book, with its slow writing and publishing schedules, to develop a critique of social media, with its rapid technological transformations and revelry in the ever-new. But herein lies its political value, she argues. The very slowness of the medium of the book enacts a cut in the circuits of compulsive communication that enables thought to emerge, a medial intervention that Dean enticingly associates with the slowdown, from the classical repertoire of workplace struggle, as an object whose form installs delays in sampling and syndication and whose content demands postponed gratification. The book mobilizes the gap of mediacy so as to stimulate thought. There are echoes here of Adorno's vacuum, and now with a provisional link between intervention in communicative form and class politics. But for Adorno, books do not readily serve this aim. Fashioned by the imperatives of market circulation, he argues, the book sidles up to the reader, existing not in itself in expressive autonomy but for something other, a generic unit of exchange ready to serve the customer. Intellectual engagement, which requires detachment, concentration, continuity, is undone by the commodity transformation of books into momentary presentations of stimuli. And this is not the all of it, for the commodity form of books goes all the way down. Dean isn't alone in passing over the capitalist structure of books, for there is a strong tendency in the popular imaginary to see the book as a form that escapes the realms of capital. This, Ted Streefoss suggests, is one of the most entrenched myths of contemporary book culture. It is in part a function of the tendency of capitalist societies to accord works of culture a transcendent value beyond that of economic utility. Of this tendency, books are perhaps the privileged instance, so much identified as repository and receptacle of culture, of the intellectual, moral, and aesthetic good and true, that they become indistinct from it. This transcendence of books does not happen all by itself, of course. It is a discourse that has played a central part in institutions of the book and learning, not least the publishing business. As Trish Travis argues, publishing has couched its advanced industry in Communication 845. A discourse that presents books as objects immune to commodification, goods which pretend not to be goods at all. Yet print existed from its earliest days as an industry, governed by the same rules as any other industry, where the book was first and foremost a piece of merchandise. And in this, books have by no means been reluctant players. Books have not only kept up the pace, as any good commodity, but have often been quite the innovators across numerous fields. Indeed, the printed book was the first uniform and repeatable mass industrial commodity, not comprising measured quantities of indeterminate volumes, as Benedict Anderson clarifies the point with regard to other early industrial commodities such as textiles or sugar, but a volume in its own right, a distinct and self-identical object. In combining movable alphabetic type with a mechanical press, the Gutenberg letterpress shifted the manufacture of books from the self-directed movements of the scribe to mechanical process, so marking the line of division between medieval and modern technology. It is some 3 centuries before mechanization proper, but the productivity achievement is astonishing. The first 50 years after Gutenberg's Bible saw more books printed than in the preceding 1,000 years combined, as work tasks increasingly took on the quality of the assembly line, subdivided according to roles and parts in the production chain, and subject to the dictates of productivity that the conjunction of mechanism and time enforced. The principle was so established by the 1830s that it was the copperplate engraving of the printing trade to which Charles Babbage turned to illustrate the logic of modern industrial production, in his theories of mechanical process and the division of labor that informed Marx's analysis of the same in the Grundrisse. Moving from the production of books to the complementary pole, we find, as part of the nexus of capitalist social relations of which the mechanical press was both product and bearer, that the mass production of print is contiguous with the first signs of mass consumption. Indeed, the rise of the bourgeois class, with its expanding demand for technical and literary text, was a significant social push for the invention of the Gutenberg press, the latter a technical solution to a social problem that was taxing inventive minds all across Europe. Once established, early print media was associated with a host of mechanisms for the maintenance and cultivation of reading publics, from the simultaneous production of different books so as to avoid heavy losses if one failed, to concentration on bestsellers, of which Martin Luther's texts were perhaps the first, binding the nascent print industry with Protestantism. The printed book was closely associated also with the development of copyright, for which the author function, with its associated bourgeois values of individual creativity and originality, emerges as product and guarantor 846. Innovation on this front continues throughout the lifespan of the book industry. In the development of consumer credit, for instance, books pioneered debt-driven purchasing, where their esteemed cultural value eased consumers to overcome the negative moral connotations of debt. More recently, books have had a pronounced presence in just-in-time, warehouse-based online retail, for it was the rationalized capitalist structure of books and the book industry, exemplified by the sophisticated logistical mechanism of the International Standard Book Number, that encouraged Jeff Bezos to found Amazon.com on the sale of books and not another commodity. And in the realm of the e-book, the book industry is currently at the forefront of technical and legal developments in rent and control, where systems of digital rights management restrict the reproducibility of digital text by locking ownership to individual consumers and time-limited contracts. Even where e-books seem to indicate flight from such mechanisms of capture, our free access on pirate sites is conditional on their transformation into aggregate data whose function is to attract advertising clicks for the multi-billion-dollar industry of ad tech. Not all developments in the disaggregation of the book into data streams are agents of ad tech, however. File share shadow libraries like AIA-ARG, Memory of the World, Monoscope, and Sci-Hub are a tremendously valuable and critically reflexive resource for rooting around the corporate constraints of the publishing industry. And developments in the unbound book, open to being continually and collaboratively written, edited, annotated, critiqued, updated, shared, supplemented, revised, reordered, reiterated and reimagined, as Gary Hall describes it, present challenging critical possibilities, grounded as they are in open source infrastructures and opposition to the capitalist paradigms carried by the book form. We should inquire further about the people of the book, and its subject. I have noted already the reciprocal relation between mass-produced books and bourgeois audiences in the emergence of the modern book commodity. Looking more closely at that class of readers, it is apparent that the culture of books and of reading has been intimately associated with and patterned by a complex of cultural values that designate and solicit distinctions of class and gender. George Steiner grasps a number of the dimensions of this complex. After noting that the book, in its classic phase, is a privately owned object, he writes. A man sitting alone in his personal library reading is at once the product and begetter of a particular social and moral order. It is a bourgeois order founded on certain hierarchies of literacy, of purchasing power, of leisure, and of caste. The classic act of reading is the focus of a number of implicit power relations between the educated and the menial, between the leisured and the exhausted, between space and crowding, between silence and noise, between the sexes and the generations. This appreciation of the class and gender distinctions of book culture invites consideration of its other stratifications, not least of which concerns the role of the medium of the book in colonialism. Relativizing our notion of the book, Walter Mignolo assesses its place in the history of colonial conquest in Latin. Communication 847. America, arguing that the integration of religious authority with the book was less a particular manifestation of this media form than an integral feature of its historical emergence, the book as stand-in for God. One could surmise that the idea of the book may have entered into the system of representation of graphic semiotic interaction at the point when writing gained its autonomy from orality and the book replaced the person as a receptacle and a source of knowledge. It is quite comprehensible that when the word was detached from its oral source, it became attached to the invisible body and to the silent voice of God, which cannot be heard but can be read in the Holy Book. Once established in this form, and no doubt derived from these features of autonomy and spiritual truth, the book was subsequently projected as a universal standard across time and space. Mignolo shows how, starting in the European Renaissance, books became entwined with an evolutionary model of thought that understood the codex to be an achieved form that had existed in potentia since the inception of writing, and hence the standard against which other forms of writing and technologies of inscription should be assessed. A series of equivalences was drawn, whereby true writing is alphabetic writing, writing is indistinguishable from the idea of the book, and this identified with the medieval and Renaissance codex. As with time, so with space, this is the model that accompanied the colonial and missionary encounter with non-Europeans, whose writing systems and signifying practices were viewed through the European lens to be inadequate books and thus to be burned as works of the devil and or substituted with the material and ideological forms of the Western Codex. As Mignolo insists, then, it is not in the content per se but rather in the form of the book that colonial power was manifest, a form that paradoxically downplayed the significance of its material instantiation in favor of a fixation on the spiritual transcendence of its content. A more recent instance of the colonial impact of the form of the book is provided by its place in the delegitimization and destruction of the distributed textuality of Australian Aboriginal peoples. Like Mignolo, D. F. Mackenzie invites us to appreciate the non-book textual forms of non-European cultures, in this case where landscape is dotted with organic and geological features that are embedded in narrative structures and symbolic forms. Here the real absurdity lies not in finding signifying properties in rocks but in the importation into such symbolic systems of a single-minded obsession with book forms. After the Manifesto, Marxism has its renowned books, of course, but it has been constituted through a weave of diverse and numerous textual mediums and forms. Most iconic of these is the form of Marx's most famous text, the Manifesto. It is a peculiar textual form, discussion of which 848 leads me, for the remainder of this chapter, to specifically communist constructions of textual media, and to problematize these in our contemporary context of the crisis of the political subject of labor. In its revolutionary mode, the Manifesto is a purloined textual form, appropriated from the institutions of state and church where it served as a means to disseminate injunctions backed by force. As with its form in such institutions, the Revolutionary Manifesto articulates authority, and yet this authority is of a peculiar kind, for it is wholly fabricated, having no basis in existent institutional power. This feature is patently clear in Marx and Engels' Manifesto of the Communist Party, arguably the founding text of this modern genre of radical writing. One needs simply to juxtapose its claims to meet the nursery tale of the specter of communism with a manifesto of the party itself, a manifesto that proclaims no less than the inevitable triumph of world communist revolution, with the actuality of its birth, initial impact, and institutional setting, as a work commissioned by a few dozen émigré radicals in the back room of a London pub, and which, after some influence in the 1848 German revolutions, went largely unnoticed for some 20 years. This gap between claim and reality must be overcome if the manifesto's proclamations are to hold any plausibility, and it is this overcoming that is key to the manifesto's specific textual procedures, hitched, as Martin Buchner argues, to a particular subjective form. The modern manifesto works by constructing a political subject through the diagnosis and presentation of the subject's historical emergence and future actualization. In turn, in a performative loop, this projected future flourishing lends authority to the text in the present where the subject is only nascent. The manifesto works, in other words, in the future perfect, as Buchner describes. Its claim to authority in the present will have been sanctioned by the actualization of its subject in the future. It is a performance for which a certain theatricality, the staging of the authority that it lacks, is at once necessary and, if its theater is to be taken as reality, necessarily ever excised. Yet in this subjective structure, the manifesto is revealed to be a decidedly 20th century textual form, one rendered outmoded not so much by the waning of its performative power caused by over-repetition, but by the historical loss of any referent that might plausibly serve as its subject. How so? The manifesto calls forth its subject on the condition that history is on its side. It was an approach that seemed tenable during the emergence of the industrial working class and through Fordism, Keynesianism. Here the working class was socially determined to recognize itself as a positive and expanding identity, amassed and concentrated in factories and industrial cities, and affirmed as such first through its independent institutions, by which it gained organizational power and social respectability, and later through its political and legal recognition within the social democratic state. But even then there were significant problems. Its considerable gains notwithstanding, this was an incorporated antagonism, the workers' movement a pole internal to the expansion of capital, its self-perception. Communication 849. And social value based in its laboring capacity and hitched to its increasing productivity. The workers' movement hence affirmed rather than negated the subject of labor, while bearing that subject's gendered and racialized partitions and exclusions. Since the global capitalist restructuring of the post-1970s, however, the class dynamic through which this model of history unfurled went into terminal crisis. The global dispersal, fragmentation, and decline of industrial labor attendant on industrial overcapacity and deteriorating rates of growth, the long-term decline in real wages, the move to the heart of the wage relation of flexibility, precarity, and underemployment, the extension of super-exploitation and informal work attendant on the tendential rise in surplus populations, from all this comes the impossibility of the proletariat to relate to itself positively against capital, the impossibility of proletarian autonomy. In other words, the working class, the precarious condition of needing to sell one's labor, whether achieved or not, and of being dependent on those whose labor power is enabled by one's unpaid work of social reproduction, is evacuated of positive identity and becomes increasingly experienced as crisis and imposed constraint, not to be affirmed in its futural expansion but abolished in its present. To this, the narrative form of the manifesto does not pertain. The question arises, then, as to what textual and media forms might better articulate the fractured, non-identity of class. I will take this up through consideration of two communist journals, Comide and Endnotes, one published in France as the political horizon of the Fordist working class began to falter, the other, an ongoing Anglophone venture, born of the class conditions of the present moment. I attend to the ways that the non-identity of class is here understood as rupture or rift, and, the significant point for this chapter, how this emerges through a range of features of these journals' communicative forms. Fragment, rupture, and anonymity in Comide. Befitting its understanding of social rupture, the first issue of Comide, published in October 1968, proved to be its last. It was the journal of the Student Writer Action Committee, the May 1968 coalition of Maurice Blancot, Marguerite Duras, Dionys Mascalo, and some 20 others. Among its short, conjunctural, and philosophically intense texts is Communism Without Heirs, wherein one finds an exquisite definition of communism. Communism is no longer an emerging subject over time, but an operation against identity in the present, the wrenching exposure of any particularity to its outside. Communism is what excludes every already constituted community. This is not an arbitrary feature of communism, but arises from the non-identity of class, as set out in the text's subsequent sentence, the proletarian class, community without any common denominator other than penury, dissatisfaction, and lack in every sense of the term 850. And yet, if the working class is without identity, ever pulled out of shape by the social relations that course through it, identity remains available as an ill-fitting and misguided temporary respite. Hence communism, it is underscored, is against everything that roots men in a time, in a history, and in a language, against the principle of alienation constituting man as privileged in his particularity, imprisoning him in a contentment with his own reality, and leading him to propose it as an example or to impose it as a conquering affirmation. Patriotism is the specific target here, or its espousal by so-called communist parties. But the text can also be read against tendencies to identity afflicting the May movement on its wane, tendencies towards prolonging its characteristic tactics, organizational structures, theoretical frames, and phraseology into a sanctified tradition, an immobile movement in which everything is repeated without being renewed. In this tendency to identity, a particular role is played by communicative form. As dozens of books about the May movement followed inevitably in its wake, the Commite text tracts, posters, bulletins argued that the form of the book was a means to the movement's closure. Everything that disturbs, calls, threatens, and finally questions without expecting an answer, without resting in certainty, never will we enclose it in a book, which, even when open, tends toward closure, a refined form of oppression. No more books, never again a book, so long as we maintain our relation with the upheaval of the rupture. To prolong the arrest of history that was May 68 requires instead writing in fragments, in mural writing, tracts, posters, bulletins, and journals, the media form of Commite itself intended, then, to extend the rupture. Texts will be fragmentary, precisely to make plurality possible, to open a place for it and at the same time never to arrest the process itself, always already ruptured and as if destined to be ruptured, in order to find their meaning not in themselves but in their conjunction-disjunction, their being placed together and in common, their relations of difference. Certainly, fragments are not the only means of communist textual communication. The Commite text reading Marx draws out three modes of Marx's writing, pertaining to his subversive pursuit of philosophy, politics, and science. Only one of these is fragmentary, while all have salience. Communist speech is always at the same time tacit and violent, political and scientific, direct, indirect, total and fragmentary, lengthy and almost instantaneous. These modes of writing do not live comfortably in Marx, they interplay and come apart. An example helps us to understand that the speech of writing, the speech of incessant contestation, must constantly develop and break away from itself in multiple forms. Fragmentary forms, then, do not say everything. But in that is their particular quality and effect. On the contrary, they ruin everything, they are outside of everything. They act and reflect fragmentarily. Effective or not, they belong to the decision of Communication 851. The instant. Like words on the wall, they are written in insecurity, received under threat, they carry the danger themselves and then pass with the passerby who transmits, loses, or forgets them. If Comite's communist communication favored textual fragments over books, it proceeded also as a practical critique of the author function, that creator of scarcity, as Jeffrey Nealon puts it, an interior space introduced into an exterior field of discourse to create privileged nodes of value. We know from Mascalo that Blancat penned communism with heirs, but the writings in Comite were published anonymously, a not incidental move. Here the unworking of the identity of communism was to be necessarily also an unworking of the identity of the author, as was broached in an editorial piece titled The Possible Characteristics. It is a striking departure from the what we stand for statements that usually accompany collective political publishing. These are too often catalysts for the passage to identity in political groups, totemic sets of principles through which groups seek to project an impressive image on the social screen, in Jacques Camit's phrasing, a self-delimitation that perpetuates capitalist patterns of group identity and self-marketing. By contrast, this piece concentrates not on Comite's political ideas and principles but on its communicative form, as it conjoins the rupture of communism to breaking with the traditional habits and privileges of writing. Fragmented publications are one of these breaks, as we have seen. Another is authorial anonymity, in order to remove the author's right of possession over what he writes, to make him impersonal by freeing him from himself, in order to constitute collective or plural speech, a communism of writing. Publishing rifts in endnotes. In this time of 4chan, hacker movements like Anonymous, and cyber warfare, the problem space of anonymity has expanded way beyond that of the author, and, closer to my interests here, the multiplication of digital platforms has greatly increased the volume of creative text to which the author function does not pertain. Nonetheless, in our intensely individualized and self-entrepreneurial societies, anonymous authorship remains a publishing practice of significance. It has a place in endnotes, and for related reasons to its adoption by Comite, but it is other features of this journal's communicative form that I will consider here, as its imminent and critical relation to its outside, to rupture, shapes up as an anti-dogmatic approach to discussion and writing, and a pared-down visual design. Another single-issue journal is a useful way in, the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher. Co-edited by Marx and Arnold Ruge, the journal includes the full epistolary exchange in which the two had hammered out its aims, a quotation from which is carried as an epigraph on the back of the founding issue of Endnotes. Among other things, 852. Marx here opposes idealist models of abstract thought, where ideas are introduced from one particularity but claim universality, and forwards instead an immanent and ruptural quality to communist writing. Hitherto philosophers have had the solution of all riddles lying in their writing desks, and the stupid, exoteric world had only to open its mouth for the roast pigeons of absolute knowledge to fly into it. Now philosophy has become mundane, and the most striking proof of this is that philosophical consciousness itself has been drawn into the torment of the struggle, not only externally but also internally. But, if constructing the future and settling everything for all times are not our affair, it is all the more clear what we have to accomplish at present. I am referring to ruthless criticism of all that exists, ruthless both in the sense of not being afraid of the results it arrives at and in the sense of being just as little afraid of conflict with the powers that be. In this construction, mundane communist thought does not impose itself on struggles, does not confront the world in a doctrinaire way with a new principle, here is the truth, kneel down before it. Rather, it emerges from struggles, from critical relationship to their torment, and with such torment it must remain ever articulated. The role of communist writing is thus diminished, it does not offer the communist equivalent of the word of salvation but merely adds shape, reflection, and synthesis to knowledge that already abounds in the world, as Jasper Burns characterizes the anti-didactic role of theory in this letter. Yet in this diminishing, writing becomes all the more salient and vital, because it no longer basks in the certainty of its own particularity, but seeks as best it can to grasp in thought the moving antagonistic ground of capitalist social relations, of which it is itself a part. So, idealist models of thought are shaken by uncertainty, whereas communist thought takes uncertainty as an internal principle, a condition of its non-identity, its critical immanence to social relations and ruptures. And yet Marxism has found uncertainty hard to bear, succumbing to dogma at least as readily as any other school of thought. It makes the attempt to fashion endnotes through an anti-dogmatic mode of thought and conversation an enticing feature of this project, as I will sketch, starting with the place therein of limits and rifts. The back cover epigraph from Marx's letters to Ruge that adorns the first issue of Endnotes plays a somewhat paradoxical role. Here a text some 175 years old, written and published to explain the rationale of a 19th-century journal, is enlisted to demarcate and confirm a publishing project that actively seeks to sever itself from the past, from communism understood as an emergent historical subject, and orient instead to the mutating horizon of capitalist social relations in the present. If, as I argued earlier, the political ground of workers' identity is now past, communism turns instead on encounters with the limits to identity, the structural impasses, complicities, and exclusions that condition sectoral identities, social movements, and racialized and gendered groups, and on the attendant rifts with these identities such encounters might produce. Communism, then, is attentive to the possibilities of a real revolutionary rupture opening up because of, rather than in spite of, those limits. Communication 853. This has effects on the practice of journal publishing, if we turn from the critical orientations of the journal to its communicative form, the pertinent point for this chapter. In editorial introductions to endnotes, the group explains their project as a commitment to rigorous, ruthlessly honest, open-ended internal debate, a place for the careful working out of ideas, in which no topics would be off-limits, and to which the journal itself is adjacent, conceived specifically as a byproduct. If this impolite conversation is to take place at its limits, against rather than within the identities of the group and the struggles of our time, then it must hold at a distance political position-taking or other matters in which the ego, collective or individual, would necessarily take center stage. Writing at the limit of identity impacts too on the specific content and temporal rhythm of the journal. The editorial to Endnotes 3 explains that the more abstract theoretical content of the first two issues was in part a result of the then low ebb in global class struggle, but also because we didn't know what we wanted to say about the struggles that were ongoing, and we thought it best not to pretend otherwise. Such a sensibility inclines the journal to avoid rush to conclusions for the sake of being topical and for concerns about publishing, which I take to mean the latent compulsion of this medium to periodicity rights of the daily newspaper. We see, then, how an imminent, anti-dogmatic communism of limits and rifts is here articulated through modes of conversation, thought, writing, and temporality, wherein the specific critical form of this journal takes shape. On shifting attention to the physical and visual form of endnotes, however, success on this front becomes less clear-cut. Circumspection towards the demands of periodicity was also a feature of Commite, but here it played in tandem with a concern to ward off the constraints of regular physical and textual form, for the list of Commite's possible characteristics informs that the journal was intended to be an essentially irregular publication, bound to a temporal irregularity, just as much as an irregularity of format and formulation. That is not so for Endnotes, which has a high degree of uniformity across issues, comprising a pared-down and rigorously ordered page layout, a sans serif typeface of the kind favored by the modernist international typographic style, and an austere, imageless cover design. Variation comes only in the cover color, issue title, back cover epigraph, and boxed-in sketch of a part-concealed lurking urban monster that accompanies the postal address on the back flap. That said, Endnotes 4 gains a wraparound cover image, in the form a dust jacket. As with the journal's other visual features, it is an image of constraint, a grayscale aerial photograph of the massive Pruitt Ego housing projects in St. Louis, Missouri, figuring here the order, spatial containment, and domination of modern capitalist urbanism. However, in the minds of many, the image is haunted by the well-known photograph of the scheme's 854. Dynamiting in the 1970s, such that the scene of order bears also the concatenating crisis that is today's collapse of that socio-urban form. This dust jacket notwithstanding, in these pared-down visual and design features, the temptation is strong to conclude with the anonymous writer of the blog Insipidities that the unruly and unforeseen qualities of communist communication are missing, that endnotes socialist minimalism operates in sublated life registers. Touching on some of these visual features, and returning to the journal's mode of writing with a more critical eye, Insipidities presents a decidedly experimental book review of Endnotes 3. What can be gained by reviewing the journal without reading it, bypassing the business of serious reading and analyzing and writing and instead perceiving it as an experience of immediate encounter, the vital instant, the throb, the flesh, the register of immediacy, precisely the stuff with which Endnotes is structurally constrained from recording. What are the effects of imagining Endnotes without the corrections, say in its first draft? What is writing with the mess left in? What is it that carefulness, as illustrated in the group editing of collective thinking, does to the outcome of that thinking? I mean politically, what is closed off in our conceptualization of the social and affective qualities of communism, its worlds, densities, speeds, hues, and textures, when the word struggle is used 41 times in a journal's introduction alone? Such are the fecund or maximalist questions to ask of this journal's form, as effective encounter and an opening to error and complexity come forward as significant features of communist communication. And yet there is still an expansive communism articulated in this journal's visual form. We have seen how the dust jacket to Endnotes 4 bears crisis within an image of urban order, but that is only part of it. The visual design of Endnotes can be viewed as an expression of its theory of communism, where communism is so stripped down to the thin horizon of class abolition, without subject, tradition, teleology, dogma, or guarantee, that its published articulation looks like printed alienation, and may necessarily be just that, given the impossibility of positive class identity within capitalist society. But this is not a surrender of aesthetic qualities, for I suggest that Endnotes holds non-identity in its tight-laced visual style. The journal's preference for austere design is a rigorous non-preference for any identifiable leftist, communist, or countercultural design, or indeed for any particular design at all, a stripping out of design identity which would otherwise bind it to the past rather than open it to the rifts of the present. Minimalism, then, is a condition of maximum, unforeseen potential. It lends the journal, almost despite itself, a decided aesthetic allure. Is it a clue that Endnotes makes such an intervention at the level of its visual form, or a lapse in the regimen of non-identity, or overkill, that, hiding in plain sight, its third issue contains a flip book? In an article titled "The Holding Pattern on the 2011-13 Cycle of Struggles That Spread from the Tunisian Uprising to Occupy," the page numbers on the recto side have been substituted with a solitary black square that spins a quarter movement as one flips through the pages. It is Communication 855. A modeling of the abiding weakness of this movement of the squares. These movements had the not inconsiderable power of concentrated collectivity, and visibility as such. But in the very form that their collectivity took, as spaces of public congregation and protestation, they were disembedded from the concrete relations of work and everyday life wherein they might otherwise have developed enduring emancipatory effects, leaving them spinning around without traction. And yet a spinning square can spin out of control. Perhaps this flipbook gestures also to the provisional quality of the analysis, its openness to the unforeseen future of this cycle of struggles, which as it transpires is far from contained. Conclusion. Word's work, the Situationist International succinctly put it, on behalf of the dominant organization of life. Some of the ways that words work, the ways that communication bears and extends the economies and subjectivities of capital, has been the focus of this chapter. I placed emphasis on the forms of communication, in particular social media and the book, since communication is never medium neutral. As Adorno exemplified, such attention to communicative form should also be raised within Marxism, a problem internal to its own publishing practice. The manifesto form stands as an influential example of such form-reflexive publishing, but I have suggested that it is considerably limited by the collapse of its referent, the subject of labor. Looking elsewhere for critical engagement with Marxism's own communicative forms, the chapter explored two communist journals, which were understood to produce a more imminent mode of communication. Here the ruptural quality of communism develops through an anti-dogmatic orientation to the identitarian limits of struggles, while drawing in appreciation for fragmentary text, moves against the author function, rigorous and impolite thought and conversation, and publishing's visual styles. Of course, there is nothing to privilege in the journal form, insofar as we live within language as within polluted air. All of communication warrants critical and experimental intervention. The question of how such intervention takes shape through the variety, intermixture, and disjunction of different media, in particular locations and struggles, and in relay with diverse and emergent political problems presents a promising agenda for research and practice. International relations conventionally refers, in the academic context, to events and institutions organized between states and certain non-state actors, such as international and supranational organizations, non-governmental organizations, multilateral and bilateral trade agreements, civil society, and large-scale social movements. More generally, it refers to people's common sense of the world as a space mapped by various institutions and organizations that provide either more, or less, opportunities for interacting with other individuals. The more privileged inhabitants of this world see themselves living in an increasingly homogeneous, open, and connected space encapsulated by the phenomenon of so-called globalization. If Marxists have widely criticized the concept of globalization, their work on international relations has nevertheless been largely concerned with its effects on the state and other governing institutions, i.e. the increased economic and political interaction between certain individuals and organizations, often to the detriment of the larger and poorer population. Thus, the primary contribution Marxists make to the academic discipline of international relations, as well as to its more common-sense notions, is to contest the ways in which capitalism is erased from analyses of globalization and clarify how capitalism can better describe and explain its inevitably unequal dimensions. 1. To this end, this chapter problematizes the idea of international relations. It engages with Marxism's contribution to IR scholarship and to people's understanding and perceptions of worldwide class and power dynamics. As currents. 47. International Relations. Mayapal. International Relations 859. Of thinking which evolved concurrently but independently, IR and Marxism have known various encounters and tensions. The chapter will discuss some of the key issues stemming from this relationship, mostly from within an Anglophone and Western-centric context, rather than providing an exhaustive genealogy and list of Marxist scholarship in and on IR2. In addition, it will argue that one of the most pressing ways forward for Marxist international theory is to engage with the state debate in terms of the materiality of legal bodies and borders, rather than with regard to the formal relations between capital and state. The first section unfolds a genealogy of IR marked by racism and imperialism. 3. It emphasizes the obstacles confronting fixed and universalist definitions of IR as a domain, insisting on the multiplicity of vantage points and the politics and unequal power relations involved in their formulations. The next section explores what questions Marxists in general have asked about the domain of international relations, tracing some of the major debates between Marxists regarding the distinction between international and domestic realms. The final section explores what questions, and types of Marxism, have emerged from inside the IR discipline, discussing the state debate and the extent to which Marxism challenges the main tenets of the discipline of IR. A racist and imperialist genealogy. Defining the domain of international relations presents potentially insurmountable spatial and temporal obstacles. Referring to fixed and specific dates, places, and events of origins is not only a necessarily arbitrary strategy, it is also a political one, and one that has not been sufficiently reflected upon in the literature. Instead of the conventional narrative tracing the origins of the discipline in classical ancient and early modern philosophers, from Thucydides to Kant, recent work by Vitalis has explored the discipline's institutional beginnings in Anglophone universities in the early 20th century, showing that race and biology were the political and psychological determinants behind the characterization and fixation of the world as exclusively composed of territorial states. Although the arguments developed by early IR scholars were explicitly about formulating the transition from a world organized into empires to one constituted by states, their implicit goal was to disguise imperialism's biological erasures and hierarchies behind the apparent orderliness and sanitization of an anarchic world of states, either newly self-determined or reformed from old empires. For Vitalis, if one has to mark the discipline's birth, 1910 is a better date than 1914, the beginning of World War I, or 1919, the creation of the first chair in IR at the then University College of Wales, Aberystwyth. The year 1910 saw the founding of the Journal of Race Development, later rebaptized as Foreign Affairs, which remains one of the discipline's leading references. Race development according 860. To a white European qua-American standard was treated as a natural given. And this remains embedded in the ethos of the discipline, as to be a professional IR scholar in the US today means adopting a disciplinary identity constructed in the 1950s and 60s that rests on a certain willful forgetting vis-a-vis the violence of its racialist, imperialist, and biological origins. Moreover, the reception and reference to ancient and early modern classics, in the leading realist and liberal traditions shaping the discipline since the early 20th century, has also been revealed as deeply embedded in assumptions of racial, imperial, and civilizational superiority, often distorting the context and meaning of those classics. In other words, the willful forgetting and narrow recuperation of the past is a trademark of the discipline of IR. Its name itself is an act of erasure that makes a universalist and ahistorical claim about the world, implying that nation-states are the main actors of world politics and that the way they behave has not changed for thousands of years. This is a fallacy, since empires are by very far the most present and permanent form of political organization. Yet the state remains one of the bases of realist theory in IR, which, alongside international liberalism, dominated the field for most of the 20th century. Instead of the term international, the terms intersocietal, transnational, or transsocietal relations have been proposed so as to avoid the misplaced focus on states. Whichever term is used, definitional and genealogical issues are at the forefront of any critical understanding of the discipline. In other words, there is a need to clarify the level of abstraction on which an approach is based. Thus, from a Marxist or critical perspective, the point of the discipline of IR is to alert us to the level of abstraction with which certain individuals and groups of individuals, and specifically classes, act and understand their interactions. Attempts to strictly define levels of analysis in the traditional and policy-oriented approaches are necessarily political, in spite of often claiming to be objective and scientific, because they tend to obscure how the differentiated experiences and theories of what is and is not international were often imposed on others through colonialism and other forms of tribal, imperial, or sovereign rule. These render the subjectivity of these experiences mediated by unequal and unjust power relations. In other words, the study of international relations is not a type of social science with a clear object of analysis, such as exploring the geographical or anthropological encounters between different societies. Studying international relations implies, especially for Marxists, that these encounters have been shaped by social processes of domination and exploitation. These processes must be visible and incorporated into the main agents and structures used to understand international relations. Acknowledging the complexity, multiplicity, and diversity of analytical starting points enables us to be cautious about any attempt to define international relations from a geographically limited, fixed, and ahistorical standpoint, and calls for us to search for the political justifications and assumptions behind such attempts. Marxism can be a sophisticated and elaborate conceptual. International Relations 861. Matrix that provides a plethora of interdependent concepts, a dialectic, weaving historical and theoretical challenges to conventional narratives. In response to this imperative, attempts to decolonize the discipline and to theorize it beyond its Eurocentrism by incorporating Marxist, post-colonial, and critical race theories have flourished in the last few years. Thankfully, the debate on appropriate benchmarks to retrace the history of international relations is also currently taking place beyond Marxist and critical circles. Before going deeper into what Marxism can specifically bring to this challenge, it is important to recall the conventional narrative. Since the 19th century, when the term international first came into use, notably by the philosopher Jeremy Bentham, and later, following the professionalization and institutionalization of other disciplines such as sociology, ethnology, and international law, conceptualizations of international relations have been overwhelmingly European, Western, and/or Northern-centric, even in Marxist scholarship. It is therefore primordial to acknowledge the political and economic consequences of this narrow yet dominant definition of the world, and of international relations. The central claim of this definition is the emergence of the modern world as a European, qua-international, order of nation-states, a supposedly increasingly homogeneous whole constituted of independent, equal, and territorially fixed entities whose main activity has been recorded as a series of military conflicts and alliances between European ruling classes, at home and abroad. This led realists in IR to understand the sovereign state as driven by self-interest, survival, and security, while liberals focused on opportunities for these states to cooperate and organize based on values of freedom, economic liberalism, and peace. Questioning and critically analyzing the modern origins of the expression international relations implies tracing who is assumed to have first understood and functioned with this narrow interpretation, in which the world becomes an observable playground or, as is the often quoted image, a billiard ball table. In this scenario, the role of IR scholars is to analyze, straight guys, and predict the behavior of states, as if their behavior was reducible to, and as predictable as, that of billiard balls. This scenario has been widely adopted since the mid to late 20th century, and specifically since the work of neorealist scholars in IR such as Kenneth Waltz. Reducing state behavior and rationality to a parsimonious equilibrium presents obvious advantages for making IR into a simpler, more policy-alluring political science. But one of the crucial dangers of this approach is its implicit historicization of the emergence of these states as unchallenged harbingers of progress and political rationality, whose methods for achieving such unprecedented universal acceptance and adoption by non-European societies were either justified, as the West's civilizing mission, or could be swept aside as a dark but unavoidable part of European history, a barbarism from which liberalism has saved modernity 862. For most of the 19th and 20th centuries, the West ignored, exploited, and eradicated non-Western societies' ideas and practices, and the world these societies lived in and traversed. Of course, the categories of Western and non-Western are reductive and problematic, but they are a shorthand to mark out the small group of states and individuals who created the legal categories and borders in late 19th century conferences and institutes that set up the sovereign hierarchies at the core of our contemporary order. The West considered these or semi-civilist societies, official categories used by international lawyers, as unable to participate in the institutional construction of international relations. These hierarchies and unequal power relations between different types of states and political entities must always be the starting point to any discussion of the domain of international relations, even those only concerned with relations between modern sovereign states. It was only through that exploitation, eradication, and downgrading of others, those not part of the 19th century select club of great powers, i.e. France, Britain, Germany, Russia, and the USA, that the modern sovereign state could emerge as a standard of civilization. To understand the relationship between Marxism and international relations, it makes sense to refer to the worldwide universalization of capitalism from the late 19th century as the central benchmark to define the domain of international relations. Moreover, it is useful to point to how this universalization rose in parallel to the development of an inherently internationalist Marxism since the late 19th and early 20th centuries. If 1919's first chair in IR marks, for most textbooks, the beginning of the discipline as a unique, isolated, institutional event, This chapter contrasts and rejects this ontological singularism. Instead, it understands the state as marking the early days of what Hobsbawm has called the age of extremes, of a world waking up to the Russian Revolution, and of the beginning of an age of both dreams coming true and shattering like a castle of cards for Marxists and revolutionaries worldwide. Hobsbawm ends this age, pregnant with hope yet suffering from labor pains and sickness, in 1991, providing a new terrain both for new global and neoliberal catchphrases and umbrella concepts of world order, and demanding that Marxists carve themselves an identity out of the dilemmas and fears of the Stalinist Soviet era. In effect, it is no surprise that Marxist scholars, communists, and revolutionary activists came so late to a discipline that remains predominantly Anglo-American, with leading scholars such as Henry Kissinger defining its contours while also actively occupying the corridors of power. The discipline was concerned for most of the 20th century with matters of war, foreign policy, national interest, gunboat diplomacy, fear, and security, i.e. the so-called high politics, which left low-level political issues such as the economy and the environment to other departments and disciplines. And for the same reason, it is equally obvious why scholars in this government-led discipline had no interest, except that of seeking to destroy and eradicate them, in the fundamentally. International Relations 863. Internationalist work and ideas of Marxist thinkers and political actors. We therefore need to acknowledge the fundamental antagonisms between, on the one hand, Marxism as thought and praxis and, on the other, how IR emerged and evolved academically for most of the 20th century. This began to change post-1970s as the discipline opened to a more complex and interdependent set of approaches to understand the world, such as feminism, constructivism, post-colonialism, and post-structuralism. Marxist scholarship also started to target IR's concepts and areas of study more directly. Finally, post-USSR, it became more possible and useful for Marxists to be involved in IR debates on the state, political economy, international institutions, and other non-state actors. The two following sections will now look more closely at the encounters and tensions between Marxist thought and IR. Marxists and the problem of international relations. Kubalkova and Cruikshank wrote in the first book-length Marxist Introduction to IR that Western and Third World Marxists, from the Frankfurt School onwards, have tended to play down international relations regardless of the fact that, as Bernstein predicted, international relations has become the supreme and central issue of the age. This of course does not mean that post-1960s Marxists did not have an internationalist conception of politics, of capitalism, or of revolutions. However, it does remind us that the conceptualization of international relations as a separate or independent realm of social analysis has been problematic. Moreover, Marxists, like many intellectuals emerging out of the horrors of the early and mid-20th century, also suffered from inheriting an understanding of the world that willfully assumed a narrow conception of states and of international relations as derivative of those states. This can to some extent explain the rejection of this domain of study by Marxists as a way of resisting bourgeois political economy, liberal internationalism, and assumptions regarding the political and economic, international and domestic, as separate domains of analysis. The conceptual distinction between what is international and what is not is undoubtedly highly problematic for the Marxist tradition, but it is also at the heart of its main contribution noted above, i.e. explaining globalization and the state system as capitalist processes, whether distinct or simultaneous. Marx and Engels provided an original and groundbreaking perspective, through the broad vision of their entire corpus and the potential of the method of historical materialism, to why the international/domestic distinction reduces our abilities to understand and explain the expansion of capitalism and other modes of production. Although they wrote extensively about specific national questions, they also did so from an internationalist standpoint. However, there are important distinctions between internationalism as a standpoint and taking the international as an analytical starting point. The former is more political and strategic in terms 864 of, for example, advancing a working-class world revolution, whereas the latter is more academic and theoretical. Thus, Certain Parts of Capital, the Often Used, and Abused, final chapters of Volume I Part 8 on so-called primitive accumulation, as well as classic texts such as the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte or the Communist Manifesto are obvious benchmarks for understanding Marx and Engels' internationalist standpoint. However, they are also crucial texts to critically build on for the purpose of developing analytical starting points as a complement to their internationalist standpoint, rather than a mere amalgamation with it. 6. As a whole, by elaborating a new conceptual framework based on the critique of classical political economy, Marx and Engels' work provides space to analyze intersocietal relations beyond the various types of political borders that emerge alongside relations of production. In contrast, bourgeois or liberal political theory assumed these political borders as natural and given to any progressive or modern system. However, as mentioned above, the international/domestic binary did become a more persistent problem for various Marxist scholars and schools. The binary remains in various academic disciplines and everyday discourse and continues to reproduce false assumptions about, inter alia, the rise of the modern international order, state formation, mobility and citizenship, the role and legitimacy of institutions and organizations, and comparative methods in historical sociology. Politically, it also remains a continuing stumbling block for solidarity movements, as working classes remain tied to national political systems that can stoke the fires of racism and xenophobia by maintaining the illusion that states can control and shape economic conditions of labor. This predicament persists even though transnational corporations operate within a legal space where national boundaries have little or no leverage or authority, and where regulations for tax and labor rights often remain beyond the democratic reach of citizens. The work of Rosa Luxemburg has known a certain revival in Marxist IR circles, and more generally, after being unduly ignored for a large part of the 20th century. An engagement with her writings is useful to showcase some of the debates and obstacles that the international/domestic binary created for early and later Marxists. Luxemburg was not content with Marx's analysis of the expansion of capitalism, and the accumulation of capital is her attempt to provide a new theory for understanding capitalism's dependence on external markets, i.e. those provided by colonialism and imperialism. More abstractly, Luxemburg grapples with the relationships between individual capital and aggregate capital, and what distinguishes capital accumulation from other forms of reproduction. Her central argument is that, contra Marx, the conditions for the universalization of capitalism are different to those for the accumulation of individual capital. In other words, her astute understanding and knowledge of world events in the late 19th and early 20th centuries provided her with material to separate the analysis of capitalism at the individual or local level, from the analysis of capitalism at the worldwide level. This is obviously a gross International Relations 865. Generalization and simplification of her complex economic theory, but it helps to set the scene for how Marxists became increasingly troubled by how to square this relationship from the specific to the general. However, on the whole, the use of national borders became a lazy, though admittedly in some cases necessary, marker for dividing and isolating analytical loci for understanding social relations, and these early theories of imperialism remained embedded in fixed territorial notions of the state and capital. If the various theories of capital accumulation are a fundamental manifestation of how Marxists have integrated and conceptualized the international/domestic distinction, there are a number of other theories that need at least mentioning here, even if it will not be possible to elaborate on their various forms and scholars. 7. After the period of classical theories of imperialism spearheaded by Lenin, Hilferding, Luxemburg, Koski, and Bukharin, it is important to recall a number of events shaping Marxist thought and praxis: the Russian, Chinese, and Latin American revolutions, 2 world wars, decolonization movements followed by the Tricontinental and Bandung conferences, independence wars in Africa and Asia, the rise of international organizations, Western European Reconstruction, Black Power struggles, the 1960s student movements, the Cold War and nuclear proliferation, the fall of the Soviet Union, rapid Asian economic transitions, to name but the most salient. In trying to make sense of and participate in these struggles, Marxists and revolutionaries worldwide were either overstretched in liberation and counter-hegemonic politics, in exile, prison, or just barely trying to survive. Dependency theory in the 1960s, developed by authors such as André Gunder Frank, influenced international political economy scholars to reverse the dominant theories of economic development between North and South. Dependency theorists provided empirically driven economic analyses to show how the advanced development of the Western or Northern capitalist states was dependent on those of the South and East, which were required to be kept in stages of underdevelopment in order to continue providing, after the so-called end of colonialism, cheap labor, services, and raw materials. Wallerstein's world systems theory also developed a very influential variation of these relations of dependency, by developing a more radical systemization of regions of the world and grounding this theory in a long-scale history of the world. The other important Marxist influence grounding the later shift towards a more explicitly international theory of historical materialism and social relations is the work of Antonio Gramsci. Gramsci's concept of hegemony, alongside analyses of civil society, subaltern actors, wars of movement, and wars of position, was a fundamental innovation that eventually led to perhaps the most influential group of IR Marxists, the Neo-Gramscians. Critical geography is also an important influence, perhaps less often and not sufficiently critically discussed in assessments of Marxism and IR. The Critical 866. Geographer David Harvey has become a reference point for Marxists worldwide, notably thanks to his pedagogical efforts known as the Project Marx to make the classic texts more accessible and thus go back to Marx's method rather than its often problematic application by Marxists. Harvey's work cannot be fully accounted for here, but his emphasis on capital accumulation as accumulation by dispossession and attempts to theorize imperialism and hegemony in relation to value-based circuits of capital in many ways return to some of Luxemburg's themes and aims, namely to retrieve the implicit internationalization in the theory of historical materialism as originally proposed by Marx and Engels. His focus on spatial fixes and on capitalist expansion as not dependent on local and historical specificities of state formation has been seen as a way for some IR scholars to avoid the pitfalls of mainstream IR, notably for those interested in developing the spatial dimensions of neo-Gramscian concepts such as transnational hegemony and passive revolution. Moreover, this has opened some avenues to integrate more discussion and conceptualization of the environment, nature, and the Anthropocene, and these concepts are now being developed by a rich set of scholars outside narrow IR disciplinary circles. Finally, it is essential to recall the work of Marxist scholars working from post-colonial and Third World contexts and perspectives as having a particular influence on not only providing alternative definitions of the international/domestic binary, but also going beyond the narrow relationship between states and empires found in Western Marxism. Although debates between post-colonial theory and Marxism have not always been productive and Marxists have pointed to crucial flaws in post-colonial approaches to the international, these approaches are necessarily intertwined by their shared normative and emancipatory goals. Nurturing their encounters should remain a priority for IR scholars, as Rao forcefully reminds us by returning to the work of Frantz Fanon, Black and Third World feminists and Black Marxism more generally. There is also a surge of work from a decolonial and post-colonial ethics and epistemology, which has influenced political economy and Marxist approaches emerging out of the Global South, with authors such as Aníbal Quijano, Enrique Dussel, and Walter Mignolo, as well as constructivist attempts to build theories of global IR. These have largely contributed to broadening the empirical and material bases of the discipline, and to creating more space for definitions of the international and of the central issues that should concern scholars, knowledge production, the environment, imperialism, and different configurations of polities, capital, and labor from regional contexts otherwise assumed to follow the Western model of development. International Relations 867. International Relations and the Problem of Marxists. In one of the earliest Marxist journal articles from inside the IR discipline, Fred Halliday engaged in an exercise of conceptual empirical comparison between world events and three main ideas of international relations dominating those events, i.e. three types of internationalisms: liberal, hegemonic, and revolutionary. Halliday focused on the idea of international relations, on the evolution of assumptions and expectations regarding internationalism and how it is perceived differently according to the increasingly unequal worldwide distribution of power and resources. This implies, as a crucial basis to Marxist thought, bridging the analytical, how the world does work, and the normative, how the world should work. This exemplifies the way in which Marxists have sought to retrieve elements from both realism and liberal internationalism in theory, and posit themselves as a fundamental alternative to these two pillars. There are a number of critiques made against Marxism in Although these aspects are less defining than in the mid-20th century, Marxist scholarship is still considered overly structuralist, teleological, and economically determinist. It is also still associated by the general public with Stalinist Soviet policy and other authoritarian attempts to contest the liberal order through so-called communist parties. Thus, disentangling the political engagement and critical basis essential to Marxist thought from the blind application of specific orthodoxies, events, and experiments remains a primary task for any Marxist scholar. If Marxism officially entered the discipline of relatively late in the 1970s and 1980s, doing so resulted in an explosion of various strands that overlap as much as they disagree with each other. The richness of today and its attractiveness to Marxism is also its very much enlarged research agenda, and how it speaks more and more to everyday concerns, rather than merely to those of diplomats, foreign policy analysts, military strategists, and other government hacks. However, if, as Rosenberg argues, remains trapped in the narrow positivist agenda and vocabulary of Anglo-American political science, can Marxists identifying with this discipline salvage their work and help others break out from a Euro and state-centric cage? The following will discuss the problem of the state debate, how it has shaped Marxist scholars evolving in the discipline, and how it may be taken forward. It argues that more focus on the legal dimensions of the state would enrich the debate, before concluding on how Marxism presents fundamental challenges to the discipline of on ontological, epistemological, and methodological grounds, each requiring further collaborative work. Despite efforts such as Hobson's to neatly summarize the surge of Marxist literature into, on the one hand, neo-Marxism, and on the other, the classical Marxism of the early and mid-20th century, the post-1970s era is marked by a dazzling encounter between dependency theorists, structural 868, Marxists, neo-Gramscians, open Marxists, political Marxists, world systems theorists, derivation school theorists, critical theorists, the Frankfurt School, scholarship developing Trotsky's theory of uneven and combined development, post-colonial Marxists, and, though more rarely, sadly, Marxist feminists. To some extent, these distinctions have slowly been eroded in the last decade, and many scholars in more loosely fit under the umbrella term of the historical sociology of international relations. Generally, Marxists in are either recycling the state debate into one on trans-historical levels of abstraction or analysis, in other words the problem of the international, focused on specific problems and aspects of international political economy and development studies, or exploring new subjects, problems, and interdisciplinary alliances. As Cookian remarks, we can see broadly how theories of imperialism have shifted over the course of the 20th century from being mostly influenced by economic analysis to the consideration of other explanatory factors, such as the political and cultural dimensions of international relations. Ultimately, these questions and positions all concern at some point or other the state's agential power. As proposed below, this should alert scholarship to turn to more concrete manifestations of this power. Firstly, scholarship should focus on the bodies of second- and third-class citizens, as well as stateless people, i.e. all those considered disposable or of less value to the general body politic through reduced rights, opportunities, and abilities, women, migrants, minorities, prisoners, people with disabilities, precarious workers, etc. Secondly, scholarship should focus on material structures such as those used to maintain borders, offshore territories, and other extraterritorial legal spaces that provide the material means for the illusion of state sovereignty to function. These allow the state and other ruling non-state actors to evade duties and responsibilities and entrench existing and new class divisions, weakening opportunities for resistance and social movements. However, traditional issues from the state debate remain a central object of concern. The intractable relationship between state and capital, whether conceived as mutually constitutive or separate, and the separation between international and domestic realms remain mystified by the state form, its sovereignty principle, and by the state system derived from the state's legal form. Yet 21st century struggles are, and will probably continue to be, as much against transnational capital as against authoritarian states. The seemingly universal state form produces a sense of inevitable standard that has swept all other forms of political organization away into the dustbin of history. Because of this standard, the exploitation, inequalities, and crises of capitalism seem as natural and unavoidable as the political system that allows these to occur. Crucially, the state form is self-perpetuating, since it reproduces the idea that progress and social justice can only International Relations 869 be achieved through its legal mechanisms, rejecting the legitimacy of any other system or means of contestation. Marx's theory of the state remains one of the most underdeveloped aspects of his work. Two problems have been identified from isolated readings of his early texts. One is that there is a world bourgeois state form against which the proletariat should struggle against and capture, and another is that the state is a product and property of capitalism. In some recent reflections on the state and Marxist theory, McNally highlights the distinction made by Marx and Engels in the German ideology between an internal definition of the state, which we could see as based on possession, and an external definition of the state, alternatively based on identity. Both dimensions require the use of force, meaning that militarism and war are indeed inherent elements of modern power. However, one could add that both internal and external dimensions are used and justified distinctly depending on the internal or external projection of the state to various internal and external actors. In other words, this internal/external distinction is only useful if we make sure to use it from various vantage points and map a more complex set of social relations and representations. This means, for example, mapping how the state justifies and avoids accountability and responsibility for its actions, or for the actions of those it should be responsible for, such as corporations, rather than merely explaining war and militarism as inherent elements linked to each state's development. This requires us to focus on the agents acting on behalf of the state or who contribute to the construction of the state and who should thus be responsible for its behavior and development. Moreover, legal dimensions of states' agentic behavior are crucial to showing the interdependencies and complexities of the relations between states and those they represent and are accountable to, as well as to those they may fear. These arguments can help us to think more distinctly about the state in terms of legal borders and property. This critical reflection on the early Marx's understanding of the state also introduces a link between Marx's thought and Marxist theories on law and international law that have been most concerned with the contradictions between the internal and external forms and manifestations of the state. 8. The issue of the structure of international law and its relation to the history of capitalism remains the subject of debate. Those building on the work of Soviet legal theorist Yevgeny Pashakhany's understand the anarchic structure of the international system, i.e. the lack of world sovereign, as a necessary outcome of capitalism, which enables an important critique of the liberal state and of the liberal legal system as unable to fulfill its promises and remain inherently driven by ruling class interests. However, others are critical of the formalism and ahistorical construction of Pashakhany's legal commodity form theory. For example, state formation in the early modern period varies greatly, in Europe 870. As well as outside Europe, leading to contending state systems and legal mechanisms shaping social relations at both internal and external levels, i.e. in local regions and in overseas colonies being forcefully integrated into the state's territorial boundaries. In other words, the view taken here is that a structural analysis of international law might erase various agentic mechanisms of domination and struggle necessary to better understand the history of capitalism. However, one must be extremely cautious when using internal and external as heuristic devices, since these have also produced some of the most problematic assumptions in IR on the distinction between the international and domestic realms, which can then end up being theorized in isolation, thereby justifying imperialism and militarism as inevitable and necessary dimensions of international relations. Moreover, as Barker notes, in Marxist theory the external concerns of states tend to be tagged on as an afterthought, not taken into the general analysis of the form and functions of the capitalist state, emphasizing the problems the notion has created even for Marxists. In response, a more pluralist understanding of both capitals and states appears as a helpful way forward. Moreover, in spite of their conception of capitalism, and by extension the territorial state, as a necessary stage towards socialism and communism, Marx and Engels maintained the abolition of the state as the ultimate goal of revolution. In an age of increasingly lethal state borders and state mechanisms of exclusion, this could not be a more important goal for Marxists to engage with. Thus, echoing previous points by Barker, Teschke argues that Marx and Engels provided very perceptive but primarily ad hoc interventions for theorizing the state and crucially the state system. What they lacked was a sustained reflection on geopolitical and trans-societal relations for the general course of history. This has been the burden of IR Marxists, to which a plethora of efforts have contributed influential analyses. Yet Marxism's status within the discipline of IR has decreased since the 1980s. This can be most simply explained by the turn to behavioral and quantitative hypothesis testing approaches to the discipline, especially in the North American context that continues to dominate the discipline, though increasingly less in terms of theoretical diversity and innovation. For Rosenberg, this narrowing of the discipline, and its distancing from contributing to other disciplines, goes deeper than trends and can be explained by its relationship to political science, in which IR remains, in his words, imprisoned. Therefore, the only way to contribute to the discipline of IR as Marxists is by acknowledging and clarifying the ontological, epistemological, and methodological challenges that the Marxist framework entails. In other words, IR Marxists have to put forward more discussion of what, why, and how they can contribute to the discipline and not be constrained by the conventional Anglo-American answers to these questions. Debates between proponents of UNCD and those associated with political Marxism, the later school having been informally founded by historians Ellen. International Relations 871. Mike Seanswood and Robert Brenner, have gone some way into pushing the debates on ontological and epistemological grounds by discussing what constitutes, if anything, the international. 9 more extreme proponents of UNCD such as Rosenberg and Matten tend to elevate the concept as an a priori condition not only for explaining capitalism and modernity, but also for developing a generic theory for understanding all intersocietal relations. However, UNCD has also been developed as a rich concept to focus on otherwise ignored aspects of capitalist and modern expansion. These developments in IR theory are also taken up by other IR scholars, notably in the English school tradition. In contrast, political Marxism has focused on developing a position of radical historicism and agency, rejecting the theoretical nomenclature of an international analytical starting point. However, many questions remain concerning the methodological implications of this historical work, as well as how it may transform the concepts and methods developed for understanding contemporary phenomena. Moreover, it remains to some extent contained in the limits set up by the tradition of historical sociology, which has known various waves and scholarly interventions, many from a positivist and comparativist angle antithetical to the Marxist tradition. Historical sociology, in its 1970s Weberian era, and in its recent iterations influenced by the English school, remains tied to concepts of Western political development and linear temporality that work from the existing world order of states and international organizations. Conclusion. In sum, the main ways in which Marxists have contributed analytically and normatively to the praxis of international relations is by reinserting capitalism as an explanatory factor, whether as social property relations, imperialism, hegemony, WST, or UNCD, challenging historically how Marxism has been falsely driven by or associated with economic determinism or a simplistic teleology of world revolution at all costs, and challenging how Marxism is assumed to conflate or reduce the analysis of international transitions, state formations, revolutions, and systemic orders to problems of base and superstructure. Generously aided by the 2008 subprime credit crisis, this work, and that of intellectuals on the left more broadly, has contributed to giving capitalism a bad name, shifting the general discourse about the legitimacy of capitalism as a natural, progressive, and inevitable economic system. This shift has been made possible by ongoing and relentless contributions by intellectuals across the world to dispute the natural, progressive, and inevitable assumptions regarding the interlinked development of states and capitalism. However, the opening of new socialisms has also left the door open to new forms of racist and fascist ideologies, which Marxist IR must also find ways to theoretically integrate and condemn. 872. Thus, if current Marxist debates over the international/domestic distinction could do much more still to enrich and transform the discipline, recent moves have strengthened a third wave of historical sociology through questions of Eurocentrism, global history, decoloniality, and how to conceptualize and historicize revolutions, for example. To further the political and pedagogic impact of this scholarship, however, it remains essential to understand and shape the institutions that make or break ideological and material borders. Crucially, Marxists would tend to emphasize how these borders determine who has access to certain resources and therefore what mechanisms should be defended or rejected to ensure a better distribution of those resources. Whether IR scholars and Marxists operating in this domain will be able to develop theories that do not impose a position but keep open reparative possibilities between various strands of Marxism and other critical theories remains to be seen. For now, we hope to have brought some light to where IR Marxists have contributed, and how they could continue doing so, to avoid falling into the traps of endless analytical debates often disconnected from the everyday concerns of people. The world outlook of the bourgeoisie. In an 1887 article entitled Lawyer's Socialism, Friedrich Engels reflected on the relationship between legal thought and the rise of the bourgeoisie. According to Engels, his medieval worldview was essentially theological, with the unity of European feudalism established through opposition to the external Saracen foe. In Western Europe, he continued, the Church was the actual link between the different countries, and the Church's feudal organization gave a religious blessing to the secular feudal system of government. However, as the bourgeoisie developed within European feudalism, it found its needs could not be contained within this theological prison. Instead, with the great triumphs of the 17th and 18th centuries, the new worldview that was to become the classical one of the bourgeoisie emerged undisguised in France, the legal worldview. For Engels, in an analysis prefiguring Carl Schmitt's political theology, this was a secularization of the theological worldview. In this outlook dogma, divine law, was supplanted by human law, the Church by the state. This new legal outlook was perfectly fitted to bourgeois hegemony. Because the exchange of commodities on the level of society and in its fully developed form, i.e. based on the granting of advances and credit, results in complex contractual relations and thus requires universally valid regulations, which can only be provided by the 48. Law. Robert Knox. Law 877. Community, legal norms laid down by the state. People imagined that these legal norms did not arise from the economic facts of life but from their formal stipulation by the state. And because competition, the basic form of intercourse between free commodity producers, is the greatest equalizer, equality before the law became the bourgeoisie's main battle cry. For Engels, Therefore, law and legal thought were a key element of the worldview of the capitalist class. 60 years later, the Bolshevik legal theorist Yevgeny Pashikhanes went so far as to note that in bourgeois society jurisprudence has always held a special privileged place, serving as first among the other social sciences. Typically, Marxists have attributed bourgeois political economy such a role. Indeed, Marx himself likened political economy to theology. In practice, however, a brief glance at the works of the classical political economists reveals that any attempt to separate the legal and political economic world outlooks is a mistake. The classical political economists were all steeped in legal thought. They wrote their own legal treatises, and, perhaps more importantly, their political economic works were themselves undergirded by legal notions of property and contract. Marxism and legal thought, an absent presence. Given the above, it is perhaps surprising that legal questions have been quite peripheral to the Marxist tradition. Although law appeared in their historical work, Marx and Engels never completed a systematic analysis of law. This has been reflected in Marxist theory more generally. Whilst there have been attempts to think through a Marxist approach to law, there have been notably fewer of these attempts than studies of that other great worldview of the bourgeoisie, political economy. Perhaps the most obvious reason for this absence is that law has tended to be theorized primarily by lawyers. The socialist movement has tended to look rather unfavorably upon legal professionals. As Engels wrote, as soon as the new division of labor which creates professional lawyers becomes necessary, another new and independent sphere is opened up. As a profession, it is difficult to understand law as anything other than, at best, petit bourgeois. This is especially true of the highest aspects of the legal profession, particularly the judiciary, who have historically been hostile to the labor movement. Another, perhaps less obvious, issue is that Marxists have tended to subsume discussions about law in two other conversations. Firstly, Marxists have tended to collapse discussions on the nature of law into discussions about the nature of the state. Implicit, and sometimes explicit, here is an assumption that law depends upon the state for its existence, and that law is essentially the actualized will of the state. Secondly, law also plays a key role in discussions of 878. Revolutionary strategy, in particular the polemics on reform and revolution, have also implicitly been discussions about the relationship between law, capitalism, and socialism. The result is that when Marxists have engaged with law, it has tended to be without an attempt to thoroughly understand the law itself. Much Marxist analysis of the law has naturalisted, taking the existence of law for granted and treating it as an unspecific background to social relations. However, despite these obstacles, there have been a number of Marxist attempts to understand the role of law. This chapter will attempt to locate some of the broad themes characterizing the trajectory of Marxist theorizing about law. Marx and Engels on law. The young Marx wrestled with questions of law and jurisprudence. First at Bonn, and then Berlin, Marx studied law but found this to be unsatisfying, feeling above all, the urge to wrestle with philosophy since they were so closely linked. Accordingly, Marx sought to elaborate a philosophy of law covering the whole field of law. Working through this idealist schema, Marx eventually began to come up against its limits. This was particularly evident in Marx's first forays into political journalism, namely his reflections on the debates around the law on the thefts of wood. When Friedrich Wilhelm IV of Prussia came to power in 1840, he convened a number of provincial assemblies. One issue that concerned the assemblies was the gathering of fallen wood. Historically, peasants had a customary right to gather such wood. The assembly, however, ruled that this would amount to theft, with the cutting down of trees an aggravating circumstance. Marx argued that these legal proposals were wrong. For Marx, and the case of fallen wood, nothing has been separated from property, since the fallen wood had already been separated from the tree. Accordingly, the law was an attempt to make us believe that there is a crime where there is no crime. Alongside this arguably idealistic analysis, Marx also displayed the beginnings of a more concrete, class-based account of the law. Marx remarked that in making cutting down trees an aggravating circumstance, the law acknowledged a difference between gathering and theft proper, but only recognizes this difference when it is a question of the interests of the forest owners. Marx combined these two positions, arguing that the customary rights of the aristocracy conflict by their content with the form of universal law. This was because as a particular feudal right it could not be available to all. By contrast, a customary right by its very nature can only be a right of this lowest, propertyless, and elemental mass. Marx's solution to this contradiction was Law 879. A liberal one, he argued that, since both owners and infringers were citizens, both deserved the same right to protection by the state. Although couched in liberal terms, in these debates we see the seeds of much of Marx's later radical analysis. It is here that Marx first found himself in the embarrassing position of having to discuss what is known as material interests. He later realized that neither legal relations nor political forms could be comprehended whether by themselves or on the basis of a so-called general development of the human mind, but rather in the material conditions of life, the anatomy of which is to be sought in political economy. In this way, law was a key element in Marx's early attempts to articulate the base superstructure metaphor. There were essentially three, distinct but interrelated, registers in which Marx and Engels wrote about the law, all of which were to some degree anticipated in the debates around the theft of wood. The first register was in their study of how the struggle between classes was expressed through the law. The second was their conceptualization of law as an ideological form. The third and final register was of law as a structural product of capitalist social relations. Law and class relations. In his 1859 preface, Marx characterized law as one of the forms in which the classes of a given mode of production become conscious of class conflict and fight it out. This was reflective more broadly of the role that Marx and Engels ascribed to the law in articulating class relations and conflicts. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels linked the rise of civil law with that of private property. They argued that ancient Rome, with its developed commercial society, provided a basic model that later societies could draw on. In particular, as soon as industry and trade developed private property further, the highly developed Roman civil law was immediately adopted again and raised to authority. This was consolidated and spread by the bourgeoisie as they broke with the feudal order. If the German ideology described the role that law played in the class struggles around the birth of capitalism, in the 3 volumes of Capital Marx demonstrated the role that law plays throughout processes of capital accumulation. This is true on a number of fronts. Firstly, Marx described the crucial role that law played in primitive accumulation, both domestically through the Enclosure Acts and internationally through colonial treaties enabling plunder. Secondly, in his descriptions of the legal regulation of the working day, Marx charted how the working class had leveraged law in order to limit some of capital's exploitative power, but simultaneously pushed capital to develop more efficient methods of exploitation. Thirdly, Marx traced the ways in which specific legal forms were needed to articulate changing forms 880 of capital accumulation. This was particularly true of Marx's explorations of the importance of the joint stock company. Thus, in this register, law mediated the social relations and contradictions of class society. However, law figured as something of a passive vessel. There was no sense in which it might impose limits upon or structure our understanding of social relations, that is to say, there was no sense of law as ideology. Law as ideology. Ideology was one of the prime ways in which Marx and Engels attempted to understand law. In the preface to the German ideology, Marx characterized law as an ideological form. Marx linked the development of modern civil law to the development of private property out of the disintegration of the natural community. Yet despite the material basis for the rise of law, it appeared that law is based on the will, and indeed on the will divorced from its real basis. Law serves as one of the prime ideological functions because it recasts private property from a social relation into one based on will. On the level of community, it presents the existence of private property in general as the result of the general will. Simultaneously, at the level of individual property relations it creates the illusion that private property itself is based solely on the private will. Reading the German ideology in light of Marx's later work, we might say that law is ideological because it takes relationships of power and exploitation, that is to say, class relationships, and presents them as relationships entered into or not at will, the content of which rests purely on the individual will of the contracting parties. Law and the structure of capitalism. In a sense, then, Marx's reflections on the ideological role of law centered on its abstracting and individualizing character. This raises the broader question of why law had such an effect, and what broader relation law bears to capitalist social relations. These questions were attended to in another strand of Marx's work, most famously embodied in his On the Jewish Question. In On the Jewish Question, Marx gave an account of the relationship between law, liberalism, and private property. He argued, following Hegel, that modern societies were marked by a bifurcation between political community, in which individuals act communally, and civil society, in which people related as private individuals. This situation was different from pre-capitalist social formations, the character of which was directly political, since the elements of civil life, for example, property, or the family, or the mode of labor, were raised to the level of elements of political life in the form of seigniorage, estates, and corporations. Law 881. The crucial element driving the separation between political community and civil society was the market. Insofar as production was to be carried out for private profit, the two realms needed to remain formally separate. Production could not be mediated through the castes, guilds, and other non-capitalist hierarchies. It was in this context that law took on a particularly salient role. In a society in which the private and the public were fused, human relations could be mediated through privilege and status, but with the wholesale parceling off of civil society as a relationship between private individuals, something else had to take its place. For Marx, it was here that the so-called rights of man stepped in, a form of interrelation between egoistic man, of man separated from other men and from the community. Thus, with the birth of capitalism, and its creation of civil society, law came to be the predominant mode of regulating social behavior. In this way, Marx structurally tied the rights of man to the rise of capitalism, rooting their individualistic and abstract nature to the egoistic nature of civil society. Bourgeois law. Despite rarely dealing with law directly, Marx and Engels left a rich, but conflicting, legacy. Over the course of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, these questions acquired a more practical urgency. With the growing strength of socialist and communist movements, the question of how to confront and deal with state power and the law grew in importance. These debates crucially crystallized around the question of reform or revolution. Marx had dealt with such questions at various points, but had done so most systematically in his critique of the Gotha program. In that text, Marx homed in on the claim that, in a communist society, the proceeds of labor belong undiminished with equal right to all members of society. For Marx, this doctrine of equal right could not be communist, since the same principle prevails as that which regulates the exchange of commodities, as far as this is exchange of equal values. As such, the idea of equal right is bourgeois right and bourgeois limitation. This was because his equal right is an unequal right for unequal labor. It tacitly recognizes unequal individual endowment, and thus productive capacity, as a natural privilege. It is, therefore, a right of inequality, in its content, like every right. Right, by its very nature, can consist only in the application of an equal standard, but unequal individuals are measurable only by an equal standard insofar as they are brought under an equal point of view, are taken from one definite side only. In the higher phase of a communist society, Marx argued, there would be no right, since distribution would be governed instead by the principle of from each according to their abilities to each according to their needs. In line with his comments in On the Jewish Question, he suggested that equal right was an intrinsically bourgeois category, which would ultimately need to be broken with. Marx neatly summarized several distinct but interrelated problems that confronted Marxists in the 19th century. Firstly, there were practical questions. What role could law play in the transition to socialism? Would it be possible to legislate socialism into existence after winning governmental power? These questions were bound up in another, wider question, namely whether or not a violent break with the existing order was necessary to achieve socialism, or whether existing institutions, particularly legal ones, might be used. This raised the question of the institutional and political makeup of a socialist society. Would it be governed by law? And if so, what would that law look like? These questions were themselves intrinsically linked to broader jurisprudential questions about the nature of law and its relation to capitalism. Reform. The 1891 Erfurt program of the German Social Democratic Party restated many of the themes of the Gotha program, framing socialism in terms of equal rights. This opened up the idea that socialism could be legislated into existence. Such a position was most famously expressed by Edward Bernstein in his pamphlet Evolutionary Socialism, where he defended the idea that where the rights of the propertied minority have ceased to be a serious obstacle to social progress, the appeal to a revolution by force becomes a meaningless phrase. Against this, Bernstein argued for the legislative way as a road to socialism. Bernstein's work signaled a more general drift in the orientation of the SPD. Whilst his approach was not adopted wholesale, even orthodox Marxists like Koski declared that the term revolution encompassed both physical force and means of economic, legislative, and moral pressure, with the latter likely to predominate. Underlying these conceptions was the sense that law was a neutral vessel, through which different politics, up to and including revolutionary ones, could be expressed. This conception was most systematically and explicitly formulated by the Austro-Marxist Karl Renner in his 1904 work The Institutions of Private Law and Their Social Functions. Renner's starting point was that the interaction between law and economic forms was never unidirectional, with law serving as both the product and producer of particular economic regimes. He argued specific economic processes under capitalism are served through a number of distinct legal institutions, such that laws serve an economic function. In the case of capitalist private property, Renner believed that the economic development of capitalism had outstripped property law, divorcing economic function from individual ownership. In this way, property in the capitalist epoch fulfills functions. Law 883. Different from those which it fulfilled in the era of simply commodity production. The transformation of capitalism had led property to automatically change its function to one of regulating the hierarchy of power and labor. For Renner, private law had ceased to be private, being now divorced from individual ownership, and supplemented by a system of public law regulation. As such, elements of a new order have been developed within the framework of a new society, making it possible to simply deduce the law of the future from the data supplied by our experience of today. In Renner's model, no sharp break with the legal order of capitalist society was required, and the existence of law itself was fully compatible with a socialist society. Or revolution. The reformists of the SPD did not go unchallenged. In her pamphlet Reform or Revolution, Rosa Luxemburg argued that what distinguishes bourgeois society from other class societies lay in the fact that class domination is not founded on juridical forms, but rather on real economic relations. The relationship between worker and capitalist in legal terms is presented as one of formal equals contracting. Relations of domination and exploitation are not created, or registered, by legal relations. As such, for Luxemburg, law is not a threat to capitalist exploitation, at best it is simply the regulation of exploitation. Accordingly, legislative reform and social revolution were not two roads to the same goal, but rather aimed at different goals, with the former not the realization of socialism, but the reform of capitalism. This did not mean, for Luxemburg, that law, and the struggle for reforms, had no place in the revolutionary movement. Rather, the struggle for reforms was the means through which the social democratic movement gains the support and confidence of the working class. At the time, Luxemburg's argument won out over that of Bernstein, with orthodox Marxists, including Kosky, backing her position. Yet the growing power of more conservative trade unions within Germany, and a turn to defense of the fatherland nationalism, pulled the SPD as a whole to the right and in a significantly more reformist direction. It was such a direction that Lenin was to criticize in a number of interventions during the period leading up to the First World War, most famously in State and Revolution. Debates in the Russian Revolution. Law and Revolution. The Russian Revolution was of decisive importance for Marxist engagements with the law. Here, the question of the relationship between law and capitalism had immediate practical ramifications. Heated debates took hold within the 884 Soviet governing strata, and amongst the legal intelligentsia. Perhaps the key legal controversy with the Soviet debates was whether or not a proletarian or socialist law was conceivable. The official position of the communist movement was that socialism would have to go beyond the formal juridical freedom and equality of capitalist society. But would this entail creating some new type of law or leaving law behind altogether? The newly emerged workers' states' own legal proclamations were at stake, especially in the context of the new economic policy, when the USSR was forced to restore more traditional juridical forms. Soviet jurists tended to take one of the various approaches outlined by Marx above, and juggle them with the practical imperatives of the revolutionary process, namely in relation to their own political stances and factions. M. A. Reisner, for instance, turned to Marx's concept of ideology to argue that in class societies law develops into the separate ideological systems of class groups, with different legal orders belonging to different classes. In this way, law was the ideological apparel in which class struggle made itself known. A similar although more materialist take was provided by Stuka, who argued that the determining element in law as a system or an order of social relationships, is the interest of the ruling class, and that in law we distinguish its content and the form of its regulation and protection. Although the bourgeoisie set out a law embracing all mankind, it was merely the class law of the citizen, a code of the bourgeoisie. For both Reisner and Stuka, in a classless communist society law would, like the state, necessarily wither away. At the same time, in the transition to communism, there would exist a distinct lay proletarian law. Enter Pashukanis. It was in the context of these debates that, in 1924, Yevgeny Pashukanis entered onto the scene with his pivotal text General Theory of Law and Marxism. Pashukanis' theory came to serve as a key reference point for debates in subsequent years, and for all future Marxist accounts of law. His starting point was to differentiate his position from those who, like Stuka, located law in class interest. For Pashukanis, simply introducing the element of class struggle in this way only yielded a history of economic forms with a more or less weak legal coloring, or a history of institutions, but by no means a general theory of law. Such an approach could not provide an account of what was distinct about law and legal regulation. Against this, Pashukanis sought to analyze legal categories in the same way in which Marx understood the categories of political economy. This meant putting forth an analysis of the legal form in its most abstract and simple aspect, moving gradually by way of complexity to the historically concrete. He began. Law 885. With the idea that law's role is to regulate social relationships. However, since law is itself a social relation, it might appear that social relationships therefore regulate themselves. Drawing on Marx's characterization of capitalism, Pashukanis argued that law is a social relationship capable to a greater or a lesser extent, of coloring or giving its form to other social relationships. The key was to understand law as a mystified form of some specific social relationship. Situating this historically, Pashukanis argued that a general theory of law must start with the idea that under certain conditions the regulation of social relationships assumes a legal character. The task of a Marxist theory of law was to delimit the conditions under which this legal character, or legal form, emerged. Pashukanis noted that legal relations are always between legal subjects, and so any understanding of the legal form must examine how these subjects are produced. Marx himself had explained the material premises of legal relationships, or the relationships of legal subjects in capital. Capitalist society presented itself as a society of commodity owners in which the social relationships of people assume an objectified form in the products of labor and are related to each other as values. Yet commodities are unable to take themselves to market and exchange themselves, hence they must be owned. This ownership necessarily implies a set of legal rights. For Pashukanis, this was the key moment. Simultaneously with the product of labor assuming the quality of a commodity and becoming the bearer of value, man assumes the quality of a legal subject and becomes the bearer of a legal right. Crucially, in the act of commodity exchange, each party must recognize the other's equal and abstract capacity to own a particular commodity and to exchange it. As such, the commodity calls forth a sense of abstract formal equality. When these parties engage in dispute or have conflicts of interest, there must be a way of regulating and resolving the disputes between these abstract, formally equal individuals. This is law and the legal superstructure. Under capitalism, with the generalization of wage labor, everyone gains the capacity to engage in exchange, and so gains legal subjectivity. But the spread of the legal form is not mechanically tied to increased commodity exchange. Rather, Pashukanis argued that, with increasing division of labor, the expanding social relationships and the development of exchange value becomes the embodiment of social production relationships which stand above the individual. As value separates from specific acts of exchange and becomes the embodiment of capitalist totality, the legal form itself is universalist. Legal subjectivity becomes abstracted from particular rights and the legal subject receives his alter ego in the form of a representative while he himself assumes the significance of a mathematical point, a center in which a certain sum of rights is concentrated. Thus, for Pashukanis, there was a material and structural link between capitalist social relations and the form of law. Law did, of course, predate capitalism, but 886. So did commodity exchange. Yet it was only under capitalism that law assumed its predominant role. Prior to capitalism, law existed only in a scattered, unsystematic way, either in specific mercantile enclaves, or intermingled with other forms of social regulation. The logical consequence of Pashukanis' theory was to deny the possibility of proletarian or socialist law. Law was by its very nature bourgeois, even when utilized by the dictatorship of the proletariat. Arise socialist legality. Pashukanis' theory was at first widely praised, and he quickly attained preeminence in the Soviet Legal Academy. By the late 1920s, Pashukanis had essentially reshaped the Communist Academy's approach to match his own theoretical vision. Yet from 1927 onward he began to receive significant criticisms that his commodity form theory had overextended an analysis of private law, that he did not take class struggle seriously, and, most crucially, that his position militate against the idea of a distinctly Soviet form of law. This latter point became important with the consolidation of Stalin's hegemony. Pashukanis' commitment to the withering away of the law put him on a collision course with the centralization and stabilization that would be occasioned by the 5-year plans. By 1935, he had essentially abandoned the commoditiform theory. As Stalin's line made an increased turn towards legality, culminating in the 1936 constitution, the entire post-revolutionary legal experience was redefined as an example of the superiority of Soviet legality. Theoretically, this line was embodied by Andrei Vyshinsky, who became Procurator General in 1935 and oversaw the juridical elements of the Great Purge. Pashukanis himself disappeared in January 1937, charged with criminal intent to overthrow the Soviet regime. Whilst later political developments would distance the Soviet Union from the Stalin period, and indeed rehabilitate Pashukanis and those around him, Vyshinsky's template essentially became the legal orthodoxy in the Soviet Union. There may have been a formal commitment to the eventual withering away of the law, but the Soviet Union was understood as having a distinct, and superior, socialist legality, a domestic legal order, with the capacity to project onto the international legal sphere. Marxism, official and unofficial. After the onset of the Cold War, there was a significant disarticulation between Marxist thinking about law and the practical tasks of building a new social order. The major, if partial, exception to this was in the anti-colonial movement. Figures from within national liberation movements engaged with Marxist thinking about both law and imperialism, to criticize the limits of self-determination. Law 887. As recognized under international law. Mohammed Betjawi, for example, argued that international law had permitted colonization, the exploitation of man by man, and racial discrimination, and facilitated and legalized the enrichment of the affluent countries, thereby expressing imperialist social relations. A truly anti-imperialist international law would have to be anti-capitalist as well. However, figures like Betjawi were the exception rather than the norm, and although the Soviet Union did instigate far-reaching changes to the international legal order, the task of theorizing and understanding the law had migrated, to some degree, to the more academically minded Marxists in the European world. Law, ideology, history. As is well known, the 1960s and 1970s saw a flourishing of independent Marxist thinking. And yet this moment, and these debates, only involved law accidentally. Where law was invoked, it was very much under the larger rubric of the questions of ideology, the state, or law's role in historical change. Althusser, for instance, in his account of the Marxist notion of a totality, argued that the superstructure contains two levels or instances, the politico-legal and ideology. Law served as both a repressive state apparatus, directing the deployment of physical coercion, and as an ideological state apparatus. Althusser argued that law played a crucial role in the latter case, since ideology has the function of constituting concrete individuals as subjects. It was the rise of bourgeois legal ideology that played the central role in this rise of the subject. More generally, law plays a key role in interpreting individuals as subjects, subjecting them to a higher authority and enabling their mutual recognition. Famously, this usage of law in this context was hotly contested by E. P. Thompson. In his 1978 Poverty of Theory, Thompson took Althusser to task for his idea of the totality structured in dominance, noting that in his historical studies he had found that law did not keep politely to a level but was at every bloody level. It was imbricated within the mode of production and productive relations themselves, and it was simultaneously present in the philosophy of Locke. It intruded brusquely within alien categories, reappearing bewigged and gowned in the guise of ideology. It danced a cotillion with religion, moralizing over the theatre of Tyburn. It was an arm of politics, and politics was one of its arms. It was an academic discipline. Subjected to the rigor of its own autonomous logic, it contributed to the definition of the self-identity both of rulers and of ruled. Above all, it afforded an arena for class struggle, within which alternative notions of law were fought out. Thompson was building theoretically on his 1975 Whigs and Hunters, in which he studied the effect of the Black Acts upon class formation and struggle in 888 England. Thompson had argued that one must resist any slide into structural reductionism when it came to the law. For Thompson, the law here played a complex and contradictory role. It had both mediated existent class relations to the advantage of the rulers and allowed them to impose new definitions of property to their even greater advantage. Yet these legal forms also imposed inhibitions upon the actions of the rulers. Since the rulers themselves believed enough in these rules, and in their accompanying ideological rhetoric, law served as a genuine forum within which certain kinds of class conflict were fought out. As such, law was a social form deserving of social study in its own right, and one had to acknowledge a difference between arbitrary power and the rule of law. Infamously, Thompson concluded with the idea that the notion of the rule of law is itself an unqualified good. Thompson's meditations upon the specific nature of the rule of law also point us towards the Marxist state theory debates. Poulantzas, one of the key figures in these debates, completed his doctoral work in legal theory. In his early works, partly influenced by Jean-Paul Sartre, he criticized both Vyshinsky's view of law as a system of norms and Pashukhany's view of law as an order of social relations. The former was unable to understand that law and class struggle were not already structured objects brought into a direct, external relationship, but rather were mutually structuring. It was impossible to understand how a legal regime crystallized on the basis of particular and specific class struggles. By contrast, Poulantzas argued that Pashukhany's had dissolved superstructure into base, and so was unable to grasp law's internal coherence and thus relative autonomy. Against these approaches, Poulantzas proposed an account influenced by Weberian Marxism whereby the specific nature of contemporary law derived from the need for rational calculability required by mature capitalism. As a result, legislation and administration must take the form of predictable acts, judgments, and decisions, and thus be calculable in advance for the sake of large monopoly capital. Poulantzas, drawing on Althusser, understood law as ideology that sets up agents of production at the juridico-political level, as political and juridical individual subjects, deprived of their economic determination and, consequently, of their class membership. This juridico-political ideology holds a dominant place in the dominant ideology of capitalism. Law served the role of cementing together the social formation under the aegis of the dominant class, providing an ideological mechanism of imaginative representation for social agents, atomized and severed from their natural means of labor. Where Poulantzas sought to contest Pashukhany's contribution, others put his insights to use. The state derivationist school, most particularly represented. Law 889. By John Holloway and Sol Picciotto, sought to respond to Pashukhany's question of why is the apparatus of state coercion created not as a private apparatus of the ruling class, but distinct from the latter in the form of an impersonal apparatus of public power distinct from society. Following Pashukhany's, they thus derived the form of the state from commodity exchange. European Marxism, Brit-Crit, and the revival of Pashukhany's. These wider debates about the nature of the state fed directly into Marxist legal theory in Britain. Many of the participants in the debate had been members of the Conference of Socialist Economists State and Law Group. This group worked closely with the National Deviancy Conference, an organization of left-wing criminologists who had been active since 1968. At the same time, the translations of Althusser and Poulantzas influenced a number of legal scholars, particularly those associated with the Euro-communist Marxism Today wing of the Communist Party of Great Britain, such as Stuart Hall and Alan Hunt. During the mid to late 1970s, therefore, Britain developed a distinctly Marxist current in legal thinking. One crucial moment in the consolidation of a Marxist current in British critical legal studies was the publication of a new translation of Pashukhany's in 1978. This was followed by several books outlining Marx and Engels' own approach to law and its contemporary relevance. The Pashukhany's revival generated a great deal of debate. In the USA, Isaac Balbus advanced a position extremely similar to Pashukhany's own, while in France Bernard Edelman used Pashukhany's position to stake out a theory of intellectual property. In Britain, the CSE and NDC sought to situate law within the structures of capitalist social relations. Perhaps most important in this context was Bob Fine's work, especially Democracy and the Rule of Law. Fine followed much of Pashukhany's analysis, but also argued that he had overly abstracted exchange relations from relations of production, thus portraying class struggle as external to the law. Fine argued that in fact the law directly mediated these contradictions, which could be boiled down to the contradiction between the juridic form of the individual as property owner and the natural form of the individual as producer, consumer, and social being with real individual needs. In an early 1976 text, Hunt wrote, echoing Althusser, that A plays an important role in sustaining the domination of the ruling class because it operates both as a form of coercive domination and of ideological domination. For Hunt, law was ideological since 890. It conveys or transmits a complex set of attitudes, values, and theories about aspects of society. Its ideological content forms part of the dominant ideology because these attitudes, values, etc. are ones which reinforce and legitimize the existing social order. Law is thus one of the primary forms of appearance of capitalist social relations. Yet this form of appearance abstracts from the substance of relation of production, presenting them as social relations to a system of exchanges. At the same time, law serves a depoliticizing function, since bourgeois legal ideology posits law as responding to universal interests. In his later, influential, work Hunt explicitly argued that ideology provides an instructive point of differentiation between Marxist analyses of law and mainstream sociology of law. Around the same time, Paul Hirst argued against the idea of a particular legal form imbued with bourgeois content. Examining how property forms shaped capitalist accumulation in the context of company law, he noted that company law and organization does vary, that its forms do matter to the working people, and that the Marxist left has immobilized itself by its own indifference and silence. Over the course of the 1980s, with the growing influence of post-structuralism and post-Marxism, the emphasis shifted decisively away from any necessary ideological content of law. Hunt himself came to argue that certain values have an elective affinity to the legal form, with these values such as individualism, equality, and private property universal and preponderant values under capitalism, and to function as if they were the form of law itself. Hunt's theorizing of ideology dovetailed with his belonging to the Euro-communist wing of the Communist Party of Great Britain, and his commitment to abandoning the strategy of a rupture with capitalism, for the sake of building a broader front, mobilizing various oppressed groups within capitalist society. Insofar as words and concepts have no necessary class content or implication, they could be struggled over and appropriated by the left. Of course, as evidenced by Lacan and Mauve, it was a short step from this position to one of post-Marxism, in which there was no necessary content to the social order tout court. This was ultimately the fate of the British critical legal studies movement, with its Marxist currents eventually being defeated. Marxism and anti-oppression. One of the key challenges to the Marxist tradition during the 1970s and 1980s was the rise of the new social movements organized around racial, gender and sexual oppressions. The sustained challenges these groups posed to the existing order forced a number of Marxists to rethink how they conceptualized class and capitalism, and necessitated fundamental transformations in the wider labor movement. Many Marxists failed to rise to these challenges, and so these movements turned to other intellectual and political resources. Law 891. This was a marked feature of Marxist legal theory. In the context of U.S. critical legal studies, whilst there were inevitable attempts to grapple with the issues of slavery and law, the Marxist-oriented wing did not systematically analyze race and racialization. It was critical race theory that dealt with these issues, often in a manner antagonistic to white Marxism and other critical theoretical positions. With the exception of McKinnon, there was equally no Marxist feminist legal theory to be found in the USA. In the European, and particularly UK, context, there were some attempts, by Marxist theorists of state and law, to think through the relationship between race and law, but these were not widespread, and the same is true of feminist theory. Thus, whilst there were broader attempts by Marxists to explain non-class antagonisms, this was not followed through in Marxist legal accounts, with legal scholars of these issues instead turning towards other intellectual traditions. Marxist legal theory today. As with many other disciplines, the end of the Soviet Union did not bring about a renaissance of Marxist legal theory. Many of the works that followed were mea culpas for the Soviet period. A common refrain was that Marxist theory had not taken human rights or the rule of law seriously enough. By the mid-1990s even this had largely died out. One exception was in the field of international law, perhaps because of the continued currency of Marxist theories of imperialism, and the geopolitical competition and uneven development that remained unavoidable in the 1990s. In 1993, B.S. Chimney published International Law and World Order, outlining a theory of international law according to which its form and function changed in relation to transformations in the modes of capitalist accumulation. Similarly, Susan Marx drew on Marxist accounts of ideology to explain the role of democracy and democracy promotion in international law. One of the most important developments in this regard was the publication of Hart and Negri's Empire. They charted out a vision of international law as a smooth juridical space, and older international legal forms were becoming obsolete. Hart and Negri's positions were very much a product of the globalization of capital and the unipolar moment, and as such were problematized significantly by the U.S. response to 9/11 and the 2003 invasion of Iraq, as evidenced also by their sequel, Multitude. The 2003 invasion, and the wider war on terror, also galvanized the left in the anti-war movement. Given George W. Bush's open contempt for international law in the 2003 invasion, and the relatively unified legal opinions against it, many in the anti-war movement sought to leverage international law. It was in this context that a number of Marxist interventions on international law emerged. 892. Most importantly, China-Mieville's Between Equal Rights. Mieville reintroduced Pashukhani's commodity form theory to the English-speaking world. He used the latter's insights to demonstrate that, even in the absence of an overarching state authority, international law remains law, bearing as it does the character of the legal form. Mieville combined this with the theory of indeterminacy, taken from Marti Koskeniimi, in which international law constantly oscillates between arguments from sovereignty and world order. Given the structural connection between capitalist imperialism and international law, Mieville argued that legal disputes are resolved through the power relations of imperialism itself, generating substantial debate in his wake. The international legal field has also seen a number of Palancian-inspired accounts emerge. These accounts have situated changing legal configurations in wider class international formations and their attendant relationship to the global capitalist state. At the same time, such accounts have done vital work on the role of the judiciary in consolidating neoliberalism. The commodity form theory. Particularly in the international law context, commodity form theory remains hugely important. The theory has elicited two recurring and significant criticisms. The first is that it cannot explain pre-capitalist law, and has an unduly static picture of the legal form, which also refuses non-European legal systems the title of law. The second is that it is unduly focused on relations of circulation within capitalism, and so cannot understand the role of relations of production or class struggle. This debate runs the risk of becoming purely semantic. Commodity form theory would remain largely unchanged if it used the term bourgeois or liberal law, but to do so would make it more difficult to track the historical development of the legal form, and its rupture with other modes of normative ordering. Pashukhani himself recognized other forms of normative social ordering anterior, contemporaneous, and beyond capitalism. Yet he argued that to group all of these under the heading of law was to engage in legal fetishism, projecting the present backwards and forwards. Pashukhani sought to understand how a particular social relationship of normative ordering seemed to become dominant in a relatively uniform but differentiated way, under the banner of law. Inasmuch as this represents a Eurocentric approach, it is in the sense that these legal relations are the result of a capitalist project of global homogenization that began in Europe. The second criticism, that commodity form theory unduly focuses on relations of circulation, arguably misreads Pashukhani's work. On a basic level, as Mieville Law 893 points out, capitalist production is dependent on circulation like no other mode of production in history. All production for exchange, the producers only avail themselves of production by exchange. More importantly, Pashukhani understood that class domination under capitalism is not manifested directly through pure, unequal domination, rather bourgeois exploitation, inheres in economic relations that do not achieve formal legal expression. The focus on circulation explained why this was the case. This does not mean, of course, that law exists unaffected by class and other struggles. Rather, those struggles are refracted through a legal form that is abstract in character. This abstraction will limit the possibilities for such struggles. Engaging with these criticisms has been central to the contemporary commodity form theory revival. It has meant that scholars have been able to explore diverse legal regimes such as corporate law, labor law, human rights law, property law, the law regulating human reproduction, the legal frameworks of imperialism and broader issues in international law. In such approaches, the legal form is not an all-pervasive static frame that prevents the understanding of the development of specific legal issues, but rather helps to shape how this content is articulated. The road ahead. Contemporary Marxist legal scholarship remains somewhat underdeveloped. Whilst there have been some significant intellectual advances made, limits and absences remain. It is striking that, in an interesting inversion from previous periods, international law has been at the foreground of recent work. However, any serious Marxist legal research program will need to devote more time to thinking about domestic legal systems and regimes. It is also clear that when Marxists have turned to domestic law, it has been primarily in the areas of public law. Yet capitalism's deepest functions are tied up with mundane private legal issues of property, contract, and various forms of civil liability. Attending to these areas, and mapping how these tedious and seemingly apolitical legal fields mediate and condition class struggles, is a crucial task. Beyond mere subject matter, however, is a steeper challenge. One of the key reasons that the Marxist wings of critical legal studies lost their relevance was their inability to grapple with questions of race, gender, sexuality and other antagonisms not traditionally dealt with by Marxists. This has meant that those traditions which do grapple with these issues, critical race theory, third world approaches to international law, feminist legal theory, queer theories of law, have been skeptical of insights from Marxist legal work. This absence has carried over into contemporary Marxist theorizing about law, despite the fact 894 that Marxists from other disciplines have begun to engage systematically with these issues and traditions. This has certainly been recognized by some contemporary figures. Chimney has called for an integrated materialist approach to international law which combines Marxism, socialist feminism and post-colonial theory in order to understand the logic of capital, the logic of territory, the logic of nature, the logic of culture and the logic of law, which make up the world today. Chimney's call here is surely the correct one, but it is important not to simply graft other theoretical approaches onto Marxist ones. Instead, the task must be to locate the phenomena of race, gender, sexuality within a social totality of which law is an integral part. This task is particularly crucial because the basic building blocks of law, and Marxist analysis, legal or otherwise, are enmeshed in racialized, gendered relations, presupposing particular forms of sexuality and ability. The institutions of property and contract cannot be understood apart from the colonial and imperial contexts in which they emerged, and from the people whose domination and exclusion lay at their genesis, women, indigenous peoples, and slaves in particular. At the same time, capitalism depends on forms of gendered reproductive labor, which support and underlie processes of capitalist accumulation. In the case of race and racism, this work has already begun. A central text in this respect is Brenna Bandar's Colonial Lives of Property, which elucidates how property law is intimately interconnected with racialized forms, and relies on a logic of racial exclusion. With the exception of Ruth Fletcher's important work integrating the insights of the commodity form theory with feminist understandings of capitalist social relations and Katie Cruz's reflections on the relationship between law, labor, and sex work, there have been no systematic Marxist legal engagements with issues of gender or sex, and nothing on sexuality. Remedying this situation will be crucial both to reaffirming the relevance of Marxist attempts to understand the law, and in understanding law's relationship to the social totality. Conclusion. Law has been an important element of theoretical and practical debates within the Marxist tradition. Seemingly abstract debates about the nature of law continue to have important consequences on radical movements, both here and now and in any post-capitalist future. The more law and capitalism are understood as structurally interrelated, the more cautious one must be about law's emancipatory potential. This is the great utility of the commodity form theory. In specifying the relationship between law and capitalism, It provides an account. Law 895. Of the limits of legal action, aligning in this way with the revolutionary tradition exemplified by Luxembourg. Such a position does not betoken a complete abandonment of the legal struggle, but it does illustrate the abstracting and depoliticizing effects that law is likely to have on political action. Approaches more focused on class struggle and ideology have often stressed the contingency of legal content, and its ability to articulate different struggles. Whilst this point is well taken, absent a jurisprudential theory of the law, we are left unable to know the limits of those struggles, and how their specifically juridical nature impacts upon them. The danger here is that one might, as with Karl Renner, imagine that law can express almost any content, and so could smoothly bring a socialist society into existence. It will only be by addressing these questions head-on, and fully interrogating how law produces, mediates and reflects relations of exploitation, domination, and oppression, that Marxist legal theory can play its most important role. Within Marxism, management is not an area written about in the same way as labor or capital. This makes sense because modern management emerges after these Marxist categories. And yet management is central to capitalism. Modern management emerged because being managed acts as a bridge between potential labor expended and actual labor delivered. This is important because the capitalist production process was founded on a very distinct relationship to labor, a relationship which must ensure capital increases as capital. This unique pursuit of valorization created the capitalist imperative to continuously improve labor productivity and hence led to the emergence of modern management. Management of the capitalist work process is foundational to capitalism because capitalist work and organization require discipline, and this is instilled through the division of labor and its emergent management systems. This process means tasks are subdivided and desk-skilled whilst, simultaneously, capitalism generates new skills better suited to its requirements, skills that are henceforth distributed on a strict need-to-know basis as knowledge becomes subsumed to capital. Critically, what we come. 49. Management. Gerard Hanlon 900. To see as knowledge emerged from this capitalist division of labor and the social formations of the capitalist mode of production. One key form this knowledge takes is management. As such, management is deeply implicated in creating new fault lines of authority and hierarchy, something Adam Smith noted in his calls for public education. We can see the contours of much of this in Marx's chapter on cooperation in capital. I will extrapolate from this chapter to argue that Marx enables us to see the manner in which contemporary management operates. The coming argument suggests management operates to achieve two things: 1. It pursues routinization and standardization, and 2. It seeks out difference. It seeks out difference to divide workers, and also it needs difference to see its own future, e.g. renewable industries are a response to green resistance, the health and education sectors of the developed economies are a response to workers' resistance and the different futures people demanded, etc. In connected ways, both standardization and difference pivot around the concept of cooperation and, related to this, knowledge. Cooperation and work. How does cooperation take place within capitalism? This chapter argues it increasingly takes place as management-led cooperation, and, within this, capital and its management systems appear to workers as the organizing force of production. Workers' separation from the means of production ensures they are dependent on wages and hence belong to capital before they ever meet any individual capitalist. Despite the seeming freedom of labor markets, compulsion and exploitation are central to labor-capitalist relations. These features make antagonism key to production and centralize the gap between the actual labor power exerted and workers' potential labor power. This implies that labor power is already in existence and being sold in the market. But having been sold in the market, labor power needs to be managed in the workplace. It is the gap between labor potential and actual labor which forces capitalism to discipline labor and thus makes management necessary. Viewed in this light, cooperation becomes located in management's capacity for force. Importantly, force is not simply authority. For example, when analyzing craft like non-monopoly capitalist cooperation, Marx acknowledges the need for authority of some sort, e.g. skill or age might lead some to exert authority over others. However, unlike other social systems, because capitalism must valorize capital, authority must increasingly be deployed for this purpose. Likewise, because capital necessarily expands as capital, expansion means the number of workers in production. Management 901 grows and the necessity of cooperation and hence authority increases. As such, management seeps into more areas of society. Furthermore, because capital valorizes, it reshapes knowledge and science so that valuable knowledge is housed within particular groups, is increasingly consigned to subordinate positions and / or embedded in technology, routines, systems, etc. In this sense, management and its knowledge base is an element of the class struggle embedded within the division of labor. Here management, knowledge, science, capital, etc. confront labor as the property of another, so that authority and cooperation are exploitative and something organized somewhere else. Marx describes it thus: these things are not their own act, but the act of capital that brings them together and maintains them in that situation. Hence the interconnection between their various labors confronts them, in the realm of ideas, as a plan drawn up by the capitalist, and in practice as his authority, as the powerful will of a being outside of them, who subjects their activity to his purpose. In such an environment, management emerges as the source of planning, authority, and discipline which transforms dependent potential into actual work. Importantly, however, this disciplining of workers also expands labor's capacity through cooperation. Marx suggests the worker strips off the fetters of his individuality and hence productivity grows as managed cooperation increases. Here, the worker is transported from being a single worker working for themselves or another into a production process entirely dependent on worker cooperation, e.g. the assembly line. Society moves from production by the single worker or small groups to a homogeneous production process built on the social worker. Through cooperation, the social worker generates greater surplus than if they were working independently, and this excess of cooperation is captured by capital. Thus planned cooperation, or management, is central to capitalism and exists even in the era of competitive capitalism described by Marx. But later, especially with the advent of machines, the social worker increases rapidly to generate profit, concentrate capital, and socialize labor still further throughout society. Once work becomes standardist or homogeneous, what Marx determined as abstract human labor, it has no determined end until it is put to work and then given a determination by someone other than the worker. As such, management planning increasingly grows as the number of workers expands. In this seemingly chaotic social division of labor, the point of production, or the technical division of labor, is ever more standardist, managed, and despotic. Within this, management power is real, i.e. things get done according to plans, but it is also incomplete and fragile, e.g. it is built upon many other forms 902 of cooperation or knowledge which come as free gifts. These free gifts emerge in the general intellect, the gift of caring, the authority of craft and other forms of skill reproduced through knowledge of acquaintance, and so on. These gifts are often developed outside of paid work in the social factory, and yet they are central to capitalism's reproduction. All of this presents management with its central problem: how does it harness all of this potential cooperation and knowledge, inside and outside the factory, for capitalist valorization? How does it ensure that when labor arrives at the individual workplace, it not only belongs to capital but willingly belongs as a subject to be managed? And how does capital extract labor's full potential and value at work? Management's response to these problems is twofold: 1. A search for standardization in the technical division of labor to create workers as homogeneous abstract labor to better control them, and 2. In a seemingly contradictory movement, to look for difference in a continual pursuit of new terrains for primitive accumulation, in the sense of an accumulation of differences and divisions within the working class, whereby hierarchies built upon gender, race, sexuality, and age become constitutive of class rule and the formation of the modern proletariat. Management needs to tame cooperation, find new sources of cooperation and produce it as a fertile garden for capitalist valorization. These tensions form the core of management. Standardization, dependency, and management, the social relations of the factory. Management has historically been closely associated with standardization. Scientific management is perhaps the apogee of this approach. In this volume, Woodcock succinctly outlines Taylor's standardizing of the labor process. Taylor and scientific management represent the culmination of a prolonged push towards standardization and the expropriation of labor's knowledge to better control workers. Standardization is not simply capitalist, e.g. Offhauser highlights its overlaps with slave plantations and Sohnrethel locates it in the long pursuit of interchangeability and measure. Nevertheless, within early capitalism, Pollard outlines the extreme standardist division of labor in John Taylor's Birmingham button factory as early as 1775. In the button factory, work was divided into 70 separate repetitive tasks performed by 70 different individuals. The businessman Matthew Boulton sought to mass-produce clock parts in the 1760s, and he, and his partner James Watt, later sought to methodize engine making so as to improve productivity. Management of the division of labor allowed capitalists to standardize tasks to thereby eliminate sauntering. Management 903. And intensify production, increase the dexterity of labor, and eventually replace labor with technology in the name of capitalist valorization. This growth in management reflects capitalism's relations of production, in which dividing the labor process becomes a central management function because it enables greater control of workers across time and space to thereby raise productivity. This raising of productivity is a management task. Braverman too ties management's rise to the need for greater control of the labor process. He suggests it comes with the transition from earlier modes of production like putting out. The putting out system was a mercantile capitalist system characterized by the formal subsumption of labor. The formal subsumption of labor leaves the management of production in the hands of labor. Modern management emerges as an attack on this organizing role for labor. In both the UK and the USA, the original factory was the workhouse. The workhouse emerged out of the pursuit of capitalist valorization, often accompanied by a political agenda located in undermining the idleness of labor and its disdain for valorization. In the UK and the USA, labor sought to avoid the workhouse. Unlike the earlier production systems of the putting out system, outwork or homework, assembling workers within the factory enabled employers to control quality, reduce pilfering, and, above all, steady production. Employees dared not take time off for private economic activities such as wood gathering, fishing and hunting, gardening and raising stock. If people had access to these other resources, they avoided the workhouse and the factory. Thus, wherever working people had independence, they shunned the workhouse or factory. In light of this, it was dependent workers, particularly working class women and children, that developed the factory and management. One example of the role of dependence can be found at the Whitton Machine Works. As part of its increasing management of workers, Whitton sought to impose clock time and literally enclose the factory within walls and gates. Older skilled workers responded to this by asserting their independence and walking off the job. As this example suggests, where choice was available, people rejected the social relations of the factory. Pollard comments this resolution, it should be stressed, and many others like it passed in Yorkshire, represents not the harking back to a mythical golden age, but the defense of existing social relationships. In the USA, the feelings of ordinary people were similar. Echoing Pollard, Sellers points out, but now, as working people began to see, an expansive capitalism threatened the traditional moral economy, that promised them a decent competence, ultimate independence, and the civic equality and respect of republican citizenship. Such views reflect a number of issues, but perhaps most especially they 904. Reflect the fear working people had that they would be subjected to the insecurity of the competitive market. One obvious depiction of this rejection of competitive market forces was the U.S. push west and the colonizing of free land to avoid the compulsion of capitalist labor relations. In light of this, only the most vulnerable workers entered the factory. For example, Perot suggests that in the 1840s America's first industry, textiles, the workforce was made up of between 2/3 and 3/4 wage-dependent poor women and children who worked 12 to 13 hours a day 6 days a week. As part of its promulgation of dividing difference, capitalist work separated workforces by class, race, gender, and indeed age, wherein blondes managed those who were progressively more and more non-blonde, and labor was categorized across variables such as color, form, size, structure, texture, consistency, proportion, expression, and condition. Thus the management of the factory was not simply focused on craft deskyling. Rather, modern management emerged in the already standardizing factory, often through the authority and cooperation of master craft workers who managed production of other, more vulnerable, groups. Indeed, master craft workers had also participated in the earlier appropriation of female knowledge and value. As an example of this, the famous U.S. Lowell textile mills were owned by Boston financiers, e.g. the Cabot family, but were managed by skilled male workers who initially recruited local female labor and maintained gendered hierarchies within the factories. Then, when it became available, these managers recruited unskilled, poverty-stricken, immigrant labor and created new divisions based on skill, gender, and now, ethnicity, to deliver higher rates of exploitation. What this process reflects is that with the emergence of abstract labor, workers are already disciplined and hence ready for management planning. Nevertheless, this readiness is always partial and has to be further worked on in the workplace so that workers produce to a maximum, stay at work, etc. Ford's $5 day is an example of the management work still needing to be done. One way to do this is to exploit difference. As suggested, this moment starts not primarily with craft, but with other more vulnerable groups, e.g. females, children, different racial and ethnic groups, and immigrants. Importantly, this difference is never permanent or natural. In the struggles between labor and capital, new subjectivities emerge, e.g. the social worker creates the political figure of the mass worker. Vulnerability located in class, gender, and race are thus central to modern management. In particular, employers and managers saw women as more vulnerable, compliant, better suited to the factory, and easier to mold to capitalist rhythms. For example, the Slater Mills system of the early 1800s could only get women and children into the newly emerging factory provided they granted males. Management 905. Of households outside work because men refused the discipline of factory life. Or, in its first benign phase, the Lowell textile mills employed Yankee farm girls who stayed for a few years to accumulate cash for use for weddings or a brother's education or to supplement the family wage in hard times. In contrast, during the more exploitative second phase, wage labor was increasingly based on mass immigration brought on by the Great Famine in Ireland and, a little later, by French Canadians fleeing poverty. Here, wage dependency was near total. Immigrants arrived as a proletarian labor power needing and hoping for a wage and, as such, they arrived not so much as individual workers, but as a working class socialized for capitalist exploitation. Importantly, in this second Lowell phase, management science and knowledge were developed to technologically innovate and plan so that the mills were able to make more use of children. Management used children to reduce adult wages by up to 50 to 90% on particular jobs. In this environment, management stretched the social bonds of caring so much that families were forced to send children to work in factories because they could not survive on adult wages alone. By 1865, children made up just under half of the total Lowell workforce. Too similarly, as work in the ammunition industries was deskyled and ripened for technology, employers shifted from skilled male to unskilled female labor and the industry became dominated by female workers. In short, as knowledge was increasingly located in planned systems of management, exploitation of the vulnerable increased. Thus management knowledge and planning flourishes in the free choice of vulnerable poor women, migrants, non-whites, and children. Here families and immigrant communities would stress certain potentialities in their children, friends, and relatives and hence soften or prepare them for the drudgery and discipline of factory life and the insecurity of the competitive market in ways Marx was witness to, a free gift to capital. In this environment, the next generation inherits the production system and its accompanying knowledge system, which helps determine its future. Vulnerability, expendability, and compulsion within the division of labor created modern management in its dominant U.S. heartland. Even in craft-dominated industries, before skilled white men eventually lost power, women often made up 25% of the workforce and were employed and located in the most managed activities. The dispossessed, the woman, the immigrant, the runaway, the child, are the proletariat. Cities too created reservoirs of the vulnerable. For example, immigrants poured into New York City, which grew by 750% during 1850. Half the city was made up of immigrants and 80% of those were wage-dependent Irish and 906 Germans. Willens describes the New York degradation of labor in the sweated trades. The term sweated originates in New York at this point. He demonstrates how during 1825–50 New York came to dominate the U.S. ready-made clothing market because of its capacity to innovate production processes and lines of credit. Retailers metamorphosed New York tailoring at every level of production. A large portion of this trade was in cheap, poorly made clothing for the slave population of the South. This metamorphosis entailed the subcontracting of various fields of clothing manufacturing to more and more vulnerable labor groups in ways that remind one of the contemporary cascade effect unleashed on globalist supply chains by dominant firms such as Apple or Walmart. The influx of vulnerable immigrants meant all pretension of craft vanished in the outwork system. With the availability of so much cheap labor, formal apprenticeship and a price book disappeared by 1845. Yet again, workers' difference and vulnerability were put to work to enable management to coordinate across organizational and spatial boundaries through subcontracting, subdivision, minute surveillance, and other systems. In short, homogeneous abstract human labor is made to sweat as it competes with its difference, e.g. ethnic conflict in New Haven labor relations at the Sargent Hardware Company. At Sargent Hardware, ethnic differences existed and were exploited so that much of the workforce, many of whom were Italian in origin, feared that during the strikes of 1902, it was being sold out by an Irish-dominated union. Or between Armenians and Turkish workers in the within machine works where Armenians demanded the removal of Turkish workers. As with a history of bombing, which starts in the colonies and moves closer and closer to the metropolis to eventually almost consume it, management starts with the weakest social groups before moving closer and closer to core groups. Indeed, it is important to highlight that colonialism and race were central to management theory and practice. Elton Mayo, founder of the Human Relations School, took the British colonial administrator as the pinnacle of what management should be, and the four persons empire, scientific management, and race management, were all systematically deployed. Truly, Du Bois was right to argue the problem of the 20th century, the century of management's rise, was the problem of the color line. In contemporary society we still see this tendency as social groups historically protected from the market are increasingly subjected to more and more competitive market forces, e.g. fears concerning the automation of middle-class jobs, the capturing of free labor in fields such as graduate-level design and fashion through legally, bureaucratically, and technologically managed systems, skilled video gaming employees, computing and IT, and the increasing use of information technology as a source of management. 907. Organizational polarization, wherein the disappearance of middle-ranking occupations is accompanied by ever-widening management and control within the workplace. All these present elements of fear that protected groups will be subject to the practices traditionally reserved for others. Historically, a central group to be undermined in this rise of management was the citizen craft workers of the artisan republic. As with the emergence of agrarian capitalism, which forced competitive market-led tenant farmers onto tenants who had customary rights, the influx of property-less labor and the rise of management undermined the customary rights of craft. The craft worker, dependency and standardization, transforming knowledge to enable valorization. The story of the craft worker is long told. Fundamental to that story are standardization and routine. As we will see, this is because contingency and craft become increasingly problematic for capitalism. Central to the demise of craft is the managed deployment of standardization. Standardization is planned and increases because, as well as breaking down skilled tasks, producers also need standardization for internal production, administrative and supplier systems, and they themselves, as suppliers, producers and administrators must use standards. Thus, through capitalist science, management, technology, and planning in the technical division of labor, standardization penetrates the whole economy. In short, useful knowledge is developed. This exacerbates the real subsumption of labor to capital. Standardization forces production to emerge as a concatenation of industrial processes within a uniform process. Standardization itself was the holy grail of the 18th century French army. The French sought to standardize munitions through the use of interchangeable parts. This would allow arms to be repaired or restored quickly and cheaply. These ideas spread to the USA where, more so than cost savings, the military sought repair efficiencies on battlefields. But a crucial outcome of this was that standardization came to represent a conflict over knowledge and the potential of knowledge between craft workers and capitalists. A central issue here is what is useful knowledge? Should the knowledge of the craft division of labor have autonomy from, or supersede, the knowledge of capitalism's valorizing division of labor? In an economy of abstract human labor, the prioritizing of craft knowledge is impossible. The struggle over who manages knowledge and the division of labor was thus a key battleground in 19th century social restructuring. 908. Chandler argued craft work could not produce mass production, and this was the reason for the implementation of deskilling through standardization, routines, and new knowledge. However, the sewing machine company Singer retained craft labor and annually mass-produced 500,000 machines into the 1880s. When Singer did standardize, it did so because it wanted to make its factory goods interchangeable and regularized within the same organization and network of suppliers. It developed standardized overseas factories along its U.S. lines not necessarily because of labor costs, but because interchangeability made production both more efficient and helped to develop markets. Efficient control in the factory enables markets to be further developed, which then goes on to allow standardization to penetrate ever greater spheres of the organization. As such, interchangeability became hegemonic because to maintain any one non-interchangeable section of production created systematic weakness. In light of this, as it globalized, Singer managed, or planned at an ever higher level. This appeared inevitable. However, it was not inevitable because its development emerged through conflict with the core social group, craft workers. This craft conflict was necessary because although craft workers were favorable to markets, they were not necessarily favorable to standardization or profit maximization, and, unlike many factory workers, they had the production know-how to self-organize work. This conflict is evident in struggles around the inside contract. The inside contract system was the production regime which generated U.S. proto-mass industrial production. It was a compromise regime based on the tension between capitalist owners who had finance and or marketing skills, but no or limited knowledge of the management of production, and a group we might think of as the first knowledge workers, craft workers. The inside contract system existed in the USA's leading and most innovative industries, e.g. steel, copper, tobacco, arms manufacture, and, as a system, it facilitated bringing craft workers into the factory. 3. It did so because rising costs separated craft workers from the means of production and forced them into the competitive labor market, to edge them towards the status of labor power. Within the system itself, craft workers selected and hired employees, decided on the production process and its duration, disciplined and managed staff, and importantly, innovated production processes to shave costs and hide these savings and innovations from capitalists so as to better preserve their negotiating position in the annual discussions around profit. Craft knowledge empowered contractors against owners who represent a new breed of entrepreneur in the firearms industry, a breed with capital and management. 909. Marketing knowledge, but without the technical knowledge to manage production and hence little capacity to benchmark labor productivity. That is, technical craft knowledge was embodied in labor and could not be distilled into abstract management systems to thereby render craft labor as labor power. Mental and manual labor were still conjoined, which enabled craft, not management, to plan cooperative production. But within capitalism, such a system has to be undermined. The inside contract system created conflict over how much product was produced and the distribution of rewards between owners and those who were directly connected to knowledge of production and, as such, it potentially threatened the valorization of capital. These tensions were often expressed as class antagonisms. For example, Williamson speaks of contractors wearing frock coats, and sporting diamond stick pins, spats, and gloves. Arnold refers to the haughty machinist, and Roland discusses how the contractor was a power which must obviously be treated as an equal, although actually occupying the anomalous position of a belligerent inferior. Being unable to control craft workers, Taylor characterized them as lazy and untrustworthy, and Arnold called for their replacement by technology, redesigning their attitudes and subjectivities, deskyling, and rejecting the idea that their skill was an art in favor of viewing their labor as mere selling and hence to be used to maximize profit. Labor's knowledge and management of the division of labor had to be weakened, so authority and value could be shifted away from craft knowledge towards management knowledge and, in so doing, reduce craft labor and knowledge to labor power awaiting direction. This weakening necessitated the destruction of the non-market customary rights of craft workers in the artisan republic. A core social group had to be bombed. In short, craft workers were a core population that needed to be managed and altered. One way to do this was to systematically undermine skill, non-valorizing knowledge, and to reorganize work by exerting pressures for change that would benefit management. Thus the shift away from the organizational form of production located in the inside contract, was found in changes within the division of labor and the desire of capital to redistribute value away from production, intensify production processes, standardize, benchmark, measure and valorize. Alongside the workhouse and the standardizing factory, this class struggle facilitated the rise of management and replaced craft as a source of managed work organization. What informed this push was labor's knowledge, power, refusal of capitalist development and capacity to manage value so it could be guided towards producers not capital. Management knowledge was driven by these wider social forces. In this reading, the struggle to standardize lay the foundation for conflicts around modern management. 910. The pursuit of standardization and the managed bureaucratic organizational form. Bureaucratic management is central to this process of standardization and deskyling. The creation of gauges, tolerances, machines and systems so precise as to repeatedly produce the same cut, joint, or product requires bureaucratic forms. The goal of interchangeability, still very elusively believed, became an exacting exercise that imposed a bureaucratic system upon the armory in its attempt to prevent any deviation from the standard pattern. Anticipating the assembly line, Superintendent Roswell Lee's pursuit of aligned machines to facilitate sequential production created a flow which virtually eliminated hand labor at Springfield Armory. Standardization thus brought with it a disciplined bureaucratic management order and deskyling. Most obviously, one saw this link between management order and deskyling at U.S. Steel almost 3/4 of a century after the efforts of the Springfield Armory. U.S. Steel emerged post the infamous 1892 Homestead Strike which reshaped the industry in favor of capital. This strike, and its reshaping of relations, occurred just as the industry standardized production which had so simplified steel making that untrained men could successfully replace the strikers. That key fact, evident to both sides, determined the course of the Homestead Strike. Stone describes how the nature of organization changed as a result of management developments post-1890. For she argues modern bureaucratic management partly grew out of craft labor struggles at the end of the 19th century. So dominant was this model to become, Chandler suggested that since 1910 the basic organizational structure and the basic techniques of coordinating and controlling their operation have changed little. At its heart was a changing division of labor, the demise of the craft or professional worker, and the transferring of knowledge from workers to management. This transformed knowledge further separated the intellectual from the manual to undermine craft labor and accelerate the ever-growing importance of measurement, benchmarking, comparability, the emergence of semi-skilled workers, the development of internal labor markets, the increased deployment of technology, the individualizing of the workplace and the increased use of formal education to hire management cadres. The struggle over steel between 1890 and 1920 encapsulated the emergence of the modern managed corporation. Post-Homestead, the industry was radically transformed through a minute division of labor which generated three changes. 1. New technology was generated to alter production and job structures. 2. As a result of the creation of these job structures, new problems and solutions emerged for motivating and disciplining a labor force that was Management 911. No longer capable of self-organizing production, and 3. Embedding lasting control over the entire labor process. In short, important pieces of the modern management template, which had already been deployed amongst other groups, were applied to the USA's leading workforce in its leading industries. The steel industry accepted new costs, new problems, new management layers, and it restructured work to destroy worker self-organization and control of knowledge. What emerged was what we know as the bureaucratic organizational form. Modern management knowledge also emerged in its wake, e.g. motivation theory, technology studies, the deployment of industrial psychology, fatigue studies, etc. Central to this was its transforming of concrete worker knowledge into abstract rules, systems, norms, simple labor and management science. This reorganized the mental, manual split in work and created a new organizational intelligentsia. It also further developed workers as interchangeable labor power and stripped them of any protection from competitive market forces. Unions would later attempt to insert protections for core labor groups, peripheral labor groups, e.g. women. Non-white populations were largely denied these protections. Management theorists would theorize this protection seeking as an instinct of acquisitiveness which manifested itself as property rights in jobs. Combined with an instinct for submissiveness, which made workers herd-like, these instincts could be harnessed by management for the good of the emerging monopoly capital form. Within the managed transformation of steel, the composition of the labor force also changed and became more differentiated and yet standardized. During 1890 to 1910 the total U.S. steel labor force grew by 129%. However, native-born skilled white workers only grew by 55% and immigrants from Germany and the British Isles declined by 18%. In contrast, African Americans grew by 165% and, most remarkably, Southern and Eastern Europeans grew by 227%, so whereas in 1890 they made up less than 10% of the workforce, by 1910 they were nearly half of it. The difference of labor was exploited within an ever-homogenizing production process. Following steel, industry generally shifted from skilled and unskilled to semi-skilled labor, creating the mass industrial working class. In a seeming contradiction, despite workers' difference, the descaling of tasks meant they became increasingly homogenized and hence more likely to experience struggle and collective grievances and see themselves as a class rather than as, for example, members of a craft, or ethnic group. 912. As Taylor, who advocated simultaneously standardizing and individualizing workers, put it, when employers herd their men together in classes, pay all of each class the same wages, and offer none of them any inducements to work harder or do better than the average, the only remedy for the men lies in combination, and frequently the only possible answer to encroachments on the part of their employers is a strike. Like Taylor, to avoid the herding of men into classes, management deployed calculative, norm-inducing, piece rates to individualize pay, thereby pitting worker against worker. This created an internal labor market with elongated promotion ladders designed to stoke desire, develop certain potentialities whilst inhibiting others, and entrench a world of competitive individualism. These tactics were designed to convince workers they were competing with one another and that their individual interest and that of the company were the same, even as workers themselves became standardist, interchangeable and measurable deliverers of surplus value. Management sought to generate discipline and individualization to thereby exploit a managed hierarchical diversity within standardization. Management was trying to create Weber's disciplined organization. Now workers had finally been stripped of knowledge and independent access to the means of production and confronted by the capitalist. At the heart of this was the idea, key to Smith's pin factory, that workers could be made dependent on the competitive market, deciled, compared, measured and, ideally, eradicated, i.e. a proletariat exists. In so doing, management created a form of automatism which was not primarily technological, but was rather a power inherent within the relations of production, because the planning or creative role of the producer fell to someone who did not produce, the manager, as intellectual and manual labor were prized further apart. Because craft workers acted as a stopgap on this automatism, they had to be eradicated. This was not simply about costs, as we saw with Singer, but about hegemony and controlling labor to subjugate it to the vicissitudes of the competitive market. This is why, despite his many technological and scientific advances, Taylor claimed his most important was the management and controlling of workers through competitive interchangeability. The deployment of capitalist science, and management as a capitalist science, was central to this. Scientific management produces coercive time by replacing producer time, the worker's own empirical knowledge, with an abstraction of what management determines is the time of a task. Central to these developments, Management 913, was the university. Technology was often developed in the factory, whilst science was increasingly created in universities and R&D labs. Both were used to build and deploy machinery and standardization. This deployment intensified the labor process and created the maximum exploitation of labor power and the maximum submission of the worker to the capitalist. Such developments dovetail with the expansion of the university as the new source of science, planning, and management. Indeed, Frederick Taylor and Elton Mayo taught at Wharton and Harvard business schools, and, from the 1920s onwards, the dean of Harvard Business School, W.B. Dunham, argued that universities were essential to training business leaders who would lead not just business, but society. This expansion of planning intensified the separation of mental and manual labor and corralled the manual class in ever-increasing numbers into the regimented workplace. The intellectual/manual divide emerged as a key Marxist problem. If unchecked, management would allow capital to measure, benchmark, ensure competitive rates of surplus value and search for difference within the labor market to exploit groups that are less protected and more dependent on wages in a form of primitive accumulation, e.g. globalization. In so doing, these days it also allows capital to undermine core social groups with any protection from the competitive market, e.g. the contemporary Western graduate creative class who now innovate for major corporations, often at their own expense, in the hope of being recognized. Monopoly capitalism and management as legitimate knowledge. The ending of craft is important, but it is only one feature in the rise of management. The creation of wage dependency amongst weaker social groups, that is the creation of dispossessed labor power, occurred before the end of craft. Thus by the early 1900s the stereotypical industrial worker in the USA was a young female who was the daughter of German immigrants. Within this factory she would have been managed by systems, procedures, standards, and often white male managers/foremen. Furthermore, as a way of earning a living, managed unskilled physical labor continued to grow. However, the ending of craft and the emergence of the large corporation was significant because it further enabled management to become the source of legitimate production knowledge. One example of this was the transition from the idea of craft or skill being enacted on a sensuous entity that was capable of being transformed to one where the object, or nature itself, was passive and something to be 914. Manipulated by abstract standards and formula. Central to this was the use of standards, maths, abstraction, and the rejection of worker experience and approximation. Indeed, over the 19th century so thorough was this transition that the ownership of much craft knowledge, skill, and innovation was shifted from the embodied worker and became the intellectual property rights of the corporation. Here, intellectual labor became divorced from the physical so that management became the bearers of useful capitalist knowledge. These developments meant it was a short step to the automation of work and the replacement of labor with machines. This pushed capital towards ever greater scale and demanded the continuous flow of work and continuity of production. In turn, this required investment in fixed capital and the emergence of the quasi-monopoly firm that was less responsive to markets and further embedded in management and planning. In this movement labor became problematic because it was unpredictable and hence needed to be controlled. Soenrethel argues this was how we should read scientific management. Its obsession was the speed at which labor could be turned into capital, and this became its central problem because increasingly capital needed to be fixed capital. This made the domestication and control of labor essential because it had to be made to behave capitalistically. Taylor was absolutely embedded in technology, fixed capital, the organic composition of capital and the real subsumption of labor to capital. As such, Taylor's emphasis on high wages and high productivity under management, rather than its actual delivery of these, envisaged Fordism. These processes reorganized the mental split in the organization so that management, as part of the intellectual class, confronted the worker as a foundational feature of the class divide. Despite mass production and standardization being a possibility in the 19th century, it was only through the exploitation of difference, labor conflict, and increasing wage dependency that capital could turn knowledge into capitalist knowledge and create monopoly capitalism, which then enabled management to appear in its modern form, as a science that confronts the worker as the organizing force of production, as a legitimate source of value and as a class tool. In a contemporary setting, we should view globalization as an extension of this process of standardization and exploitation of difference. Heimer discussed the spread of the Western corporation as a new imperial system which used monopoly power, and planning to tap into diverse populations as a source of cheap exploitable labor power, as a form of primitive accumulation. As the largely white male Western working class used its power, partly built on flow production, to protect itself from the competitive market, capital sought out labor's difference amongst groups that could be proletarianist and subjugated. Management 915. To the competitive market. Using standardization as a means of globalizing production, corporations such as Apple have been able to insert themselves into a global economy as systems integrators that can squeeze value from a range of diverse groups via a cascade effect, such that Chinese workers receive less than 2% of the value of an Apple iPhone. Increasing standardization allows capital to further and further manage global human difference by playing one group against another. But lest we think this is simply a global South problem, relatedly this also allows capital to undermine working conditions and welfare states in its heartlands and to reimpose the competitive market on those core labor groups that had won some protection from it so as to make them vulnerable anew. Generation rent, the precariat, the gig economy and indebted man/woman are all evidence of this. The rise of graduate and youth insecurity are important here. For example, central features of the modern monopoly corporation are its exploitation of free labor through strategies built on the entrepreneurial employee, human capital theory wherein an individual's body and knowledge become the means of production that is always subservient to the valorization of capital, open innovation wherein companies access social knowledge for free, the capture of public resources, etc. These strategies are only possible with the subjugation of old and new groups to the competitive market. Management is always exploiting, creating, and seeking out forms of vulnerability and difference. In short, management is an essential mechanism for embedding the relations of production, within the productive forces, and these are molded by capital. Conclusion: management, standardization, and difference. Modern management is the product of, and a direct tool in the class struggle between capital and labor. It operates in a pincer movement of standardizing processes to undermine old groups and locating new groups of the vulnerable in a moment of primitive accumulation. In so doing, it entirely subjugates knowledge to the valorization of capital. As such, all forms of knowledge work are temporary because such empowering knowledge leaves open the potential to reject capitalist valorization in favor of something else. Importantly, this includes management itself. We may think here of the principal, agency problem in corporate governance or the hollowing out of middle management since the early 1980s. Thus within work, the role of management is to foist the competitive market on social groups and open them up to its unbridled forces. Polanyi argued people reject such forces because they are socially destructive. In his analysis of cooperation, the presentation to capital of the free gift of sociality, capital's ability to return this gift to labor as management's 916 capacity to plan the production process and act as the authority figure within the organization, the market, and society, Marx highlighted the contours of management's expanding class role. It is often assumed that Marx's thought can be conceptualized around a break that divides his corpus into the early philosophical writing and the mature non-philosophical work of the 1850s and 1860s. This periodization is generally understood to be synonymous with the intellectual enterprise of Louis Althusser. As such, it is often considered a peculiarly French theoretical preoccupation, not least as the problem itself has come to be associated with a distinctly French conceptual idiom. One, however, the problem of the end of philosophy in Marx, which formed the basis of Althusser's rigid compartmentalization of Marx and Engels' body of work, predates this formulation, and indeed does not originate in the post-war French context. The end of philosophy problematic connects the more provincial dimensions of the intellectual debates that took place inside and outside of the French Communist Party during the 1950s and 60s to a longer and more international theoretical trajectory that encompasses the broader sweep of philosophical debates that took place within the Second and Third Internationals. In particular, it links them to a set of dissenting philosophical voices that were raised during the early years of the Third International. The dissenting voices of the young György Lukács and Karl Korsch emerged at a moment when there existed a genuinely explorative and experimental research culture attached to the gradual uncovering of Marx and Engels' collected works. In this context, philosophers active within the Third International such as Lukács and Korsch reintroduced the specter of philosophy into Marx to criticize a latent theoretical. 50. The End of Philosophy. Roberto Mazzaccio d. The End of Philosophy 921. Alliance that had formed across the political and analytic splits of the Second and Third International around a superficial grasp of Marx and Engels claimed to have broken from classical German philosophy. The interrogations that were pursued during this brief opening, when the question of Hegel's relation to the Marxist tradition was yet to be settled, brought to the surface a problem that would cast a looming shadow over all subsequent theoretical trajectories taking Marx as a starting point, namely, how to put an end to philosophy, as Marx variously proposes, without by that token taking up a philosophical position to do so. This would lead to a potentially infinite regress. By means of what philosophical position does a Marxist judge the end of philosophy to be accomplished? What linked the anti-philosophical gestures of Korsch and young Lukács was a dissatisfaction with the philosophical preconceptions that underpinned most authoritative interpretations of the end of philosophy motif in Marx. The consistent factor in these interpretations was a philosophically naive, or simply unsubstantiated, justification for the rejection of philosophy as such or its dethroning by an insurmountable theoretical substitute such as positive science. In what follows, I will summarily trace the development of the end of philosophy motif as it appears in the writings of Marx and Engels. I will periodize the formation of the end of philosophy problematic, as it becomes a prism for understanding Marx and criticizing the ensuing legacy of authoritative treatments of Marx. I will then conclude by tracing the displacement of this problem into the French context. In particular, I want to trace the prehistory of Althusser's summation of the various failed attempts to respond to the end of philosophy conceit in Marx, which constituted the departure point for his own response in For Marx. This prehistory primarily revolves around the PCF's journal La Nouvelle Critique, which was the intellectual forum in which Althusser would publish many of the era-defining texts that would be included in For Marx and the humanist controversy during the 1960s. Prior to Althusser's interventions in the journal, NC was also the arena in and around which the question of Marx's relation to philosophy and its end re-entered the fray of Marxist intellectual discussions in the mid-1950s. György Lukács and Karl Korsch's questions concerning the end of philosophy in Marx, which had been pitched against the orthodoxy in the interwar years, took on a new relevance in the Cold War context, especially in NC, which, in the first 10 years of its existence, was thoroughly enthralled to Soviet cultural policy. A central persona in these debates was Henry Lefebvre, who between 1948 and 1957 was on the editorial board of NC. Though underrepresented in the growing corpus of English-language translations of his work, the period of 1954-6 was among the most productive of Lefebvre's career. During these years, Lefebvre was pulled into a number of debates that sharpened his own interpretation of the end of philosophy in Marx. The continuity of this problem within post-war French Marxist theory across the different historical conjunctures represented by Lefebvre and 922. Althusser can be explained by the different eras the two represented in NC and the changing intellectual culture of the PCF more broadly. But it can also be explained by the persistent appeal that the question of philosophy in Marx has had, to this very day, over militant philosophers who remain unconvinced by the prevailing denials of philosophy both in the name of Marxism and anti-Marxism. The end of philosophy in Marx. Marx ascribed to the domain of philosophy as such, and of German idealism specifically, a number of functions and meanings. Indeed, the contexts in which he engaged with philosophy, either within its discursive register or as an object of inquiry, spanned a range of problematics. These engagements corresponded to a specific set of intellectual, political, and methodological ambitions and comprised distinct sets of disciplinary reference points at given moments in his scholarly and political career. No less discontinuous and shaped by the problematics in which he was writing was the motif of the end of philosophy that appeared at various moments in his writing. In order, then, to acknowledge the divergent intentions that Marx had with his different philosophical ends, it is necessary briefly to outline at least 4 distinct formulations of the end of philosophy that appear in Marx and Engels' writings and that will form the textual reference for the hermeneutic legacy I will be dealing with in this chapter. The first appears in a contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right and is later reformulated in a slightly different context in the Paris manuscripts, also known as the economic and philosophical manuscripts. 2. In Marx's critique, the German proletariat is presented as the force negating the bourgeois world. On the basis of its universal suffering and social power, the proletariat is granted the desire and means to overthrow the present state of things. It is to do this as the material fulfillment of history's intrinsic dialectical movement, as laid down, albeit only speculatively, by Hegelian philosophy. To that effect, Marx concludes: as philosophy finds its material weapon in the proletariat, so the proletariat finds its spiritual weapon in philosophy. And once the lightning of thought has squarely struck this ingenuous soil of the people, the emancipation of the Germans into human beings will be accomplished. The emancipation of the German is the emancipation of the human being. The head of this emancipation is philosophy, its heart the proletariat. Philosophy cannot realize itself without the transcendence of the proletariat, and the proletariat cannot transcend itself without the realization of philosophy. In other contexts, this end of philosophy has been labeled the realization thesis. The idea here is that the aspirations of Hegelian philosophy to deliver consciousness from estrangement, to disalienate man by ascending dialectically to a rational thought that aligns with the essence of reality, is an end that can be realized only as and by a real force in the world. Only a material. The end of philosophy 923. Force such as the one embodied by the desire for social change intrinsic to the historical condition of the proletariat would alleviate the real conditions of estrangement that precede the estrangement of consciousness. 3. Such a material force would thereby transcend the limits of Hegelian philosophy, which is only able to conceive of this disalienation in the form of advancing and increasing conceptual adequacy and not according to a transformation of the material conditions that generate alienation as such. Yet, in the so-called realization thesis, Marx does not suggest abandoning philosophy as a reference point for thinking about emancipation from alienation. Rather, he alludes to the coincidence of philosophy's ambition to construct a non-normative concept which is adequate to what is, on the one hand, and the realization of the destiny of the proletariat, on the other. The encounter is given in the form of the mutual abolition of the two protagonists. Marx therefore welds the enterprise of philosophy to the fate of the proletariat by conferring upon the latter a set of properties that draw their significance from the former. It is in this sense that Marx also argues that the weapon of criticism plays a supplementary role to that material force necessary to realize philosophy. Marx here insists that philosophy is in fact a material force, a sentiment that goes back to an article published a year before in which he claimed, philosophy does not exist outside the world, any more than the brain exists outside man because it is not situated in the stomach. But philosophy, of course, exists in the world through the brain before it stands with its feet on the ground. For even if philosophy professes an understanding of the world that ascribes to thought a transcendental status, it nevertheless occupies minds that exist in the real world. And, insofar as it retains a real existence alongside its ideal existence, it does not disappear by a simple refusal or by muttering a few trite and angry phrases about it. 5. In that sense, philosophy cannot be abolished without making that abolishment a reality. Accordingly, the supersession pursued within philosophy is necessary to, even if ultimately dependent upon, the proletariat. The second end of philosophy is the one we encounter in the 11th of Marx's theses on Feuerbach. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the point is to change it. 6. The aphoristic sentences that make up the theses were composed in the spring of 1845 and later published by Engels in 1888 in his Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy, where the text was first given its title, prior to its inclusion in the German Ideology, which was first published in 1932. Given this peculiar publication history 7 and the aphoristic quality of all 11 theses, it is harder to extract a single meaning from thesis 11, either from the text alone or the context. The common understanding of the 11th thesis is that it simply advances an imperative to change the world in actions over mere discursive interpretation. Moreover, the association it makes between the limitations of interpretation and what philosophers have so far achieved, and the presentation of change as a corrective to those 924 limitations, has often led to the conclusion that Marx is advancing a claim about his own position vis-à-vis what philosophers have accomplished hitherto, that is, an implicit assertion that his position has exceeded the limits of philosophy as such. Read as a continuation of the thrust of the realization thesis, the 11th thesis can appear as an injunction to political revolution, one with which Marx affiliated his own position, over a revolution in philosophy alone. Later, however, the theses would be invested with a somewhat different semantic charge by a number of periodizations appearing in Marx and Engels' later prefatory remarks. In the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx would say of his and Engels' intention in the spring of 1845, when the theses were written, that it was to set forth together our conception as opposed to the ideological one of German philosophy, in fact to settle accounts with our former philosophical conscience. This is one of the few definitive periodicing markers that Marx provides of his relation to philosophy following the manuscripts from which the German ideology would be culled. It is one that retroactively ties the position beyond the mere interpretation expressed in the 11th thesis to the content of his mature critique of political economy. It therefore implicitly marks a discontinuity with the so-called realization thesis. In the same text, the status of the 1845 manuscripts, including the theses, is inflected somewhat differently again. He says, "We abandoned the manuscript to the gnawing criticism of the mice all the more willingly since we had achieved our main purpose, self-clarification. 8 In other words, the texts themselves did not record a definitive settling of accounts with post-Hegelian philosophy but had the merit of allowing Marx and Engels to work out how to move beyond philosophy, even if the results of this clarification would be expressed elsewhere." Some 40 years after the theses were drafted, Engels would consecrate the legacy of the 11th thesis for a generation of Marxist commentators to follow in his foreword to Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy. There, echoing Marx's statements in the 1859 preface, Engels explained the purpose of his text. It was precisely to carry out the work that had been left unfinished in the German ideology, that is, to produce a short, coherent account of our relation to the Hegelian philosophy, of how we proceeded, as well as of how we separated, from it. Reflecting on the status of the 1845 manuscripts in the light of this ambition, he says, "I have once again ferreted out and looked over the old manuscript of 1845-46, in an old notebook of Marx's I have found the 11 Theses on Feuerbach, printed here as an appendix. These are notes hurriedly scribbled down for later elaboration, absolutely not intended for publication, but invaluable as the first document in which is deposited the brilliant germ of the New World outlook." The philological significance that Engels attached to the theses on Feuerbach not only reinforced the idea that the theses recorded a significant threshold as regards the end of philosophy 925. The division between Marx and Engels' earlier philosophical conscience and the New World outlook of a materialist conception of history, but also framed the significance of this New World outlook in terms of an end of classical German philosophy. At the end of the text, Engels claimed that Marx's conception puts an end to philosophy in the realm of history, just as the dialectical conception of nature makes all natural philosophy both unnecessary and impossible. The implication was that Marx's conception of historical development, based upon a scientific investigation of the laws shaping material processes and individual motives, had rendered obsolete a philosophical conception of history. In that sense, Engels revised somewhat the realization thesis. The German working class movement remained the inheritor of German classical philosophy. Now, however, this encounter would be composed of the will of the working class to act upon history and a scientific theory that aimed to produce an objective account of the interconnected material processes that comprise the movement of history. This reading represents yet another inflection of the 11th thesis. According to the framework of the opposition between ruminative philosophical interpretation and practical change, Engels posits a necessary theoretical component to the revolutionary impulse of the proletariat. Unlike the reading of the 11th thesis that takes at face value the injunction for political struggle over discursive interpretation, Engels' reading confers on scientific theory a supplementary but necessary role in this dynamic. But where the weapon of criticism had been the theoretical arm of the proletariat in Marx's realization thesis, for Engels it was the progressive development of scientific discourse that was yoked together with the proletariat in its revolutionary course. Engels' revision brings together arguments that Marx put forward about the epistemological superiority of a dialectical and materialist conception of history over philosophy with earlier arguments about the role of the proletariat as the bearer of philosophy's destiny. Echoes of the former can be traced back to the German ideology, where Marx refers to the inadequacies of philosophy on specifically epistemological grounds. Where speculation ends, where real life starts, there consequently begins real, positive science, the expounding of the practical activity, of the practical process of development of men. Empty phrases about consciousness end, and real knowledge has to take their place. When the reality is described, a self-sufficient philosophy loses its medium of existence. At the best its place can only be taken by a summing up of the most general results, abstractions which are derived from the observation of the historical development of men. These abstractions in themselves, divorced from real history, have no value whatsoever. Here the end of philosophy results from the revelation of philosophy's erroneous departure point on the basis of a new departure point. In this formulation, Marx argues that the chief defect of philosophy is its assumption that the criteria of objectivity are accessible by way 926 of an application of a dialectical method to speculative propositions. In this sense, philosophy comes to an end, not according to its own theoretical criteria, but because a sounder theoretical enterprise has proven the limitations of its epistemological aspirations from the outside. But in Engels' elucidation of this theoretical advancement, the proletariat, whose historical destiny continues to derive from and correspond to the realization of philosophy, is assisted in its mission by a theoretical enterprise that has in fact outstripped philosophy. The last formulation of the end of philosophy that is of relevance to our argument is one in which Engels appears to assign philosophy a posthumous vocation. In On Dialectics and Dialectics of Nature, Engels describes philosophy as returning to life for the sole purpose of posthumously exacting revenge over the natural sciences for the latter having deserted it. In On Dialectics, Engels registers that the desertion of Hegel in favor of positivistic natural science reflected the epistemological exigencies of a socio-economic reality more than a genuine theoretical development. As such, Dialectics too was thrown overboard, and so there was a helpless relapse into the old Metaphysics 9 in scientific discourses. With this turn, long refuted philosophical reflexes and abstractions returned in new theoretical guises, especially as regards the conceptual ordering of results furnished by empirical science. Engels would make the point most vividly in Dialectics of Nature. Natural scientists believe that they free themselves from philosophy by ignoring it or abusing it. They cannot, however, make any headway without thought, and for thought they need thought determinations. But they take these categories unreflectingly, from uncritical and unsystematic reading of philosophical writings of all kinds. Hence they are no less in bondage to philosophy, but unfortunately in most cases to the worst philosophy, and those who abuse philosophy most are slaves to precisely the worst vulgarized relics of the worst philosophies. They are still under the domination of philosophy. It is only a question whether they want to be dominated by a bad, fashionable philosophy or by a form of theoretical thought which rests on acquaintance with the history of thought and its achievements. For Engels, the only way of countering such philosophical impulses from diminishing the genuine achievements of positive knowledge was to return, in one form or another, from metaphysical to dialectical thinking. This, Engels claimed, was the objective of Capital, wherein Marx applied the dialectical method to the facts of an empirical science, political economy. From this perspective, dialectical philosophy must not come to an end, precisely because old metaphysical philosophy survives its own supersession by implanting one-sided thought determinations into the theoretical discourse that takes its place. For Engels, therefore, all that survived of dialectical philosophy's previous incarnation was its unique capacity to assist the conceptual arrangement and development of scientific understanding. According to Engels' anti-Düring, what remained of philosophy in Marx was a science of thought and its laws, formal logic and dialectics. Marx echoed this sentiment in his postface to the second edition of Capital, where, against his The End of Philosophy 927 contemporaries who treated Hegel as a dead dog, he avowed his direct inheritance from his dialectical method. In Capital, Marx admitted, one finds a rational application of the dialectical method in the presentation of scientific material. The dialectic, Marx added, does not let itself be impressed by anything, being in its very essence critical and revolutionary, and for that reason served the purpose of lifting conclusions made within bourgeois science out of their state of abstraction. 10. In this light the afterlife of Hegelian philosophy appeared in the persistence of the negative as a critical heuristic in Marx's treatment of one-sided thought determinations in bourgeois political economy. But the precise nature of the relationship between Marx and Hegel's dialectical method was never explicitly dealt with by Marx. Even while he acknowledged taking cues from Hegel's logic while drafting the Grundrisse and engaged directly, if very briefly, with the question of his method in the notes that make up the 1857 Introduction to a Contribution to a Critique of Political Economy, Marx never managed to write those 2 or 3 sheets that were intended to make accessible to the common reader the rational aspect of the method which Hegel not only discovered but also mystified. 11 As such, the writings of Engels, dealing with this question in a more sustained manner, would become an influential stand-in for interpreters of the following generation. Yet, as we will see, the late Engelsian inspiration, which shifted the register from the political to the epistemological, would play an important role in post-war elaborations of the end of philosophy problematic in the French context. Against the orthodoxy, the end of philosophy became an explicitly acknowledged interpretative problem in readings of Marx, especially for those committed to a critique of the legacy of official interpretations, following the decline of the Second International and in the midst of the consolidation of the Third International. It emerged when a number of European philosophers who had studied Hegelian philosophy, either through sustained direct engagement or through the work of interpretative mediators, found their way toward Marx and the communist parties of their own countries. Arriving at Marx and the communist movement in this way, they came with an awareness of the motifs of the end that ran through Hegel's body of work, the end of religion, the end of ethical life, the end of art, and the end of philosophy itself in absolute knowledge and its realization in the state. Of this grouping of dissident Marxist communists, the most prominent figures were Henri Lefebvre, Karl Korsch, Antonio Gramsci, and György Lukács. In each case, these thinkers would reintegrate the full scope of the philosophical perspectives and ambitions of the Hegelian project into their readings of Marx to get to the root of what distinguished his philosophical intervention, and in 928. Particular the nature of his injunction to end or realize philosophy. In this sense they brought interpretative perspectives to the Marxian corpus that had formed around the discontinuity of the motif of the end of philosophy in Marx's writing. Their inquiry was pitched against unreflective understandings of Marx which papered over these ambiguities, and, in that regard, the way philosophy had been shoved unceremoniously aside. 12 These figures of the so-called Western Marxist 13 camp explicitly contested the orthodoxy according to the framework of the end of philosophy problematic. Karl Korsch, in his 1923 Marxism and Philosophy, was among the first Marxist thinkers to launch a polemic against the philosophical incoherence of the orthodoxy according to the conceptual framework of the end of philosophy. There, and in his addendum to the text, The Present State of the Problem of Marxism and Philosophy, Korsch described the interpretative norms that had hardened around the question of philosophy in Marxism within and outside the Second International. These norms, which had distinct theoretical constituencies, mainly of the neo-Kantian and neo-Hegelian variety, corresponded to a front that had formed around the question of the specificity of Marx's philosophy, resulting in the end, as in the terminus point, of philosophical development. He counseled against the pervasive philosophical eclecticism then characterizing the Second International. Any thorough elucidation of the relationship between Marxism and philosophy must start from the unambiguous statements of Marx and Engels themselves that a necessary result of their dialectical materialist standpoint was the supersession, not only of bourgeois idealist philosophy, but simultaneously of all philosophy as such. In Korsch's view, the lack of attention paid to these statements reflected the continued hold of bourgeois conceptions of philosophy over the intended practical purchase of Marx's philosophical intervention. Such conceptions obscured from view the central problems for Marxist philosophy. The problem is, how we should understand the abolition of philosophy of which Marx and Engels spoke, mainly in the 1840s, but on many later occasions as well. How should this process be accomplished, or has it already been accomplished? Should this abolition of philosophy be regarded as accomplished, so to speak, once and for all by a single intellectual deed of Marx and Engels? Should it be regarded as accomplished only for Marxists, or for the whole proletariat, or for the whole of humanity? What is the relationship of Marxism to philosophy so long as this arduous process has not yet attained its final goal, the abolition of philosophy? In Korsch's view, the philosophical inertia that had led to a revival of pre-Marxist philosophical positions to supplement a Marxist position in politics was a reflection and a reinforcement of the limits reached in the course of the concrete historical development of bourgeois society. he argued that most of the major thinkers associated with the Second International resolved that philosophical questions were unimportant in view of the new historical reality facing the end of philosophy. 929. Second International, a situation that had both theoretical and political dimensions. Theoretically, the philosophical problematic had been overtaken by natural science. Politically, parties affiliated with Marxist theory were gaining mass support within the working classes, and a new international purified of its non-Marxist elements was on the horizon. In Korsch's view, when the orthodoxy did not uphold this tolerant indifference to philosophical questions, it either accepted that Marxism was a coherent scientific system that surpassed the explanatory power of philosophy as such, that it consisted of a fully fledged philosophical doctrine embracing all philosophical questions, or that it was a theoretical discourse that required philosophical supplementation from other metaphysical systems. All these cases represented a general philosophical blockage that had its counterpart in the forestalling of a truly revolutionary social practice. Following the marks of the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, Korsch insisted on the necessity of grasping philosophies and other ideological systems in theory as realities, and to treat them in practice as such. This meant neither rejecting ideological systems in favor of pure science or political praxis shorn of theoretical principle, nor reverting to prior bourgeois philosophy systems. Instead, it meant linking philosophical inquiry to the requisites of revolutionary practice, mindful of the fact that practice is itself encumbered by the reality of ideological systems including philosophy. Korsch, therefore, stressed the dialectical relationship between intellectual activity, social consciousness, and social practice as part of the total movement of revolutionary practice. From that perspective, Korsch viewed Marx's critique of political economy as a continuation of his critique of ideological realities in the system of bourgeois economics. It was thus aimed at demystifying the specific forms of social consciousness corresponding to bourgeois economics in order to usher in the practical disintegration of its ideological hold over reality. At roughly the same moment, Lukács had begun to problematize and reinstantiate Marx's realization thesis in what would become his history and class consciousness. 14. His book raised deeper questions concerning Marx's relationship with the philosophical tradition, probing the connection between the proletariat, philosophy, and its realization. The result offers a profoundly revised account of the end of philosophy in Marx by linking together insights from Marx's critique of Hegel, the Hegelian conception of totality, contemporaneous theories of reification, and an elucidation of the material and social abstractions described in Capital. In Lukács' version of the end of philosophy, the discrete reified practices constitutive of the totality of capitalist social relations, and by extension the antinomies of bourgeois philosophy, were to be overcome in the coincidence of a knowledge of that totality and the praxis of the proletarian class subject. These efforts to reckon with the end of philosophy problematic in Marx in the first quarter of the 20th century would serve as the intellectual sources for 930. Some of the most significant strands of Marxist theory in the following decades. It is well known that Korsch's and Lukács' formulations of the end of philosophy in Marx were central to the diverse theoretical developments that grew out of the Frankfurt School. Lukács' reconfiguration of the realization thesis was the starting point for Theodor W. Adorno's negative dialectics. 15. While Korsch's challenge to the evolutionist proclivities of the orthodoxy would inform Walter Benjamin's conceptualization of a nonlinear historical materialism. Lefebvre, Althusser, and the end of philosophy. In the formation of this intellectual heritage around the question of the end of philosophy in Marx, the place of French communist intellectual culture of the interwar period tends to be overlooked in favor of the better-known trajectory of the Frankfurt School. Yet, curiously, the French course has played a considerable role in determining the development of the problem in later debates. Here I will focus specifically on the course that develops out of Lefebvre's role in this theoretical genealogy. I take his part in establishing the problem of the end of philosophy in Marx within the PCF during the Stalin years as foundational to a conceptual lineage that takes on distinct expressions in debates of the 1960s in France. Lefebvre and his collaborator Norbert Guterman played a key role in introducing French readers to many of Marx's early writings and to markedly philosophical versions of Engels and Lenin. In the late 1920s, those revolving around the review Marxist received from David Ryazanov, the director of the Marx and Engels Institute in Moscow, untranslated versions of the 1844 manuscripts, the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, Engels on dialectics and Lenin's philosophical notebooks and on the significance of militant materialism. From the year of the journal's existence up to the establishment of the Vichy government and the institution of the Auto List, which blacklisted a number of Guterman and Lefebvre's books, 16 they translated these texts and provided introductory commentaries deeply informed by their pre-Marxist philosophical interrogations. Lefebvre's interwar intellectual concerns primarily revolved around the idealist philosophy of Schelling and Hegel. He was among the earliest French intellectuals to use German idealism to challenge the vitalist philosophy of Henry Bergson, which held a dominant position in French academia during the interwar years. His trajectory toward Marxism out of such philosophical predilections was formed in a context of mounting political sympathy for fascism and nationalism across Europe. Thus, by the post-war period his interpretation of Marx would substantially part ways from both the Stalinist orthodoxy and the new wave of existentialist Marxism. Lefebvre was part of that initial generation of dissident Marxist philosophers who were contemporaneous with the immediate aftermath of the Russian Revolution and witnessed the growth of fascism across the end of philosophy 931. Europe. Like Lukács and Korsch, he played a role in shedding light over unknown dimensions of the Marxian and Marxist corpus and followed Marx's own trajectory through German idealism before reaching the end of philosophy in Marxism and political militancy. The reality of political activism within the Stalinist party would, however, profoundly alter Lefebvre's understanding of the end of philosophy motif in Marx. I will not dwell on the philological significance of Lefebvre's formative engagements with Marx and Hegel from the interwar years. Rather, I want to explore another overlooked period of Lefebvre's intellectual trajectory, a moment when the legacy of the end of philosophy motif had acquired renewed relevance in the French context. It is at this juncture, in the 1950s, that the question of the relationship of philosophy to Marx would be significantly inflected by the prevailing conditions of both Marxist intellectual culture and academic philosophical debate in France. The field of French Marxist debate saw two important publications in 1955. The first of these was Maurice Merleau-Ponty's Adventures of the Dialectic. This book brought attention to the interpretative centrality of the end of philosophy motif in reading Marx. Merleau-Ponty cast the legacies of Korsch and Lukács, which had been repressed in the Stalinist years, as the prelude to his own effort to definitively establish the philosophical status of Marxism against the anti-philosophical bent of the PCF and the existential Marxism and ultra-Bolshevism of Jean-Paul Sartre. Following Andrei Zhdanov's cultural policy in the Soviet context, the PCF spokesman on intellectuals Laurent Casanova developed a campaign in the late 1940s to minimize the initiative of intellectuals and their independence in relation to the party and its theoretical orientations. The emergence of the party journal La Nouvelle Critique in 1948 coincided with the PCF's embrace of Zdanovist cultural policy. For the first 7 years of its existence, the journal was the most dogmatic adherent to Soviet theoretical prescriptions among the party reviews. The writers of NC took up the gauntlet thrown down by Zhdanov to form a philosophical front. On the release of Adventures of the Dialectic, the PCF held a conference in which a number of NC's most prominent intellectuals, including Lefebvre, issued ideological rebukes against the text. The publication of the transcript of the conference included a letter written by Lukács in which he distanced himself from history and class consciousness and by extension the aims of Merleau-Ponty in reinstating the urgency of its inquiries. The second important publication was Lenin's Philosophical Notebooks, published in full by the PCF's publishing house, Éditions Sociales. This was the first French translation of all the notebooks after Lefebvre and Guterman's publication of the notebooks on Hegel. A lot was at stake for the PCF in maintaining the image of a particular type of philosophical Lenin in the 1950s, especially one untainted by Hegelian residues. The reception of Lenin's philosophical notebooks was very much shaped by this historical context. 932. Within this context, Lefebvre took up a position that skirted the various debates and fronts that were forming around the publication of Lenin's notebooks and Merleau-Ponty's adventures. Lefebvre's somewhat tendentious maneuver in these debates was both to contest Merleau-Ponty's effort to re-establish Marxism as a philosophy, and to avoid rehearsing Lenin's reflection theory as was the common recourse of PCF intellectuals in their dealing with counter-theorizations of subjectivity. Lefebvre did this by advancing Lenin's commentary on Hegel. In a lecture entitled The Philosopher and His Time, delivered at the Hungarian Institute in Paris in June 1955 to mark Lukács' 70th birthday, Lefebvre dwelt upon the attention the Hungarian philosopher's 1922 book had gained in contemporaneous French debates. He argued that a philosophical alliance had formed across the ideological fronts represented respectively by the team of young Marxists of NC and by Merleau-Ponty, precisely around their shared adherence to the young Lukács' interpretation of the realization thesis in Marx. Merleau-Ponty praised the way Hassisi enriched the philosophical dimensions of Marxism but lamented the fact that Lukács had been subsequently forced to accept the lessons of philosophical Leninism, which had become a philosophy of conformity. The unity between these two antagonists, one defending Marxism as a philosophy in its explicit fidelity to the young Lukács and the other representing Marxism as a political ideology in its explicit rejection of young Lukács, was forged in what Lefebvre saw as their shared understanding of the nexus between consciousness, the proletariat, and the realization of philosophy. For Lefebvre, the assumption in Hassisi that the consciousness of the proletariat had a privileged historical character, grounded in its identity with an absolute knowledge of the historical process, ultimately aligned with the notion of a proletarian science which had been adopted by the writers of NC. The idea of a proletarian science had its basis in the assumption that because scientific knowledge was the product of a society divided into classes, science itself, at the level of the concept, carried a class character. Only a science based on the universal subject could challenge its ideological instrumentalization by a dominant class and move scientific knowledge toward objectivity. This, as far as Lefebvre was concerned, was the argument from Hassisi heralded by Merleau-Ponty against the Stalinist orthodoxy. The ideological fault lines dividing the two fronts obscured the philosophical consonance that had been reached in their conflation of the consciousness of the proletariat and an absolute knowledge of the historical processes. For Lefebvre, if the proletariat had already become the bearer of the destiny of philosophy by dint of the general form that consciousness takes in the process of proletarianization, then the coincidence of the subject and the object of the revolution must necessarily have already taken place. In the same year, Lefebvre restaged this critique in a debate with Roger Garaudy, who had condemned Lefebvre's dalliances with the bourgeois sociologist Georges Gurevich, who himself had explicitly The End of Philosophy 933. Criticized Hassisi on the basis that it dealt with a philosophy and even more precisely with a metaphysics of the proletarian class. 17. The outcome of this debate was Lefebvre's insistence that theoretical research must remain autonomous from the ideological priorities of the party, citing Lenin of the philosophical notebooks in his defense. For Lefebvre, it was necessary to push beyond rigid conceptual abstractions that had been gleaned from Marx and that the party had uncritically consecrated, especially class and proletariat. The responsibility of the intellectual was not, as Garaudy had suggested, to lean uncritically on Marxian categories and presume a systematic understanding of a capitalist mode of production that would reveal a logic of the proletariat. Rather, it was incumbent upon Marxist intellectuals to historicize critically such eternalist categories, to disclose the historically specific hierarchy of relations that constituted the totality of class domination and in doing so come to an enriched understanding of the conditions for revolutionary alliances and actions. In the following year, Lefebvre would draft his definitive statement on Lenin's philosophy, Pour connaître la pensée de Lénine, a text that would crystallize his own effort to establish a philosophical Lenin against the orthodoxy but also lay the foundations of his own reinterpretation of the end of philosophy in Marx. In the text, Lefebvre made the case that all of Lenin's economic writings from the late 1890s onward were based on a consistent methodological principle. The common thread of Lenin's empirical research was that he treated his own socio-economic formation as a concrete living whole not reducible to a pre-existing formal model. This made Lenin's analyses open-ended so as to be able to critically disclose the conjunctural specificity of Marxian categories. Crucially, such examinations were sensitive to those intermediary vestiges of pre-capitalist modes of production that ostensibly fell outside the capitalist mode of production understood as a self-contained and totalizing system. But it was from Lenin's philosophical writings, namely his writings on Hegel's logic in his philosophical notebooks, that Lefebvre extracted a philosophical elucidation of the theory of knowledge that underpinned Lenin's methodology. There, in his materialist commentary on Hegel, Lenin laid out the methodology and logic that Marx did not have time to elaborate but which appeared in embryonic form in the 1857 introduction to the Grundrisse. Lefebvre gleaned from Lenin's scattered notes a formulation of Marx's theory of knowledge that represented the fundamental gesture in the latter's prolonged struggle to overcome classical German philosophy, the imperative for an ongoing radical critique of the absolute knowledge claims of philosophy in all its variants. In his own context, Marx carried out this radical critique within the domain of political economy. For Lefebvre, therefore, the end of philosophy for Marx neither involved building a new philosophy to take the place of all that had gone before, nor denying philosophy as such in the presupposition of the constitution and inclination of the proletariat. Rather, it entailed an unending critical exposure of philosophical conceptions to their non-philosophical outside, confronting a 934 systematic and absolutizing thought with those elements that were in excess of its formal logic. It was according to this theoretical principle that Lenin had desystematized Marx's formal account of capitalism in Capital in his economic analyses of Russia at the turn of the century. In same year that Lefebvre published his Lenin book, he was excluded from NC along with 3 other members of the editorial board. The fallout of this upheaval was that in the space of 2 years, the editorial board of the journal was almost completely overhauled. It was in this context that Althusser rose to prominence within the party and beyond. With a series of articles published in NC and the party's other major intellectual journal, La Pensée, Revue du Rationalisme Moderne, Althusser would radically alter traditions of understanding that had been brought to bear upon the question of philosophy in Marx. Principally, he would depart from those who had been too much prejudiced by Stalin's profanation of Marxist philosophy to take up the task of constructing a philosophy in the name of Marx. In Althusser's view, anti-systematic reflexes such as Lefebvre's were understandable in view of Stalin's use of Marxist philosophy to justify state repression. But the ideological struggle internal to the intellectual arm of the PCF had set in motion a litany of theoretical paradigms that, though critical of Stalinism, would ultimately muddy the distinction between Marxist philosophy and the philosophy of his predecessors. In the early 1960s, this theoretical inheritance showed itself most vividly, in Althusser's view, in the wave of Marxists content to bury Marx within a problematic that he had broken from more than a century before, philosophical humanism. Althusser's 1965 introduction to For Marx would explicitly clarify that the articles included in the text had been concertedly aimed at radically transforming the prism through which the Marxian injunction to put an end to philosophy had previously been understood. Indeed, in the introduction Althusser would trace the roots of his own theoretical interventions to the various failed attempts in the French context to carry out the abolition of philosophy in Marx's name. In this sense, Althusser's intellectual ambitions of the mid-1960s had been directly shaped by the theoretical preoccupations of his immediate predecessors within the intellectual arm of the party. Lefebvre's radical critique was acknowledged among the various interpretations that Althusser condemned as part of a necessary phase of anti-dogmatism. It was an interpretation that assumed the death of philosophy in the form of the evanescent life of philosophical negation. In a pivotal passage in his introduction, Althusser claimed that his own bid to substantiate Marxist philosophy had been occasioned by the withering of the constrictive conditions that had so severely muffled the question of philosophy within the party for so many years. here the reference was explicitly to the dogmatism of proletarian science. Pitched against this impetus, Althusser linked the theoretical demand he was aiming to address with the previously repressed legacies of the young Lukács and Korsch. By then their names had lost their role as markers of ideological partisanships. 18. The End of Philosophy 935. The end of dogmatism puts us face to face with this reality, that Marxist philosophy has still largely to be constituted, that the theoretical difficulties we debated in the dogmatist night were not completely artificial, rather they were largely the result of a meagerly elaborated Marxist philosophy, or better, that in the rigid caricatural forms we suffered or maintained, including the theoretical monstrosity of the two sciences, something of an unsettled problem was really present in grotesque and blind forms. The writings of theoretical leftism which have recently been republished are a sufficient witness to this, and finally, that our lot and our duty today is quite simply to pose and confront these problems in the light of day, if Marxist philosophy is to acquire some real existence or achieve a little theoretical consistency. Contrary to those intellectual histories that would counterpose Althusser's enterprise to a generic legacy of Marxist humanism, the legacy of the end of philosophy in Marx binds Althusser's contributions to another lineage of Marxist theory. This intellectual genealogy is one that comes together around an insistent concern for the question of the relation of philosophy and revolutionary politics in Marx. In this light, Althusser's self-described theoreticist deviations of the mid-1960s can be seen less as the apologia for party bureaucracy and Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy that they would come to be regarded as. Rather, they can be understood as an effort to recharge the stakes of a repressed legacy specifically around the question concerning the end of philosophy in Marx. 1,000 Marxisms. Among the 1,000 Marxisms that would flourish following the decline of orthodox Althusserianism and actually existing socialism, many thinkers influenced by his problematic would continue to pursue the question of philosophy in Marx. But where the exigency motivating Althusser's new response to the end of philosophy in Marx was the decline of Stalinism, contemporary efforts to formulate a response have been forced to reckon with a new reality, the withdrawal of the organizational structures that had previously guaranteed the efficacy of Marx's philosophy. What becomes an improbable philosophy for Etienne Balibar, precisely because it must be out of step with any institution, becomes for Alain Badiou the third era of the existence of the idea of communism, distinguished above all by the fact that the party form, like that of the socialist state, is no longer suitable for providing real support, while for Jacques Derrida the continued interpellative address of the end of philosophy injunction in Marx after the putative death of Marxism brings into relief the undialecticable anachronism of a truly self-negating philosophy. Responses to this impasse have varied. Derrida insists on a necessary negotiation with the political-philosophical nexus in Marx's thought. This would 936 begin, he argues, with a reconfiguration of the structure determining the relation between politics and philosophy in order once again to respond to the end of philosophy injunction in Marx. Others, like Judith Balso, advocate abandoning the Althusserian Leninist legacy altogether, urging the complete disarticulation of philosophy from politics. The aspiration here is to give back theoretical autonomy to particularist political struggles against the universal reach of philosophical thought. Badiou, on the other hand, proposes a response to the end of philosophy that substitutes the end for the watchword, one more step. Or that of Beckett's unamiable, you must go on. Or, again, the end of this end of philosophy. Yet, in view of what Bensaid calls his axiomatics of resistance, Badiou's neo-Pascalian wager on the aleatory event, a well-subscribed current attributable to posthumous excavations of late Althusser, converts the injunction in Marx into a militant attentisme beyond all calculation. The other face of this distance-taking from institutionality is the new revisionism that emerged out of yet another periodization associated with Althusser, the post-revolutionary crisis of Marxism, that would bear the name post-Marxism. Chantal Mouffe and Echo Beto Laca's rehabilitation of liberal democracy as the ultimate horizon for universal emancipation becomes, in Stathis Kavlaki's estimation, an expression of a substantial part of the objective spirit, to quote Hegel's term, of the historical moment marked by the defeat of the revolutions of the 20th century. On that basis, and in response to what Perry Anderson had already diagnosed as a poverty of strategy in the hasty capitulations of late Western Marxism, and what Benset detected as the eclipse of strategic reason in the Marxism renewals that followed, Isabel Garro opts for a return to the strategic in her rereading of Marx. This conjunctural rebuttal to both post-Marxist revisionism and post-Althusserian attentisme aims to re-establish the organic link between theory and practice around the priority of inventing concrete means of conquering power and the conceptual mediations necessary to avoid the reversal of those means into ends. With the critique, disgrace, and forgetting of Althusser, and the more recent reconstruction of a subterranean Althusser against an orthodox Althusserianism, the longer trajectory of the end of philosophy problematic has receded into the distance. The value of recounting this prehistory today is to show that Marxist thought and practice has always had a deeply uneasy relationship with the project of philosophical self-clarification and an even more unstable relationship with its intended philosophical self-negation. Yet the motif of the end of philosophy in the Marxian corpus has consistently served as a pivotal site for radicalizing interpretations of the status of philosophy in Marx and revolutionary practice. It thus remains an important place for us to return in our efforts to understand the relationship between Marx, Marxism, and philosophy. Science and technology have been contentious topics for Marxism. Since at least the early 20th century, the dominant approach has sought authority through positivist claims for objective scientific knowledge. It has also seen science and technology as progressive forces of production which must be freed from capitalist social relations in order to build socialism. Such perspectives span the political divide between the Second and Third Internationals. Dissent came from other Marxists, whose critiques were further extended and deepened from the 1960s onwards. This chapter explores, first, how Marxist method relates to positivist science, whose claims for scientific objectivity imply or presume a knower separable from its object of study, and, second, how it understands the forces and relations of production, their interlinkages, historical changes, and their potential forms beyond capitalism. To highlight relationships between science and technology, this chapter uses the term technoscience, which had a long history before becoming prominent in the academic field of science and technology studies. In the superficial sense, technoscience can mean reliance on science for solving technical problems and, conversely, reliance on techniques to answer scientific questions. More profoundly, technoscience identifies how problems are framed through a mutual shaping process. Scientific knowledge always depends. 51. Technoscience. Le Levidow and Luigi Pellizzoni. Technoscience 941. On a technological institutional infrastructure. Conversely, technology denotes an apparatus structuring human labor and extending its powers by drawing on specific cognitive perspectives. Given the divergent Marxist perspectives, no overview could be politically neutral. Ours emphasizes alternatives to scientistic forms of Marxism. In general, the epithet scientism identifies agendas for extending the methods of biophysical science beyond their appropriate remit to socio-political issues. More fundamentally, the concept helps to identify tacit socio-political assumptions within science, contrary to its pretensions of objectivity. Along those lines, the first section introduces Marx's critical method. Subsequent sections compare divergent Marxist approaches to technoscience in the 20th century. The penultimate section surveys more recent perspectives and their various relationships with Marxist approaches. The conclusion identifies trans-historical overlaps and recapitulations, some of them perhaps unwitting. Given the limitations of space and the author's knowledge, the survey includes perspectives from just a few countries. An analogous survey is needed for the Global South, especially in terms of foregrounding decolonial perspectives. Marx's method as dereification. For both the issues outlined above, Marx's method dereifies those capitalist categories that otherwise naturalize historically specific relations of production. His method contested stereotypical binaries, between humans and nature, knowledge and materiality, appearance and essence, etc., by identifying their inner links. Marx's method as social abstraction. Marx understood science in several different senses, as a historically progressive force against superstition, as well as in terms of his own critique of an opaque capitalist reality. All science would be superfluous if the outward appearance of things and the essence of things directly coincided. But he warned, there is no royal road to science, and only those who do not dread the fatiguing climb of its steep paths have a chance of gaining its luminous summits. At the metaphorical summit, abstractions are understood as historically specific. Even the most abstract categories are the product of historic relations, and possess their full validity only for and within these relations. Marx's method was later theorized as social abstraction. By abstracting from diverse social processes, it identifies pervasive features of capitalism, e.g. the value form, the commodity, labor power as a contradictory commodity, etc. 942. For Marx, the natural laws of capitalist production were always contingent on forms of class struggle, in turn generating counter-tendencies. Such a critical science contests the positivist methods of the natural sciences. The latter have objectified biophysical materiality, facilitating capitalism's appropriation of nature, portrayed as external to social relations. According to Marx's concept of historical nature, the unity of man with nature has always existed in industry and has existed in varying forms in every epoch. Through social abstraction, Marx identified inner links between appearance and essence, rather than presuming their separation. In order to analyze the commodity as a specifically capitalist form, Marx noted, neither microscopes nor chemical reagents are of assistance, the power of abstraction must replace both. For a key example of Marx's critical science, we can turn to the fetishism of commodities and its secret as elaborated in the first volume of Capital. What was the secret? Commodity fetishism has been widely understood as misrepresenting or misperceiving reality. By distinguishing a false appearance from its essence, this binary supposedly exemplifies how Marx's science exposes capitalist ideology. On the contrary, commodity reflects the social characteristics of men's own labor as objective characteristics of the products of labor themselves, as the socio-natural properties of these things. I call this the fetishism which attaches itself to the products of labor as soon as they are produced as commodities. In other words, those human characteristics really do take the form of material properties. Likewise, relations between people are reified as relations between things. To the producers, therefore, the social relations between their private labors appear as what they are, i.e. they do not appear as direct social relations between persons in their work, but rather as material relations between persons and social relations between things. The basic secret is that fetishism and reification express real social relations. By analogy with commodity fetishism, Darwin's new theory fetishized capitalist social relations as natural properties. Darwin recognizes among beasts and plants his English society with its division of labor, competition, opening up of new markets. Darwin did not know what a bitter satire he wrote on mankind, and especially on his countrymen, when he showed that free competition, the struggle for existence, which the economists celebrate as the highest historical achievement, is the normal state of the animal kingdom. As this illustrates, Marx's method deified apparently natural categories, in this instance those generated by a historically conditioned anthropomorphic projection. Technoscience 943. Relations constituting the forces of production fetishized and reified capitalist relations depend on subordinating human labor to wage labor discipline as the basis of capital accumulation. Fixed capital structures the process, in ways dependent on a collective social intelligence. The development of fixed capital indicates to what degree general social knowledge has become a direct force of production, and to what degree, hence, the conditions of the process of social life itself have come under the control of the general intellect and been transformed in accordance with it. According to Marx's definition of machines, they displace and/or discipline labor. The machine is a mechanism that, after being set in motion, performs with its tools the same operations as the worker formerly did with similar tools. As fixed capital, machines confront the individual workers as alien, objective, ready-made. Through capitalist machinery, the forces of nature and science become separated from the skill and knowledge of the individual worker. Labor is capitalized, the social characteristics of their labor come to confront the workers, so to speak, in a capitalized form. Thus machinery is an instance of the way in which the visible products of labor take on the appearance of its masters. Again, as with commodity fetishism, the appearance is no illusion or misperception but is rather constituted by human powers fetishized in practice as properties of fixed capital. Early on, Marx identified tensions between the forces and relations of production. At a certain stage of development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or, this merely expresses the same thing in legal terms, with the property relations within the framework of which they have operated hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. As a prevalent interpretation, the productive forces therefore must be freed from external fetters of capitalist property relations. As a different interpretation, those forces have been internally constituted in exploitative ways by capitalist property relations. As Marx observed in Capital, it would be possible to write a whole history of the inventions made since 1830 for the sole purpose of providing capital with weapons against working-class revolt. We would mention, above all, the self-acting mule, because it opened up a new epoch in the automatic system. In that sense, Marx's critical science identified inner links between the relations and forces of production, likewise between reality and appearance, as a means to dereify them. In the following section let us explore tensions between divergent approaches in 20th century Marxism. 944. Scientistic versus critical Marxism. Marx understood bourgeois science as fetishizing human powers and reifying social relations, yet its positivist methods were later adopted as a basis for official Marxism. This enduring legacy features a tension between scientific versus critical Marxism. In the early 20th century the former was often called orthodox Marxism, a misnomer encompassing diverse approaches. Since the 1970s, many critics have cited this legacy as scientistic Marxism, i.e. as imitating the methods of the natural sciences. In particular, the laws of the dialectic were given an ontological status as the most general laws of nature, in turn the basis for a socialist society. Science now encompassed history and culture. This scientism united Plekhanov and Koski, prominent figures of the Second International. In Britain the founders of Fabianism likewise elaborated versions of evolutionary scientism. The Third International's Marxism initially diverged from those evolutionary models. The Soviet government sought to appropriate science and technology for a post-capitalist planned society. For a country that was only 5% electrified, Lenin popularized large-scale industrialization with the slogan, "Communism equals Soviet power plus electrification." Rather than fetishize technology as a social agent, this agenda sought to modernize the territory under Soviet control, while also transferring political bargaining power to the engineers in the Goelro electrification project. The Soviet government established a new body in charge of education and research, named the Commissariat Prosveshchenia, the Commissariat of Enlightenment. As its chief, Anatoly Lunacharsky sought to devise a secular belief system to undermine the Russian Orthodox Church. In these various ways, technoscience was strategically linked with a new power base for post-capitalist social relations. While Engels had briefly referred to the materialist dialectic, the new concept dialectical materialism was given prominence by later Marxists. According to Lukács, this concept meant the class consciousness of the proletariat, rather than science, which in his early work he associated with the commodification and technical control of the world. Yet Stalin and his acolytes formalized a scientistic version that became known as Diamat for short. According to Stalin's book on Leninism, the Bolsheviks must become technical specialists because during the Reconstruction period technique decides everything. In Britain science was accorded a special role by a prominent scientist and Communist Party member, J.D. Bernal. As he acknowledged, science and technology had played oppressive roles, but their potentially beneficial application was being limited by the social relations of production, i.e. private property forms. So, knowledge must be freed from those constraints, namely by following the scientific method. Technoscience 945. Already we have in the practice of science the prototype for all human common action. The task which the scientists have undertaken, the understanding and control of nature and of man himself, is merely the conscious expression of the task of human society. The methods by which this task is attempted, however imperfectly they are realized, are the methods by which humanity is most likely to secure its own future. In its endeavor, science is communism. Amid a general Marxist shift towards scientism, Bernal's version was unusually idealist. Why? By contrast with other major countries, Britain had a relatively quiescent working class after the defeat of the 1926 general strike, so some Marxists sought a substitute force. Their science became reified as a quasi-human activity endowed with extraordinary capacities. This ultra-idealist version of Diamat was popularized by the Communist Party of Great Britain and more widely. Those scientistic approaches provoked dissent from prominent communists. Writing in euphemisms, from Mussolini's prisons, Gramsci lamented that the so-called exact or physical sciences had come to acquire, within the philosophy of praxis, a position of near fetishism, in which indeed they are regarded as the only true philosophy or knowledge of the world. Contrary to such fetishism, it is not atomic theory that explains human history but the other way around. In other words, all scientific hypotheses are superstructures. In the same period, Gramsci critically analyzed Americanism and Fordism. Mass production of low-cost motor cars was being planned as a new socio-industrial model, whereby workers' everyday habits were regulated to ensure high productivity and thus justify their high wages. Ambivalently analyzing Fordism as a rational organization of production, he posed questions about why this model first arose in the USA, as well as how it might be generalized beyond the motorcar sector and that country. As he recognized, an assembly line system could be designed for different relations of production. A communist member of the Reichstag, Karl Korsch, criticized the Third International leadership for vulgarizing Marxism. His book Marxism and Philosophy was condemned by Karl Koski and Grigory Zinoviev, among others. He emphasized that Marx had treated all categories in the specific connection in which they appear in modern bourgeois society. He does not treat them as eternal categories. Unlike Marx, dominant theorists used methods of positivist science to identify evolutionary change, thus weakening communists' revolutionary capacities. Critiques of Diamat also came from the Frankfurt School, the Institute für Sozialforschung, established in Frankfurt in 1923. This circle drew on critiques from György Lukács. It is altogether incorrect and un-Marxist to separate technique from the other ideological forms and to propose for it a self-sufficiency from the economic structure of society. The Frankfurt School diagnosed the failure of working class 946. Revolution in Western Europe after the Great War. Through what became known as critical theory, they analyzed how bourgeois society promotes ruling ideas legitimizing capitalist domination. Such analysis could not imitate the positivist approaches of the natural sciences, they argued. Some analyzed how technological rationality depoliticized the productive forces. Rational, value-free technology is the separation of man from the means of production and his subordination to technical efficiency and necessity. By explaining more subtle modes of domination, critical theory seeks the emancipation of human beings from the circumstances that enslave them. Critical theory re-evaluated the Enlightenment's rationality as a basis for mastering fellow humans and nature. Rationality has always entailed a practical tendency towards self-destruction and irrational behavior. As a specific focus of analysis, new technology facilitates an everyday incorporation into capitalism, blurring the distinction between leisure and work. The technology of the culture industry confines itself to standardization and mass production and sacrifices what once distinguished the logic of work from that of society. This opened up the question of how a different technological design could facilitate an emancipatory anti-capitalist culture. Critical Marxism post-1960s, capitalist relations restructuring the productive forces. From the 1960s onwards, Marxist writers rediscovered and extended the earlier critiques of Diamat. Its model linking the productive forces and relations was inverted, not simply an external constraint. Capitalist social relations constitute and drive the productive forces in historically specific ways. From the aphorism, class struggle is the motor of history, this insight was extended to techno-scientific innovation. Although the latter generated new instruments to reimpose wage-labor discipline, these offered opportunities to subvert such control and create alternatives. Such critical perspectives gained impetus from the 1960s Italian operaista movement, especially in a context where new factories in northern Italy attracted migrant labor from southern Italy. The Italian Communist Party celebrated the industrial agenda as the planned development of the productive forces, welcoming technological managerial innovations that ultimately subordinated the working class to wage-labor discipline. By contrast, other Marxists carried out workers' inquiries about capitalist domination in workplaces and everyday life. The journal Quaderni Rossi elaborated a critique that provided a theoretical basis for political interventions. In particular, the extra-parliamentary group Potere Operaio developed a perspective on the refusal of work, in opposition to factory discipline and the social factory reproducing labor power for capital. Technological managerial innovation. Technoscience 947 was analyzed as a strategic response to class struggle. Capital accumulation cannot entirely overcome its dependence on labor exploitation as the basis for surplus value. So capitalist strategies disrupt or decompose previous forms of working class organization through new organizations, technologies, and techniques. These open up new spaces for struggle whereby the workers' movement can recompose itself and thus regain the initiative. According to the operaisti, those dynamics have been driven by the labor-capital relation, linked with capitalism's long waves of innovation. Along related lines, albeit in the context of a different tradition of Marxism, Ernest Mondale analyzed epochal shifts in capitalist work organization. As he noted, each of these revolutions in labor organization, made possible through successive technological revolutions, grew out of conscious attempts by employers to break down the resistance of the working class to further increase the rate of exploitation. This pattern is illustrated by three examples: the shift to machinofacture, as documented by Marx, the rise of Taylorist scientific management, and the Fordist reorganization of production. Marx had analyzed machinofacture as crucial for turning the formal subsumption of labor into its real subsumption. Now Marxists extended his analysis to technical workers, as the socialization of labor was subordinating R&D itself to Taylorist norms of production. In the 1960s and 1970s, numerous revolts by technical staff stimulated political debate on their routine capitalist role and revolutionary potential. Some critics identified the division of labor as central to capitalist exploitation, whereby technical workers are both instruments and targets of capitalist work discipline. Techno-scientific expertise had become indispensable to the task of class domination as much as to the process of valorizing wage labor. In the 1970s, multiple strategic interpretations vied for primacy. Technicians had no distinctive attributes, or else they had their own specific struggles to fight against capital. Given those pervasive class antagonisms, technological rationality was theorized as capitalist domination. Here the capitalist social relationship is concealed within the technical demands of machinery, and the division of labor appears as simply inherent in the nature of labor. Specific purposes and interests enter the very construction of the technical apparatus. Hence technical efficiency at once enforces and naturalizes class subordination. The physico-natural sciences likewise were understood as naturalizing capitalist social relations, especially through anthropomorphic projections onto nature. Science inherently depends on such metaphors. Through specific knowledge forms, relations between people take the form of relations between things, by analogy with commodity exchange and its fetishized form. As a dynamic social category, moreover, nature has been historically remade along with new techniques linking scientific investigation and capitalist exploitation. Capitalist social relations are reified and depoliticized as merely technical. 948. Forces of production. As a counter-strategy, it is no longer a question of how to liberate fixed capital from the capitalist social relations which contain and restrict them, but rather of how to liberate the working class own forces of production from the destructive direction of fixed capital. Such perspectives undermined claims for scientific objectivity by both the natural sciences and its Marxist imitators. These anti-scientistic perspectives gained force from wider revolts against techno-science-based political agendas. From the 1970s, such revolts were reported and stimulated by the U.S. organization Scientists and Engineers for Social and Political Action, which led to the magazine Science for the People, elaborating an increasingly Marxist perspective. In the same period, the British Society for Social Responsibility in Science linked elite scientists with the New Left. They campaigned against the corporate and military agendas directing technological development. Some activists sought to promote class solidarity based on a common experience, e.g. by attempting to increase the identification of scientists with other members of the working class through the encouragement of unionization and an understanding of the elitism of science and its increasing proletarianization. Nuclear power was opposed as a strategy for class domination. As a pamphlet argued, the nuclear technical fix was aiming to achieve political stability against threats of working class solidarity around other energy sources, especially coal. More generally, dominant expert knowledge was analyzed as capitalist science. This arose from a labor process constituted by capitalist social relations, e.g. a hierarchical division of labor, wage labor discipline, proprietary knowledge, etc. Marx's critique was extended to another century and a half of inventions, analyzed as capitalist strategies for the labor process. Technologies were being designed to reduce managerial dependence upon living labor, especially by displacing and/or disciplining labor. Through new technologies, descaling undermined the position of workers whose competences facilitate their relatively high wages or ability to resist capitalist work discipline. But these changes also created the need for new competences on which managers depended. In automating machine tools, there were two main options: record playback and computer numeric control. Through the latter option, management gained greater control over the labor process. IT systems were being designed to overcome universities' dependence on skilled academic labor, while also degrading educational quality through the rise of digital diploma mills. In such ways, capitalist design codifies, embodies, and appropriates specialist skills, not only of shop floor workers but also those of professional staff and middle managers. During the 1970s and 1980s, capitalist restructuring was targeting the spaces with the greatest porosity of labor, where workers could control the pace. Technoscience 949. And quality of work. European social democracy was trying to reconcile greater global competitiveness with class harmony at home, thus undermining its own legitimacy. As described earlier, critical Marxist perspectives help to identify means to contest and transform capitalist social relations in the labor process. Extending labor process studies, feminist perspectives analyzed the interplay between class and gender relations in technological change. For example, when UK male typesetting workers faced descaling through new technology, their trade union sought to maintain control over the new equipment, thus excluding unskilled women. As this illustrates, technology is often gendered by its design and/or by workers' responses, in ways linking class exploitation with changes in skills. Marxist feminist perspectives looked retrospectively at the 17th-century European witch hunts as means to impose capitalist social relations through scientific rationality. In this period, the human body was being reconceptualized through mechanical metaphors. Conversely, the machine was becoming the model of social behavior, in a crucial basis of capitalist work discipline. Knowledge systems sought a general rationalization of space and time, especially through rational calculation of probable outcomes as the basis for decision-making. A major obstacle was people's widespread reliance on prophecy and magic. The Great Witch Hunt associated such practices with demon women as a rationale for persecuting and slaughtering them. In the agricultural labor process, farmers have been separated from the means of production through greater dependence on external inputs, alongside proprietary control over seeds. From the late 1930s onwards, U.S. farmers shifted to hybrid corn seeds on the promise of higher yields, which did materialize. These benefits were more plausibly due to other changes such as better selective breeding, crop rotation, chemical inputs, etc. Yet the higher yields were fetishized as properties of the seed's hybridity, which preempted biological reproducibility. Thus, agricultural technology turned seeds into a commodity, making farmers more dependent on external inputs. In agriculture more generally, capital accumulation has been pursued at three levels: commodification of inputs as technology packages, capitalist division of breeding labor, and the world economy of germplasm transfer, especially from the south to the north. While hybrid seeds had been designed to eliminate biological reproducibility under farmers' control, from the 1990s GM seeds were deploying patents to further restrict access, and patent holders were buying up seed companies, thus preempting alternatives. The farmer was reduced to a propertied underlaborer. Cultivation methods were subordinated to input suppliers and commodity traders, by analogy with the mechanization of craft work. Led by peasants' organizations, global protests against GM crops sought to reclaim and reconstruct a resource commons based on farmers' collective knowledge. This helped to undermine the capitalist social relations designed into agri-input packages. 950. Techno-scientific innovation for emancipatory agendas. In the 21st century, Marxist debates have again discerned a contradictory potential in technology, as enclosing resource and knowledge commons, while also facilitating communities that can create new commons beyond capitalism. To relate such diverse approaches, we bring some of them together below around two broad issues: how a redesign of productive forces might supersede capitalism, and how both together recast nature for biovalue as a source of capital accumulation. Technology intensifying and/or superseding capitalism. For a long time, Marxism has been ambivalent towards labor-saving devices, most recently since the 1970s towards automation. Saving labor for whom? Of what kind? For whose benefit? The putative common benefits have been belied by techno-scientific designs for better exploiting labor, as in the examples above. Capital investment seeks to subsume labor by disciplining or replacing it with machinery, yet workers' creativity readily overflows such attempts. A different technological design holds the potential to liberate humanity from alienated labor and from dependence on waged labor. Since the 1980s, the operaist legacy has been elaborated by autonomist Marxism in the changing landscape of post-Fordist capitalism. Its various perspectives have sought to identify the contradictory character of capitalist techno-scientific development and its labor process. Capital accumulation depends on continuously integrating numerous social sites and activities, from public health and maternity to natural resource allocation and the geographical reorganization of labor power, far beyond the workplace. New means of communication vital for the smooth flow of capital also permit connections between disparate points of resistance that would be otherwise isolated, beyond waged laborers alone. Thus new sites can become focal points of subversion. In post-Fordist capitalism, value is increasingly extracted from immaterial assets, especially the exploitation of workers' relational, affective and cognitive faculties. Formal subsumption of labor is extended to such faculties. In this cognitive capitalism, surplus value increasingly depends on intellectual cognitive labor whose capacities are formed before and beyond their inclusion in production processes. In neoliberal agendas for a knowledge-based economy, knowledge is likewise constituted and subsumed by the drive for capital accumulation. Cultural political economy has analyzed economic imaginaries, how they are constituted by symbolic discursive elements, e.g. ideas, values, assumptions, expectations. By promoting specific economic policies and innovation agendas, these imaginaries. Technoscience 951. Drive investment and asset values, especially through proprietary knowledge. The term cognitive emphasizes new characteristics of the capital, labor conflict and of the property forms on which capital accumulation rests. Cognitive capitalism develops an economy founded on the driving role of knowledge and the figure of the collective worker of the general intellect. Yet the capital accumulation process cannot fully harness human creativity. This limitation places the creative class of intellectual workers at the forefront of resistance and social change, argues Versellion. Indeed, capitalist control over immaterial labor faces limits. New forms of sharing and cooperation through ISTs, from open source to crowdsourcing or digital money, may challenge market relations. Yet those new forms also offer opportunities for new business models for capital accumulation. Moreover, the creative class operates in a context dominated by the increasing precarization of work, as well as by prescriptive cultural organizational models of fulfillment, achievement, and reward, including performance criteria and client demands. In such debates, acceleration has denoted a greater organic composition of capital, i.e. a higher ratio of dead/living labor, alongside greater resource burdens. The Great Acceleration was epitomized by the motorcar industry, whose vulnerable dependence on living labor inadvertently facilitated more effective revolt against capitalist machine discipline. This opened up the prospect of collectively applying technoscientific expertise for emancipatory futures. In the name of superseding those conflicts, there have been proposals to push automation somehow beyond capitalism. Given the potentially cooperative use of ISTs, a prominent agenda seeks to accelerate automation in order to supersede drudgery and capitalist domination alike. This agenda would accelerate the advances of capitalism towards overcoming its value system, governance structures, and mass pathologies, which dramatically limit the true transformative potentials of much of our technological and scientific research. As these proponents acknowledge, power relationships are embedded within technologies, which cannot therefore be infinitely bent towards purposes that oppose their very functioning. Nevertheless, they expect that accelerating automation would somehow unleash latent productive forces, alongside a shorter working week and universal basic income. This potential future has been called a post-capitalist, post-work world. Among several lacunae, the accelerationist agenda evades the problem of how technological capacities can be reproduced without reproducing the class relation, argues Brown. Beyond any specific technological design or reform, there remains a fundamental challenge for post-capitalism, 952. The immaterial process of valorization requisite for the reproduction of the technological process of production, is inextricable from the way we make things. Advocating social democratic legislation predicated upon the valorization process or automation subsidies for individual firms merely dodges the real conceptual and historical problem to be grappled with. Indeed, that everyday valorization process reproduces capitalist social relations within the productive forces, as well as in the social reproduction of labor for its exploitation. The accelerationist agenda has no answer to the question of how social reproduction is possible after the end of capitalism. Or put strategically, how an anti-capitalist movement can shift everyday social reproduction towards such a different future. Accelerationist agendas echo century-old ones for advancing the productive forces, understood narrowly as technology, in order to turn its capacities against capitalism. Such an agenda is implicit in neo-Marxist notions of law or tendency, whereby capitalism is undermined by its own contradictions. Collective struggle becomes marginal or dispensable. In place of the just society generated through struggle, it is acceleration that becomes the vehicle of disenchanted redemption, as acerbically noted in the book Malign Velocities. Indeed, Inverting Marx's critique, accelerationists have fetishized emancipatory powers as properties of more efficient productive forces. Today's accelerationist agendas resonate with post-humanist, decentered standpoints, especially by advocating human-machine integration, e.g. new prosthetics or brain-computer interfaces. Under what conditions can such human-machine integration be emancipatory? This prospect is often equated with maximum individual access to technologies, e.g. via markets or state intervention. Yet individual free choice assumes and promotes an entrepreneurial, competitive subjectivity. This also pervades non-economic spheres, for example in child-parent relations. While natural genetic variation limits freedom, the rising prospect of genetic projects offers parents a capacity to intentionally pre-orient their offspring's lives, thus affecting the latter's autonomy and equality. Perhaps taking literally the claims for techno-scientific control, post-humanist literature hypostaticizes technology as a limitless power to transform the human body and the surrounding world. Some espouse anti-capitalist aims, yet without any criteria for distinguishing between hubristic, exploitative versus humble, respectful developments. Technology uses for emancipatory prospects are ultimately reduced to personal lifestyle choices, which are easily translated into consumer, market differentiation. Neo-Marxist agendas that suppose liberation to originate in the acceleration of capital-intensive production or the mechanization of the body ultimately blur any distinction between overcoming versus perpetuating capitalism. In so doing, they resonate with broader eco-modernist agendas. In particular, a neoliberal think tank, the Breakthrough Institute, advocates a technology-enabled technoscience 953. Ever-intensifying resource/value extraction, dubbed as society's decoupling from natural biophysical systems. Although espousing divergent politics, these agendas share the assumption that techno-scientific advance can somehow supersede societal conflicts. According to Walter Benjamin, Italian futurism idealized capitalist velocities, expecting that different forces of production could themselves engender a revolutionary rupture. Benjamin counterposed revolution as interruption, an emergency brake applied to the derailing train of history. This warrants intervention that not only stops acceleration, but also rethinks production and the very notion of productive forces. In this vein, the anti-scientistic Marxist legacy has highlighted technological design incorporating and renewing capitalist relations of production, thus shifting contradictions to a new terrain rather than overcoming them. These contradictions should inform intervention strategies. Creating bio-value from nature and/or labor. Since the 1970s, techno-scientific knowledge has been restructured and enclosed as a potential financial asset. State support was withdrawn from public research universities, which thereby became more dependent on corporate funding. Universities' mission was shifted away from education towards providing human capital and competitive global service industries, consequently expanding insecure non-tenured and postdoctoral positions. This agenda aggressively promotes and protects intellectual property. Theorized as neoliberal globalization, it was soon extended more widely for a new economy or knowledge-based economy which projects capitalist social relations into productive forces themselves. From the late 1970s onwards, capital accumulation took a new trajectory through proprietary knowledge constituting the new life sciences, ISTs, and their combination in the biotech industry. Starting from Marx's distinction between the formal and real subsumption of labor, some critics extended this by analogy to the domain of nature. Nature can be formally subsumed when capital exploits natural resources by adjusting to their own features, e.g. via mineral, oil, or coal extraction. By contrast, real subsumption occurs in biological industries when nature is made to work harder, faster, and better in order to enhance capital accumulation. Real subsumption may happen when organisms are redesigned through and for capitalist relations. For example, aquadvantage salmon is genetically modified to grow faster, the onco mouse has greater susceptibility to cancer, hence is more useful for cancer research. Human bodies are also increasingly integrated as clinical labor into the production of exchange value, whereby biological material is donated for medical and pharmaceutical purposes. Waged forms of such labor, e.g. from drug experimentation to sperm and oocyte markets, typically entail unequal terms of exchange between poor vendors and wealthy purchasers. 954. However, there is no precise correspondence between the binaries of formal/real subsumption and inorganic/organic natural realms, for at least 4 reasons. First, the distinction between the two realms is increasingly challenged by technoscientific advances, e.g. in neural networks or epigenetics. Second, such a distinction is increasingly blurred by industrial practices, e.g. the use of microorganisms in new mining techniques. Third, O'Day's real subsumption of nature, while crucially biological, is not entirely so. The real subsumption of nature is also orchestrated through the explosion of intellectual property rights, ecological credits, mitigation markets and environmental derivatives. In such examples, formally subsuming nature into capital depends on human cooperative capacities, based on cognitive reasoning and symbolic production. Fourth, the real/formal distinction remains flexible in the expanding interest in ecosystem services, i.e. the benefits that biophysical systems provide to economic activity. This interest shows the growing relevance for capitalism of self-organizing dynamics and regenerative social ecological capacities outside of the direct production processes, hence expanding a formal subsumption of organic nature. Transnational corporations increasingly regard ecosystem services as integrated green infrastructures, or as based on natural capital, both warranting investment as cost-effective assets to accommodate economic and environmental turbulence. In debates on bioeconomy qua biocapitalism, there are disagreements about how nature is capitalized. Some perspectives attribute special economic value or powers to biophysical processes. For example, biological activity is equated with economic categories such as exchange value, capital, financial speculation, surplus value, etc. However, this focus on nature fetishizes human-like qualities as properties of biological material. Critics highlight the knowledge labor that is both turned into an asset through IPRs and is necessary to turn biological matter into commercial and profitable products. Their critique deifies biovalue as collective knowledge and capitalist social relations constituting a financial asset. The latter critiques draw upon cultural political economy, thus enriching Marx's critique of political economy. Together the above perspectives help to identify how nature subsumption remains contingent on human capacities, technoscience, and capital accumulation strategies. Conclusion. As this chapter shows, Marxist concepts of technoscience have attracted divergent interpretations and appropriations. Marx elaborated science as a critical method for analyzing how reification and fetishism naturalize capitalist social relations, especially through stereotypical binaries such as subject/object, appearance/essence, nature/society or productive forces/relations. His method deified these. Technoscience 955. Through social abstraction, identifying inner links between apparent binaries, as in his concept of historical nature. Nevertheless, prevalent Marxist approaches have adopted or imitated positivist science, presuming a knower separable from its object of study. Marx understood the productive forces as collective knowledge, capacities, and artifacts, together shaped by capitalist social relations. Yet such forces were later reduced to technoscientific advance, whose greater efficiency could somehow supersede capitalist relations. Since the 1970s, Marxist debates have replicated earlier tensions between positivist, techno-determinist perspectives versus anti-scientistic critiques. Some prevalent neo-Marxist perspectives today likewise extend fetishism and reification rather than critically analyze them. Post-humanist standpoints, despite contesting subject/object distinctions, naturalize human, machine integration. Similarly, accelerationism fetishizes post-capitalist social relations as properties of technological change. Profound changes in both capitalism and technoscience have been dramatically intensifying the exploitation of humans and the biophysical world. Despite the third industrial revolution of ICE and biotech, capitalism has been unable to address its basic problems: a prolonged stagnation, a massive reduction in real wages and social expenditure, and the spiraling expansion of finance and debt. Prevalent neo-Marxist approaches lack the means to address how such problems might open opportunities for revolutionary interruptions. Our historical retrospect helps us evaluate how new perspectives may enrich, reproduce, contradict, or obscure earlier ones, either consciously or unwittingly. Any emancipatory agenda must recognize the capitalist social relations which have always constituted general social knowledge as a productive force. Such knowledge warrants deification and transformation, alongside any techno-scientific redesign. How to reshape the productive forces beyond the exploitative social relations and nature subsumption of capitalism? This difficult question remains a challenge for Marxist approaches. Marx remains an immigrant chez nous, a glorious, sacred, accursed but still a clandestine immigrant as he was all his life. He belongs to a time of disjunction, to that time out of joint in which is inaugurated, laboriously, painfully, tragically, a new thinking of borders, a new experience of the house, the home, and the economy. Between earth and sky. One should not rush to make of the clandestine immigrant an illegal alien or, what always risks coming down to the same thing, to domesticate him. To neutralize him through naturalization. To assimilate him so as to stop frightening oneself with him. Jacques Derrida, Spectres of Marx, 1994, 174. The sun rises at different times upon the globe today. Gayatri C. Spivak, Post-Colonial Theory and the Spectre of Capital, 2014, 195. Do Marxism and post-colonial studies have something to say to each other, or do the two fields of scholarship necessarily remain caught in irresolvable divergences and contradictions? It is almost impossible consistently to approach such a macroscopic issue without first acknowledging that the wide variety of Marxist trends and post-colonial strands makes it very hard to address it univocally. Yet one can try to answer the question by examining the historical unfolding of the dialogue between the two camps. This chapter aims to retrace and reflect upon the salient moments of what could be termed, paraphrasing the title of Heidi Hartmann's 1979 famous article, The Unhappy Marriage Between Marxism and Post-Colonial Studies. After briefly recalling the long-standing debate on Marxism and 52. Post-Colonial Studies. Jamila M. H. Mascat 960. Eurocentrism. In the first section, the chapter will then focus on the intense exchanges that accompanied the early inception and later expansion of the post-colonial field in the 1980s and 1990s. This first round of the debate was characterized by strong anti-postmodern criticisms formulated by Marxist/materialist scholars against the post-structuralist/textualist approaches embraced by leading figures of the post-colonial turn. The following section will engage with the more recent discussions triggered by the publication of Vivek Chiber's polemic volume Post-Colonial Theory and the Spectre of Capital. Such discussions essentially revolve around two of the main theses that Chiber pits against the post-colonial emphasis on cultural difference in an attempt to undermine the theoretical foundations of the whole field. On the one hand, the historical argument he elaborates to prove the global universalizing drive of capitalism; on the other, his claim for universal human invariance to be found in mankind's need for well-being and interest in fighting for it. Both theses are meant to reveal the alleged weaknesses of subaltern studies historiography, whose main representatives, Ranjit Guha, Parth Chatterjee, and Dipesh Chakrabarty, are the actual subjects of Chiber's analysis, more so than post-colonial authors proper. After giving an account of this second round of the debate generated by PTSC, the concluding section of the chapter will aim to provincialize Chiber by advocating, with Frantz Fanon, a productive stretching of Marxism to embrace post-colonial issues. Marxism, and Eurocentrism. In her introduction to Marxism, Modernity, and Post-Colonial Studies, Crystal Bartolovish stresses the traditional hostility mutually cultivated by Marxism and post-colonial theory. Rightly, she points out that the neglect of Marxism in post-colonial studies has often been countered by the reflexive dismissal of the entire field of post-colonial studies by Marxist writers. She also highlights that, since the academic breakthrough of post-colonial theory, the exchange between the two camps has been shaped by a good deal of oversimplification, caricature, and trivialization. Those attitudes have deeply affected the way in which the vexed question of Marx's alleged Eurocentrism has been debated within post-colonial studies. Eurocentrism is the major charge directed against Marxist theorists by post-colonial scholars, particularly regarding their approach to non-European social formations. But what does the accusation of Eurocentrism as applied to Marx and Marxists? Post-colonial studies 961. Precisely consist of? In his 1989 essay, Samir Emin provided a historical definition of Eurocentrism as a vision, not having the status of a theory, that can be traced back to the Renaissance but only prospered in the 19th century, and epitomizes the culture of capitalism that accompanied the age of modern bourgeois expansion. An expression of European ethnocentrism in spite of its all-encompassing claims, for Emin Eurocentrism merely amounts to a truncated universalism that reflects but, at the same time, masks the actual asymmetric configuration of capitalism worldwide. Reflecting on Said's definition of Orientalism, the corporate institution for dealing with the Orient, dealing with it by making statements about it, authorizing views of it, by describing it, by teaching it, settling it, ruling over it, in short, Orientalism as a Western style for dominating, restructuring, and having authority over the Orient. Amin takes issue with him for having produced a trans-historical discursive framework, which does not specifically anchor Orientalism to the origins of the capitalist mode of production. For Amin, the north/south and east/west polarization is first and foremost a consequence of global capitalism engendering unbridgeable gaps between the center and its peripheries. Therefore, in his view, Eurocentrism should be understood as part of the dominant capitalist ideology that affirms the material and spiritual superiority of the West over the fatal lethargy of the rest and makes it impossible to contemplate any other future for the world than its progressive Europeanization. For Emin, the thesis that the European West is not only the world of material wealth and power, including military might, it is also the site of the triumph of the scientific spirit, rationality, and practical efficiency, just as it is the world of tolerance, diversity of opinions, respect for human rights and democracy, concern for equality, at least the equality of rights and opportunities, and social justice. Does not of itself necessarily entail Eurocentrism as a corollary. To speak of Eurocentrism, the legend of the European miracle, the exceptionality of European history, must be accepted so as to become the premise that would justify the imperial political project of homogenization through imitation and catching up with the West for the entire world. The historical reconstruction offered by Amin, while not reducing Eurocentrism to a minor side effect of the development of modern capitalism, aims to avoid the danger of turning a mythic construct that emerged with and sustained the global expansion of capital into the core ground of colonial domination. Kalgia Lindner proposes to take into consideration four main ideological ingredients of what is classically thought of as Eurocentrism in order to estimate the extent to which Marxism can be legitimately accused of being Eurocentric. The four aspects are, ethnocentrism, Orientalism, universalism, and the effacement of non-Western history and its influence on European history. In recent years, several Marxist scholars who have engaged with Marx's oeuvre with the aim of investigating its much contested Eurocentrism have demonstrated the theoretical relevance that non-Western formations and colonial matters progressively gained in Marx's own writings and stressed his commitment to anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggles. Indeed, Marx's Eurocentrism deserves to be assessed on the basis of a comprehensive overview of his entire production and his sources. On these grounds, Most scholars agree on recognizing the ambivalences that emerge in Marx's analysis of property relations in Asia, for example, or in his early understanding of colonialism as exposed in his 1853 article published in the New York Daily Tribune. The British rule in India, whatever may have been the crimes of England, she was the unconscious tool of history in bringing about that revolution, while at the same time highlighting the evolution of Marx's thought on such a fundamental matter for his global theory of capital as the colonial phenomenon. If Lucia Pradella draws on the previously unpublished London notebooks to argue that Marx unfolds his labor theory of value on an international scale by challenging the methodological nationalism of classical political economy and François Berny's theory of Oriental despotism, Lindner states that it was in the 1860s, while looking at the situation of Ireland, that Marx had developed an awareness of the underdevelopment due to colonialism or the overall colonial context. On the other hand, Pranavyani considers Marx's study of the 1857-59 revolt in British India already crucial to his overcoming of Eurocentrism, while Kevin Anderson focuses on his late notebooks on non-Western societies such as China, India, Indonesia, Algeria, and Russia to show evidence of his interest in deciphering and comprehending the peripheries of capitalism. Providing an extensive account of Marx's framework from the implicit unilinearism of the Communist Manifesto and the articles he had written for the New York Daily Tribune in the 1850s to the multilinear theory of history as outlined in the Grundrisse and the French edition of Capital, and finally to the complex multilinearity of the late notebooks on non-Western societies, Anderson's Marx at the Margins provides the most exhaustive attempt thoroughly to engage with the Marxian corpus on these questions. The author presents Marx as a global theorist seriously committed to understanding the future development of the capitalist world outside of Europe, and for whom the proletariat was not only white and European, but also encompassed black labor in America, as well as the Irish, not considered white at the time. Also, for Anderson, Marx's interest in the actual evolution of non-Western societies and his defense. Post-Colonial Studies 963 of oppressed minorities all over the globe were not incidental to theorization of capitalism, but part of a complex analysis of the global social order of his time. To what extent, then, can Marx and Marxism be accused of Eurocentrism? And, more generally, to what extent does the concept of Eurocentrism still retain its validity to designate the hegemony of the West as the locus enunciationis par excellence for contemporary theory? It is indeed hard to deny, for example, that Western philosophy, usually simply termed as philosophy, has been historically Eurocentered and continues to be so, often preventing the very possibility of speaking of philosophy outside of this canon. The actual geopolitics of knowledge thus makes a serious case for the post-colonial denunciation of Eurocentrism affecting the human and social sciences alike and urges a critical reflection on for whom and from where global knowledge is produced in the last instance. Nevertheless, it would be wrong to think that the label of Eurocentric applies, inevitably and inescapably, to all that is conceived or generated in the West, or equally to claim that scholarship produced outside the Western world is necessarily non-Eurocentric. If, on the one hand, the problem of Eurocentrism in Western thought, and in Marxism in particular, cannot be minimized as a non-existent or irrelevant issue, on the other hand, it requires painstaking critique to avoid all too easy simplifications. In this respect, Chiber's acknowledgement that all the Western theories we know of up to the late 19th century overwhelmingly drew their evidence and their data from Europe, and this sense, they were Eurocentric, cannot simply lead to the conclusion that this kind of Eurocentrism is natural, though it's going to come with all sorts of problems, but it can't really be indicted. Being nothing but a historical phenomenon, Eurocentrism cannot be considered either natural or unnatural and, most importantly, it deserves to be scrutinized genealogically as a quintessential component of modernity, rejecting both the apologetic and the dismissive approach to the legacy of Western civilization. This is in fact the very task of post-colonial critique that Spivak incisively summed up as neither accusing nor excusing. The endeavor to decolonize Marxism is thus no blasphemy, insofar as the history of Marxism has not been immune from the conditioning of imperialist drives or from complicity with colonial prejudice and domination. Thus, as Bartolovish acknowledges, it would be foolish to pretend that some concepts, even many, generated in the history of Marxist thought are not guilty as charged here, as it would be foolish to pretend that some, even many, including some of the most decisive, Marxist theorists have not construed their own narrowly conceived horizons universalistically. 1. To this extent post-colonial theory can be credited, as Lazarus highlights, with the salutary demonstration that such historically resonant master narratives as 964, Enlightenment, modernity, progress, and reason, narratives that have almost always been phrased in universalistic terms, have often been mobilized in defense of practices both ethnocentric and intolerant of difference. At the same time, it can be convincingly argued that Marxists have also significantly contributed to the understanding, critique, and denunciation of colonial systems and imperialism, of racism and racial hierarchies. Ultimately, as Bartolovish once again has been rightly recalling, the very fact that many of the most brilliant, prominent, and effective anti-colonial activists have insistently pronounced themselves Marxists should give pause to post-colonialists who stand poised to dismiss Marxism as a European philosophy. The cultural logic of post-coloniality. The emergence of post-colonial studies in the literature departments of Anglo-American academia, the publication of Sed's Orientalism in 1978 has been retrospectively considered as the date of birth of the new field anti-literam II, was surrounded from the outset by a vigorously polemic debate about the ideological positioning of post-colonialism with regards to Marxism. While the early work of subaltern studies social historians in India in the 1980s, a scholarship that mostly gained influence abroad through the growing international consecration of post-colonial studies in the 1990s, was unanimously perceived as an expansion and a continuation of the Marxist tradition. The theoretical and political relation of the post-colonial with Marxism has been at the center of intense contention. Indeed, the label post-colonial has been deeply and widely questioned even as it began to gain currency, with particular scrutiny as to the very meaning of the prefix post in conjunction with the colonial, and in resonance with other examples of its use, as in postmodernism. In her notes on the post-colonial, Ella Shohat first stressed the theoretical and political ambiguities of the term while noticing its absence from discourses opposing and taking issues with the 1990-91 Gulf War, discourses where other words such as imperialism, neocolonialism, neo-imperialism were instead widely mobilized. Was this absence sheer coincidence, she asked, or is there something about the term post-colonial that does not lend itself to a geopolitical critique? Reflecting on the politics of location of post-coloniality, which had not in her view been critically investigated by scholars in the field, Shohat provided a meditation on the depoliticizing implications of the post-colonial, inaugurating a long series of essays that shared similar concerns. For most of the detractors of post-colonialism, its inception resulted from the eclipse of the older third-worldism that had nourished liberationist ideologies. Post-colonial studies 965. And boosted anti-colonial struggles against European imperialism. Since post-colonial theory emerged in the 1980s as a response to the global defeat of Third World liberation projects by imperialist counter-revolutions and the weakening of class struggle in First World societies, the post-colonial paradigm has been almost unanimously interpreted as imbued with disillusionment, a convenient doctrine for those who dislike what the system does while doubting that they will ever be strong enough to bring it down, and defeatism, as an allegory for the depressing absence of a collective subject of post-colonial liberation, and eventually as a weak ideology destined to fill the redoubled vacuum left by the abandonment of both socialism and nationalism as anti-imperialist strategies. Among the partisans of post-colonial theory, Young emphasizes a certain continuity between its stances and those of third-worldism, by claiming that post-colonialism as a theoretical discourse can operate as a kind of popular front for a whole range of different interrelated political movements, a new tricontinentalism or socialism of the South. Conversely, most of its critics tend to stress discontinuity between the revolutionary spirit of cultural third world nationalism and the post-colonial celebration of difference and hybridity. Benita Perry, for example, highlights the meager reception that liberation theories encountered in post-colonial studies, as well as the disowning of all forms of anti-colonialist rhetoric and organization, and advocates an urgent reassessment within the field of the socialist goals and internationalism of Marxist-inspired movements. At the same time, both champions and opponents seem to agree in acknowledging post-colonial theory's manifest aim to replace Third World liberation's Marxism with a new critique of imperialism. Interestingly, Vicente Kaiwar recognizes the capacity of post-colonial studies to subsume the legacy of previous political projects of the kind of Third-Worldism, Maoism, liberation theology, and Pan-Africanism, but argues that by and large, the post-colonial also seems to signify a radicalized reading of what many of the social movements stood for. For Kaiwar, instead, the post-colonial stands for a series of detrimental replacements, of a history from below with a history of the margins, of a history of class struggle with a pseudo-history of civilization, of internationalism with localism, of ungrounded Western Orientalism with an artificial post-colonial orient, aiming at repudiating Marxism in order to absorb new, grand postmodern narratives. Such a massive repudiation of Marxism resulted in shallow forms of retrogressive indigenism and inevitably led post-colonial theory to unreservedly embrace the culturalist turn, endorsing a post-structuralist emphasis on discourse and textuality. As Stuart Hall admitted, since the post-colonial and the analysis of the new developments in global capitalism have indeed largely proceeded in relative isolation from one another, the outcome of the post-colonial rejection of economism 966 merely plunged the whole field into a massive, gigantic, and eloquent disavowal of political economy tout court. Furthermore, some Marxist critics have strongly pointed out that the flip side of class blindness in theory translates in practice into a post-colonial legitimation of contemporary forms of power and the complicit affiliation of the discipline with the interests of post-colonial national bourgeoisies, with the latter mirroring themselves in the new ideology circulated by intellectual elites of the global south in the institutions of metropolitan academia. Associated with the debacle of anti-colonial liberation struggles to which it could offer no more than cultural compassion, aligned with the postmodern spirit of the time, post-colonial theory roused generalized hostility in the Marxist milieu for allegedly lacking both the aims and the tools to elaborate a radical critique capable of challenging the capitalist status quo and rejecting it as the only existing order. Post-colonial fetishes, culture, the West, and the rest. Hall's regretful remark concerning the post-colonial abandonment of economic analysis resonates with several accusations that have been leveled at post-colonial theory by Marxist scholars, whether from within or outside the field, during the 1990s. Criticism arising at that time during the first round of exchanges between Marxists and post-colonial theorists mostly targeted the affiliation of post-colonial studies to postmodernism in its post-structuralist and deconstructionist variants. Such criticism amounted in some cases to outright rejection, as from Ahmed, whose stern critique of Orientalism in his In Theory, Nations, Classes, Literatures provoked a seismic shock, or from Derlich and San Juan Jr. And in others, such as for Perry and Lazarus, to more constructive confrontation. Is there history after Eurocentrism, asks Arif Derlich in a provocative essay published in 1999, suggesting that as a consequence of the post-colonial penchant for reductionist culturalist understanding of Eurocentrism, another major disavowal had occurred in the domain of post-colonial theory, that of history. Echoing Terry Eagleton's analogous verdict about post-structuralism's hedonist withdrawal from history, a verdict that resonates in turn with Perry Anderson's warning against the dangerous randomization of history resulting from the abandonment of historical materialism in the name of radical textualism, Derlich's admonition seems to contradict post-colonial scholars' disseminated interest in investigating modernity and the colonial past. Yet the paradox is only apparent, since, according to its detractors, post-colonial investigation of colonial modernity approaches its subject matter as a cultural affair, leaving aside in most cases the task of comprehending processes of capitalist expansion and the co-implication of capitalism and Post-Colonial Studies 967. Colonialism. Hence, for sympathetic Marxist critics such as Lazarus, a credible historical materialist alternative to the idealist and dehistoricizing scholarship currently predominant in that field in general is urgently needed to counter post-colonial theorists' tendency to avoid any focus on capital and class in favor of a thoroughly culturalist definition of the neocolonial world order. Thus, the recovery of both Marxism and nationalism, as proposed by Lazarus in Nationalism and Cultural Practice, in support of a project he terms nationalitarian socialism, should work as a remedy against post-colonial theory's category error. Such error consists firstly in offering a purely civilizational framework for the critique of the world we live in, a framework that the author aims to deconstruct in his influential essay The Fetish of the West in Post-Colonial Studies, and secondly in replacing a concrete ideological specification with a pseudo-geographical one as is manifestly the case, for example, in Dipesh Chakrabarty's Provincializing Europe. Unlike Ahmed, Lazarus praises Said's critical work on Orientalism for unveiling the ideological construction of colonial discourses about the East. At the same time, Lazarus draws on Fernando Coronil's analysis of the uses of the West in post-colonial theory, holding such an imperial fetish, the imagined home of history's victors, the embodiment of their power, accountable for the transvaluation of a complex entanglement of historico-geographical relations into the material, thing-like, tangible form of geographical entities. Lazarus remarks that, and such texts as Said's Magisterial Orientalism and Chandra Tulpada Mohanty's widely read and frequently anthologized essay, Under Western Eyes, Feminist Scholarship and Colonial Discourses, for instance, the category of the West comes to stand for imperialist power. But since what is thus named is preeminently a civilizational value rather than a mode of production or a social formation, this alibi of the West serves to dematerialize what it tacitly references. In fact, the mobilization of the concept of the West in post-colonial theory appears highly problematic from a Marxist viewpoint in at least two senses. On the one hand, it is synonymous with post-colonial studies cultural reductionism and its anti-materialist methods. On the other hand, by promoting the primacy of a reified global geography against history and by fostering a crude hypostatization of cultures, peoples, nations, and ethnicities, it ends up rendering the rise and reproduction of capital worldwide ultimately unintelligible. The text and the context, a materialist critique. According to Marxist critics, the ahistoric fetish of the West in post-colonial theories has gone hand in hand with the fetish of textuality. While dismissing or even 968, occluding the path for a materialist analysis of culture, post-colonial studies have resolutely shifted towards semiotic approaches that earn the field accusations of textual idealism. Alex Kallinikis, for instance, has pinpointed the fundamental idealist reduction of the social to the semiotic that is at play in Homi Bhabha's work. Epifanio San Juan Jr. has denounced the dangers of a post-colonial metaphysics of textualism, lamenting the cult of linguistic and psychological ambivalence. Benita Perry, in her invective against the exorbitation of discourse in the writings of Spivak and Bhabha, indicted the textualist drift unabashedly embraced by both authors as the cause of the impoverishment of their conceptual setting. Drawing on Said's own disappointment with the astonishing sense of weightlessness with regard to the gravity of history that spread across the humanities as a consequence of the linguistic turn, Perry regrets the exacerbation of a certain post-structuralist sensibility in post-colonial theories, which results in textual practices that are indifferent to understanding both social formations and social praxis. In her post-colonial studies, A Materialist Critique, the author develops a detailed assessment of the field, singling out limits and inconsistencies of the critical strategies responsible for drowning the social into the symbolic and the material into the textual. On the one hand, according to Perry, post-colonial theory normally privileges a one-sided comprehension of the colonial experience which is almost exclusively centered on its epistemic import and reduces power to a textual function while dismissing political categories of analysis. On the other hand, post-colonial theory's discursive inflation has created a brand new jargon that eliminates from its conceptual landscape crucial notions and references belonging to the classical tradition of anti-colonial thought. For Perry, recovering and rehabilitating those missing terms is quintessential to preserving the antagonistic dimension that permeated colonial relations and anti-colonial struggles. Indeed, post-colonial studies abandoned the oppositional semantics of antagonism for a postulate of hybridity that translates the binary structure of colonial encounters into transactional negotiations of cultural differences and processes of transculturation. As Epifanio San Juan Jr. recalls, the focus on contrapuntal flux, hybrid positionalities, and directionless or aleatory ambivalence can only serve as a vehicle for soothing the anguish of the oppressed without offering political alternatives or critical tools. Furthermore, in Perry's view, the post-colonial perspective, being premised on the absolutely disruptive power of imperialism's epistemic violence, actively contributes to the foreclosure of subaltern agency it denounces. For Perry, this is precisely the case in Spivak's work, whose task should consist, in the author's own words, of inspecting soberly the absence of a text that can answer one back after the planned epistemic violence of the imperialist project. Post-Colonial Studies 969. Finally, one could sum up the many criticisms raised by Marxist proponents against the post-colonial paradigm by paraphrasing Nancy Fraser's famous 1985 article entitled "What is critical about critical theory? What is actually critical about post-colonial critique?" Indeed, if global gaps and inequalities cannot be reduced theoretically by deconstructing the colonial symbolic order, and if the theoretical weapons offered by the post-colonial framework are unsuited to a conceptualization of neocolonial imbalances in the contemporary world order, then post-colonial theory severed from Marxism ultimately seems destined to stand as little more than an innocuous, harmless approach. Capitalism and Universalism as Post-Colonial Spectres. Variously described as a bomb, a burst of fresh air dispelling the stale aroma of pseudo-radical academic establishment, a critical intervention shack up our intellectual and political landscape, or a work of scholarly necromancy merely resurrecting dead debates, Chiber's PTSC had the merit of polemically restaging the long-standing antagonism between Marxism and post-colonial scholarship. Furthermore, although not as its main purpose, the book implicitly revisits the long-drawn debate between the Marxists and post-structuralists, or the modernists and postmodernists, revealing also the manifest internal bifurcation of humanist and social scientific interpretations of Marxism. Curiously enough, a book that purports to engage with post-colonial theory at large, as the title promises, in fact engages solely with subaltern studies, erroneously considering them the most illustrious representative of post-colonial theory in the scholarship on the Global South. In doing so, the volume dismisses the most representative authors in the post-colonial field as such and ends up portraying post-colonial theory as a much less contentious field than it always has been. Premised on what has been named as Robert Brenner's and Ellen Maxine Wood's political Marxism, Chiber's analysis develops a materialist critique of the works of three significant subalternist scholars whose research focused on the social history of colonial India, Ranjit Guha, Parth Chatterjee, and Dipesh Chakrabarty. Openly clashing with post-colonial theory, Chiber accuses the entire field of fostering Orientalism and relentlessly promote Eurocentrism, the West as the site of reason, rationality, secularism, democratic culture, and the like, and the East as an unchanging miasma of tradition, unreason, religiosity, and so on. A first thread of Chiber's critique, concerning the appraisal of the nature of bourgeois power in both metropolitan 970 and colonial contexts, engages with the differential assessment of the historical roles played by European and Indian bourgeoisies in Ranjit Guha's major work Dominance Without Hegemony. The goal is to disprove Guha's diagnosis of the structural weakness of bourgeois elites in colonial regimes and of their inability to entrain modernization and implement liberal reforms. A second critical element that Chiber singles out in the works of subalternist scholars regards the history of capitalist modernity. Chiber highlights the primacy of the universalizing function of capitalism, defined as market dependence, against the alleged praise of locality and essentialization of differences at stake in post-colonial theory. In particular, he takes issue with Dipesh Chakrabarty's effort in provincializing Europe to conceive of multiple histories of modernity, namely targeting his notion of history too, that is meant to express a politics of human belonging and diversity and to incarnate an obstacle to the unlimited expansivity of history 1, the history of capital as outlined in classical Marxism. Firstly, Chiber aims to show that Guha's reconstruction of the bourgeois revolutions in Europe and his assumption of the hegemonic status of Western bourgeoisies as capable of carrying forward and integrating the interests of subaltern classes in their revolutionary programs are deeply flawed. This, Chiber continues, leads Guha to achieve a distorted apprehension of the limited margins for maneuver of the Indian bourgeoisie, seen as a pale caricature of its British counterpart. Secondly, while subscribing to the idea that capitalism undoubtedly acquired distinct shapes in different colonial contexts, Chiber rejects the thesis by which a universalist account of the history of capital would be doomed to teleology, determinism or historicism, and brings in support of his argument several theoretical experiments from within the Marxist tradition, Lenin's theory of imperialism, Koskai's work on agrarian society, Trotsky's theory of combined and uneven development, and world systems theories among others, that examined social reproduction in parts of the world where capital was not working in exactly the way Marx described it in Capital. Finally, a third element of criticism concerns what Chiber improperly terms subaltern psychology, namely the analytical portrait of subaltern agency as it appears in particular in the works of Parth Chatterjee and Dipesh Chakrabarty regarding, respectively, the peasant movement in Bengal and the experience of jute mill workers in Calcutta. Along the lines followed in his analysis of the driving forces of capitalist expansion, Chiber advances an argument in favor of universalism in order to question the validity of post-colonial approaches that see peasant consciousness in colonial India as incommensurably different from the consciousness of the oppressed in Western societies. The dominated subjects, Chiber states, share the same human nature and some universal human features. Ironically, Chiber's conception of universalism appears quite peculiar for being reduced, as has been noticed, to capital's drive to universalize itself and the attempts of the poor to. Post-colonial Studies 971. Defend their well-being, while gender and race are by no means comprised as historically universal or universalizable traits. In fact, Chiber's theses, in his own words, amount to arguing that here are some needs that exist and endure independently of culture, and chief among these is the need to attend to one's physical well-being. Second, that people are typically cognizant of this need and it therefore generates interests that influence political and social interaction. And third, that it is the universality of this need that explains the universality of resistance to exploitation, since the latter typically undermines the former. In sum, the book's most substantial claim consists of maintaining that capitalism does not have to obliterate social difference in order to universalize itself and that differences between colonial and European societies do not entail incommensurability. Yet, as Bruce Robbins has sharply remarked, even if NE can agree with Chiber, still the role played by difference should be analyzed especially in view of strategic composition of subaltern struggles, while the author does not even try to account for the great divergence between capitalism in the style of IKEA and capitalism in the style of Rana Plaza. In a similar vein, Sandro Mesadra has also highlighted that Chiber's theory of the universalization of capital does not help to understand how such a universalizing tendency influences or simply interacts with the subjective experiences of the exploited and their struggles in distinct locations of the globe. Besides being accused of acritically rehabilitating Enlightenment concepts and values as univocally progressive, Chiber's book has also incurred the charge of fabricating a Marxist version of liberal political theory. This points to his equally acritical endorsement of rational choice theory as the best device to explain individual agency on the basis of universal principles such as basic needs and self-interest. In this regard, it has been rightly noticed that Chiber's argument collapses into tautology inasmuch as it does not give any account of what it is meant to explain, namely, how alleged universal needs and interests are shaped empirically, how individuals become aware of their needs, how their interests determine their actions, and, one could add, how universal needs translate into interests that people are willing to fight for or, eventually, into political struggles. Even accepting Chibber's assumption that concern for certain basic needs, for food, shelter, safety, etc., is part of the normative repertoire of agents across localities and time, the most significant question about how such concern is collectively expressed and articulated remains unanswered. It is actually far too simplistic to define the striving of individuals for well-being as a central fount for resistance that drives workers into the arms of capitalists also motivates them to resist the terms of their exploitation. Similarly, it is far too inaccurate to argue that the same slogans can be found in Cairo, Buenos Aires, Madison, and London because some universal interests are expressed in 972 them. Indeed, quite the opposite is true. Not only do the struggles of the exploited not necessarily share the same slogans or the same political orientation, but the very needs and interests of the oppressed do not historically translate into the same claims or the desire for the same things, let alone the same strategic options. In the end, Chibber's universalism does too little, and much less than it promises, as it seems to remain indifferent to the particularities it should account for, showing that the author is less interested in the dialectical, temporalized, and temporalizing interpenetration of the universal and the particular, the abstract and the concrete. As Spivak aptly remarks, the moment you go from body to mind, from physical well-being to fighting for physical well-being, there is language, history, and permissible narratives. For example, the mother thinks honor, the daughter thinks reproductive rights. If physical well-being were a race-free, class-free, gender-free grand narrative, there would be no point in having any theories of justice, politics, human rights, and gender compromise. Thus the explanation offered by Chibber remains insufficient for at least one good reason, which has been summarized as follows. While the need for physical well-being may well stand outside of culture, it is culture that enables a consciousness of this interest as something to which one is entitled rather than as a privilege that must be earned, not to mention a cognizance of how one might attain this interest acting individually or in concert with others. In this regard, Bruce Robbins' commentary highlights the lack of any theory of culture in Chibber's perspective. In fact, Chibber believes that cultural differences are irrelevant to the development of capitalism, just like culture is irrelevant to his Marxist materialist analysis. Nevertheless, as has been suggested, only a Marxism more infused with cultural sensitivities would be capable of accounting for the specificity and the historicity of colonialism and of the post-colonial condition we live in. Provincializing Chibber, stretching Marxism. After briefly revisiting the confrontational exchanges between Marxist and post-colonial proponents, Moore Gilbert's optimistic reconciliatory view that Marxism and post-colonial theory may move by different routes, but their objectives lie in the same direction sounds hard to credit. Yet, without necessarily aiming to harmonize existing tensions between the two camps, it is possible to look at the way in which Marxist and post-colonial scholars, namely Marxists who engaged with post-colonialism and post-colonial theorists who embraced a Marxist perspective, have been arguing for a fruitful rapprochement of the two paradigms. Post-colonial Studies 973. How can post-colonial theory be valued from a Marxist perspective? Among the detractors of the post-colonial, two very different approaches can be distinguished. Some have adopted a purely hostile attitude towards post-colonial theory in defense of Marxism, while some others have operated as a counterforce in the field and worked to create a space for Marxist scholarship within post-colonial studies, combating and constructing alternatives to its postmodernist elements. Among those who adopted a more conciliatory stance, a good number, including Lindner, Moore Gilbert, Yanni, Rao, Nilsson, have made relevant theoretical efforts at bridging gaps by mobilizing the resources elaborated by both post-colonial and Marxist scholarships, arguing that Marxists should not merely oppose post-colonial theory, while others, like Young in his White Mythologies, proposed a consecutive reading of the two paradigms by making of post-colonial theory, so to speak, the Continuation of Marxism by other means. Lastly, Spivak's claim that Marxism, feminism, and deconstruction should critically interrupt each other stands as a significant attempt by one of the most illustrious post-colonial representatives to conceive, against the paradigm of mere complementarity, the conflicting supplementarity of the different traditions. The task of thinking the substantial obstacles to an accommodation between post-colonialism and Marxism as modes of cultural analysis may raise concerns about the nature of the divergences that emerge between the two fields. Are these unbridgeable differences? In very general terms, one can argue that a manifest conceptual irreconcilability already surfaces at the semantic level, with the deployment of the notions of totality, universalism, causal determination, and class antagonism that are part and parcel of the Marxist lexicon, on the one side, and the mobilization of the concepts of particularity, incommensurability, ambivalence, and hybridity that weave the texture of the post-structuralist idiom, on the other. In the effort to move forward from the long-standing polemic harshly reignited by the publication of Chiber's PTSC, three main aspects seem deserving of careful analysis in order to assess the possibility of superseding the existing conflict of interest between Marxism and post-colonial theory. Capitalism appears as the first matter of major divergence between the two fields, since the Marxist perspective grants a central role to the existing mode of production in accounting for the divides existing in modern and contemporary societies, and often perceives post-colonialism as a radical diversion from such framework. A crucial issue, then, is the alleged inefficacy of post-colonial theory in the critique of capitalism, taken for granted as a historical background whose co-constitutive relation with colonial domination remains often overlooked. As a consequence, on a conceptual level, what is lost to post-colonial theory's predilection for singularity and fragmentation is precisely the capacity to attain the standpoint of the totality when reading colonial history and interpreting 974. Contemporary neocolonial dynamics, of which capitalism and its abstracting and universalizing tendency constitute a structural pivot. To borrow Vicente Kaiwor's words, what is missing in post-colonial studies, besides the imperative to historicize, is the equally critical imperative to totalize. Last but not least, insofar as Marxism cannot but advocate for the rehabilitation of the lost standpoint of the totality, from a Marxist perspective the very notion of incommensurability that results from the strenuous post-colonial emphasis on differences, as in Chakrabarty's distinction between history 1 and 2 qua incommensurable histories, should be resolutely rejected. A different assessment of the centrality of capitalist relations and of the notions of universalism and totality so crucial for grasping the abstract logic of the unfolding of capitalism seems to represent the major conceptual obstacle to the sharing of common theoretical and political views between Marxism and post-colonial theory. Would pleading for a post-colonial reprise of the language and concepts of political economy, historical materialism, and political universalism necessarily and ultimately amount to advocating a critical incorporation of post-colonial theory within Marxism? A similar suggestion has been explicitly formulated by Vicente Kaiwor in his 2014 volume The Post-Colonial Orient, which, although adopting a very different critical strategy than Chiber, shares a similar goal. After indicting post-colonial theory for its anti-Marxist and, indeed, reformist revisionist political stances, Kaiwor concludes that the extent that post-colonial studies has the ability or ambition to enrich Marxism, it must perforce become an aspect of Marxism. In this respect, the aim to incorporate post-colonial theory in Marxist critique may appear as a ruthless delegitimization of the post-colonial as such, and an unreasonably dismissive assessment of the impact of its significant intervention in the broad field of the humanities. However, while reaffirming the primacy of Marxism as the unforgoable horizon of critique for the present times, the proposal outlined by Kaiwor somehow resonates with Fanon's suggestion in The Wretched of the Earth of stretching Marxism in order to expand its capacity to engage with colonial matters. If indeed Marxism is not a theory of everything, but can expand, as Chiber himself admits, post-colonial theory can incarnate such an enriching expansion of the Marxist domain, of its tasks and tools, of its conceptual heritage and political genealogy. Two slippery misunderstandings should nevertheless be cleared up if the much hoped for stretching of Marxism towards post-colonial theories is not to be read simplistically. Firstly, we should bear in mind that Marxism as a living philosophy does not constitute a purely Western heritage, or, in other words, that Marx and Marxism belong to the whole world, not merely to Europe, or still less, to that mythical entity the West, and one only has to look. Postcolonial Studies 975. At the many historical circumstances in which Marxism has inspired struggles for liberation in non-Western countries to see this point proved. Secondly, the actual richness of the Marxist corpus and its many resources for thinking both the expansion of capitalism and the revolution outside of Europe, from Marx to Lenin and Trotsky via Bloch, Koski, Cabral, James, Mondale, etc. should not be evoked as a theoretical shield to secure the field from post-colonial incursions into the debate. In other words, the fact that there is significant Marxist accumulation on issues of colonial modernity and post-colonial societies clearly does not mean that there is nothing to add. Quite the opposite is true, if the aim is to accomplish what Chibber's book does not, namely, explaining how capitalism, moved as it is by its expansionist and universalizing drives, manages to integrate for its own purposes local particularities into its abstract functioning, proving itself not merely indifferent but rather fully instrumentalizing in its relation to concrete local differences. Thus, the task of understanding the concrete adaptive mechanisms of capitalism requires first and foremost a reflection on the complicated and conflicted relationship between unity and heterogeneity, between particular experiences and generalizable standpoints. Or, to put it in more manifestly political terms, how can international class solidarity of the exploited and the oppressed across the globe be fostered for revolutionary anti-capitalist purposes, without assuming that abstract universal human invariance would do the trick, a trick that is in fact to be conjuncturally effected through a global recomposition of labor? What, then, could be the specific supplement provided by post-colonial theory to the Marxist analytical framework? And how could post-colonial theory help us produce better Marxist histories? Paradoxically, it seems as if its most fruitful and promising contribution to Marxism could come from what post-colonial theory has been mostly blamed for by its Marxist detractors, its emphasis on differences, its attention to micro-histories and singularities, its dedication to discourse, textuality and the symbolic. This is not to say that Marxist criticism has failed to develop appropriate tools for cultural analysis weaving together text and context, rather, it is a way of valuing the work accomplished by post-colonial theorists to discover, discuss, and impose new knowledge, i.e. approaches, readings and sources that were absent in Marxist scholarship as in the field of Western humanities. Post-colonial theory can thus critically supplement Marxism with its fruitful efforts to decolonize the canon and reshape that geopolitics of knowledge that mirrors the current divisions of global capitalism. The tasks also amount to recreating the colonial archive, exposing post-colonial counter-narratives of the world we live in, fostering a plural politics of translation against linguistic and literary imperialism and relocating the margins at the center of contemporary critical theory. A post-colonial enterprise, vitally supplementary to Marxism, would also enable a sharp reconsideration of the way cultural and socio-historical differences mediate and articulate the uneven expansion of capital 976. Across the globe as well as of the role that cultural specificities play on the possibility for the dominated to forge shared views and common strategies for struggle, thus, entre autres, pointing to a way out of the theoretical and political impasse to which Chibber's Marxism would ultimately consign us towards a reconceptualization of post-colonial capitalism. To claim for post-colonial theory a critical engagement with colonial difference as its most proper field of intervention does not imply assigning post-colonial critics to the custody of the particular as opposed to the care of the universal that would instead be attributed to Marxist theorists. Therefore, the option of stretching Marxism in order to accommodate the contribution of post-colonial theory within it does not entail any rigid division of labor. Rather, it envisions a Marxist galaxy where post-colonial constellations may fruitfully proliferate. However, such an option remains inevitably selective and only applies to those post-colonial critics who believe that Marxism still is, as Jean-Paul Sartre famously suggested, the philosophy of our time. Once relocated in this perspective, far from merely cultivating a narcissistic fetish of particularity, post-colonial theory may embody a powerful and permanent warning for Marxism, by reminding it that facile socio-historical generalizations risk overlooking the legacy of the colonial wounds cut into our post-colonial present and the import of situated knowledge for radical politics. This is how post-colonial theory fulfills its highest critical function, incarnating precisely that persistent critique of what we cannot not inhabit, including, first and foremost, Marxism. The fragile alliance of Marxism and psychoanalysis. In the past decade, the crisis-driven developments of capitalism triggered a renewed interest in theoretical and political intersections between Marxism and psychoanalysis. The political value of psychoanalysis continues to be tied to the fact that Freud significantly reframed the problematic of alienation with his theory of the unconscious, elaborated a complex denaturalist conception of sexuality and provided wide-reaching insights into the intertwining of power and enjoyment. The common thread of various historical and contemporary attempts in allying Marxism and psychoanalysis thus departs from the recognition that critique of political economy already calls for a critique of libidinal economy, and vice versa. Nevertheless, the interaction between Marxism and psychoanalysis has always been marked by mutual mistrust, criticism, and distance. Of course, working on their alliance does not imply that Freud's therapeutic method, its conceptual frameworks and clinical goals are entirely in tune with the outlooks of emancipatory politics. Still, there are important lessons to be drawn from the unconscious and other fundamental Freudian concepts, which question or criticize modern conceptions of subjectivity in terms of consciousness, autonomy, intentionality, and freedom. Another political perspective follows from Freud's focus on the sociogenesis of mental illnesses, his exposure of the traumatic impact of social. 53. Psychoanalysis. Samo Tomczyk. Psychoanalysis 981. Imperatives, Structures, and Processes. In his writings on culture, Freud openly recognized in Exploitation, War, and Crisis three essential features of capitalism that a traumatic etiology of neurosis must take into account. Again, this recognition alone does not make of Freud a thinker of emancipation, but his name and work is the site of a philosophical, epistemological, and political conflict, a terrain that the left should strive to reclaim, instead of dismissing Freud as an obsolete or reactionary thinker. The paradigm of emancipatory appropriation of Freud remains the work of Juliet Mitchell. A broader discussion of the place of psychoanalysis in the history of feminism can be found in Campbell. Freud's analytic method has been repeatedly suspected of being a class therapy and his theories a reflection of the bourgeois ideology. Freud's occasional rejection of Marxism, as well as his insistence that psychoanalysis neither promoted nor amounted to a political worldview, seemed caught in its own clichés and superficialities. His polemic targeted the politicization of psychoanalysis in the works of early Freudo-Marxists such as Wilhelm Reich, Otto Fenichel, and Otto Gross, who opted for an alliance between psychoanalysis and dialectical materialism. One beyond the question of political worldviews, Freudo-Marxism bypassed an important ambiguity in the way Freud conceived the link between libidinal forces and social structures. For Freud, the drive was ultimately a limit phenomenon, neither psychological nor physiological. This implied that the drive was distinct from instinct, to a presumable natural force, on which culture would impose restrictive vicissitudes, destinies, in which the drive could only reach mediated, partial or substitute satisfaction. In their conviction that human libidinal forces must be liberated, the early Freudo-Marxists narrowed down Freud's views. Most importantly, for Freud there is no uncorrupted natural drive outside its cultural destinies, the drive is a force demanding mediated satisfaction. Because human libidinal forces know no uncorrupted, natural state, the clinical task of psychoanalysis cannot consist in their liberation, but rather in the transformation of the drive's problematic destiny. Here, Freud most overtly parts ways with Freudo-Marxism. The Freudo-Marxist renewal of the opposition between drives and culture lead its representatives to a misconception of repression. This mental mechanism in Freud designates the most common destiny of the drive, its satisfaction through detours and deviations, while in thinkers like Reich it obtained the exclusive meaning of oppression. 3. Further, in the Freudian scenario the drive stands for a conservative force, which is supposed to explain the compulsive subjective and social resistance against change in the existing mode of enjoyment. 4. From the Freudian perspective, enjoyment therefore cannot be a subversive political factor, more than anything it is as an essential form of labor for the system. In contrast to the Marxist wing of the early psychoanalytic community, the Frankfurt School's take on the political implications of psychoanalysis appears 982. More committed to the letter of classical Freudianism and its speculative developments, such as the death drive. Theodore W. Adorno famously wrote, "In psychoanalysis nothing is true except the exaggerations." Indeed, it was by amplifying the signification of apparently minor and insignificant short circuits, errors, and disturbances in conscious thought that Freud ended up unfolding an unprecedented theory of human subjectivity and of the cultural condition. Herbert Marcuse was arguably the one who brought the engagement of critical theory with Freudian psychoanalysis the furthest. At first, his attempt to combine Freud with Marxism may resemble what Michel Foucault criticized under the term repressive hypothesis, the already mentioned conviction that cultural mechanisms in general and capitalism in particular deprive libidinal forces of direct satisfaction. A closer look at Marcuse's take on the relations between libido and social structures nevertheless shows that his position is more ambiguous. At the core of his critique is the link between enjoyment and exploitation, which he examines through the shift from the ancien regime of repression to the specificity of advanced industrial capitalism and its one-dimensional consumerist society, the libidinal economy organized around a mechanism of repressive desublimation. 5. From the psychoanalytic perspective, capitalism indeed appears as a culture of imposed enjoyment, and Marcuse's developments already point toward the link between compulsive enjoyment and extraction of surplus value, or toward the conversion of enjoyment into surplus value. The latter would then stand for the quantified, systemic enjoyment specific to the capitalist organization of social and libidinal economy. This is also where the Lacanian contribution to the renewal of Freudo-Marxism enters the picture. If Freud was at the core of the 20th century Freudo-Marxist debates, contemporary discussions of political significance of psychoanalysis focus extensively on Lacan, whose later work combined Marx and Freud through an epistemologically and philosophically oriented homological reading, pointing out the shared structural problematic that traverses critique of political economy and psychoanalysis. 6. Just as for Marx individuals are personifications of economic categories, the bearers of particular class relations and interests, for Lacan they are personifications of symbolic categories and discursive relations. Their suffering bodies are the terrain, where the autonomy and the causality of symbolic order, including the economic one, manifest as disturbance and compulsive action.